Chapter 25. Our master has not finished his work. There was no warning that Śrīla Prabhupāda's health would break down, or, if there were, no one heeded it. As he moved from his devotees in San Francisco to his devotees in New York, no one passed any words that Swamiji should slow down. After the 5.5-hour jet flight, Prabhupada spoke of a blockading in his ears, but he seemed all right. He didn't rest, but went straight through the festive airport reception into 3 hours of strong lecturing and chanting in the storefront at 26 2nd Avenue. To his New York disciples he appeared dazzling and lovable, and by his presence, his glances, and his words, he increased their Krishna consciousness. To them his advanced age, now nearing 72 years, was but another of his transcendental features. He was their strength, and they never thought to consider his strength. In the temple, speaking from a new dais behind a velvet-covered lectern, Prabhupada said, "In my absence things have improved." New paintings hung on the freshly painted white walls. Otherwise, it was the same tiny storefront where he had begun his International Society for Krishna Consciousness. He had written them that he wanted to enter the new building on his return, but they had failed. And they had foolishly lost $6,000. But without dwelling on this, Prabhupada made a more important observation: his disciples, despite the physical absence of their spiritual master, had made progress by following his instructions. As he sat looking happily at the freshly painted walls and the bright faces of his disciples, Prabhupada explained how one obtained expertise in Krishna consciousness by submissively following the spiritual master. He gave the example that although an engineer's apprentice may not be expert, if he turns a screw under the direct supervision of the expert engineer he is acting as an expert. Many of the devotees were relieved to hear this. They knew that giving up material desires was difficult and that they weren't going to become completely pure devotees overnight. Brahmananda had even written a poem stating that if, after many lifetimes, he could chant one round of the Hare Krishna mantra, with attention, he would consider this the greatest success. But Prabhupada was explaining that even if they weren't expert in love of Krishna, if they worked under an expert they were also acting as experts. The next morning, with the fanfare of Prabhupada's arrival past, it became apparent just how dependent the devotees were on their spiritual leader. The attendance was down to the dozen or so regulars, and Prabhupada silently entered the storefront and began to lead the chanting. But when the moment came for the devotees to sing in response and Prabhupada heard their first chorus, he looked out to them, startled and compassionate. Now he could hear, they were weak, more like croaking than singing. They had deteriorated in his absence. The kirtanas had changed while he had been away, and now he was hearing what the devotees were like, helpless souls croaking without joy or verve. Śrīla Prabhupāda lectured from Chaitanya Charitamrita. When flying from San Francisco I noticed that the plane was flying above an ocean of clouds. When I came from India by boat I saw an ocean of water, and on the plane I saw an ocean of clouds extending as far as you can see. Above the clouds is the sun, but when we come down through the clouds and land, everything in New York is dim and clouded. But the sun is still shining. Those clouds cannot cover the whole world. They cannot even cover the whole United States, which is no more than a speck in the universe. From an airplane we can see skyscrapers as very tiny. Similarly, from God's position, all this material nonsense is insignificant. As a living entity, I am very insignificant, and my tendency is to come down. But the sun doesn't have the come-down tendency. It is always above the clouds of Maya. A new boy raised his hand. Why is it that one person, one soul, comes to Krishna and another doesn't? Prabhupada replied with another question: why is one soul in the Bowery and another has come to the Krishna temple? He paused, but no one could reply. Because one wants to be here and the other doesn't, he explained. It is a question of free will. If we use it properly, we can go to Krishna. Otherwise we will stay down in the material world. Everyone had something to ask Swamiji. Throughout the day, devotees would be in and out of his room, asking practical and philosophical questions. And they took up their old ways of reciprocating with him. Once again Prabhupada was telling Achyutananda what to cook for lunch and explaining to him that an expert servant learns to anticipate what the master wants even before he asks for it. Satsvarūpa came in to show Prabhupada the latest typed manuscripts for teachings of Lord Chaitanya. Although there was no difference in Satsvarūpa's assignment, now that he was face to face with Prabhupada he realized he had to type and edit more seriously. He asked whether he could resign from his job at the welfare office. Prabhupada said no. Jajirani continued painting in the outer room of Prabhupada's apartment. Casting shyness aside, she asked him many questions about how to paint Krishna. How is Lord Vishnu situated in the heart? She asked. Is he sitting, or standing, or what? Prabhupada replied, oh, for that you have to meditate for thousands of years. Jajirani stared at him in dismay. Then Prabhupada said, "He is standing," and she went off happily to paint. When Jajirani complained of weak health, Prabhupada asked Sayutananda to see that she got milk twice a day. Looking through the window that opened into the outer room, where typing, painting, and sometimes even construction went on, Prabhupada watched Jajirani one day as she worked on a painting of Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtana party. Just as she started to paint the words of the Mahamantra across the bottom of the painting, Prabhupada called through the window, "Don't put the Mahamantra there." "But you told me to put it there," she said. "I've changed my mind. Hare Krishna should not be below Chaitanya Mahaprabhu." One by one, Prabhupada saw his old New York followers, Gargamuni, the temple treasurer, who reported good sales of the Hare Krishna record and incense, Raya Rama, editor of Back to Godhead, who talked about his indigestion, and Rupanuga, who had a good job but was having difficulty convincing his wife about Krishna consciousness. Even Mr. Shuti, the landlord, dropped by with complaints about the boy's behavior. Prabhupada also met Michael Bloomert, a newcomer. Michael had been seeing a psychiatrist as a result of devastating drug experiences. When he had begun coming to the temple, his mother and father had thought the Swami another evil force. On meeting Swamiji, however, Mrs. Bloomert accepted his authenticity, although her husband remained doubtful. "Mr. Bloomert," Śrīla Prabhupada said, "your wife is more intelligent." Mr. Bloomert said he wanted his son to help the world in a more practical way, by becoming a doctor. Prabhupada argued that there were already so many doctors but still people were suffering. A Krishna-conscious person, however, could relieve a person's suffering completely, so the work of Krishna consciousness was more valuable. Mr. Bloomert was unconvinced, but he agreed to let Michael stay with the devotees and dropped going to the psychiatrist. He came to respect the Swami, even though disagreeing with him. With Brahmananda, Prabhupada discussed the urgent problem of obtaining a permanent visa. Prabhupada had repeatedly extended his visa ever since he had entered the country in 1965. Now immigration officials denied him any further extensions. He didn't want to leave the U.S., but the only way he would be able to stay would be to get permanent residency. He had applied, but so far with no success. "Your government doesn't want me to stay," he had said, "so I may have to go back to India." Swamiji's going back to India was a frightening prospect. His disciples had barely been able to accept that he could leave them for preaching elsewhere in the U.S. if he were to go back to India. They feared they might fall back into the material world. He was sustaining their spiritual life. How could they go on without him? And Prabhupada felt the same way. Brahmananda managed to find a lawyer to delay the proceedings of the immigration office. The threat of deportation passed. Prabhupada spoke of going to Montreal and getting permanent residency there, but his main intention was to stay in America and cultivate what he had begun. Brahmananda reported to Prabhupada about printing the Bhagavad Gita. The manuscript was ready, and they were considering the costs and where to print it, even though they didn't have enough money to publish the book themselves. They hadn't seriously attempted the arduous process of finding a publisher, but Prabhupada pushed Brahmananda to do so. "The only hope is that I have my books." Brahmananda also talked with Prabhupada about the $6,000 he had lost to Mr. Price. Prabhupada insisted that they prosecute the culprits. He sent Brahmananda to speak with various lawyers and also to tell Mr. Price and Mr. Tyler that His Excellency was back and would take them to court. At that they relented. Mr. Tyler refunded most of the $5,000 deposit, and Mr. Price returned $750 of the $1,000 he had wheedled out of Brahmananda. The legal services had cost more than $1,000, so that was lost, but Prabhupada said that when dealing with a tiger you can expect to get scratched. In a letter to Kirtanananda in Montreal, Prabhupada described the successful termination of the Price affair. "You will be glad to know that I have been able, by grace of Krishna, to recover $4,227, out of the $5,000 gone in the belly of Sir Conman fraud, Price." There were signs that Prabhupada should be cautious about his health. He had gone through difficulty while appearing on the Alan Burke TV show. Alan Burke was known for sitting back, smoking a cigar, and saying outrageous, even insulting, things to his guests, and if a guest became offended, Mr. Burke would provoke him all the more. It was a popular show. Before they went on the air, Mr. Burke had asked Prabhupada's permission to smoke a cigar, and Prabhupada had graciously consented. Mr. Burke had introduced his guest as a real Swami. When he had asked Prabhupada why he was against sex, Prabhupada had said he wasn't. Sex should be restricted to marriage for raising Krishna-conscious children. But Mr. Burke had persisted, wanting to know what was wrong with sex outside of marriage. The real purpose of human life, Śrīla Prabhupada had replied, was self-realization. When one's mind is preoccupied with capturing new sex partners, keeping the mental peace necessary for self-realization becomes impossible. Mr. Burke had agreed. In fact, his manners had been the best ever. And at the end he had called Prabhupada a very charming gentleman. It was on his way home to the temple that Śrīla Prabhupada had said that the TV lights had caused him so much pain in his head that at one point he had thought he would not be able to continue. Then one day Rupanuga, sitting close to Prabhupada's dais during a lecture, noticed Prabhupada's hand shaking as he spoke. Kirtanananda had been there when months ago, the morning after they had made the record, Prabhupada had slept late and complained of his heart skipping and of not being able to move. "If I ever get badly sick," Śrīla Prabhupada had told Kirtanananda, "don't call a doctor. Don't take me to a hospital. Just give me my beads and chant Hare Krishna." Swamiji's disciples were reluctant to restrain him. Kirtanananda had tried. At the Avalon, when Swamiji had been dancing and jumping and streaming with perspiration, Kirtanananda had insisted that the kirtana stop. But the others had called him paranoid. Besides, Swamiji didn't like to be restrained. And who are they to restrain him? He was Krishna's empowered representative, able to surmount any difficulty. He was a pure devotee. He could do anything. Hadn't he often described how a pure devotee is transcendental to material pangs? Swamiji had written a letter consoling a disciple's ailing grandmother. "All our ailments are due to the external body. Although we have to suffer some time from bodily inconveniences, especially in the old age, still if we are God-conscious, we shall not feel the pangs. The best thing is therefore to chant the holy name of the Lord constantly." The devotees figured that although Swamiji might give good instructions to someone's old grandmother, nothing like what had befallen her was ever going to affect him. Of course, he referred to himself as an old man, but that was mostly in lectures to show the inevitability of old age. To the devotees, Prabhupada's health appeared strong. His eyes shone brightly with spiritual emotions, his complexion was smooth and golden, and his smile was a display of health and well-being. One time, one of the boys said that Swamiji's smile was so virile that it made him think of a bull at iron nails. Swamiji was taking cold showers, going on early morning walks around the Lower East Side, playing mranga, eating well. Even if his disciples wanted to slow him down, what could they do? Some of his disciples had actually tried to prevent him from attending the controversial Cosmic Love-In at the East Village Theatre, but not because of his health. They had wanted to protect his U.S. residency case. Śrīla Prabhupada had been invited to attend the Love-In, a fundraising show for Louis Abulafia, the Love and Peace presidential candidate. Allen Ginsberg, Timothy Leary, and others were attending, along with a full lineup of rock bands. But when Prabhupada's lawyer heard that he was going, he said it might jeopardize the visa case. Some of the boys took up the lawyer's opinion and opposed Prabhupada's plan. Prabhupada agreed that it might be best if he didn't go. But on the day of the Cosmic Love-In he changed his mind and decided to go anyway. "I came to this country to preach Krishna consciousness," he declared. Now it was time to speak against these LSD leaders who claimed to be spiritualists. He had been saying that although he wanted to go, he wouldn't go if his disciples forbade him. But in the end he simply said he was going. And that was that. During the last week of May, Śrīla Prabhupada began to feel exhausted. He spoke of heart palpitations. Hoping that the symptoms would clear up in a day or two, Kirtanananda requested Prabhupada to rest and see no visitors. But Prabhupada's condition became worse. Kirtanananda, Swamiji began to complain that his left arm wasn't functioning properly. And then he began to develop a twitching in his left side, and his left arm would twitch uncontrollably. It seemed to pain him in some mysterious way, internally or psychologically. Sayutananda, it was Sunday, 2 days before Memorial Day, and we had arranged a large program in the afternoon in a hall uptown. I went up to get Swamiji, since all the devotees were ready. Swamiji was lying down, and his face was pale. He said, "Feel my heart." And I felt a quivering vibration in his chest. I went down, but didn't want to alert everyone and panic them. I went to Kirtanananda and quietly said, "The Swami is having some kind of mild heart palpitations." And immediately we both flew back up. Swamiji said, "Just massage here." So I rubbed him on the chest, and he showed me how. He said, "The others go, and Sayutananda can stay here. If anything happens, he can call you." So the others went and did the program, and I waited. Once or twice he called me in and had me quickly rub over his chest. Then he looked up, and his color had come back. I was staring with my mouth open, wondering what to do. He looked at me and said, "Why are you sitting idle? Chant Hare Krishna." During the evening, palpitations again occurred, so I slept in the room next to his. And late at night he called me in and again had me massage. Kirtanananda, it was on Tuesday afternoon, Memorial Day, and I was sitting with Swamiji in his room. While Kirtana was going on downstairs, the twitching began again. Swamiji's face began to tighten up. His eyes started rolling. Then all of a sudden he threw himself back, and I caught him. He was gasping, "Hare Krishna." And then everything stopped. I thought it was the last, until his breathing started again, and with it the chanting. But he didn't regain control over his body. Brahmananda, I was there along with Kirtanananda. It was on Memorial Day weekend. We couldn't understand what was wrong with Swamiji. He couldn't sit up, he was moaning, and nobody knew what was happening. We nursed him, myself and Kirtanananda, trying all different things. I had to go out and buy a bedpan for him. Prabhupada's left side was paralyzed. He asked that a picture of his spiritual master be put on the wall in front of him. Thinking that Prabhupada was preparing to leave his body and wanted to meditate at the last moment on his spiritual master, Achyutananda taped it to the door facing Prabhupada. Devotees entered the front room of the apartment, and Prabhupada told them to chant Hare Krishna. Then he told them to pray to Krishna in his form of Nrsimhadeva. Satsvarūpa, Swamiji said we should pray to Lord Nrsimha and the prayer should be "My master has not finished his work." At different times he would allow us to take turns and massage different parts of his body. Then he had us go downstairs and hold kirtana through the night. Jajarani, he taught us the prayers to Lord Nrsimhadeva. He said the words one by one, and I wrote them down. I called up the temples in San Francisco and Montreal and told them the prayer. Swamiji said, "You should pray to Krishna that my spiritual master has not yet completed his work, so please let him finish." Damodara, I went into the temple. No one was downstairs, so I just sat down to chant some rounds. Then a devotee came down looking very disturbed, so I asked what was going on. When he told me, I rushed upstairs. Everyone was sitting around in the second room, where they could see into Swamiji's room through the window in the wall. They were all chanting on their beads. Jajarani was handing out little slips of paper with writing on them. Swamiji, she explained, wanted us to chant these prayers. Brahmananda, we brought the painting of Lord Nrsimha into Swamiji's room, and we were all chanting. When Swamiji had to use the bedpan in front of Lord Nrsimha's painting, he begged forgiveness of Lord Nrsimha. He could understand that Lord Nrsimha was sitting right in front of him. I saw it as a painting, but Swamiji saw it as Lord Nrsimha himself sitting there. It was getting worse, total weakness and everything. I couldn't get a doctor, because it was Memorial Day and everything was closed. I even called my family doctor, but he wasn't in. Everyone had gone on vacation, because on Memorial Day everyone leaves the city. I couldn't get anyone. I was calling hospitals, doctors, trying this and that. But I couldn't get anyone. Finally I got a doctor by calling an emergency number for the New York City Medical Department. The doctor came. He was an old geezer with a real loud voice. When he saw Swamiji he said, "I think the old man is praying too much. I think he should get some exercise. He should go out for a walk in the morning." Achyutananda, the doctor didn't know very much. He said that Swamiji had a cold. I said, "What do you mean?" "His heart is palpitating." I don't know what to do. Does he take any whiskey?" I said, "He doesn't even drink coffee or tea." "Oh, very good, very good. Well, I think he has just got a cold." Dvarakadisa Dāsa, he came and took a look at the place, and you could tell right away he didn't like what he saw. He thought we were just a bunch of hippies. He couldn't wait to get out of the place. But he said, "Oh, he's got influenza." That was a ridiculous diagnosis. And then he said, "Give me my money." We paid him, the doctor left, and Swamiji got worse. The devotees called a second doctor, who came and diagnosed Śrīla Prabhupāda as having had a mild heart attack. He said that Prabhupada should at once go to the hospital. Max Lerner, a lawyer friend of the devotees, I got a call one day that the Swami had had a mild heart attack and I could be of some help. At that time they were going to take him to Bellevue Hospital, but I suggested that at least I could try to get him into a private hospital. After several hours of talking and negotiating with people at the hospital, we were able to get Swamiji into Beth Israel Hospital. Brahmananda, the day after Memorial Day we had to arrange for an ambulance. Beth Israel had no ambulance, so I called a private ambulance company. It was all arranged with the hospital that Swamiji would arrive at 9 o'clock that morning. But the ambulance didn't come until about noon. During this time Swamiji kept moaning. Then finally the ambulance came, and they were horrible guys. They treated Swamiji like a bundle of cloth. I thought it would have been better if we had taken Swamiji in a cab. Except for Kirtanananda, who stayed in Prabhupada's hospital room as a nurse, no one else was allowed to stay. They all went back to the temple to chant through the night, as Prabhupada had requested. Kirtanananda phoned Hayagriva in San Francisco and told him what had happened, how Swamiji had suddenly fallen back and cried out, "Hare Krishna!" and how there had been nothing for about 30 seconds, and then a big gasp, "Hare Krishna! Hare Krishna!" Kirtanananda told Hayagriva that the devotees in San Francisco should chant all night and pray to Lord Nrsimhadeva, Travakara Kamalavarnikam Adbhutasrinam Dalita Hiranyakasiputtanubranam Kesavadratanarahari Rupa Jaya Jagadiza Hare. Lord Nrsimhadeva, the half-man, half-lion incarnation of Lord Krishna, had appeared in another age to save his pure devotee Prahlada and kill the demon Hiranyakasipu. Prabhupada had asked his disciples to pray to Lord Nrsimhadeva by chanting the special mantra and thinking, "Our master has not finished his work. Please protect him." The boys went back to the temple and chanted together, but after a few hours they fell asleep. They wanted to rest so that they could go to the hospital the next day. Dāsa, when we heard about it in San Francisco, there was grief, and people were crying. There was a tremendous love in thinking about Swamiji and just concentration, a mass concentration of pulling him through, giving him strength and summoning the help of Krishna and Lord Chaitanya and everybody we could possibly call upon to lend their energies. People came into the temple doing rosaries, and whatever faiths or beliefs or trips they were on, they were directing that toward a healing. They were all chanting with us. Hayagriva, it's a night I'll never forget. We turn on the altar lights behind the Jagannathas, light candles, and chant in the flickering shadows. It is solemn chanting and even more solemn dancing. News quickly spreads down Haight Street, and soon the temple is crowded with others come to chant with us through the night. Mukunda and Janaki phoned New York. But there is no additional information. Kirtanananda is spending the night in the hospital beside Swamiji's bed. No one else is being allowed in. Hospital regulations. Yes, everyone in New York is chanting. We chant past midnight. Most of the guests leave, but none of us yet feel sleepy. The chanting overtakes us in waves. My mind wanders to Swamiji, to New York, to the future, to the past. I have to yank it back into the room to confront the present, to realize why we are here chanting, to petition Sri Krishna to spare our master a little longer to allow him to spread Lord Chaitanya's glorious Sankirtana movement around the world. The chanting is always here, insistent. By 2 a.m. I begin to tire. I change instruments just to keep awake, sometimes playing mranga, sometimes cymbals or harmonium. Many dance to stay awake. The girls serve prasadam, sliced apples. It is dangerous to sit next to the wall, an invitation to doze off. We are so frail. Hare Krishna soothes. The chanting releases us from so much needless fretting. Through it we can relieve tensions, grieve, plead, and hope. It is between 3 and 4 a.m. the most ecstatic hour, the Brahma Muhurta hour before the dawn. If he is alive at this hour, surely he will live. We sing. We chant on beads. Constant Hare Krishna. We chant through the usual 7 a.m. Kirtan hour and into the morning. We chant 14 hours without cessation. We cleanse the dust from the mind's mirror. We see Krishna and Swamiji everywhere. Surely now he is well. During the night, Śrīla Prabhupada's heart pained him. The next day he remained in critical condition. He could speak but softly and was too exhausted to converse. Skeptical of the doctors, he diagnosed himself, a heart attack affecting part of his brain, thus paralyzing the left side of his body. Massage, he said, was the cure. On the morning of June 1st, other disciples joined Kirtanananda in Prabhupada's room and by taking shifts were able to give Prabhupada a constant massage. They took turns massaging his head, chest, and legs as he directed. This simple act drew each of them into an intimate relationship with him. When Prabhupada heard that not only in New York but in San Francisco also the devotees had chanted and prayed all night, he expressed satisfaction, not by his usual hearty smile but by a very slight nodding and an approving sound. Despite his weakness, he was fully conscious. The doctors, or more often their aides, took blood, gave injections, and investigated. Their diagnosis wasn't conclusive, they had plans for experiments. Then suddenly a doctor came in and announced their next move, a spinal tap. Prabhupada was too weak to discuss the pros and cons of a spinal tap. He had put himself in the care of his disciples and Krishna. The doctor didn't want to be impeded. He explained why a spinal tap was necessary, but he wasn't asking for consultation or permission. Everyone, except for Kirtanananda, who insisted on staying, had to leave the room while the doctor performed the spinal tap. Neither Prabhupada, who was too weak, nor his boys, who were uncertain how to act on his behalf, opposed the doctor. The devotees filed out of Prabhupada's room while the doctor readied the largest, most frightening needle they had ever seen. When they were allowed back, One disciple asked cautiously, "Did it hurt, Swamiji?" Srila Prabhupada, his golden-skinned form wrapped in white hospital garments and lying between the white sheets, turned slightly and said, "We are tolerant." Rupanuga, when Swamiji was first admitted to the hospital, it was very hard for me. I didn't know how I should act. I didn't have much experience with this kind of emergency. I was very uncertain as to what service to do for Swamiji. It was a frightening experience. Swamiji's life was at stake, yet his disciples didn't know what to do to save him. He lay on the bed as if at their mercy. But the hospital staff considered him their property, an old man with heart trouble, a subject of investigation. And for Swamiji's disciples this was 100 times worse than dealing with Mr. Price and Company. Now it was not just a matter of risking money but of risking Swamiji. Should they allow the ENG? What was an ENG? Was an operation necessary? An operation. But Swamiji had said that he should never even be brought to a hospital. "Give me massage," was all he had said, and chant Hare Krishna. When Srila Prabhupada mentioned his preference for the Ayurvedic medical treatments available in India, some of the devotees suggested they bring a doctor from India. After considering the expense, Prabhupada decided to send a letter first. Unable to sit up or write, he slowly dictated a letter to Sri Krishna Pandit, who had given him quarters for several years in his temple in Delhi. Satsvarūpa read it back to Prabhupada and then typed it right there in Prabhupada's hospital room. "I am writing this letter from the hospital. All of a sudden I have developed some headache, as well as throbbing of the chest. When I rub my chest I feel some sensation in my left hand, and when I rub my left hand I feel sensation in my chest. My left hand no more works independently. I therefore ask you if there is any good Vedic physician in Mathura who can send me some medicines, that is, you purchase and send them by air mail to our temple, ISKCON, 26 2nd Avenue, New York, New York. The symptom is predominantly when I get severe pain within my head. And the trembling of the left hand is coming every 10 or 15 minutes. I am afraid if this is not a disease like leukemia, the boys are taking utmost care of me, there is no scarcity of care. But still after all, this body is subject to death. I came here with a great mission to execute my spiritual master's order, but my heart is stabbing me. Of course, I'm not afraid of Maya, I know Maya cannot touch me, but still if I die in this condition, my mission will remain unfulfilled. Please therefore pray to Prabhu Lord Chaitanya and Vrindavan Bihar, to rescue me this time. My mission is still not finished. I wish to live for a few more days." They're prepared to call an experienced Ayurvedic physician who treats such diseases, but I've not allowed the boys. But if necessary, if you can give me an expert physician who can travel here, we can send necessary money for his coming here or arrange for air ticket. You can consult the man in charge of Dhaka Shakti. At last I may inform you that I am inclined toward Ayurvedic treatment. You can consult the Ayurvedic physician in Vrindavan who is a Gaudiya Vaishnava. He knows me very well. He sells my books also. 2 things are to be done if it is possible, to send me proper medicines and directions, that will be nice. But if I require to return, that also I can do. Please try to reply as soon as possible in English because my students cannot read Hindi. So long as I'm in bed it's not possible to read letters. You can treat this letter very urgently. Consult necessary physicians and let me know what I am to do. In Mathura there are undoubtedly many Ayurvedic physicians and many quacks also. Try to avoid the quacks. I would have returned to India immediately, but the doctors say it is risky. If need be, I shall return as soon as I get strength to take the strain of the journey. I repeat my symptoms so that you can take necessary care. All of a sudden I developed some throbbing between the heart and stomach about 4 days ago. I was so exhaustive, it was like fainting. Then I consulted a doctor who came and gave me medicine, but it was of no good effect. Therefore my students at once transferred me to the hospital where they're spending more or less 400 rupees daily. There is no question of neglect. All scientific treatment is going on. But I think Ayurvedic medicine will be proper. Therefore I request you to take immediate steps and reply me. I hope this letter will convince you the actual position. While reading this letter you may consult some friend who knows English very well so that he'll read it correctly and reply correctly. There is no scope for corresponding in Bengali or in Hindi. By Krishna's grace, on the afternoon of Srila Prabhupada's second day in the hospital he showed slight improvement. His heart was still causing him pain, his facial expression remained grave, with never a smile, but he was a bit stronger. The interns, nurses, and doctors came and went on schedule, treating him personally. One doctor did seem a little interested in what Prabhupada was all about, and at Prabhupada's request, Kirtanananda played a taped lecture for the doctor. He listened politely, but then said, "It doesn't ring a bell." The doctor said that he wanted to run a few more tests and that Swamiji might be able to leave after a few weeks, if all went well. Srila Prabhupada tried speaking to the doctor, wanting to explain about Krishna. Jajurani had brought two of her paintings to the hospital room, one of Radha and Krishna and the other of the fierce half-lion, half-man incarnation, Lord Nrsimha, tearing apart the demon Hiranyakasipu. Speaking in a very low voice, Prabhupada said that these two pictures show how God is many-sided. Here he is in his loving exchange, and here also we see that anger comes from Krishna, or God. The doctor politely said that he had his own philosophy and that Swamiji shouldn't be preaching while in such weak health, he should rest. Advising the disciples not to allow their guru to speak, the doctor excused himself and continued his rounds. Srila Prabhupada, with his slight improvement, expressed more disapproval of being in the hands of the hospital personnel. They weren't able to do anything, he said. Krishna was in control. If Krishna wants to kill you, then no one can save you. But if Krishna wants to save you, then no one can kill you. Damodara, I was there when a doctor came in to check his reflexes. There was the usual tapping with a little rubber hammer on his knee, that kind of thing. Swamiji was visibly annoyed with this man's coming in and tapping him all over. He was capable of diagnosing and giving the prescription for the cure, and it annoyed him that these men, who obviously didn't know what they were doing, were coming in and interfering with the process of recuperation. Sayutananda, the nurse would always let the door slam, and every time it slammed Swamiji would wince. He said, "Tell her not to slam the door." She would say, "Okay," and then she would let it slam again. Srila Prabhupada began sitting up in bed and taking prasadam from the temple, supplemented by some of the vegetarian items on the hospital menu. He would say a prayer and offer the hospital food to the picture of his spiritual master. The devotees would sit at his feet, watching him as he then mixed with his right hand the carrots, peas, and mashed potatoes. And he would always distribute some of his food into the hands of his disciples. Jajurani, we brought him many different kinds of fruit. We told him we had brought apples, but he was so tired he only said, "Oh," and seemed disinterested. We told him we had brought oranges, but again, "Oh." He gave so many tired ohs he seemed disinterested. Finally I said, "We brought you watermelons," and immediately his face lit up, "Oh." Rotating in 4-hour shifts, 2 devotees at a time were always with Prabhupada. Although awake, he would remain silent for long intervals, but massaging always continued, except when he was asleep. Gradually, the paralysis on his left side went away. Once while Srila Prabhupada was sitting up in bed, one boy massaging his leg and another softly, almost consolingly, stroking the back of his neck, Prabhupada remarked that if he were not sick he would have considered the massaging and rubbing too familiar. Damodara, I was massaging Swamiji's temples with one hand, my thumb on one temple and other fingers on the other temple. As I was massaging, Swamiji kept saying, "Harder. Harder." And I would squeeze harder. I thought, gee, I don't know if I should squeeze so hard, because he's sick. But he kept insisting, "Harder. Harder." Purushotama, I was massaging Swamiji's head, and I started singing the chant Sri Krishna Chaitanya. When I started singing, a very beautiful smile came on his face. Although I did it only briefly, he took pleasure in hearing. He seemed to take it that I was ministering to him just by singing Sri Krishna Chaitanya. As Srila Prabhupada gained strength, his disciples were ready with questions. Purushotama asked, "Swamiji, in the scriptures when it describes the lotus feet of Krishna, what does that mean, lotus feet?" Prabhupada then sang a verse, Samasrita ye pada palavaplavam mahatpadam punya yasamure bhavambudar vatsapadam parampadam padam padam yadvapadam natesam. Then he asked the 3 devotees present to repeat each line after him again and again, until they had learned both the tune and the words. In this verse from Srimad Bhagavatam, Srila Prabhupada explained, sitting up in his bed, the time of death is compared to crossing a vast ocean. It is very fearful. One doesn't know where he will go in the next life. And at every step there is danger in the material world. But for one who has taken shelter at the lotus feet of Lord Krishna, that vast, dangerous ocean of birth and death becomes shrunk up to no more than the impression made in mud by a calf's hoofprint. There is danger, but the devotee doesn't care for it. Just like if a gentleman is riding by in a carriage and he passes a small puddle, he considers it insignificant. So do you understand now what lotus feet means? It was clear. Then Purushotama asked another question. Why do people say that God has no name? Srila Prabhupada replied by asking why, since God is everything, he should not have a name. In fact, he said, all names are describing Krishna. Prabhupada asked Purushotama what his name had been before initiation. Paul, he said. What does Paul mean? Prabhupada asked. It means little. Yes, Prabhupada said, that is Krishna. He is the smallest of the small. Satsvarūpa then volunteered his name, Stephen, which means crown. Yes, Prabhupada replied, Krishna is the king, but discussions were rare. Usually the hours were quiet. Prabhupada rested, and the devotees on watch sat in chairs on opposite sides of his bed, reading or chanting softly on their beads. Late one afternoon, as the Manhattan sky turned to twilight, Prabhupada sat up after having been silent for an hour and said, I don't know Krishna, but I know my Guru Maharaja. One day Brahmananda began giving Prabhupada a minute breakdown of the financial condition of the New York temple. In the midst of the detailed report, Brahmananda suddenly stopped, looked up at Prabhupada, and said, Do you want me to tell all the details? I thought you would want me to let you know. I mean, you should know. Prabhupada replied that if Brahmananda could take care of everything without his knowing the details, that would be all right. Suddenly one morning, Swami Satchidananda, the famous Hatha Yoga guru, entered Prabhupada's room, grinning through his big grey beard. He was dressed in a saffron silk kurta and yogi pants and accompanied by one of his young American male disciples. Śrīla Prabhupada sat up in bed, smiling at the pleasant surprise. They had not met before. Śrīla Prabhupada offered Swami Satchidananda a seat at his bedside and asked Jajarani to stand and give her seat to Swami Satchidananda's disciple. Prabhupada and Swami Satchidananda spoke in Hindi, and no one else in the room could follow their conversation. At one point, however, Śrīla Prabhupada held up his hand and looked at it with indifference and then with disgust. Although his words were Hindi, the gesture and sardonic expression conveyed his meaning. The body was material and therefore could not be expected to be well. Prabhupada asked Satsvarūpa to read aloud from a particular purport of the Srimad Bhagavatam. If there is enough milk, enough grains, enough fruit, enough cotton, enough silk and enough jewels, then why the people need for economic development in the shape of machine and tools? Can the machine and tools supply vigor and vitality to the man and animals? Can the machinery produce grains, fruits and milk or jewelry or silk? Is not jewelry and silk, varieties of foodstuff prepared with ghee and grains or milk and fruits, sufficient for man's pure luxurious and healthy life? Then why there is artificial luxurious life of cinema, cars, radio, flesh and hotels? Has this civilization produced any good result more than the dog's mentality of quarreling with one another individually and nationally? Has this civilization enhanced the cause of equality and fraternity by sending thousands of men in the hellish factory and the war fields at the whims of a particular man? When Prabhupada offered to play the record he and his disciples had made, Swami Satchidananda politely agreed. But when Prabhupada offered to play the other side of the record, Swami Satchidananda said he had to leave. He offered Prabhupada some fruits, and Prabhupada, after accepting them, told his disciples, distribute these, and give him some of our fruit in exchange. As Swami Satchidananda rose to leave, Śrīla Prabhupada suddenly got out of bed and stood shakily. No, no, no. Swami Satchidananda protested. Don't disturb yourself. And then he was gone, escorted by Satsvarūpa. Śrīla Prabhupada lay back in bed. Is he a Swami? Jajarani asked. Why not? Prabhupada replied. But after a few moments he added, Swami means one who knows Krishna. There was no more talk about it, but Prabhupada was pleased by the unexpected visit. The constant coming and going of Śrīla Prabhupada's young followers, wearing tilaka on their foreheads and carrying watermelons, special food, flowers, and paintings of Krishna, created a special interest among the hospital staff. Sometimes workers would ask questions, and sometimes the devotees would talk with them about the Hare Krishna movement. Once a nurse came by Prabhupada's room and asked, in the caste system in India, what is the name of the highest caste? What are they called? Krishna conscious, Prabhupada firmly replied. He asked a disciple to give the nurse prasadam. On June 5 Prabhupada received an affectionate letter signed by all his disciples in San Francisco. After reading how they had stayed up all night chanting and praying for his recovery, he dictated a short letter. My dear boys and girls, I am so much obliged to you for your prayers to Krishna to save my life. Due to your sincere and ardent prayer, Krishna has saved my life. I was to die on Tuesday certainly, but because you prayed sincerely I am saved. Now I am improving gradually and coming to original condition. Now I can hope to meet you again and chant with you Hare Krishna. I am so glad to receive the report of your progressive march and hope there will be no difficulty in your understanding Krishna consciousness. My blessings are always with you, and with confidence you go on with your chanting Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. The following day a tape arrived from Mukunda, a recording of the San Francisco devotees singing Sri Rama Jaya Rama and other bhajanas. Prabhupada dictated another letter, saying that as soon as he got strength for traveling he would come again to San Francisco. In the meantime, he wrote, "I shall be very glad to know what arrangements you are going to do for the Ratha Yatra festival. Make it a grand procession and unique introduction in the United States." Some of Swamiji's disciples gathered in the storefront at 26 2nd Avenue one night. Sitting around on the faded rug, they discussed the meaning of Swamiji's illness. He had said that when the heart attack had come, it had been meant for his death, therefore he had called out loudly, "Hare Krishna," thinking that the moment of death had come. Kirtanananda remembered that Swamiji had once told him that when he was on the boat coming to America the captain's wife had read his palm and said that if he survived his 71st year he would live to be 100. Madhusudan asked, "How could a pure devotee be subject to a death blow?" Kirtanananda replied that it was impersonal to think that because Swamiji was a pure devotee nothing could happen to him and that they should not even worry about him. Of course, the apparent suffering or even the passing away of a pure devotee wasn't the same as an ordinary man's. Swamiji had given the example of the cat. Sometimes she carries her kittens in her mouth, and sometimes she catches a mouse in the same jaws. The mouse feels the jaws of death, but the kitten feels safety and affection. So although Swamiji's death call might have appeared similar to an ordinary man's, for Swamiji there had been no fear or danger. As the disciples discussed their realizations, they began to clear away their doubts about why such an apparent setback had come upon their spiritual master. Satsvarūpa mentioned the letter he had typed for Swamiji at the hospital. In the letter Swamiji had said he was not afraid of Maya and could not be touched by Maya. But he had also referred to being stabbed by his heart. Brahmananda said that Swamiji had once told him that a spiritual master may suffer for the sins of his disciples, because he has to take their karma. Swamiji now had about 50 disciples, so maybe that had been the cause of his heart attack. They talked about the importance of being very strict and not committing any sins with which to burden their spiritual master. Another reason for Swamiji's illness, Kirtanananda said, was that Krishna had arranged it to engage them all in intimate service to Swamiji. By serving a pure devotee, one gains the favor of Krishna, and Krishna was letting them all become purified by massaging and serving Swamiji so intimately. Satsvarūpa recalled that Swamiji had said in a letter to the devotees in San Francisco that he was supposed to have died but their prayers had saved him. Swamiji had told Kirtanananda that Krishna had heard the devotees' prayers and had granted their wishes. Krishna was allowing Swamiji to go on with his mission of spreading Krishna consciousness in the West. It wasn't on his own behalf that Swamiji wanted to live, but to continue his mission. Everyone agreed with Kirtanananda that it was a form of impersonalism for them to think that because Swamiji was a pure devotee he didn't need their love and care. They should continue to care for Swamiji even after he got better. He had put himself in their care, and they had to reciprocate accordingly. Swamiji had said they were like fathers to him, so they should not allow him to play the drum long and vigorously, to sing in the park for hours, to stay up talking late at night, or to do anything that might endanger his health. Raya Rama said that Swamiji had asked him to reply to several letters from devotees on the West Coast and explain that he would probably never again be able to take on the strain of public lectures. The Sankirtana movement now rested on their shoulders. Raya Rama had explained in his letters that it was Krishna's grace that Swamiji was still with them and able to advise them when things got rough, but now they must increase their efforts to distribute Krishna consciousness to the world. The talk turned to the need for them to realize Swamiji's instructions and become strong devotees. Everyone agreed that they could do this by studying Swamiji's books more carefully and always acting according to his instructions. When they told Prabhupada about their philosophical discussions, he replied only briefly, "Krishna heard all your sincere prayers," and he thought, "All right, let him stay and do his nonsense." So many devotees are praying on his behalf. Before Prabhupada's illness, the devotees had planned a big event in Tompkins Square Park for Sunday, June 4th. The Parks Department had given them the use of a loudspeaker system and the stage and the band shell. Mr. Coleman, producer of the Hare Krishna record, had encouraged them to advertise and had gotten in touch with the TV stations. The devotees had begun making Hare Krishna mantra signs so that everyone, even the TV viewer, could chant. Although now unable to go, Śrīla Prabhupāda said they should still have their festival. He would compose a special address for Kirtanananda to read to the public. From his hospital bed he dictated the short speech, An Address to American Youth, by A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami. On June 4th, several hundred people gathered around the band shell in Tompkins Square Park, while the devotees played harmonium, karatalas, and mridangas and chanted Hare Krishna over the PA system. Many people in the crowd chanted along, playing their own instruments and even joining the devotees on stage. Kirtanananda stood before the microphone and announced that Bhaktivedanta Swami, although ill at Beth Israel Hospital, had prepared a message for everyone. Many among the Lower East Side crowd were acquainted with Bhaktivedanta Swami and his chanting of Hare Krishna. They listened as Kirtanananda read, "My dear young beautiful boys and girls of America, I have come to your country with great hope and a great mission. My spiritual master, Om Vishnupad Paramahansa Paribrajaka Sri Srimad Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaja, asked me to preach this cult of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in the Western world." That was the seed-giving incident. Gradually the seed fructified, and I was prepared to come to the Western world. Still, I do not know why I was so much attracted by the land of America. But from within Krishna dictated that instead of going to Europe I should better go to America. So you can see that I have come to your country under order of superior authority. And even after arriving here, when I perceive that some of the youngsters are being misled, confused and frustrated, this is not the condition of your country only, but in every country, the young people are neglected, although it is they who are the flower and future hope of everyone. So I thought to myself that if I go to the American youth with my message and they join with me in this movement, then it will spread all over the world, and then all the problems of the world will be solved. How I would like to be with you in person today, but Krishna has prevented that, so please pardon me and accept my blessings in this written form. This process of Sankirtan, this singing and dancing, is so nice because from the very beginning it places everyone on the spiritual platform. There are different platforms or levels to our existence, the bodily platform, the mental platform, the intellectual platform, and the spiritual platform. When you stand on the spiritual platform, then all the problems created by the necessities of the body, mind, intellect, and ego become solved. Therefore I appeal to you to join this movement most seriously. The process is very simple. We ask everyone to come join with us in chanting, hear something of the philosophy of life taught by Lord Krishna, take a little prasadam, foodstuff that is prepared and offered to the Lord, and peacefully, with refreshed mind, go home. That is our mission. We do have certain restrictions. Practically, they are not restrictions, but something better in place of something inferior. The other day, Mr. Alan Burke questioned me on his television program, "Swamiji, why do you insist on marriage?" And I answered him, unless one becomes peaceful in home life, how can he make any advance in any other area of life or knowledge? Therefore everyone should get married, just to be happy and peaceful. You are all beautiful, nice, educated boys and girls, why shouldn't you get married and live happily? If you live peacefully regulated lives, eating nothing but Krishna prasadam, then the tissues in your brain will develop for spiritual consciousness and understanding. However, if you are not agreeable to these simple restrictions, still I request you to join the chanting with us. Everybody can do that, and that will gradually clarify everything, and all problems will be solved, and you will find a new chapter of your life. Just this week I have received a letter from a girl in New Jersey who has had such an experience. She writes, "Dear Swamiji, you don't know me by name, but I am the girl who joined your parade in Washington Square this past Saturday. When I first saw your group I thought you were all crazy. Either that or on dope of some kind. After listening and talking with some of you I realized that it was neither of those. You people plainly believed in what you were doing and I admired you for that much, but my curiosity drove me further and I had to find out why. So I followed you, and as I did, the chant you sang began to take hold. The next thing I knew I felt free of myself and I was singing too. I didn't know where I was or where I was going but I was too elated to care. It wasn't until we stopped that I learned where I was. By that time I had picked up bits and pieces of what Krishna consciousness was about. One of your members asked me to visit your temple and I followed you still further, hoping to discover just what it was that made you feel so strong about something I'd never heard of. After having taken a meal with you and reading your literature I left, but not alone. I took with me a new awareness of life. It occurred to me how futile my desires for the material things in life were. That a new dress, or big house, or color television were not important. If only people would open their eyes to the endless number of pleasures God has already given us, there would be no need for looking any further. You people are truly lucky. You may have had to do without many things, but because of this you are able to enjoy the simple God-given treasures of the world. Because of your beliefs, you are the wealthy, and I thank you for sharing a bit of that wealth with me. So we invite you to please chant with us, it is such a nice thing. Come to our temple if you like. Take a little prasadam, and be happy. It is not very difficult if you just chant this Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. That will save you. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Śrīla Prabhupāda was eager to leave the hospital. For several days he had wanted to go. They are simply sticking needles, he complained. And each day was putting his society into further debt. The devotees had rented a small seaside house in Long Branch, New Jersey, where Prabhupada could go to recuperate. Kirtanananda, they decided, would be Prabhupada's cook, and Gaurasundara and his wife, Govinda Dasi, were arriving from San Francisco to do the housekeeping and help. But the doctor wanted Prabhupada to stay for another brainwave test and more observation. One day while Brahmananda and Gargamuni were visiting Prabhupada, the doctor entered and announced that the Swami would have to go downstairs for an X-ray. "No needle?" Prabhupada asked. "Yes," the doctor replied, "it's all right." When the nurse brought in a bed on wheels, Prabhupada said he wanted Gargamuni to push it. He then sat on it cross-legged and put his hand in his bag, and Gargamuni, following the nurse, wheeled him out the door, down the hall, and onto the elevator. They went down to the third floor and entered a room. The nurse left them alone. Gargamuni could sense Prabhupada's uneasiness. He was also nervous. It was such an unlikely place for him to be with his spiritual master. Then a different nurse entered, with a needle. "Time to give the Swami a little injection." "No." Prabhupada shook his head. "I'm sorry," Gargamuni said flatly. "We're not going to do it." The nurse was exasperated but smiled. "It won't hurt." "Take me back," Prabhupada ordered Gargamuni. When the nurse insisted, Gargamuni acted rashly, his usual tendency, and stepped between the nurse and Śrīla Prabhupada. "I'm ready to fight if I have to," Gargamuni thought. "I won't let you do it," he said, and wheeled the bed out of the room, leaving the nurse behind. Gargamuni was lost. He was somewhere on the third or fourth floor, faced with corridors and doors. And Prabhupada's room was on the sixth floor. Unsure where he was going, Gargamuni wheeled through the corridors with Prabhupada sitting cross-legged, chanting on his beads. Brahmananda arrived at the X-ray lab seconds after Gargamuni's escape. The nurse and an intern complained to him about what had happened. Brahmananda, they considered this a theft. Swamiji was their property. As long as he was in the hospital, he was theirs to do whatever they pleased with. Gargamuni had stolen Swamiji away from them. Gargamuni got to the elevator. He had difficulty maneuvering the bed and in his haste bumped into the wall. He forgot what floor Swamiji was on. He only knew that he was protecting Swamiji, who wanted to be taken away. When Gargamuni finally reached Prabhupada's room, 607, an intern was there and spoke angrily. "I don't care," Gargamuni said. "He doesn't want any more needles or tests. We want to leave." Brahmananda arrived, calmed his younger brother, and helped Prabhupada back into bed. Prabhupada said he wanted to leave. When the doctor came in, Prabhupada sat up and spoke decisively. "Doctor, I am all right. I can go." And he shook the doctor's hand to show him he was hale and hearty. The doctor chuckled. He said that although Swamiji was getting stronger, he would have to stay a few more days. He was by no means out of danger yet. He required careful medical surveillance. They needed to run another electroencephalogram. Śrīla Prabhupada still had pains around his heart, but he told the doctor his boys had a place for him to rest by the seaside. This was very good, the doctor said, but he couldn't let his patient go just yet. But Prabhupada had made up his mind. Brahmananda and Gargamuni arranged for a rented car. They gathered Prabhupada's things and helped him dress. As they escorted him out of his room and the hospital staff saw that the boys were actually taking the old man away, some of the doctors and nurses tried to stop them. Brahmananda told them not to worry, Swamiji was very dear to them, and they would take good care of him. He would get regular massages and plenty of rest, and they would get him whatever medicines the doctors prescribed. After a rest by the seaside he could come back for a checkup. Brahmananda, then the doctors became fed up. "They threatened us, this man is going to die. They really scared us. They said, this man is going to die, and it is going to be your fault. Even as we left they said, this man is condemned to death." It was horrible. At 10 a.m. on June 8 they left the hospital. Prabhupada wanted to stop briefly at the temple at 26 2nd Avenue before going to the house in Long Branch. Entering the storefront, walking shakily, he came before the portraits of his spiritual master, Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati, and his spiritual master's father, Bhaktivedanta Thakura. For the first time, Prabhupada's disciples saw him offer fully prostrated obeisances. As he prostrated himself before his Guru Maharaja, his disciples also paid obeisances and felt their devotion increase. When Prabhupada arrived at his cottage in Long Branch at 1 o'clock, he and Kirtanananda immediately began cooking lunch. It would be Prabhupada's first regular hot meal, rice, dal, chapatis, sabji, since his stroke 9 days ago. Prabhupada went to bed but soon got up and came into the kitchen, asking, "Is it ready?" Kirtanananda made a few excuses and said he would hurry. After a few minutes, Prabhupada returned. He seemed furious. "Why are you taking so long?" Kirtanananda moved as quickly as he could, but he couldn't make the dal boil any faster. "Whatever you have," Prabhupada said, "let me eat it. I don't care if it is raw." Kirtanananda served lunch, and Prabhupada ate with the relish of a person in good health. Kirtanananda telephoned his pal Hayagriva in San Francisco. He ate like anything. It was wonderful to see. The small one-story cottage was situated in a quiet suburb a short walk from the beach. The backyard was enclosed by trees and shrubs, and the neighborhood bloomed with fragrant roses, but the weather was often blustery and the sky gray. Prabhupada spoke of returning to India to recuperate. In Delhi, Sri Krishna Pandit had refused Prabhupada's urgent request for Ayurvedic medicine. "You are in such a long place, if the medicine gives some bad reaction, then how to arrange for the good?" Prabhupada had written back asking if an Ayurvedic physician could be sent to America, but the proposal seemed impractical. It would be better for Prabhupada to go to India. He received Swami Narayana Maharaj's reply that since no Ayurvedic doctor would go to America, Swamiji should come and be treated in Calcutta. Narayana Maharaja also enclosed a letter to Prabhupada's secretary, Ray Rama. "There is no need for anxiety. Always utter Harinama, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama 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 Hare," near his ears. God will do for the best. Śrīla Prabhupada talked of going to India not only for his health. He told Kirtanananda and Gaurasundara he wanted to start in Vrindavana an American house, a place where his American disciples could learn Vedic culture to help them preach all over the world. He also said he wanted to make some of his disciples, Kirtanananda, Brahmananda, Hayagriva, into sannyasis, and he would do that also in India. His real work, however, was in America, if he could just regain his health. But where was the sunshine? Govinda Dasi had cherished the desire to serve Swamiji personally ever since she had first met him in San Francisco. She saw that he was selfless, and his love for his disciples was unlike anything she had ever known before. She didn't mention her cherished desire to anyone, even to Gaurasundara. But now Krishna was fulfilling her desire by allowing her and Gaurasundara to come to New Jersey to serve Swamiji. To the devotees in New York, having a married couple take care of Swamiji seemed the best arrangement, and Govinda Dasi and Gaurasundara had been available. These were external reasons, but Govinda Dasi understood that Krishna was fulfilling her desire. Serving Swamiji, Govinda Dasi felt completely satisfied. Now that she was actually dedicating herself to Swamiji as she had always wanted, nothing else was on her mind. Despite the problems of working with Kirtanananda, who seemed to think she was less intelligent because she was a woman and who sometimes corrected her, she was happy. Govinda Dasi, Swamiji would sit on a little couch with a table before him, and Gaurasundara and Kirtanananda and I would sit on the floor, and we would all eat together, like a family. We would talk, and one time the subject was rice. Kirtanananda said, "White rice is for human beings, and brown rice is for animals." So I said, "I must be an animal, then, because I really like brown rice better." And Swamiji just laughed and laughed and laughed. He thought it was so funny. I guess it did sound pretty simple. But he laughed and laughed. Prabhupada was sitting in the backyard when Govinda Dasi saw a large slug climbing on a wall. She showed it to Prabhupada. "Chant to the poor thing," he said, and she began to chant Hare Krishna. Govinda Dasi would take walks daily and, with the neighbors' permission, pick dozens of roses. On returning she would arrange them in vases and place them all around in Prabhupada's room. One time when Prabhupada heard her loudly singing Hare Krishna as she returned from the neighborhood, he remarked to Gaurasundara, "She is very simple-hearted." Govinda Dasi, Swamiji talked about Krishna in such a way that Krishna was present in the room. This was so striking to me. He would talk about Krishna's activities, about how Krishna is doing this and that and how Krishna is so wonderful and Mother Yasoda is thinking like this. He would talk, and he would get into such a beautiful state that the whole room would glow golden. I would feel as if I were being transported to some other realm, and it was all very new to me. I didn't have any great understanding of what was going on, but it was all very new to me, and it was an actual transcendental experience of feeling Krishna's presence and almost glimpsing within the heart the memory of his pastimes. Swamiji playing karatalas, Swamiji walking on the beach, Swamiji sitting in his room or taking a nap, everything he did seemed wonderful to Govinda Dasi. And everything he did or said seemed to endear him more and more to her. Devotees would travel, no more than 2 at a time and only once a week, from Manhattan to Long Branch to visit Swamiji. Mostly they would see him sitting on his bed, but sometimes they would walk with him on the beach. The morning sunshine, he said, would help him. But the grey skies persisted. As Prabhupada sat one morning with Kirtanananda, Gaurasundara, Satsvarūpa, Govinda Dāsa, and Jajurani on a blanket spread on the sand, he noticed some boys with surfboards trying to ride the waves. "They think this is bliss, playing in the water," he said. "Actually there is some bliss there, but it is not Ananda, the bliss of the spiritual world. On Krishnalika everything is conscious. The water is conscious, the land is conscious. And everything is blissful. Here that is not so." Devotees looked with him at the surfers bobbing in the sea. "Yes," Kirtanananda said, "and also here it is dangerous. At any moment one of the surfboards could jump up and hit them on the head." "Yes," Śrīla Prabhupāda said, "this is not real Ananda. Prahlāda Maharaja has said that this material world is crushing him like a grinding wheel of repeated birth and death. He says that in material life he experiences either separation from what is beloved to him or meeting up with an obstacle he doesn't want. And in order to combat this condition, the remedy he takes is even worse than the disease. LSD is like that, a remedy worse than the disease." Except that Prabhupada's face looked thin, his appearance was the same as before his illness. He sat among them, wrapped in a grey wool kedar. They knew he must be very careful about how much he did. They would never forget, as they had forgotten before, that he was 72 years old. Perhaps never again would they be able to enjoy spending as much time with him as before. Certainly for now his intimate association had become a rare treasure. Sitting inches away from Prabhupada on the beach blanket, Satsvarūpa asked a question on behalf of the devotees in New York. "Swamiji, is wearing of leather shoes permissible?" "No. What if someone has given us some leather shoes?" "Leather means violence," Prabhupada said. He pointed to Satsvarūpa's shoes of inexpensive man-made material. "Your country is very nice. By your technology you can get these shoes easily without wearing leather." For Satsvarūpa and the others the question was answered for a lifetime, and the time and place became a reference, like a chapter and verse number in the scriptures. As Jajurani helped Govinda Dāsa gather flowers, the two girls talked together. Both had heard the men say that women were less intelligent, and they felt discouraged. Later Govinda Dāsa told Prabhupada about the problem. "Is it true," she asked, "that because we are women we won't make advancement as quickly as the Brahmacharis?" "Yes," Prabhupada answered. "If you think of yourselves as women, how will you make any advancement? You must see yourself as spirit soul, eternal servant of Krishna." Śrīla Prabhupada gave Jajurani a photograph of himself to paint from. Taken in India, before he had come to America, it showed him graven standing very straight against a blank white wall. "Oh, Swamiji," Jajurani remarked, "you look so unhappy here." "No," he said thoughtfully, stretching out the sound of the word. "No. That is not unhappy. That was a moment of ecstasy." Prabhupada drew Jajurani's attention to a picture on his wall. Mother Yasoda was rebuking her son, Krishna, for stealing butter, while in the distance two of Krishna's friends were hiding behind a tree, laughing. Prabhupada asked, "Do you think that Krishna would let himself get caught and his friends get away?" She looked at the picture again. By the light of Swamiji's words she could see that Krishna's friends would also soon be caught. She suddenly felt she was there in Vrindavana. They both laughed. After staying with Prabhupada for 2 days, Satsvarūpa and Jajurani, the devotees visiting from New York, had to return to their duties. Although Prabhupada had been resting, he awoke just as they were about to depart, so they came into his room. In a faint voice Prabhupada spoke a few words from his bed. Then he sat up and Gaurasundara began to massage him. "People who think God is dead are crazy," Prabhupada said. Although no one had introduced the subject, for Prabhupada, preaching about Krishna was always apropos. His voice picked up volume as he denounced the atheists, "Just like if I go to the doctor. If he checks my heart and it is beating well, and if he checks my blood pressure and it is going on and my breathing is there, and after observing all these symptoms of life if I ask him, 'So, doctor, what is the condition?' If the doctor says, 'My dear sir, you are dead', is this not a crazy diagnosis?" Gaurasundara, still massaging, glanced wide-eyed at the others. Prabhupada was now speaking in a loud, forceful voice, as if addressing a large audience instead of a few visitors in his sick room. "Similarly, just see the signs of life in this universe. The sun is rising just on time, the planets are all moving in their orbits, there are so many signs of life. And the universe is God's body. And yet they are seeing all these symptoms and declaring God is dead? Is it not foolishness? They are rascals. I challenge them. Simply rascals." A few soft words had become half an hour of strong, emphatic speech meant to move the audience against all kinds of atheistic theorists. Although Kirtanananda had at first cautioned Swamiji, reminding him about his health, Swamiji had dismissed the caution by saying, "That's all right." But now he was exhausted and had to lie back down. The devotees had just seen Swamiji immediately use up whatever energy he had gained from his afternoon's rest. Although they admired how he was using everything for Krishna, they were also fearful. But they were helpless to restrain him. They were even implicated, they wanted to hear him. When Satsvarūpa and Jajurani returned to New York, Brahmananda had them tell the others about Swamiji. Satsvarūpa told how he had slept in the room with Swamiji and had felt that this nearness to Swamiji was very auspicious. He had felt light and peaceful and close to Krishna all night. Satsvarūpa and Jajurani told about sitting on the beach with Swamiji and his talking about everything's being conscious in Krishnalika. And they told how Swamiji had sat up in bed and had used his energy preaching, showing them that they should also use everything in the service of Krishna. Brahmananda beamed at the other devotees. "Just look. By your talking about Swamiji, everyone is feeling blissful." Prabhupada stayed in Long Branch for 3 weeks. But when Sri Krishna Pandit wrote saying that he couldn't arrange for an Ayurvedic doctor to come to America, Prabhupada began to think more seriously about going back to India. In India he could get sunshine and Ayurvedic treatment. But his plans would vary from one day to another: San Francisco, Montreal, India, New York. He told Kirtanananda to inform the devotees in San Francisco that if they held a Ratha Yatra festival he would come. At the end of June, he returned to 26 2nd Avenue and to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor was surprised at Swamiji's recovery and had no objection to his flying to San Francisco. So in search of sunny skies, and eager to guide his followers in performing the first Ratha Yatra, Prabhupada had airline tickets booked for himself and Kirtanananda to San Francisco, New Jagannath Puri. Chapter 26 Swamiji's departure at the San Francisco airport. Prabhupada smiled but said little as the devotees greeted him with flowers and kirtana. It was different this time. He walked straight ahead, with the aid of a cane. Jayananda was waiting with his station wagon to drive Prabhupada to the private house they had rented north of the city, at Stinson Beach. But first, Prabhupada said, he wanted to visit the San Francisco Radha Krishna Temple. Jayananda drove to 518 Frederick Street. Prabhupada got out of the car and entered the small storefront, which was filled with waiting devotees and guests. He bowed before the smiling Jagannath deities and, without speaking a word, left the room, returned to the car, and departed for Stinson Beach. The ride up through the seaside cliffs was so winding and climbing that Prabhupada became nauseated. And even lying down in the back seat and having Jayananda drive slower didn't help much. Kirtanananda realized that it would be too difficult for Prabhupada to visit the San Francisco temple from Stinson Beach. But maybe that would be just as well, he could spend all of his time recuperating. It was a modern single-story 6-room house with a Japanese roof. A sign out front read Paradisio. Śrīla Prabhupada noticed in the front yard, amidst fashionable lawn furniture, a statue of Lord Buddha, a garden ornament. When Prabhupada entered the house, he found Mukunda and his wife, Janaki, waiting for him. They bowed down, and Janaki wept in happiness. Prabhupada smiled but kept walking, slowly and silently, through the house. The large living room overlooking the Pacific Ocean was decorated with some of Jajurani's paintings of Lord Vishnu, Radha, and Krishna, and Lord Chaitanya, as well as with Indian prints of Jagannath Puri. Prabhupada's bedroom, also facing the ocean, had sliding windows. On the wall was a portrait of Śrīla Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati and a painting of Radha and Krishna. Prabhupada smiled and said the paintings were very nice. The devotees agreed that only Kirtanananda and Upendra would stay and serve Swamiji. They wanted Swamiji's stay to be peaceful, so that his health could improve. That night Śrīla Prabhupada felt pain in his heart and couldn't sleep. And he didn't rise early for translating. At 5 a.m. Kirtanananda came in and opened the window slightly so that Prabhupada could receive the soft ocean breeze. Prabhupada sat up in his bed chanting his japa and gazing at the feet of Lord Krishna and Srimati Radharani. A mountain range to the east blocked the morning sun. Ever since Prabhupada's stroke, Kirtanananda had been regularly massaging Prabhupada morning and evening. Kirtanananda would rub Prabhupada's head vigorously and then sit behind him and massage his back. Next he would massage Prabhupada's chest, his arms, and his legs, the complete massage lasting sometimes more than an hour. Since leaving the hospital, Prabhupada had also been taking daily morning walks, even while on the Lower East Side. And this morning he went down for a walk on the beach, accompanied by Kirtanananda and Upendra. As Prabhupada walked on the beach, he pointed his cane towards some bubbles in the sand. "Just see," he said. "There are living entities everywhere. There is no place without living entities. And yet they say there is no life on the moon." The beach was rocky, and there were cliffs where the waves crashed powerfully like thunder. "You hear this sound?" Srila Prabhupada asked. "This is an echo of the Gopas' heartbeats when they are feeling separation from Krishna." He walked for an hour, until his 2 young servants were both tired. "Do I tire you walking?" He laughed. "This walking and massaging are saving my life from day to day." Then he continued walking. By 11 o'clock the sun finally appeared over the mountains and through the clouds. Srila Prabhupada, his head wrapped with a towel, sat in a folding chair on the beach, taking in the sunshine. He kept saying he needed more sun. After lunch the sky was again overcast. In the evening Prabhupada called Kirtanananda and Upendra into the large living room and led them in a subdued kirtana, singing Hare Krishna and Govinda Jaya Jaya. He stood and led them in a large circle around the room. He would stop before the picture of Krishna, bow slightly with folded palms, turn around, and then continue in the circle. On July 8, after Prabhupada had been at Pardesio for 2 days, Syamasundara and Mukunda drove up from San Francisco. The next day was to be Radha-yatra, and Syamasundara and Mukunda, the first devotees to visit Prabhupada since his arrival at Stinson Beach, told Prabhupada all about the festival preparations. Of course, the whole festival had been Prabhupada's idea, but the devotees in San Francisco were trying to do exactly as he had asked. Srila Prabhupada had first gotten the idea for the festival while looking out the window of his room above Frederick Street. Noticing flatbed trucks passing below, he thought of putting Jagannath deities on the back of such a truck and conducting an American-style Radha-yatra festival. He had even sketched the truck with a 4-pillared canopy on the back and decorated with flags, bells, and flower garlands. And he had called in Syamasundara, "Make me this cart for Radha-yatra." Now, ready and sitting outside the temple on Frederick Street, was the cart, a yellow Hertz rental truck, compliments of the diggers and complete with 5-foot columns and a pyramidal cloth canopy. Sitting with Prabhupada on the beach, Mukunda told how all the devotees were working with great enthusiasm and how the hippies in Haight-Ashbury were talking about the Jagannath parade that would take place the next day. The devotees had tried to route the parade through Golden Gate Park, but the police department would only give permission for them to go south down Frederick Street to the sea. Mukunda said the devotees planned to have Jagannath under the canopy, facing the right side of the truck, Subhadra facing the rear, and Balarama facing the left side. He wanted to know if that was all right. Actually, Prabhupada said, the deities should ride in separate carts, pulled with ropes by the crowd through the streets. Maybe that could happen in future years. Do it nicely, he cautioned them. And don't hurry it up. The devotees should drive the truck slowly through the streets down to the beach, and there should be constant kirtana. Mukunda and Syamasundara glorified Jayananda. He drove all around San Francisco getting donations of fruits and flowers, found people to help decorate the cart, installed the sound system on the truck, and distributed posters in the stores. He was tireless, and his enthusiasm was inspiring everyone else to take part. The women had been cooking chapatis all day, so there should be thousands to give away to the crowd. The devotees had prepared hundreds of Hare Krishna Radha-yatra festival balloons to release on the streets as the parade began. When the devotees asked what else they should do, Prabhupada said that this was all, a procession, prasadam distribution, kirtana. The people should get a chance to see Lord Jagannath and chant Hare Krishna. There should be chanting and dancing in front of the cart throughout the procession. But do everything nicely, Prabhupada said. Do it as well as you can, and Lord Jagannath will be satisfied. The next day, in the quiet afternoon, Prabhupada was sitting in the living room, chanting on his beads. Upendra was with him, and Kirtanananda was in the kitchen cooking a feast. Suddenly Prabhupada heard the familiar ringing of cymbals, and he became very happy, his eyes widening. Looking outside he saw the Radha-yatra truck, with Lord Jagannath, Subhadra, and Balarama and dozens of devotees and hippies eager to see him. He went out to greet them and had them bring the deities inside and set them on top of the upright piano. Devotees and guests followed, filling the large living room. Smiling, Prabhupada embraced some of the men while others made obeisances at his feet. Some devotees helped Kirtanananda in the kitchen get ready to distribute the large feast he had prepared. Others reported on the success of the Radha-yatra festival. It was great. It was wonderful. It was a beautiful day, they said. And Prabhupada listened, moved by his disciples' description of the celebration. Many hippies had joined the large procession. Mukunda, Haridasa, Hayagriva, and some of the women had been on the cart, and the instruments, including Yamuna's playing on the harmonium, had all been amplified. Everyone in the streets had liked it. The police motor escorts had tried to hurry the devotees, but so many people had crowded in front that the parade had been obliged to go slowly, just as Swamiji had asked. Subala had danced wildly the whole time, and Jayananda had been jumping up and down, playing karatalas. From the truck some of the women had handed out cut oranges, apples, and bananas, and others had thrown flowers. The crowds had loved it. Sundara told how they had been going up a steep hill. Sundara had been driving, with his dog Ralph beside him on the front seat, when the truck had stalled. He had tried to start the engine but couldn't. Then the brakes wouldn't hold. The truck began rolling backward downhill. Finally he had managed to stop. But when he had tried to go forward the engine had stalled and the truck had rolled backwards again. He would get it started, the truck would go forward, then stall, then roll backwards. Everyone had been in anxiety. At last the truck had started forward, and the procession had continued all the way to the beach. Srila Prabhupada smiled. It was a pastime of Lord Jagannath's, he said. The same thing had happened when Lord Chaitanya had attended Ratha Yatra in Jagannath Puri. Then also the cart had gotten stuck, and no one had been able to move it. The king of Orissa had brought forward the most powerful wrestlers to push the cart and pull on the ropes. But it wouldn't go. Even the elephants couldn't move it. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had then put his head against the cart and pushed, and only then did the cart begin to move. Now Ratha Yatra had come to the west, and with it this pastime of Lord Jagannath's. Prabhupada noticed some devotees were missing. "Where are Yamuna and Janaki?" he asked. The devotees told him that some hippies had handed out candy spiked with LSD and that a few of the devotees had unwittingly accepted it and were just now recovering. Sabala related how, after the festival, they had traveled out on the freeway in their flower-bedecked, canopy-covered truck carrying 30 devotees and the deities of Jagannath, Subhadra, and Balarama. They had driven up through the mountains in what must have been one of the most unusual vehicles ever seen. After all the visitors departed, the deities remained in the house with Prabhupada and his servants. Prabhupada felt satisfied that his disciples had successfully held a Ratha Yatra festival. Although untrained, they were sincere. Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati and Bhaktivedanta Thakura would have been pleased to see the first American Ratha Yatra. The whole world was in anxiety, Prabhupada explained to the devotees gathered in his room that evening. Only in the spiritual world was there freedom from anxiety. Becoming free from all anxiety and returning to the spiritual world was the purpose of Krishna consciousness. And festivals like Ratha Yatra made people Krishna conscious. Prabhupada had many ideas for festivals. If he had the money and the manpower, he said, he could have a festival every day. There was no limit to Krishna consciousness. This Ratha Yatra festival was another sign of the good reception for Krishna consciousness in the West. He wrote Brahmananda in New York, "The house is situated in an exceptionally nice spot and the house itself is aristocratic. So there is nothing to complain about the house and place. The only difficulty is that I cannot go to the temple on account of the zigzag course of the road and crossing the mountains. Anyway, the devotees are coming here, and the Ratha Yatra festival was just performed with great pomp. More than 500 people followed the procession to the beach, and there were about 24 cars. They distributed thousands of chapatis, and at last Sri Jagannath, Subhadra and Baladeva kindly came here in our house and will stay here for 1 week and then return." Srila Prabhupada still talked of going to India. He had virtually made up his mind to go, the question now was when, and whether by the western route, via Japan, or the eastern route, via New York. The gray skies and unseasonably cool temperatures of Stinson Beach were a disappointment. His health was still poor. He even spoke of dying. It didn't matter whether he died in America or in Vrindavana, he said. If a Vaisnava dies in Vrindavana, the land where Krishna appeared, he is assured of joining Krishna in the spiritual world. Yet when Lord Chaitanya had travelled outside Vrindavana, his devotee Advaita had assured him, "Wherever you are is Vrindavana." To be always absorbed in thinking of Krishna was also Vrindavana. So if he were to pass away while preaching Krishna consciousness, anywhere in the world, certainly he would still attain to the eternal Vrindavana in the spiritual sky. Nevertheless, Prabhupada wanted to go to Vrindavana. It was the best place, to die or to recuperate. Besides, he had a plan for bringing his disciples to Vrindavana for training. He expressed this plan in a letter to Sumati Maraji, the owner of the Shinde Steamship Company. "I am thinking of going back to India as soon as I get sufficient strength. I am now considerably old, I will be 72 years next September. But the work which I have begun in the Western world is not yet finished, and I require to train some of the American boys to preach this cult all over the Western world. So if I return to India I will have to take with me some of the boys for training. They are all nice boys to take up the training. So your cooperation in this connection is greatly needed. You have already allowed my men from India free passage. Similarly, if you allow free passage for some of my American disciples, they can come to India and taking training from me at Vrindavan. The idea is that in this old age I do not know when death will overcome me. And I wish to die in the last days of my life at Vrindavan. Prabhupada told Kirtanananda, Hayagriva, and others that he would take them with him and show them the sacred places of Krishna's pastimes. With the New York Temple's building fund, he would start his American house in Vrindavana. I may come to Montreal, perform the opening ceremony of installation of Radhakrishna Vigraha. Then I may go back to India for 6 months, as there is a program for construction of an American house for training preachers at Vrindavan. Vrindavan is the only solitary transcendental abode within this universe where Krishna consciousness automatically reveals. Therefore I have a great hope to train some of my disciples for preaching work, even in my absence. I am now old man, and attacked with serious disease. I may be overcome by death at any moment. Therefore I wish to leave some trained preachers so that they can do the work of Krishna consciousness in the Western world. That is my ambition. I hope you all pray to Krishna so that I may be able to execute my duty properly. When Govinda Dasi wrote Prabhupada that she was anxious to serve him again as she had in New Jersey, he replied that he would be going to India to try to construct an American house where you will be invited to come and live for all the days. Both your husband and yourself, you will find a very peaceful atmosphere in Vrindavan to worship Krishna. Waiting for sufficient strength to travel, Prabhupada continued his daily routine at Stinson Beach. 1 or 2 at a time, devotees would visit him from San Francisco. His morning walks on the beach, his sitting to take in the sunshine whenever it peeked through the clouds, and his evenings of kirtan or reading in the living room remained undisturbed and peaceful. Upendra, he would sit in his chair on the beach side of the house. He liked to see us go in the water and play. At first I felt a bit strange going in the water and knowing that Swamiji was watching me. But I went in and began washing my body. When I looked back at Swamiji, he was motioning from his chair, throwing his arms up like he was splashing in the water. He kept doing it until finally I understood that he wanted me to splash and play in the water. As I began to splash and jump around in the water, he nodded his head and smiled broadly. Mukunda, I went on a walk on the beach with Swamiji, and when he sat down, I sat down opposite him. Then he asked me, "What is your definition of Krishna?" I said, "Krishna is God. He is the Supreme Being. Our duty is to worship and serve Him." Swamiji seemed fairly satisfied, and then he said, "You must chant 64 rounds per day on your beads." I was shocked at this and could not answer. I did not know if there was any need to answer. I just kept looking at Swamiji, and he looked at me. After some time he said, "Or at least you can chant 32 rounds a day." Still silence. I considered it to be very difficult to chant even 16 rounds. I was wondering how I could possibly chant 32 rounds. After some time, Swamiji said, "At the very least you must chant 16 rounds every day." I said, "Yes, Swamiji." I knew that I could at least try to handle that much. Prabhupada told Kirtanananda that he wanted to play the piano. The Jagannath deities, who had sat atop the piano for a week, were now back in San Francisco at the temple, but when Kirtanananda and Upendra moved the piano away from the wall, they heard the thud of a falling object. "What is that?" Prabhupada asked. Kirtanananda reached behind the piano and produced a framed canvas wrapped in a madras. He uncovered it and revealed a painting of Lord Nrsimhadeva. "Why is this being hidden behind the piano?" Prabhupada asked. Janaki happened to be visiting at the time, and she confessed. While she had been arranging the house for Prabhupada's arrival, someone had sent the painting out to the house. She had found it and hidden it. It was ghastly, she explained. Lord Nrsimha was tearing open Hiranyakasipu's abdomen, and there was blood everywhere. Patiently Prabhupada explained that although materialistic people feel sorry for Hiranyakasipu, devotees become ecstatic when they see Nrsimhadeva tearing him apart. Hiranyakasipu, he said, had terrorized the whole universe and had usurped the throne of Indra, the king of heaven. Hiranyakasipu had even tortured his own 5-year-old son, Prahlada, a pure devotee of Lord Krishna. So there was nothing wrong in Lord Nrsimha's pastime. In fact, Hiranyakasipu, having been killed by the Lord, had been liberated. After directing the devotees to hang the picture on the wall, Śrīla Prabhupāda sat down and played the piano. The devotees had seen Prabhupada beautifully play the Indian harmonium, his left hand pumping the bellows, his right hand fingering the keyboard, but never a piano. They weren't aware he knew how. But he expertly played the melodies of Indian bhajanas. After about 5 minutes he stopped. Some evenings Prabhupada would speak or arrange debates, although Kirtanananda was constantly cautioning. When Prabhupada wanted to speak, it was impossible for any of his disciples to stop him. Sometimes he would ask Kirtanananda to debate with one of the visiting devotees. One devotee would argue for the impersonalists or atheists' position, and the other would argue for the Krishna-conscious position. Prabhupada would judge. But no sooner would the argument begin than Prabhupada would interrupt, take the position of the devotee, and defeat the atheistic or impersonalistic argument. The devotees loved it. Prabhupada was unable to confine himself either to the role of a silent judge or to that of a recuperating patient. Why do we concentrate on the impersonalists? Kirtanananda asked. Why do we attack them so much? Why don't we concentrate our attack on the atheists? You say that because you are an impersonalist, Prabhupada answered angrily. On another occasion, Prabhupada explained that non-devotees who mislead the innocent public are demons and should be exposed. Kirtanananda objected. If we call them demons, they'll never come around. But they are demons, Prabhupada replied, but we can't call them demons, Swamiji. Yes, they are demons. Unless you understand this point, you will not make any advancement in Krishna consciousness. Can demons become devotees? Kirtanananda asked. Oh, yes, Prabhupada answered. If they chant Hare Krishna and render service, even demons become devotees. Most of the devotees had to remain in San Francisco, hoping for a chance to visit Swamiji. From the few who knew firsthand, they heard about Swamiji's plans to leave for India, perhaps never to return. It was painful to hear. His going almost to death but then returning by Krishna's grace and rejoining them in San Francisco, yet being unable to stay with them as before, and now his plans of going to India, maybe forever. These activities intensified their concern and love for him. Devotees worried, speculating on whether they could carry on without Swamiji. One devotee suggested that perhaps one of Swamiji's godbrothers should come to America and fill in for Swamiji and, if the worst happened, take over the leadership of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. When the suggestion reached Prabhupada, he considered it without immediately replying. Mukunda, I was sitting alone with Swamiji in his room, and he was very grave and silent. His eyes were closed. Then, suddenly, tears began flowing from his eyes. And he said in a choked voice, my spiritual master was no ordinary spiritual master. Then he paused for some time, and wiping the tears from his cheeks, he said in an even more choked voice, he saved me. At that point I began to understand the meaning of spiritual master and dropped all consideration of ever replacing Swamiji. After 2 days Prabhupada said he would not call any of his godbrothers to come and take care of his disciples. He said, if this person speaks just one word different from what I am speaking, there will be great confusion among you. Actually, he said, the idea was an insult to the spiritual master. Prabhupada said that he would initiate the new followers in San Francisco and ask that they come one at a time and stay overnight. Without performing any fire ceremonies, he simply talked with each new person, asking him to follow the 4 rules and chant 16 rounds a day. When the follower promised, Prabhupada initiated him, sitting on the bed while the disciple sat before him on the floor. Prabhupada would chant quietly on the disciple's beads and then give him or her a spiritual name. One day one of the new candidates for initiation came in very nervously and bowed down before Prabhupada. The boy didn't get up. You can get up now, Prabhupada said. So you want to be initiated? The boy said yes and began chanting, not knowing what else to say. I'll chant on your beads, Prabhupada said. After chanting for 10 minutes he returned them, saying, your name is Aniruddha. What does that mean? The boy asked. He's the grandson of Krishna. Do you have any questions? Aniruddha couldn't think of anything, he had already forgotten his name, and Prabhupada said he could go. Later, Prabhupada called for Aniruddha, but Aniruddha didn't know that it was his name being called. Aniruddha, Kirtanananda said and looked at him. Swamiji is calling you. Another boy who came out received the name Uddhava. The next day, as Prabhupada was sitting in the yard, he called, Kirtanananda, Upendra, Uddhava. He wanted to read them a verse he had encountered while studying Srimad Bhagavatam. Kirtanananda and Upendra came and sat at Prabhupada's feet. Oh, where is Uddhava? Prabhupada asked. Upendra told him that Uddhava had gone up to the hills to look at the cows and chant to them. Upendra thought that Swamiji would be pleased to hear that his new disciple had climbed the hills just to chant to the cows. But Prabhupada shook his head unhappily, restlessness. He had wanted the new boy to hear the verse. Jayati Jayati Devo Devaki Nandano Sao Jayati Jayati Krishnavrsnivam Sapradapa Jayati Jayati Megasai Malakama Longa Jayati Jayati Prthvi Buranasam Mukunda. Prabhupada gave the translation, all glories to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is known as the son of Devaki. All glories to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the light of the Vrsni dynasty. All glories to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, whose bodily luster is like that of a new cloud and whose body is as soft as lotus flowers. All glories to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who walks on the planet Earth to deliver the world from the scorn of demons and who can offer liberation to everyone. After repeating the Sanskrit and the translation, he told them they could return to their duties. Prabhupada told Kirtanananda he had definitely decided to go to India, via New York, as soon as possible. Kirtanananda packed Swamiji's things and drove Swamiji down to San Francisco to spend the night at the temple. They would leave the next morning. The temple and even Prabhupada's apartment were very hectic that night, with many devotees and guests wanting to see Prabhupada and dozens of people wanting initiation. When Kirtanananda advised Prabhupada not to exert himself by going down for the evening program, Prabhupada insisted on at least going and sitting during the kirtana. When he entered the storefront, the devotees immediately stopped their kirtana, dropping down to offer obeisances. There was a hush. He commanded a new reverence. This might be the last time they would see him. They watched him during the kirtana as he played his karatalas, singing with them for the last time. The uninitiated wanted to accept him as their spiritual master, tonight, before it was too late. Śrīla Prabhupada asked for the microphone. No one had expected him to speak. Kirtanananda, the only person in a position to restrain him, said nothing and sat before him like the others, submissive and expectant. Prabhupada spoke quietly about his mission. Under the order of his spiritual master he was bringing Lord Chaitanya's movement to America, and Krishna had kindly sent him so many sincere souls. "I have a few children in India from my family days," he said, "but you are my real children. Now I am going to India for a little while." Everyone fixed his attention on Swamiji as he sat before them, leaning against the mattress-covered wall, speaking softly. Suddenly the door opened, and Ravindra-Svarupa unhappily entered. Everyone knew that Ravindra-Svarupa wanted to leave Krishna consciousness. He hadn't taken his initiation vows seriously. He wanted to move on. He didn't want a spiritual master anymore. The other devotees had discouraged him, but he had persisted. They were incredulous. How could he do such a thing on the night before Swamiji's departure? Ravindra-Svarupa fell to the floor to offer obeisances. But he didn't rise up. Instead, he began crawling on his hands and knees towards Prabhupada. Ravindra usually had a cavalier manner, enhanced by a handsome face, long tousled hair, and a beard. But now he was wretched and sobbing and crazy. He crawled towards Prabhupada, who sat but 2 steps off the floor on the simple redwood dais. Prabhupada looked at him with compassion. "Come here, my boy." Ravindra crawled up the steps and placed his bushy head on Prabhupada's lap. Moved, the devotees watched as Prabhupada stroked Ravindra's head and the boy cried and cried. "What's wrong, my son? You don't have to be so unhappy." Ravindra bawled out, "I want," he sobbed, to reach God directly. Without anyone in between, Prabhupada continued to pat and stroke the boy's head. "No, you continue to stay with us if possible. Don't be a crazy fellow." Ravindra's weeping subsided, and Prabhupada continued, speaking both to Ravindra and to the emotion-struck group in the room. "I am an old man," he said. "I may die at any moment. But please, you all carry on this Sankirtana movement. You have to become humble and tolerant. As Lord Chaitanya says, be as humble as a blade of grass and more tolerant than a tree. You must have enthusiasm and patience to push on this Krishna-conscious philosophy." Suddenly Ravindra's tears were gone. He jumped up, dejectedly stood, hesitating for a moment, and then hurried out the door, banging it behind him. Ravindra-Svarupa's dramatic exit from Krishna consciousness shocked the devotees. Prabhupada sat still and continued speaking to them gravely, asking them to stick together and push on the movement, for their own benefit and for others. Whatever they had learned, he said, they should repeat. They realized, perhaps for the first time, that they were part of a preaching mission, a movement. They were together not just for good times and good vibrations, they had a loving obligation to Swamiji and Krishna. Prabhupada returned to his apartment, which soon became chaotic. It was late. Many people wanted initiation. Mukunda, Jayananda, and other temple leaders tried to determine which candidates were sincere. They selected candidates, half a dozen at a time, and allowed them into Prabhupada's room. Prabhupada sat behind his little desk, chanted on each person's beads, and returned them, giving each person a spiritual name. Kirtanananda requested him to stop, further initiations could be done through the mail. But Prabhupada said he would continue initiating whoever was present. Mukunda and Jayananda set priorities. Some persons had been waiting months to be initiated and were obviously sincere. Others would have to be turned away. John Carter, at the end of the lecture I was sure that I wanted to be initiated. And even though there was some talk of being initiated by mail, I knew I wanted to have that personal connection with my spiritual master and be personally initiated by him, personally accepted. I ran up to Mukunda and said, "How many are on the list?" "I would like to get on the list," he said. "Well, Swamiji isn't really taking them in any particular order. We are just going to try to pick out the most sincere people." "Please put my name on the list," I said. "I am really sincere, I really want to get initiated." So he put me down and took the list up to Swamiji, and Swamiji began calling for people one by one. After the third person, when my name wasn't called, I became a little worried. Then after the fourth person, I was really sitting on edge. Then when they called the fifth person and it wasn't me, I was totally destroyed. I felt, oh, he's going to India, and then he's going back to Krishna. I just lost my chance. This is it. There's no use in me living anymore. I was trying to make it to the coat rack and get my coat and get out before anybody could see me crying. I hadn't started crying, but I could tell it was coming. A couple of people patted me on the back and said, "It's all right. He can write you a letter and tell you your name." All I could think was, yeah, the way he was talking tonight, it may never happen. I could barely stand up. I went outside and started walking across the parking lot towards Golden Gate Park. I was kind of heading towards the Golden Gate Bridge. I thought, I'll just jump off. I hadn't been there long enough to understand that if you commit suicide you have to become a ghost. I just figured my life was useless. I got about halfway across the parking lot when the idea struck me, what if he decided to take one more and I was out here somewhere? The thought filled me with so much hope that I turned around and ran back to the temple. And just as I walked in the front of the temple, Janaki ran down and said, "He will take one more." And she grabbed somebody else and ran up the stairs. I felt my knees start to collapse and tears came jutting out of my eyes. Harsarani was standing there, and she grabbed me by the arm and said, "Come with me." She raced up the stairs, pulling me to the top, and burst into Swamiji's room without even knocking. Swamiji looked up with amazement. She said, "Swamiji, you have to initiate this boy." I was just bawling, and Swamiji began to laugh. He said, "It's all right. Don't cry. Everything will be all right." He chanted on my beads and gave me the name Jivananda. The next morning, Prabhupada had to leave his affectionate followers. Several cars filled with devotees accompanied him to the San Francisco airport. Not any, some were sincere, and some were crying because it was appropriate to cry when the spiritual master leaves. Actually, none of us really knew much about what the spiritual master was. Janaki mischievously stole the ticket and passport from Prabhupada's hand. "Now you can't go," she said. "That's all right," he smiled. "I already have my boarding ticket. I am Indian. They will let me into my own country." Prabhupada turned to his adoring followers gathered close around him at the boarding gate. "Actually, I have only one desire, and whoever does this will please me very much. Now I have a temple in New York, in Montreal, and a temple in San Francisco. But I do not have any temple in Los Angeles." He told them to remain in Krishna consciousness and to please preach. They watched as he turned and walked through the gate, his cane in one hand, boarding pass in the other. In New York there was hardly time for sadness. Śrīla Prabhupāda telegraphed Sri Krishna Pandit that his arrival in Delhi would be on July 24 at 7:30 a.m. and that Sri Krishna Pandit should prepare Prabhupada's quarters at the Chippiwada temple. In the telegram, Prabhupada mentioned his intention to consult a physician in Delhi and then go to Vrindavana. He was anxious to return to Vrindavana. The day before his departure, Prabhupada wrote to Sumati Maraji. In reply to his last letter, she had agreed to provide free steamship passage to India for him, but not for his disciples. "As I had arranged for your passage to America," she had written, "I think it is my duty to see that you return back to India safely, more so due to your indifferent health." But she would not allow free passage for any disciples. On July 20, Prabhupada wrote, "I am feeling too much to return to Vrindavana, to the lotus feet of Vrindavana Bihari Lord Krishna, and therefore I have decided to return to India immediately. I would have liked to return via sea, as you have so kindly offered me passage in your letter, but in my precarious state of health that is not possible. So by the mercy of Krishna and through one friend here, somehow or other, I have received air passage, and I am expecting to leave here for New Delhi on Saturday next, reaching the Palam airport on the 24th instant at 7:30 a.m. From there I shall proceed to Vrindavana after a few days' rest in Delhi. I can understand that at present you cannot allow free passage to my disciples. But if you don't do so, at least in the near future, then my mission will be half finished or failure. I am just enclosing one letter of appreciation for one of my principal students, Bruce Scharf, from Professor Davis Heron, and another from Professor Roberts of New York University. I think these letters will convince you how much my movement of Krishna consciousness is taking ground in the Western world. The holy name of Hare Krishna is now being chanted not only in this country but also in England, Holland, and Mexico, that I know of. It may be even more widespread. I have sent you one gramophone record which I hope you may have received by this time. You will enjoy to learn how Krishna's holy name is being appreciated by the Western world. Achyutananda told Prabhupada he wanted to go to India to study intensively, gather experiences, and become attached to Krishna. He had heard Prabhupada say that one could become more Krishna conscious in 2 days in Vrindavana than in 10 years in America. Do you think I'll be able to go? Achyutananda asked. Rest assured, Prabhupada told him, we will meet again in Vraya. Devotees had been asking Satsvarūpa to transfer his civil service job to Boston and open a Krishna conscious center there. They had also asked Rupanuga to do the same in Buffalo. Satsvarūpa and Rupanuga approached Prabhupada to find out what he wanted. He became very pleased. Subala was going to open a center in Santa Fe, he said, and Dayananda was going to Los Angeles. Hare Krishna mantra is like a big cannon, he told them. Go and sound this cannon so everyone can hear it, and it will drive away Maya. The devotees wanted to ask, but what if you don't return? They were fearful. What if Krishna kept Swamiji in Vrindavana? What if Swamiji never returned? How could they survive against Maya? But Swamiji had already assured them that whatever Krishna consciousness he had given them would be enough, even if he never returned. Just 30 minutes before he had to leave for the airport, Prabhupada sat in his room chanting on the beads of a girl who had asked to be initiated. Then, as he had done many times before, he left his apartment, went downstairs, crossed the courtyard, and entered the storefront. Sitting on the old carpet, he spoke quietly and personally. I may be going, but Guru Maharaja and Bhaktivedanta are here. He looked toward the paintings of his spiritual master and Bhaktivedanta Thakura. I have asked them to kindly take care of all of you, my spiritual children. The grandfather always takes care of the children much better than the father. So do not fear. There is no question of separation. The sound vibration fixes us up together, even though the material body may not be there. What do we care for this material body? Just go on chanting Hare Krishna, and we will be packed up together. You'll be chanting here, and I will be chanting there, and this vibration will circulate around this planet. Several devotees rode with Prabhupada in the taxi, Brahmananda in the front with the driver, Raya Rama and Kirtanananda in the back beside their spiritual master. When Kirtanananda sees Vrindavana, Prabhupada said, he will not be able to understand how I could have left that place and come to this place. It is so nice. There are no motor cars there like here, rushing whoosh, whoosh, and smelling. Only there is Hare Krishna. Everybody always chanting. Thousands and thousands of temples. I will show you, Kirtanananda. We will walk all about there, and I will show you. Brahmananda began to cry, and Prabhupada patted him on the back. I can understand that you are feeling separation, he said. I am feeling for my Guru Maharaja. I think this is what Krishna desires. You may be coming there to me and be training up, and we will spread this movement all over the world. Raya Rama, you'll go to England. Brahmananda, you want to go to Japan or Russia? That's all right. The devotees converged on the Air India waiting room, near a crowded cocktail lounge. Wearing a sweater, his kadara folded neatly over one shoulder, Prabhupada sat in a chair. His disciples sat as closely as possible around his feet. He held an umbrella, just as when he had first come alone to New York, almost 2 years ago. Although exhausted, he was smiling. Prabhupada noted a mural of Indian women carrying large jars on their heads, and he called the name of a young girl who had recently gone with her husband, Hamsaduta, to join the ISKCON Center in Montreal. Himavanti, would you like to go to India and learn to carry this water pot like the Indian women? Yes, yes, she said. I'll go. Yes, Śrīla Prabhupada said, someday we will all go. Kirtanananda was carrying a portable battery-operated phonograph and 2 copies of the Hare Krishna mantra record. Kirtanananda, Prabhupada asked, why not play the record? They will enjoy. Kirtanananda played the record very softly, its sound catching the attention of people in the cocktail lounge. Make it a little louder, Prabhupada asked, and Kirtanananda increased the volume. Prabhupada began nodding his head, keeping time. Soon the devotees began humming along with the record, and then quietly singing, until gradually they were singing loudly. Kirtanananda, Brahmananda, and other devotees began to cry. Hamsaduta, I was sitting right next to Swamiji, and all the time I was thinking, oh, my spiritual master is going to India. And he said, I want to die in Vrindavana. We all knew Swamiji was going, but now it was the last moment. I was also seeing that I hadn't done anything for my spiritual master. He doesn't even know who I am, I thought. There's no relationship. I must do something. I must do something now. I must serve him in some way which will establish some place in his heart. Something. I was thinking, what can I do? I was crying, and he didn't even look at me. It was like I wasn't even there, just like a chair or something. He was just always looking around and everything, and I was trying to catch his eye, if all of a sudden he would say something. The kirtana was getting heavier and heavier, and so was the crying. And the people in the waiting room were just looking at Swamiji like he was someone very special. And in the middle of it all, Swamiji was completely relaxed, as if this were his place and this was just a normal thing to do. When the record ended, Hamsadutta asked, "Swamiji, can I take a collection?" Prabhupada nodded. Hamsadutta stood and made a little speech. Our mission is to spread Krishna consciousness. We have a temple in New York. We are always badly in need of money. Please help us. Borrowing a hat from a soldier, Hamsadutta went around taking a collection. Our traveling is very auspiciously beginning, Prabhupada said. We had a nice kirtana, and we had a nice collection. It is all Krishna's mercy. Then it was time to board the plane. Prabhupada embraced each of his men. They stood in a line, and one after another approached him and embraced him. He patted a few of the women on the head. Rupanuga, Swamiji was embracing the men. Kirtanananda, Brahmananda, Gargamuni. I never expected that he would ask me to step forward. I didn't consider myself in the same category with the other devotees, so I was very much surprised when Swamiji motioned to me and spoke my name, Rupanuga. I got up and walked to Swamiji. It might have been 10 feet, but it seemed like a long distance. I embraced him, and that embrace was the most memorable embrace of my life. Right away I noticed Śrīla Prabhupāda's strength. He was so strong it was like embracing a young man, a man my age. I was 27, and he seemed even stronger and younger than I, and he hugged me tightly, and I also embraced him very firmly. He was smaller than me in stature, so I instinctively buried my chin in the hollow of his left shoulder. While I was embracing him I felt very blissful, and I felt a light. I felt there was a light, something bright and pure, some kind of energy emanating from my face. I opened my eyes and I saw Kirtanananda watching. He was standing behind Swamiji, a few feet away, and I looked right into his eyes. And I was so happy and blissful that it reflected in him somehow. He broke into a big smile, smiled at me. And his eyes were very bright. It was as if some spiritual energy was actually emanating from me. That airport scene was a very important part of my life. Because for me, a person who always had difficulty in loving another person, Swamiji's leaving forced out a lot of love from my heart I didn't even know was there. It's like becoming a spiritual person when you feel love really developing for the spiritual master. I was becoming a spiritual person. It was a tremendous outpouring of feelings of separation and grief at his departure, because we all knew he was our life and soul. And to a person, none of us were sure we would ever see him again. Accompanied by Kirtanananda, whose head was shaven and who wore an incongruous black woolen suit, Prabhupada walked slowly toward the gate. As he disappeared from view, the devotees ran for the observation deck to get a last look at his departing plane. A gentle rain was washing the airfield as the devotees raced across the wet observation deck. There below were Prabhupada and Kirtanananda, walking towards their plane. Abandoning decorum, the devotees began to shout. Prabhupada turned and waved. He climbed the movable stairway, turning again at the top and raising his arms, and then entered the plane. The devotees chanted wildly while the boarding steps moved away, the door closed, and the plane began to turn. The devotees had pressed close to the rail, but they pulled back as the jet exhaust blasted them with heat. With a great roar the Air India jet, lights blinking, taxied out to the runway. The devotees continued to chant Hare Krishna until the plane left the ground, became a speck in the sky, and then disappeared. Chapter 27 India Revisited, Part 1 The plane flew during the night and arrived in London by morning. Śrīla Prabhupāda had planned a stopover. He checked into an airport hotel, took his massage, and rested. In the afternoon he rose and bathed, and then he and Kirtanananda boarded their plane, bound for New Delhi via Moscow. While the plane was still on the ground, however, a crew member announced a short delay due to health regulations. A passenger who had disembarked earlier that day was now sick, apparently with smallpox, so the plane would have to be thoroughly fumigated. Prabhupada and Kirtanananda stayed in a room at the Excelsior Hotel for the night. Early the next morning, July 24, seated in his hotel room, complete with air conditioning and television, neither of which he had used, Śrīla Prabhupada wrote a letter to Brahmananda in New York. Accept my blessings. I am always thinking of your separation feelings. Please do your duty nicely and Krishna will help you in all respects. We were delayed here for 16 hours. Starting this morning at 9 for Delhi. The attention of Mr. Bikaner, the ambassador of India, was drawn to me the other day. I have told him about my permanent visa and he has promised to help me when I come back. Please make an appointment with him informing that I wish to present him our set of Bhagavatam and our other literatures. Then go to him and personally present the books etc. at Washington, D.C. It may be that as soon as I feel some strength I shall be coming back. Up to now there was no disturbance about my health and I hope to reach Delhi this night. I shall write you again after reaching Vrindavan. Convey my ardent affection and blessings for all the boys and girls. I am very much hopeful of my movement. Please keep steady, follow all my instructions scrupulously, chant Hare Krishna and Krishna will give you all strength. Prabhupada and Kirtanananda flew to Moscow. There they walked around the terminal, observing what Prabhupada called propaganda pictures. After a 1-hour stopover they reboarded and flew another 8 hours, arriving in Delhi around midnight. The wall of heat that greeted them felt good to Prabhupada. He had come for this. Inside the airport terminal, overhead fans stirred the muggy air as Prabhupada and Kirtanananda stood in slow-moving lines while uniformed clerks checked passports and customs forms, without Western-style computers or efficiency. Just beyond the areas for immigration and customs, people waiting for arriving passengers were waving, calling, and coming together with friends and family members. After Prabhupada and Kirtanananda claimed their luggage and cleared customs, they stood on the sidewalk outside the terminal. Although Prabhupada had removed his sweater, Kirtanananda stood sweltering in his black wool suit. It was 2 a.m. all around, passengers were meeting loved ones, who embraced them, sometimes even garlanded them, and helped them into cars or taxis. But no one was there for Prabhupada. It was certainly different from the recent tearful airport scenes, where Prabhupada had been with his loved ones. Now, instead of being surrounded by loving disciples, Prabhupada was besieged by taxi drivers and porters wanting to carry his luggage for a fee. In Hindi, Prabhupada asked one of the drivers to take them to Chippiwada, in Old Delhi. The driver put their luggage in the trunk, and Prabhupada and his disciple climbed into the back seat. The small ambassador taxi drove through streets well known to Śrīla Prabhupada. Nighttime traffic was light, an occasional taxi or motor rickshaw. Mostly the streets were empty and quiet, the shops closed, an occasional person or cow sleeping outdoors. Just a few years before, Prabhupada had sold Back to Godhead magazines, solicited donations, and printed a Srimad Bhagavatams here. In those days he had been alone, practically without money or residence. Yet he had been happy, completely dependent on Krishna. But India's leaders were rejecting Vedic culture and imitating the West. Although some Indians still profess to follow Vedic culture, mostly they were victims of hodgepodge teachers who didn't accept Krishna as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So he had felt obliged to leave, to go and transplant the Vedic culture in the West. He had held strictly to the vision of his predecessor spiritual masters, and he had been proven right. The West was a very good field for Krishna consciousness. As the taxi drove through Old Delhi and approached Chari Bazaar, Prabhupada saw the printing and paper shops, now closed for the night. And the usual dense traffic of human-hauled carts was now absent, though some laborers were sleeping on their carts till the morning, when they would bathe in an outdoor well and begin another day's hauling. When Śrīla Prabhupada had been overseeing the publishing of his first volumes of Srimad Bhagavatam, he had daily walked these streets, buying paper, picking up proofs from the printer, returning with the corrected proofs. His first canto had been a triumph. Chori Bazaar led to side streets that led to the narrow lanes of Chippiwada, where upright metal posts blocked autos and rickshaws from entering. The driver stopped the taxi on an empty road and turned for his payment. Prabhupada took from his billfold 40 rupees, the same 40 rupees he had carried with him on the boat to America in 1965. But the driver took the entire 40 rupees and said he would keep it all as the just fare. Prabhupada protested, the fare should not be even half that. Loudly they argued back and forth in Hindi. The driver had pocketed the money and would give no change. Prabhupada knew that to get a policeman at this hour would be very difficult. Finally, although this had been nothing less than a robbery, Prabhupada let the man go. He cheated me, Prabhupada said. He and Kirtanananda took their luggage and walked the last block, up to the door of the Chippiwada Radha Krishna temple. It was locked. As they pounded loudly, Prabhupada called out for Sri Krishna Pandit until a man came to the door, recognized Prabhupada, and let them in. The man showed them upstairs and unlocked the door to Prabhupada's room. Prabhupada turned on the light. The room was bare and dusty, and the bulb hanging from the ceiling created stark light and shadows. On the floor was the 3-foot-high cement dome indicating that directly below were the altar and the deities of Radha and Krishna. The dome prevented anyone from accidentally committing the offense of walking directly above the deities, The closet was stacked with printed Srimad Bhagavatam pages, Srimad Bhagavatam dust jackets, and form letters to prospective members of the League of Devotees. Everything was just as Prabhupada had left it. "This is the room where I compiled Srimad Bhagavatam," Śrīla Prabhupada told Kirtanananda. "I slept here. And over here was my cooker and my typewriter. I would sleep and type and cook and type and sleep and type." Kirtanananda was shocked to think of Swamiji living here in such a poor, humble place. It wasn't even clean. Although Kirtanananda was uncomfortable in his suit and wondered when he would be able to get rid of it, he managed to get a thin mattress for Swamiji. 2 Ayurvedic doctors came. They both agreed that the trouble was Swamiji's heart but that the danger was now past. They gave him medicines and advised him to keep to a regulated schedule of eating, resting, and working. Sri Krishna Pandit came by to sit and converse, and Prabhupada told him of his success in America and of all the young devotees in New York and San Francisco. Prabhupada played his record for Sri Krishna Pandit, and this drew a crowd of curious persons from other rooms in the temple. In the afternoon Prabhupada developed a cough. It didn't seem serious, and he said he wanted to travel the next day to Vrindavana. But by evening the cough had become persistent, he couldn't rest. Kirtanananda tried massages and the pills the Ayurvedic doctors had prescribed, but nothing worked. Prabhupada remained awake all night, and when Kirtanananda touched him in the morning he was feverish. The doctors came again. Prabhupada's temperature was over 104. They gave teas and Ayurvedic powders while Kirtanananda looked on skeptically. Because Prabhupada was having a lot of difficulty breathing when he lay down, Kirtanananda thought it might be pneumonia. So Kirtanananda gave him penicillin, of which he had brought a supply. In the afternoon an elderly Sikh doctor who practiced Western medicine came by and gave Prabhupada a penicillin injection. Prabhupada then fell asleep and rested quietly for the first time in 24 hours. While Prabhupada slept, Kirtanananda wrote a letter to his godbrothers in New York. "I know you would like me to say straight out my opinion as to how he is, and that is not good. The outcome, as always, but now very apparently, is only in Krishna's hands. Please chant Hare Krishna for that is the only thing that can save him. That is what saved him before, and that can do it again. I know that his task is not yet complete, and by Krishna's mercy he can again be spared." Kirtanananda also asked the New York devotees to call the devotees in San Francisco, Santa Fe, and Boston and have them continue chanting for Swamiji's health. He reminded them to strictly follow all of Swamiji's instructions. The next day Śrīla Prabhupada's fever was down to 100.6. He was still sick, but he talked again of going to Vrindavana. He dictated a letter to his book-selling agents in Delhi, Atmarama and Sons, asking them for an up-to-date account of their sales of his Srimad Bhagavatam. Old acquaintances came by and were disappointed to find Swamiji unable to accept their invitations. Prabhupada asked that they invite Kirtanananda in his stead. For several days Kirtanananda visited the homes of these pious Hindus. He played the record on his portable phonograph, chanting along and dancing with his arms upraised. Then he would give a short speech. His hosts accepted him as a sadhu, fascinated that an American had taken so seriously to Krishna consciousness. On August 1, after 6 days in Delhi, Prabhupada went to Vrindavana. Kirtanananda wrote back to New York, "My dear brothers and sisters, greetings in the name of Krishna from Vrindavan. Obviously Swamiji is much better, especially after reaching Vrindavan, his eyes now have a special glow. We left Delhi yesterday, 31st, morning on the Taj Express, and in 2 hours were at Mathura. We rode special third class and it was quite satisfactory, not at all crowded like the usual third class. Anyway, we are now here and are in the process of settling down. Swamiji has 2 very nice rooms, quite cool, just off the porch where the Bhagavatam is read. How appropriate. The only difficulty on his behalf is that these Indians all want to see him, and they are very persistent, and I am not very successful in keeping them out. Vrindavan, seen materially, is a very beautiful place. The country is very flat, and there are many trees, monkeys, peacocks, and of course temples. It is also very poor. Both the people and the temples are in a bad state of disrepair. But spiritually considered there are many great devotees here, and it is wonderful to walk down the streets and see tilaks all over the place, and people chanting on their beads. If I can develop a fraction of their devotion for Krishna, my life will be successful. It is also thrilling to hear the temple bells ringing so many times throughout the day. Last night I played our record for Lord Damodar here in the temple and then performed kirtan with some of the local devotees. It was very nice. But you will be surprised, I think, when I say that I prefer your kirtan in NY. After Prabhupada had been in Vrindavana only 1 day and his health had only slightly improved, he began planning his return to America. I am always thinking of you, he wrote to the devotees, whom he addressed as his dear students. I cannot stop my Western world activities and I have taken leave from you only for 6 months, and it may be that on or before I will come to you again. Kirtanananda says from my bodily feature that I am improving. I am also feeling like that. In Delhi, Prabhupada had received a letter from Brahmananda saying that the Macmillan Company was definitely interested in publishing the Bhagavad Gita. In Vrindavana, Prabhupada wrote Brahmananda to sign a contract at once on his behalf. Prabhupada had been considering whether to print privately in Japan or India or to wait for Macmillan. He wasn't concerned with the prestige and financial advantages of publishing through Macmillan. His first concern was to print as quickly as possible. I shall be satisfied with the commission and shall only be glad to see that the books are being read by hundreds and thousands of men. Whatever profit may be derived from it will be utilized for the development of an American house here. Prabhupada stayed in his old rooms at the Radha Damodar temple. Still incapacitated, he was being massaged and cared for by Kirtanananda, who himself was listless and tired from the heat. But Prabhupada continued to range from one active and ambitious vision for his youthful Krishna consciousness movement to another. He would think aloud about the volumes of Srimad Bhagavatam ready to be published, if Macmillan would take them and the boys could act on his behalf. There was so much to do. He wanted to return by October and oversee things personally. Temperatures rose to more than 110 degrees, and Prabhupada and Kirtanananda had to stay inside with the doors shut and the overhead fan on. Although Kirtanananda could barely perform his duties, Prabhupada found the heat bracing and said that it was restoring his health. Then, after the first week, the monsoon rains began, and the heat broke. On August 10, Kirtanananda wrote home again, God is at a hot place. But at last the rains have started again and there is some relief from the heat. You can believe me when I say it was hot. But now it is raining a great deal of the time, and that has made the weather quite comfortable for me, but unfortunately not for Swamiji. Also I have developed the inevitable case of dysentery, which has been persisting for about a week now. Yesterday began the festival of Jhulan, in which Radha and Krishna come out and swing for about 5 days, so I made the rounds of about a half dozen temples here. Some of them are extremely beautiful inside, although most are small. Still I can say this with all truthfulness and sincerity that none are so transcendently beautiful and spiritual as 3720 Park Avenue, Montreal, and I think even Swamiji would agree with me there. Kirtanananda's letter gave heart to the devotees back home and confirmed their suspicion. It was not Hinduism, not India, it was Swamiji and chanting Hare Krishna that was sustaining their spiritual life. As Prabhupada's spiritual children wrote from the fledgling centers in half a dozen cities in North America, he would reply, Vrindavan is an inspiration only, but a real field work is all over the world. Even if I die, you are my future hopes and you will do it. I am feeling very much for you all. Please let the ball roll on just as it is said. Brahmananda wrote from New York asking for an explanation of why Swamiji, a pure devotee, was suffering serious illness. Swamiji had explained that conditioned souls and even beginning devotees are attacked by Maya. But was Swamiji also being attacked by Maya? On August 14, Śrīla Prabhupāda replied, Don't be afraid of my being attacked by Maya. When there is fight between two belligerent parties, it is always expected that there will sometimes be reverses. Your country and the Western world is mostly under the grip of Maya and the modes of nature and passion and ignorance, and my declaration of war against the Maya is certainly a great battle. Maya saw me very successful within 1 year, so that I got so many sincere young followers like yourself and others, so it was a great defeat to the activities of Maya. Western country youngsters giving up illicit sex, intoxication, meat-eating and gambling is certainly a great reverse in the activities of Maya. Therefore she took advantage of my old age weakness and gave me a death dash. But Krishna saved me, therefore we should thank more Krishna than eulogize Maya. So far as my present health is concerned, I think I am improving, at least I am taking lunch better than in NY, so as soon as I am a little fit to return to the field of battle I shall again be in your midst. Śrīla Prabhupada envisioned an American house, a place where resident disciples could study Sanskrit and Vaishnava literature in Vrindavana. When he had suffered his stroke he had said that Ray Rama should finish the translation of the Bhagavatams. He had also requested A. Sayutananda, Gaurasundara, and others to learn Sanskrit, Bengali, and Hindi so that if he did not recover they could carry on his work. And he hoped that some of his leading men, like Brahmananda, Hayagriva, and Ray Rama, would come to India, obtain property, and establish his American house. Even if I am well, he wrote on September 9, it is not possible for me to look after the affairs of the American house. Prabhupada decided to ask one of his godbrothers, Swami Bhban Maharaja, to accommodate some students from America at his Institute of Oriental Philosophy. Swami Ban Maharaja's institute was a provincial college of about 300 students, located in Vrindavana and affiliated with Agra University. It was what is known in India as a degree college, an institution geared toward improving the economic condition of its graduates by making them eligible for better jobs. When Śrīla Prabhupāda and Kirtanananda visited Swami Ban Maharaja at the Institute of Oriental Philosophy, Swami Ban received them in a clean parlor furnished with chairs, couches, and a radio. Swami Ban, wearing leather slippers, shorts visible through his thin dhoti, and an iron shirt with brass studs, appeared suave and sophisticated, an educated man with straight, neatly parted graying hair. Although a resident of Vrindavana, in the 1930s he had spent several years in England, where he had been received by members of the royal family and had lectured at a number of colleges. But he had aroused no lasting interest. When Prabhupada had been struggling alone in New York in 1965, he had written to Swami Ban asking for help. But Swami Ban had not responded. Even now, as Prabhupada told him of the work in America, Ban Maharaja didn't have much to say. But he was interested in the prospect of Americans coming to live and study at his institute. Foreign students would enhance the prestige of the institute in the eyes of the government. He said the students could possibly be accommodated free of charge. Encouraged by the meeting with Ban Maharaja, Prabhupada wrote several letters to his disciples, inviting them to come and study Sanskrit. If you want to learn Sanskrit, there is ample opportunity in this institute. We had some preliminary talks, and it is hopeful that Swami Ban can give us some land for our own building, but even so, arrangements can be made with the existing facilities so that there would be no difficulty for the students who come here to study Sanskrit and the Goswami literature. It is a good opportunity for our students, and I shall be very glad to learn how many of you desire to come. On Janmashtami Day, August 28, Śrīla Prabhupada awarded the order of sannyasa to Kirtanananda in a ceremony in the Radha Damodar temple. Kirtanananda thus became Śrīla Prabhupada's first disciple to become a sannyasi, Kirtanananda Swami. During the initiation hundreds of visitors were present observing the birthday of Lord Krishna, and many of them came by to congratulate the young sannyasi. Someone said he looked like Lord Chaitanya. Śrīla Prabhupada wrote, he will be going back to the States very soon to begin preaching work with greater vigor and success. In the meantime, I shall try to utilize this white sannyasi for recruiting some members in India. Early in September, Achyutananda arrived in Delhi. A Hindu lady gave him 5 rupees, and he took the train to Mathura, where he got directions to the Kesavaji Gaudiya Math. Narayana Maharaja, a friend of Prabhupada's, took Achyutananda under his care and, after showing him the hall where Prabhupada had taken sannyasa in 1959, put him on a bus to Vrindavana with an old gentleman for an escort. Accompanied by this escort, Achyutananda arrived by rickshaw before the Radha Damodar temple. Achyutananda walked into Prabhupada's room and fell prostrate at his feet. "Oh," Prabhupada said, "you are here." When Achyutananda looked up he saw that Swamiji had a 5-day beard and was wearing only one piece of cloth, wrapped around his waist from behind, crossed over his chest, and tied behind his neck. Prabhupada smiled, apparently in good health. Kirtanananda Swami also greeted Achyutananda and showed him his new danda. For Achyutananda, the most wonderful thing about Swamiji and Vrindavana was the simplicity of his life. Although in New York Swamiji had worn simple robes, he had always been regal, a guru. But here he lived very simply and humbly. Once when he sat down on the veranda outside his room to wash his hands, his body instantly became covered with flies. Kirtanananda and Achyutananda were always being bothered by the flies. This was the rainy season, but Prabhupada scarcely noticed them and sat quietly washing his hands. Kirtanananda and Achyutananda agreed that Swamiji wasn't just another Vrindavana Babaji. There was no one else like him. Certainly Gaurajan Goswami, proprietor of the Radha Damodar temple, wasn't like Swamiji. He wore thick glasses and could barely see, and when Kirtanananda and Achyutananda went before the deities in the temple, Gaurajan Goswami asked them loudly, "So how do you like them? Which one do you like the best?" "I like them all," said Achyutananda. "I like that big one on the end there," said the priest, pointing in an offhand manner at the deity of Krishna. "It looks a bit like General Chowdhury." The Swami's boys exchanged looks. "What kind of guys are these?" Dashan went back to Swamiji for an explanation. "They are caste Goswamis," Prabhupada explained. The original Goswamis, such as Yiva Goswami, who established the Radha Damodar temple, had engaged householders to worship the deities. And these caste Goswamis were descendants of those first householder Pujaris. Prabhupada explained that the caste Goswamis were the proprietors of the temples and that they maintained the temples and ran the deity worship as a business to support their families. Several years ago each of the deities now on the altar had his own temple, land, income, and priests. But for economy the Goswamis had sold the property, reduced the opulence of the worship, and amalgamated the deities. There were many other interesting characters: the old widow Sarayini, with bald head and Sika and calloused bare feet, who slept in a room by the gate of the temple and swept Swamiji's kitchen and washed his clothes; Pankudas Goswami, the temple proprietor's son, who always chewed pan and went around sleepy-eyed in a silk dhoti with a red embroidered border; the dark old Babaji who came at night, who was constantly laughing, and who made sandalwood paste for Swamiji; the local herbal doctor, Vanamali Kaviraja, who presided, brightly smiling, from behind a desk in a tiny chamber filled from ceiling to floor with little bottles, and a famous Pandita who visited Swamiji and wore a gold-linked Tulasi necklace and diamond rings. All of these persons were devotees, residents of holy Vrindavana. But no one was like Swamiji. Kirtanananda Swami even became disappointed that no one else in Vrindavana was like Swamiji. In the land where everyone was an Indian and everyone was a devotee, Swamiji was still unique. No one else was so simple, so grave, so able to penetrate through falsity, so attractive to the heart, or so absolutely attached to Krishna. No one else could lead them. If Kirtanananda Swami and Achyutananda were doubtful about some of the residents of Vrindavana, some of the residents of Vrindavana were also doubtful of them. When a European hippie couple wandered into Vrindavana one day, Achyutananda accompanied them to some of the temples. But at the Ranganatha temple they were refused entry. Achyutananda told Prabhupada, who replied, "That's because you went with those fools." When Prabhupada walked in the streets, people regularly nodded to him with respect, saying, "Dandavat, Maharaja." But they were cautious about accepting his American followers as Vaisnavas. Śrīla Prabhupada, accompanied by his two disciples, again visited Swami Ban. Riding to Swami Ban's institute by rickshaw, Prabhupada told Achyutananda that Swami Ban had started the institute as an academy of Vaisnava studies but had affiliated with Agra University because the institute had not been bringing in any money. Now Swami Ban had money, but the institute had become an ordinary school, devoid of spiritual value. As Śrīla Prabhupada and his disciples sat in Swami Ban's parlor, Ban Maharaja made it clear that although he would not donate land for Prabhupada's American house, Prabhupada's students could come and study at his institution. Achyutananda, he suggested, could be the first one. Swami Ban then took them to the main building to visit a class in session. Instead of seeing Panditas and Brahmacharis studying Sanskrit, as they had expected, Prabhupada's disciples saw boys with thin mustaches and giggling girls. Prabhupada lectured and then asked Kirtanananda to play the Hare Krishna record. After a few minutes, Ban Maharaja told Kirtanananda to stop the record, but Kirtanananda, seeing Swamiji enjoying the record, let it play. Achyutananda, we walked around the place, and I thought, this is just a mundane school. I don't want to go here. If I could learn Sanskrit and live at the Radha Damodar temple, then I could have a nice time in India. They continued their tour of the facilities, and after seeing the dormitory Prabhupada doubted whether his American disciples could endure the austerity and the academic studies. It seemed that one of the two boys was always sick. First Kirtanananda Swami had gotten dysentery, then something had been wrong with Achyutananda's stomach, then they had both been exhausted from the heat. On the whole, Śrīla Prabhupada wrote to Rupanuga in New York, "The American boys who come here become first depressed, so I do not know how far our American house in Vrindavan will be successful." His boys were not particularly studious or austere. Besides, both Kirtanananda Swami and Achyutananda had developed a definite dislike for the rector of the Institute of Oriental Philosophy. And Śrīla Prabhupada obviously had reservations about the place. "You can go and study there," Prabhupada told them, "but don't live there. Live at the Radha Damodar temple and go. You can get a bicycle and go there." Gradually, the idea of immediately acquiring an American house in Vrindavana began to dwindle. Prabhupada needed his own place for his disciples, and that would take time. With regular medication, massages, rest, and the heat of Vrindavana, Prabhupada felt himself recovering. By mid-September he declared himself 90% fit to return to the United States. He predicted that he would be back there by the end of October. R. Sridhara Maharaja, Prabhupada's godbrother, whose asrama was in Navadvipa, West Bengal, wrote to invite Prabhupada to spend the month of Kartika with him at the asrama and join him for his Vyasa Puja celebration. Śrīla Prabhupada liked the idea of going to the holy land of Navadvipa, where Lord Chaitanya had spent his early years, and seeing his godbrother. He also wanted to visit Delhi again and inquire about printing his books. Swamiji, Achyutananda asked, "When you go to Navadvipa, am I supposed to stay here in Vrindavana and study? Don't you want to see the birthplace of Lord Chaitanya?" Prabhupada asked. Achyutananda did, and Prabhupada, Kirtanananda Swami, and Achyutananda left Vrindavana together and returned to the Chippiwada temple in Delhi. For Prabhupada's two disciples, life at the Chippiwada temple was hard. Delhi was blazing hot and lacked the charm of Vrindavana. There was water for only 2 hours a day, early in the morning, and that only a slow trickle. They would fill 2 clay jugs for Prabhupada's room and several buckets for his bath in their own, and then there would be no more water for the rest of the day. A mongoose ran freely through the building. "Do they eat snakes?" Achyutananda asked. "They eat snakes," said Śrīla Prabhupada. "They eat garbage, they eat anything." Prabhupada, who regarded the heat, the lack of water, and even the mongoose as normal, was undisturbed. Several young Indian musicians in the adjacent room regularly played cinema music on their electric organ, bongo drums, and electric guitars, rehearsing for a dance. Prabhupada tolerated it. Sri Krishna Pandit praised Prabhupada's work in America and his English translation of Srimad Bhagavatam. As manager of the Chippiwada Radha Krishna Temple and secretary of an active Hinduism society, Sri Krishna Pandit was interested in spreading Hindu Dharma, and therefore he wanted Prabhupada to speak at the nearby Gauri-Sankara Temple, one of Delhi's most popular Hindu temples. Prabhupada agreed to go and take with him Achyutananda. Kirtanananda Swami had already left for the West on August 22. The Gauri-Sankara temple was on Chandi Chowk. After a short walk through some of the busiest, most congested streets of Old Delhi, Prabhupada and Achyutananda removed their shoes at the door and entered the temple. The main deity was Lord Shiva, but there were many others: Rama, Durga, Kali, Radha Krishna, Hanuman. The crowd stood before the elaborate altars, viewing and petitioning the various deities. Achyutananda had learned about demigod worship from Prabhupada at 26 2nd Avenue. According to Bhagavad Gita, demigods fulfill only material desires and are therefore worshipped by the less intelligent. A Vaisnava, Prabhupada had said, respects the demigods. In fact, he respects all living beings, even the ant, but he worships only the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, or Vishnu. Achyutananda had already seen firsthand that impersonalists were misleading Indians to disavow the personal form of God and accept all methods of worship as equal. Most Indians had no clear understanding of Bhagavad Gita or Krishna. Achyutananda kept this in mind as Prabhupada led him in bowing down before a few of the demigods' altars. Then Prabhupada brought him before the deity of Radha Krishna. "Just see," Prabhupada said, "Krishna is just playing his flute. As for the demigods, someone is holding bows and arrows, someone is holding clubs, someone is holding weapons, but Radha and Krishna are just dancing, and Krishna is holding a flute. So he is the Supreme Lord." In one large room a heavy-set man with a great white beard and wearing flower garlands sat on several pillows. Many people stood staring at him. He reminded Achyutananda of Santa Claus. "Swamiji, who is that?" Achyutananda asked. "Some yogi," Prabhupada replied indifferently. The main lecture hall had a large painting of Lord Shiva on the wall and was crowded with people, women in colored saris and many of the men in bright turbans. Amid such a welter of rituals and worshippers, Achyutananda felt protected by Swamiji. They sat on the dais, and Sri Krishna Pandit introduced his friend Bhaktivedanta Swami to the crowd. Śrīla Prabhupada spoke in Hindi for about an hour. Walking back to Chippiwada, Achyutananda wondered why Swamiji had gone to speak at a place with such hodgepodge worship. But without his asking, it occurred to him that Swamiji was willing to speak about Krishna anywhere to anyone. Hadn't he come to New York City? And what could be a more hodgepodge place than New York's Lower East Side? Sitting on the veranda outside his room, Prabhupada could see the huge domes of the Jama Mosque in the early evening sky. One evening, as Prabhupada sat softly chanting japa and as Achyutananda, who had not yet memorized the Gayatri mantra, sat nearby reading it to himself, a Hindu gentleman came and conversed with Prabhupada. Achyutananda soon finished the Gayatri mantra and sat listening to his spiritual master talk in Hindi to the unknown gentleman. Achyutananda could catch only a word here or there, some mention of Ayurvedic medicine, addresses, Indian names, cities. They talked for hours, and Achyutananda wondered who this man was who could speak so long with Swamiji. When the man left, Achyutananda asked, "Swamiji, was he your godbrother?" Prabhupada said, "No." "Is he a Swami?" Prabhupada said, "No." "Is he one of your relatives?" "No." "Well, who was he?" "He's my friend." Prabhupada answered emphatically. Sometimes Prabhupada's visitors would bring donations of cloth or fruits or even complete cooked meals in metal tiffins. One visitor, a middle-aged woman who had heard Prabhupada speak at the Gauri-Sankara temple, came to Prabhupada's office in Chippewa requesting initiation. Prabhupada spoke with her, agreed, and had Achyutananda prepare a small fire sacrifice. At her initiation he gave her the name Mukunda Dasi. She came daily to clean Prabhupada's room, and when she saw that his wooden peg sandals were broken, she bought him new ones. Chandrasekhar had known Prabhupada for several years and was supposed to have been his secretary. But he was a drunkard. Prabhupada suspected him of having stolen from his mailbox more than 2,000 rupees during the past 2 years. Prabhupada's Chippewa address was listed in his magazines and books, and people had been sending money for books and Back to Godhead subscriptions. Even in the past 2 months, Prabhupada's disciples had written that they were enclosing money in their letters, but Prabhupada never found any. One day he caught sight of Chandrasekhar in the building and asked him, "Where is my mailbox key?" "I believe you have it," Chandrasekhar replied. "Or maybe Sri Krishna Pandit has it." Chandrasekhar was drunk. "Swamiji," Achyutananda said angrily, "maybe we should make a police case." Prabhupada shook his head, "No." "Well," Achyutananda said, "if he's not punished by the law, then in his next birth Krishna will punish him." "That's true," Prabhupada agreed. Chandrasekhar looked fearfully from Prabhupada to his American disciple. "Then there's only one thing to do," Achyutananda said. "Shall I call the police?" "No," said Prabhupada, "I forgive him." Yet only a few days later Prabhupada's record player disappeared, and Prabhupada suspected the drunkard, Chandrasekhar. Prabhupada brought Achyutananda with him to his bank, the Bank of Baroda, to exchange some American currency. As they were about to enter the door, the guard refused them entry, thinking they were sadhus come to beg. Prabhupada was angry. He spoke loudly in Hindi to the guard, an old man with a shotgun, a big strap of bullets, and a shabby semi-official uniform. "I have an account here," Prabhupada protested. Finally the guard allowed them to enter. Prabhupada went straight to the manager and complained. "Do you think," Prabhupada said, "because I am a sadhu I am to be regarded as a beggar?" Prabhupada told the man of his organization in America and his account in the Bank of Baroda. The manager apologized and reprimanded the guard. One day Prabhupada sent Achyutananda to a certain restaurant. "If you want to see varieties of Indian food," Prabhupada said, "tell the man you want 10 rupees of sweets and 10 rupees of salty preparations, that is called misti and namaka. And just see the varieties." Achyutananda was sick and couldn't imagine eating a lot of sweets. But he stopped by the restaurant and looked. When he returned to the temple at Chippewa he told Prabhupada that he had seen the food, although he couldn't eat it. "Yes, but just see the varieties," Prabhupada concluded. And he explained how Krishna consciousness was personal and full of varieties, not dry. Another American disciple joined Prabhupada, Ramanuja, from Haight-Ashbury. He had been initiated just before Swamiji had left San Francisco, and he sported a full black beard. Prabhupada didn't like the beard. Cautiously and indirectly he mentioned it, but Ramanuja's beard stayed. Ramanuja carried a book about Tibetan Buddhism, and he didn't seem fixed in Krishna consciousness philosophy. But here he was, one of the looser, sentimental San Francisco devotees, ready for Indian adventures with Swamiji. Śrīla Prabhupada visited the wealthy Delhi industrialist Mr. Seth Dalmia to discuss plans for printing some of his books in India. Mr. Dalmia received him well but gave only vague promises of help. Prabhupada also met with Hitsaran Sharma, Mr. Dalmia's secretary, who worked closely with Hanuman Prasad Podar of the popular religious publishing company Gita Press. Śrīla Prabhupada was already acquainted with all three gentlemen, since they had all donated toward his first volume of Srimad Bhagavatam. Prabhupada wanted Gita Press to publish his Jitopanishad and Srimad Bhagavatam. Hitsaran Sharma showed him an illustrated Gita in Hindi poetry that he had recently published. "But my Gita, my Bhagavatam," said Śrīla Prabhupada, appearing disgusted, "is the description of God. It is the description of Krishna." Mr. Sharma said he couldn't see how Gita Press could print Prabhupada's voluminous writings. Nevertheless, Prabhupada still considered privately printing Jitopanishad, with Mr. Sharma as his agent. On October 11, Prabhupada wrote to Brahmananda, "We must have our books printed. We have wasted much time in the matter of editing and finding out a suitable publisher. When I was alone there was 3 volumes published, but during the last 2 years I could not publish a single volume more. It is a great defeat. If I have 1 or 2 sincere souls like you and if we can make more publications, then our mission will be a great success. I am prepared to sit down underneath a tree with one sincere soul, and in such activity I shall be freed of all diseases." Devotees from America were regularly writing Swamiji, anxious to see him again in good health. But he didn't want to leave India, he explained, until he personally saw that the printing of his Jatopanishad was underway. Printing Jatopanishad and obtaining approval for permanent residency in the U.S. were the two short-term goals he wished to achieve before returning. But he thought often of his return to America. "As you are all feeling my separation, similarly I am also anxious to return as soon as possible. I think I'm fit to go back to your country at present, and as scheduled previously I'm sure by the end of October. I must be fit to return, but before this there are many things to be done. I'm not yet assured of the permanent visa. The best thing will be that from each center an invitation should be sent that my presence is urgently required. Presently I'm very much anxious to begin printing here if Macmillan Company does not take up the work. Please, therefore, let me know yes or no from Macmillan. If he is not serious, then immediately send the manuscripts finished or not to the following address: Pandit Hitsaran Sharma, care of Dalmia Enterprises, Shinde House, New Delhi. After dispatching let me know and I shall do the needful." Indian friends who visited Prabhupada's room listened eagerly as he told them about America, the millions of cars on the superhighways and thousands of young people rejecting their father's wealth. But Prabhupada's visitors weren't fully able to understand his visit to America. Not that they were too simple to understand, and not just that they had never traveled in the West. Prabhupada's experience in America consisted of intimate spiritual relationships with his disciples. How could an outsider understand the dynamics of his temples and his disciples in the West? How could anyone except Prabhupada and his disciples understand these things? "My mind is always with you. Practically your country is my home now. India is a foreign country for me. The reason is that my spiritual family is there and my material relationships are in India. Therefore factually where my spiritual family exists, there is my home." Srila Prabhupada's vision of a worldwide society of devotees preaching in temples and publishing books, a vision he had even before he had gone to America, was now becoming manifest. But it was dependent on him. In his absence his disciples were sustained only by carrying out his orders and receiving his letters. When Dayananda and Nandarani had gone from the San Francisco temple to start a temple in Los Angeles, it had been Swamiji's instructions that had sustained and guided them. "Wherever there is a new branch of our society for Krishna consciousness I become very very happy. And my blessings in heart and soul are with you." On receipt of Swamiji's letter, they knew they had done the right thing. No matter that husband and wife sometimes quarreled and that there wasn't enough money, the main thing was that Swamiji was pleased. From Boston, Satsvarūpa wrote that he and the other devotees there were moving from an apartment to a rented storefront near Boston University. The first time Satsvarūpa entered the new storefront, he found on the floor an airgram from Swamiji, dated October 6 from Delhi. "I can understand that you have secured a very nice place in Boston and there is a very good possibility of pushing our movement amongst the student community there. Our movement is certainly very much appealing to the younger section of your country, and if we are successful in the matter of attracting the student community in your country, certainly this movement will scatter all over the world and fulfill the foretelling of Lord Chaitanya that in every village and every town of the world the Lord will be famous for his glorious Sankirtana movement. Please try for this with your heart and soul and your life will be a successful mission." The letter was as good as Swamiji coming personally to open the storefront and begin the preaching. It gave Satsvarūpa full direction and inspiration. And it was personal. In that same letter, Prabhupada had written, "I am always aspiring after returning to your care and overload you with typewriting tasks. I hope we shall very soon meet again and help each other in the matter of discharging Krishna conscious engagements. I am now 90% alright and I think I can return safely. This typewriting work is done by me. For 2 days I am alone and doing everything myself as experiment. This proves that I am now well. Please offer my blessings to all the boys and girls there." In New Mexico, Subala was trying to arrange public speaking engagements for Prabhupada's return, and Prabhupada was encouraging him, "If you think I can be on television by the first week in December, then you can arrange for it because I must be in your country by the middle of November." Srila Prabhupada wrote to Janardana in Montreal answering his philosophical doubts and encouraging him to be patient with his spiritually reluctant wife. And to Raya Rama, who was editing Back to Godhead magazine in New York, he gave another kind of thoughtful assurance. "I am very happy that since it, BTG, is entrusted to you the things are improving. This means that Krishna is giving you more and more facilities. Krishna is such a nice boss that he gives more facilities and improvement to the sincere servant." On October 9, the day Prabhupada started for Calcutta, he left behind a different kind of letter for Sri Krishna Pandit. Prabhupada had been negotiating with Sri Krishna Pandit to purchase the Chippiwada temple for ISKCON, or at least to rent the single room through a formal contract. Prabhupada wanted the room as a Delhi headquarters for printing his books. On the day of his departure, however, Sri Krishna Pandit was unavailable, and Prabhupada left him a short handwritten note. "If you are not settling anything with the room, then I may not come back to Delhi anymore. I will go to USA directly from Calcutta via the Pacific route, for which Sri Dalmia Seth has already promised for the ticket." Chapter 28 India Revisited, Part 2 Prabhupada's train, the Kalka Mail, pulled into Delhi station. Prabhupada and his two disciples had tickets with reserved seat numbers, but no car number. So while Prabhupada waited with the baggage, Achyutananda and Ramanuja ran from one end of the train to the other looking for their car. After they had found their seats and boarded, Achyutananda untied Prabhupada's bedding and spread it open on the upper tier. Prabhupada climbed the little ladder, sat comfortably on his cotton-stuffed quilt, and opened his Sanskrit Srimad Bhagavatam, while Achyutananda and Ramanuja took their seats. It would take around 24 hours to reach Calcutta. Near the end of the journey, a group of educated Bengali gentlemen struck up a philosophical conversation with the Swami. "We do not worship any form," said one, speaking fluent English in a loud, deep voice. "We have a marble Omkara that we worship, and we sit and pray to that." "That is also a form," said Prabhupada. He was reluctant to attack their philosophical position directly. "We practice karma yoga," the gentleman went on, not heeding Prabhupada's previous point. "Because in karma yoga you can stay within your position. But karma yoga is not full surrender of the soul," said Prabhupada. "One must come to the stage of bhakti." "Oh, no," the man protested, "emotionalism is very harmful. Karma yoga," Śrīla Prabhupada exploded, "karma yoga is for the fools." Silence. Another man, not with the Bengalis but seated beside them, spoke up. "Obviously Swamiji is a learned scholar," he said. "You shouldn't argue like that." The Bengali that Prabhupada had shouted at got up and moved to another seat. Later, he came back. "Are you insulted?" Prabhupada asked him. "No, no, no," he replied. "But I have never heard anyone say that about the teachings of the Gita." The Bengalis then talked with Achyutananda, lighting their cigarettes and smoking freely before him. Although they had not dared to do so before Prabhupada, it wasn't proper to smoke in front of a sadhu. "Bengalis," Achyutananda told them, citing one of Prabhupada's examples, "we're very sorry that East Pakistan had been cut off from the rest of Bengal. But Krishna consciousness could elevate people to international, universal consciousness. Then there wouldn't be any such division." The Bengalis appreciated Achyutananda's remark, though they continued to blow smoke in his face as the train rattled over the last miles to Calcutta. Prabhupada was greeted at Calcutta's Howrah station by relatives, mostly from his sister's family, and by devotees of the Goswami math. About 50 people were on hand. They offered Prabhupada flower garlands and sandalwood paste and then escorted him and his disciples into a car. Achyutananda and Ramanuja noticed that although Swamiji's sister was shorter and more rotund than Prabhupada, her facial features were strikingly similar. Her name was Bhavatarini, but Prabhupada told them to call her Pima, and as Prabhupada rode through the streets he saw many images of goddess Kali, 10-armed, riding a lion. Calcutta was observing the biggest religious celebration in Bengal, Kali Puja, a month of festivities in honor of the goddess Kali. Throughout the city, brass bands and radio music blared, and there were decorative lights, stages, and tents. When Prabhupada arrived at Pima's house in South Calcutta, his relatives seated him and performed an arati ceremony in his honor, reverently offering him the traditional items, incense, a flaming lamp, flowers. They also bathed his feet. He sat smiling within the crowded room of relatives, who were proud of his having journeyed to America on behalf of Lord Krishna. As Prabhupada's family members sang Hare Krishna Kirtana, from outside the room the ladies of the house began singing a high, shrill whooping sound. Achyutananda and Ramanuja were startled. Pima had prepared a large feast, much of it cooked in mustard seed oil, for the homecoming celebration. And Prabhupada satisfied her by honoring the prasadam, even though he wasn't feeling well and was tired from the train ride. Soon after the festivities Prabhupada and his disciples retired. Again his health wavered, this time because of his sister's heavy cooking, and he felt a strain on his heart. He sent for an Ayurvedic doctor, who taught Achyutananda how to do a very gentle massage to help circulation and restricted Prabhupada from sweets. As Prabhupada recovered he began regularly lecturing in his room during the evening. Although he spoke in English, for his disciples, the room would soon fill to capacity with relatives and friends. There were generally disturbances from outside due to the noises of Kali Puja. Nearby Pima's house was a large tent, a center for evening street parties, which included a sweets counter, fireworks, and an excessively loud public address system that incongruously blared Julie Andrews singing songs from The Sound of Music. One evening as Prabhupada spoke, "My only qualification is that I have unflinching faith in my spiritual master." A large firecracker exploded right outside the door. The audience smiled tolerantly. "Yes," Prabhupada said, taking the explosion as confirmation of his words, "it is glorious." One night Prabhupada explained that according to Bhagavad Gita, demigod worshippers are less intelligent. People worship Kali for material rewards, he said, but since all material things are temporary, such worship is inferior to the worship of Krishna. Kali is not able to grant the worshipper liberation from birth and death. Which is better? Achyutananda asked, the worship of the Christians and Jews, which is mostly impersonal, or the worship of the non-absolute by the worshippers of Kali? Worship of Kali is better, Prabhupada said, because the worshippers are in the Vedic system. They are more likely to bow down to Radha Krishna or chant Hare Krishna than a Christian or Jew. There is a chance that they will become Krishna devotees in the future, if they lose their material attachments. Prabhupada regularly invited his godbrothers and their disciples to join him in America. Sometimes he seemed to do it just to get them at least to think more of preaching. Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati had once chided that the Gaudiya Mathasrama was no more than a joint mess, the members going out each day and collecting enough alms so that they could eat together, but with no dynamic vision for preaching. So Prabhupada's frequent invitations, "You should go to America. Come back with me," would stir them, even if they couldn't actually come. On visiting the asrama of Bhakti-Saranga Goswami, Prabhupada saw that the audience consisted almost entirely of old widows. But he spoke as usual. One day, Prabhupada's godbrother Haridasa Swami came by. He was heavy-set and loud, and he spoke very rapidly. "Very happy to see you coming here from America. This is wonderful. Krishna is the summum bonum, the cause of all causes. I want you to come to my temple." When Haridasa Maharaja went into a separate room, Prabhupada turned to Achyutananda, "He wants us to go to his temple. But to go there I will have to go onto a rickshaw and then onto a tramcar and then onto a train and then another rickshaw." Aware of Prabhupada's weak condition, Achyutananda began shaking his head negatively. When Haridasa Maharaja returned, Achyutananda said that Swamiji couldn't come to his mata. "Who are you?" Haridasa Maharaja said angrily. "You are just a brahmachari. You should risk your life." Achyutananda replied, "I will risk my life, but I can't risk my spiritual master's life." Haridasa Maharaja left insulted. "Don't worry," Prabhupada said. "He is just very talkative." Prabhupada paid a visit to B.P. Kesava Maharaja, the godbrother who had awarded him the Sannyasa order in 1959. Prabhupada sat on the floor and spoke in Bengali to his godbrother, who was very old and apparently on his deathbed. Prabhupada had Achyutananda sing for Kesava Maharaja. Kesava Maharaja requested Prabhupada to visit his asrama, Devananda Math, in Navadvipa. Śrīla Prabhupada had wanted to return to the U.S. as a permanent resident, but his students in America hadn't been able to get the necessary clearance from the U.S. Immigration Department. The devotees in Boston had gotten in touch with a few Harvard Indology professors but had obtained no signed statements about Prabhupada's importance. All the ISKCON centers had written formal letters inviting A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami and had presented copies to the U.S. Immigration Office. But unless the devotees could produce something more impressive, like a government recommendation or a university's offer for him to join their faculty, Prabhupada could not become a U.S. resident. On October 13 Prabhupada wrote to his disciples in Montreal, "I am very anxious to go to Montreal. Therefore you must try your best to get my immigration visa on the basis of my being an authorized Vaishnava minister, based on Srimad Bhagavatam and Srimad Bhagavad Gita. Rather than wait indefinitely for permanent residency, Prabhupada decided to apply for a visitor's visa. He went with Achyutananda to the U.S. consulate on Harrington Road. There, in the middle of Calcutta, they entered a small piece of America, with everything shiny, new, and efficient: air conditioners, stainless steel water coolers, electric security doors, U.S. Marines, and American flags. Sitting before the secretary of the consulate, Prabhupada looked small and humble. "I want a visa to see my students in America," he said softly. "Do you have any letters?" the secretary asked. Achyutananda handed over the letters from the temples. The secretary reviewed them and quickly gave Prabhupada a 4-month visa. While leaving the building, Prabhupada remarked, "I will just get anything, and then it can be extended." On October 19, Prabhupada wrote Hayagriva regarding his imminent return. I am already preparing for returning to USA and I have obtained a visitor's visa the day before yesterday. Most probably I shall take the first chance to return to USA upon my return from Navadvipa." And on October 22 he wrote Himapati, "You will be glad to know that I have already secured a visitor's visa to your country and have asked my travel agent to book my seat on the earliest possible date. I think I shall be in your midst by the middle of November." On October 24 Prabhupada travelled with Achyutananda and Ramanuja to Navadvipa. Although the local train took 4 hours, the lush Bengal countryside gradually revealed its heavenly beauty, and Prabhupada's health seemed to improve just from the pleasant journey. By the time they arrived at Navadvipa, Achyutananda and Ramanuja were also feeling relief from the rigors of Calcutta. For the first time in weeks they could open their eyes without blinking through drops of perspiration. A large Kirtana party of Brahmacharis, mostly members of Kesava Maharaja's Devananda Gaudiya Math, met Śrīla Prabhupada at the Navadvipa train station. The Brahmacharis were meticulously neat, with their robes all dyed the same shade of saffron, their Vaisnava tilaka markings bold and distinct, their heads smoothly shaved, their sikas precise. They offered Prabhupada and his party aromatic garlands made from flowers resembling lotuses and gathered around Śrīla Prabhupada with worshipful enthusiasm. Also present were a few of Sridhara Maharaja's disciples, waiting with rickshaws to take Prabhupada and his disciples to their guru's asrama. Although between the two groups there was an unspoken competition for Prabhupada's presence, he had previously agreed to go to Sridhara Maharaja's place. He promised the members of Devananda Math that he would visit them next. Soon after leaving the station the rickshaws turned onto a road lined with lush tropical vegetation, banana trees, tall bamboos, exotic blossoming flowers. Prabhupada saw simple villagers working near their straw and mud huts and, in the distance, the spire of Sridhara Maharaja's temple. A Kirtana party greeted Prabhupada at the outer gates of Sridhara Maharaja's asrama, chanting Hare Krishna and playing karatalas and clay mridangas. Prabhupada entered the temple, offered obeisances before the deities of Radha and Krishna, and then went to see his godbrother. Sridhara Maharaja was very old, his sight failing, his joints stiff with arthritis. He stayed mostly in his room or sometimes on his veranda and moved only with slow, rickety motions. He was an austere and kindly Vaisnava and smiled heartily on seeing Prabhupada and his disciples. In fluent English he began praising Prabhupada's preaching in America, repeatedly using Prabhupada's phrase Krishna consciousness. Swamiji's work, he said, was the fulfillment of Lord Chaitanya's prophecy that Krishna consciousness would one day spread all over the world. He laughed and smiled and praised the Krishna consciousness movement with no trace of jealousy. "So you appreciate this phrase, Krishna consciousness?" Prabhupada smiled. "Yes," Sridhara Maharaja replied, "and the disciples of Swami Maharaja also." And he turned towards Achyutananda and Ramanuja. "With very little effort your preaching will go far." The boys were astonished. This was really something to write home about, sitting on the roof of a temple in this jungle paradise with old Sridhara Maharaja appreciating Swamiji's work as the greatest work on behalf of Lord Chaitanya, and Swamiji sitting relaxed, grinning, and making humble replies. It was the high point of the trip. "My dear Satsvarūpa, please accept my blessings. I have already duly received the invitation from Harvard University. It is understood that they are scheduling me for 20th of November between 6 and 10 p.m. I can start immediately on the strength of my visitor's visa, but I am awaiting from Mukunda's reply for his trying for my permanent visa. Yesterday we have all come to Navadvipa. This place is another establishment of one of my godbrothers. It is very nice and extensive place and my godbrother, B.R. Sridhar Maharaj, has spared one entire nice house for our stay. He has also agreed to cooperate with our society. We shall observe his birthday ceremony tomorrow and the Brahmacharis shall learn how to celebrate the spiritual master's birthday. Vyasa Puja Day, the observance of B.R. Sridhara Maharaja's birthday, was October 27. His disciples had erected a pandal on the temple road, and about 100 people attended. Sridhara Maharaja sat on his Vyasasana, and Prabhupada and other sannyasis, all wearing flower garlands, sat in chairs next to Sridhara Maharaja. Prabhupada spoke in Bengali. Some of Sridhara Maharaja's disciples, inspired by Prabhupada's preaching about the glories of spreading Krishna consciousness in the West, delivered speeches in English as Vyasa Puja homages to their spiritual master. Sridhara Maharaja, also speaking in English, gave a very scientific lecture on Krishna consciousness and the senses. Afterwards Prabhupada told his disciples, he has very high realizations, but he is keeping them to himself. Every morning before dawn Sridhara Maharaja sent out a party of Brahmacharis to perform kirtana in the villages. On Prabhupada's request, Achyutananda and Ramanuja joined them, leaving before sunrise and returning at dusk. Although Prabhupada and Śrīla Maharaja usually remained at the temple, one day they got into a rickshaw and accompanied the chanting party through the streets of Navadvipa. The festival at the Devananda Math was a big affair. In contrast to Bhaktivedanta Goswami's asrama in Calcutta, where only widows had attended, B. P. Kesava Maharaja's Devananda Math had about 200 brahmacharis and 20 sannyasis. Some of the brahmacharis, however, were not full-time but were attending school outside, so the asrama's atmosphere was a little like that of a social club. But when the kirtana and the circumambulation of the temple began, 700 people took part. The impeccably dressed sannyasis, whose every piece of saffron cloth, including their cloth-wrapped dandas, was dyed exactly the same shade, danced back and forth before the deities. A dozen sannyasis danced in a group, their dandas moving together, dipping and rising, forward and back, to the delight of the brahmacharis. Prabhupada sat on a dais with other dignitaries and spoke to the festival audience. Achyutananda, on Prabhupada's request, spoke a few words in Bengali, bringing laughs and applause. Śrīla Maharaja spoke gravely in Bengali. A sannyasi from the Devananda Math, speaking for their absent leader, B. P. Kesava Maharaja, proclaimed in impassioned tones that although Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's movement had been predicted to spread throughout the world, no one had known how it could be possible. Now, thanks to the work of Bhaktivedanta Swami, it was happening. After a large feast in the evening, Prabhupada's party returned to Śrīla Maharaja's asrama. Śrīla Maharaja intimated to Prabhupada that the Devananda Math emphasized quantity whereas his own asrama emphasized quality. Curious as to what this meant, Achyutananda wanted to ask Prabhupada. But the time didn't seem appropriate. After 9 days in Navadvipa, Prabhupada was ready to return to Calcutta and prepare for his trip back to the United States. He and his 2 disciples took rickshaws to Navadvipa and caught a morning train to Calcutta. On the train, Achyutananda timidly put forward the question that had been on his mind, "Swamiji, what did you and Śrīla Maharaja discuss?" "Oh, many things," Prabhupada replied. "But if I were to tell you now, you would faint." After a silence, Prabhupada added, "Still, I offered him to be president of our society. I knew he would not accept. He is keeping things within him. Anyway, this is all beyond you. Do not have any ill feelings towards any of my god brothers. They are all great souls. There are just some differences on preaching and spreading. Even in your mind do not feel any ill will towards them. At the same time, do not mix very thickly with them." Achyutananda suggested, maybe if these 2 sannyasis had each other's qualities combined. "Ah, yes," Prabhupada said, "now you have understood me." Srila Prabhupada's intention in coming to Calcutta was simply to prepare to leave for America. He had his visitor's visa already, but he thought that if he stayed in India a little longer, in San Francisco, Mukunda might be able to secure permanent American residency for him. He went to his sister's house to spend his last days in Calcutta there, but after only a few days he felt that the Radha Govinda deity, the deity he had worshipped in his childhood, was calling him. When Prabhupada had been no more than an infant, his servant used to take him and his cousin Subhuti Malik on a perambulator, wheel them into the temple courtyard, and take them before the altar of Radha Govinda. And as soon as Prabhupada could walk, his father would hold his hand and take him before the deity every day. Sometimes Prabhupada would go alone and stand for hours gazing upon Radha and Krishna, who appeared very beautiful to him with their slanted eyes and fine dress and ornaments. It had been for the pleasure of Radha Govinda that as a child, beginning at the age of 5, he had performed his miniature Ratha Yatra festival. Just 2 weeks ago, when Prabhupada had been staying at his sister's house, his health had prevented him from going to North Calcutta to see the deity, so he had gone to Navadvipa without taking their blessings. But now, although still weak and although preoccupied with traveling to the U.S., he felt that the deity was calling him. For the past 150 years, the Radha Govinda temple had been maintained by the aristocratic Mullaks, a branch of Prabhupada's own family. The Mullaks had owned the entire block on Harrison Road, now Mahatma Gandhi Road, and rents from the block-long building opposite the temple had financed the opulent worship of Radha Govinda. In those days the deities had been worshipped on a gorgeous altar in the large Kirtana hall, and they had been dressed in silks and ornamented with gilded and bejeweled crowns and necklaces. All the pious Vaisnava families of the neighborhood would visit, and on Janmashtami, Krishna's birthday, even British gentlemen and ladies would come. But today the Mullik family possessed only remnants of the European art and furnishings that had once filled their homes and temple, relics from an age of former grandeur. And the worship of Radha Govinda had pitifully deteriorated. Srila Prabhupada was pained to see the neglect. No longer were Radha and Govinda the center of the Mulliks' lives. The deity worship still continued, conducted by paid brahmanas, but few people came to see. The main attraction now was the golden deity of the goddess Kali on the large altar in the Kirtana hall. Radha and Govinda, in the family for many generations, had been relegated to a small upstairs room in the Mullik compound. Their dress was no longer elegant, their valuable crowns and ornaments had disappeared, and there were no large kirtanas as before. Only a paid brahmana came in the morning to rub sandalwood pulp on their shining bodies, dress them carefully in whatever simple clothes remained, and place jasmine garlands around their necks while a widow or two watched the silent proceedings. Krishna consciousness was dying in India, dying from neglect. At least it was dying here in Calcutta. And in many other places in India, even in Vrindavana, the impersonal philosophy prevailed, and grand old temples had become residences for pigeons, monkeys, and dogs. Sad as it was, it only reinforced Prabhupada's conviction of the need to return to the fertile ground in the West. Although here in India the spirit of devotion was dying, in the West it was just beginning to grow, in New York, San Francisco, Montreal, Boston. If pure Krishna consciousness were dying in India, then why shouldn't it be transplanted in the fertile West? There it would flourish. It would spread worldwide and even back to India again. When India, bent on following the West, saw the materially advanced Americans taking to Krishna consciousness, she would re-evaluate her own culture. Prabhupada saw a Krishna-conscious revolution beginning in the United States. He didn't consider himself its creator, he was the servant of Krishna consciousness. Lord Chaitanya's desire was that every Indian help to spread Krishna consciousness worldwide. Unfortunately, the very verses in the scriptures that prophesied a worldwide Krishna consciousness movement were a puzzle even to most of Śrīla Prabhupada's godbrothers. They admitted it. But soon they would see. There was great potential in the West. Prabhupada had shown many of his godbrothers the newspaper articles, Swami's flock chanting in Tompkins Square Park, ancient trance dance at Stanford University, and he had brought some disciples with him. These were only beginnings. Much more had to be done. And who would help? P.K. Sava Maharaja was dying. Sridhara Maharaja couldn't come out. Who else? Most Indians were impersonalists, non-devotional yogis, or demigod worshippers. As Śrīla Prabhupada stood before the Radha Govinda deity, explaining to Achyutananda and Ramanuja how he had worshipped them in his childhood and how they had been his first inspiration in Krishna consciousness, he understood deeply that he must take Krishna consciousness all over the world, even if single-handedly. Of course, he was not alone, he had disciples. And they were opening new centers even in his absence. He would have to return to them very soon and supervise his growing movement. The Mulliks regarded Prabhupada more as a relative than as a spiritual leader. To them he was a hometown cousin who had done something successful in America. Narendranath Mullik, a childhood friend of Prabhupada's, called Prabhupada Dada, brother, and regularly joked with him. The Mulliks were glad to give Prabhupada and his two followers a large room in the temple compound for as long as they wanted to stay in Calcutta. Prabhupada set up his usual arrangement, a mat on the floor, a low table for a desk, and beside the desk his few possessions. Here he could study and write, receive guests, or rest. Daily some local women brought Prabhupada and his disciples simple prasadam in a tiffin. The Kali Puja celebrations drew large crowds into the main hall before the Kali deity, and Prabhupada gave regular lectures there from Srimad Bhagavatam. He also spoke in the homes of various Mullik families. The hosts, members of the dwindling Bengali aristocracy, would offer Prabhupada and his disciples Radha Govinda prasadam, cut fruits, water chestnuts, minced ginger, and soaked, salted mung beans. Most of those who came to visit Prabhupada in his room were not really interested in spiritual life, but they wanted his blessings. There was a local brahmana whose occupation was to go from shop to shop carrying a few flowers, a cup of water, and a brass container with sandalwood paste and kunkuma powder. Using this paraphernalia, he would offer a blessing to the shopkeepers every day and receive a few paisa in payment. Knowing Prabhupada to be a Vaisnava, the brahmana came to see him to receive a spiritual benediction. The man's forehead was decorated with both Vaisnava tilaka, 2 vertical lines, and Saivite tilaka, 3 horizontal lines. After the man left, Achyutananda asked, Swamiji, who was that? He is a hired brahmana, Prabhupada said. When he goes to the Vaisnavas he gives them blessings, and when he goes to the Saivites he gets money. He has to make a living. Another man came, asserting that he wanted to teach Prabhupada's disciples Hindi. He asked Prabhupada to help him get to America, but Prabhupada told him, you must take sannyasa. Then I will bring you to America. After 2 visits, the man stopped coming. A Mullik relation, a small, bald, bright-eyed man, came by one day carrying a book entitled Interesting Studies. He posed philosophical questions, simple queries about karma, jnana, and bhakti, but then would interrupt Prabhupada and answer them himself. Finally, when the man asked one of his questions, Prabhupada replied, "So what is your answer?" The man gave a general answer. But later, when Prabhupada began explaining that Lord Krishna, the speaker of Bhagavad Gita, is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the man interrupted, "You may call God Krishna, call him Shiva, call him..." "No," Prabhupada said. "Krishna is the Supreme Lord, and all others are demigods." The man became a little nervous and quoted a popular Bengali impersonalist who taught that all gods and all methods of worship are the same. "He's an upstart," Prabhupada said. "That is not the teaching of the Gita. What is this other teaching? It is all utter confusion. If you go on speaking like this," the man said angrily, "I'll have to leave this place. Please don't criticize this Paramhamsa." "Why not?" Prabhupada said. "He is a concoctor." The man got up and left, calling out, "You don't know Krishna." As he left the room, Prabhupada turned to Achyutananda and Ramanuja and smiled. "Every time you introduce Krishna they say, 'Why only Krishna?' But that is what Krishna says. Mataparataram nanyat, there is no truth superior to me." These rascal impersonalists have ruined Bengal. One day a man gave Prabhupada a 200 rupee donation, and Prabhupada immediately asked the pujari for an old set of Radha Govinda's clothes, gave the clothes to some of the temple ladies along with the 200 rupees, and asked that the ladies make gold embroidered dresses for Radha Govinda. "Radha Govinda are taking care of us," he said, "so we can take care of them also." Ramanuja's beard was huge. Looking like an ordinary hippie, he misrepresented Śrīla Prabhupada wherever they went. Prabhupada told Achyutananda, "Tell your friend to shave." Achyutananda and Ramanuja talked, but Ramanuja wouldn't shave. Wanting Ramanuja to agree on his own, Prabhupada didn't ask him again. But when a copy of the latest Back to Godhead magazine arrived from the States, Prabhupada got an idea. 2 illustrations in the magazine showed Dāsa Thakura converting a prostitute. After her conversion the prostitute had shaved her head. Showing the pictures to Ramanuja, Prabhupada asked, "What is the difference between this picture and that picture?" "I don't know, Swamiji," Ramanuja replied. "No," Prabhupada said, pointing to the pictures. "What is the difference in this picture?" "Oh, she's a devotee." "Yes," Prabhupada said, "but what else?" "Oh, she has a shaved head." "Yes." Prabhupada smiled. "A devotee has a shaved head. Do you want me to shave my head?" "Yes." Ramanuja shaved. But within a few days he began growing his beard and hair back. From now on, Prabhupada told Achyutananda, "No more cheap initiations. They have to know something." Ramanuja hung on. Prabhupada wanted Ramanuja and Achyutananda to remain in India after his departure and continue to try for the American house in Vrindavana. Ramanuja wrote his own impressions to his friend Mukunda in San Francisco. "Please be advised that we're doing all we can to get him off as soon as possible, but this primitive Indian government is putting obstacles in our way. The man who could have given Swamiji clearance for his P-form has just drowned, so the clearance has to be made in Bombay. This is the delay. Here in Calcutta we are having lots of fun addressing different people. Swamiji makes Achyutananda and myself give a short speech. I am becoming more and more expert at this. I think that he makes us speak in order to show the audience that we American Vaisnavas are for real. And also he wants everyone to preach Krishna consciousness. It is very difficult to take care properly of Swamiji's health here. For one thing, it is a big thing to serve sweets in India and it is impolite to decline. Also we get all kinds of visitors. We have not been able to go to bed before 11 o'clock and Swamiji automatically wakes at 3. In this respect the people here are very inconsiderate, but if Achyutananda and I ask them to leave they will ask Swamiji if they should and Swamiji of course says no. Anyway, his heartbeat is a little fast and sometimes it is alarmingly fast, so I suggest that you get a good heart specialist to see him. Please arrange for this doctor and above all make sure that Swamiji gets plenty of rest. You need not restrict visitors too strictly because if the company is good Swamiji seems to enjoy visitors. Please do all you can to get Swamiji's beat to normal again. His chariot needs to be fixed up so that he can remain on this earth for at least another 10 years. Knowing that Swamiji would soon be returning, the devotees in America began to increase their entreaties, each group asking him to come to their particular city. On November 4 Prabhupada wrote Mukunda, "As you say that my absence is being felt now surely more deeply than ever, so I also feel to start immediately without waiting." And to Mukunda's wife, Janaki, he wrote, Every minute I think of you, and as you asked me to go to San Francisco while returning from India, I am trying to fulfill my promise. I am thinking of going directly to San Francisco. At the bottom of the same letter to Mukunda and Janaki, Achyutananda added a health report. Swamiji is looking healthy and living and working regularly, but his pulse rate is generally too fast. Last night it was 95, unusually fast even for him, as it generally hovers between 83 and 86. Prabhupada decided not to wait any longer on the chance that Mukunda might secure him permanent residency. I want to return to your country, where there is good air and good water, he told Achyutananda one day. Every day we are receiving letters that the devotees want me there. I thought that in my absence they might deteriorate, and I was reluctant to even come to India. But now I see that it is growing. There is need for me to go and supervise the expansion. So I want to go back. The only impediment now seemed to be a delayed P-form, a clearance from the Bank of India required for an Indian citizen traveling abroad. I am just ready for starting for America, but as you know, our competent government is very slow in action. The P-form was submitted almost a month ago, but still it is undergoing red tapeism. The visa was granted to me within half an hour. The passage money was deposited within 2 days, but unfortunately the Reserve Bank of India is delaying the matter unnecessarily. I expect the P-form at any moment, and as soon as I get it I shall start for your country. Just to make certain that Swamiji would come first to San Francisco, Mukunda sent a telegram to Calcutta. Swamiji. Brahmananda and I agree you start immediately. Advise exact arrival date. Mukunda. Prabhupada had planned his route through Tokyo, intending to stop for a day to probe if there is any possibility of starting a center. In Tokyo he would let Mukunda know by telephone his arrival time in San Francisco. But 3 weeks passed while Prabhupada continued to wait for his P-form. Meanwhile, he received good news from New York. The Macmillan Company's interest in Bhagavad Gita was real, the contract was being drawn. Pleased with Brahmananda, he wrote to him on November 11 explaining his visions for distributing Krishna-conscious literature. If publications are there, we can work from one center only, like New York or San Francisco, for propagating our cult all over the world. Let us stick to the publication of BTG more and more nicely and publish some Vedic literatures like Srimad Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita, etc. As Prabhupada's mind turned more to the preaching that awaited him in America, he assessed what he had done so far, what he would do, and the process by which he would do it. I am not in agreement with Mr. Altman that we are expanding very thinly. In my opinion, a single sincere soul can maintain a center. You know, I started the center at 26 2nd Avenue alone. I took the risk of $200.00 per month for rent. At that time there were no assistants. Mukunda was at that time a friend, but there was no responsibility for him for maintaining the center. Gradually Kirtanananda and Hayagriva joined, but they did not take any responsibility. Still I was maintaining the establishment simply depending on Krishna, and then Krishna sent me everything, men and money. Similarly, if a sincere soul goes out and opens a center in any part of the world, Krishna will help him in all respects. Without being empowered by Krishna, nobody can preach Krishna consciousness. It is not academic qualification or financial strength which helps in these matters, but it is sincerity of purpose which helps us always. Therefore I wish that you, Brahmananda, will remain in charge of New York, let Satsvarūpa be in charge of Boston, let Mukunda be in charge of San Francisco, let Janardhan be in charge of Montreal. Let Nandarani and Dayananda be in charge of Los Angeles. And let Subal Das be in charge of Santa Fe. In this way you will follow my example as I did in the beginning at 26 2nd Avenue, that is preaching, cooking, writing, talking, chanting, everything one man's work. I never thought about the audience. I was prepared to chant if there were no man to hear me. The principle of chanting is to glorify the Lord and not to attract a crowd. If Krishna hears nicely, then he will ask some sincere devotee to gather in such place. Therefore be advised that thousands of centers may be started if we find out a sincere soul for each and every center. We do not require more men to start. If there is one sincere soul, that is sufficient to start a new center. On November 12, Śrīla Prabhupāda wrote to Krishna Devi, I am coming soon to San Francisco. I shall let you know the exact date sometime next week. I am coming over very soon to see you when everything will be adjusted. Hope you are well. And the health notes from Achyutananda continued to arrive. Please tell the devotees out there to take good care of him. It is a very hard task trying to restrain him from overworking himself, but they must be strict. He still has to take his medicines and get his massage every day. On November 20, Prabhupada dispatched by boat to New York more than 800 copies of the first 3 volumes of his Srimad Bhagavatam. And on the next day his P-form finally cleared. Immediately he booked passage on Pan American Airlines and sent a cable informing Mukunda that he would arrive in San Francisco on November 24 at 12:45 p.m. But again his departure was delayed, this time by a strike by the Communist Party in Calcutta. Businesses closed. Cars, buses, rickshaws, and trains stopped running. Riots broke out. There were murders and assassinations. Meanwhile, Prabhupada remained at the Radha Govinda temple. My return to your country is already settled. But due to a petty revolution in Calcutta I am not able to leave. Our San Francisco friends may be very anxious because I sent them 2 telegrams, one informing them of my arrival and the other cancelling it. Future arrangements are pending. 2 weeks passed. While waiting in his room for the political strike to end, Prabhupada received a letter from Umapati, one of the devotees he had initiated at the first initiation in New York, in September of 1966. Umapati had given up practicing Krishna consciousness for half a year, but now he wrote to say he was back. Prabhupada replied, "It is my duty to deliver you the right thing in right earnestness, and it is the duty of the receiver to act in the standard spiritual regulation. When you left us I simply prayed to Krishna for your return to Krishna consciousness because that was my duty. Any good soul who approaches me once for spiritual enlightenment is supposed to be depending on my responsibility to get him back to Krishna, back to home. The disciple may misunderstand a bona fide spiritual master being obliged to do so under the pressure of Maya's influence. But a bona fide spiritual master never lets go a devotee once accepted. When a disciple misunderstands a bona fide spiritual master, the master regrets for his inability to protect the disciple and sometimes he cries with tears in the eyes. We had an experience while my Guru Maharaja was alive. One of his disciples who accepted sannyas was one day forcibly dragged by his wife. My Guru Maharaj lamented with tears in his eyes saying that he could not save the soul. We should always therefore be careful of being attacked by Maya's influence, and the only means of guarantee is to chant Hare Krishna offenselessly. When Prabhupada received news of quarreling in the Los Angeles temple he replied to Nandarani, "I know that my presence is very urgently required. Arrangement is already completed and circumstances alone have checked my departure. Please therefore don't be worried. I am coming to your place within a fortnight." At the end of the first week of December the strike ended, and Śrīla Prabhupāda again booked passage. You will be pleased to know that I have purchased my ticket for New York via Tokyo and San Francisco. I am starting tomorrow morning at 9:30. By evening reaching Tokyo via Bangkok and Hong Kong. I shall rest 24 hours in Tokyo, and on the 14th at night, I am starting for San Francisco. By local time I am reaching San Francisco on the same day, the 14th at 12:45 p.m. by PA 846. Yesterday I have sent one telegram to this effect, and I hope I shall reach there safely as scheduled. I am so glad to learn that Satsvarūpa and yourself are trying to get the teachings of Lord Chaitanya published. You do not know how pleased I am to hear this news. When one book is published I think I have conquered an empire. So try to publish as many books as possible, and that will enhance the beauty and prestige of our society. The impersonalist mission has nothing to say substantial, but because they have money and have published so many rubbish literatures they have become very cheaply popular. You can just imagine how much powerful our society will become when we have as many substantial literatures published. We should not only publish in English but also in other important languages such as French and German. When the day for Prabhupada's departure finally arrived he gave last instructions to Achyutananda and Ramanuja. "Just pray to Lord Krishna that I can go to America," he requested Achyutananda. "How can I?" Achyutananda replied. "You'll be leaving me." "No," Śrīla Prabhupāda replied, "we'll always remain packed up together if you remember my teachings. If you preach you will become strong, and all these teachings will be in the proper perspective. When we stop our preaching, then everything becomes stagnated, and we lose our life. Even here in India people think that they know everything, but they are wrong. There is no end to hearing about Krishna. God is unlimited. So no one can say, 'I know everything about God.' Those who say they know everything about God do not know. So everyone will appreciate you. Do not fear." Achyutananda, when I returned to the room after sending off Swamiji and paying my obeisances at the airport, I felt a void. I felt very lonely and rather weak. I returned to the room in front of Sri Sri Radha Govinda, and chanting on my beads I started pacing back and forth. What will I preach? The black and white marble floor passed under me. I stepped on the cracks, in between the cracks, and on the black and white marble again and again. Then I realized I wasn't seeing Radha Krishna. So I sat down directly in front and saw the brilliant form of Radha Govindaji, and my eyes filled with tears. Śrīla Prabhupāda spent his stopover in Tokyo mostly in going to his hotel and checking into a room, bathing, resting, eating, and returning to the airport the next day in time for his flight to San Francisco. But he did speak with a government secretary, explaining that Krishna consciousness was a universal philosophy for reviving a person's original, eternal consciousness. And he explained the crucial need for Krishna consciousness in human society. The secretary, however, said he felt certain that the Japanese government wouldn't be able to help a religious movement. Prabhupada was annoyed. This supposedly educated man was so ignorant as to mistake Krishna consciousness for merely another sectarian religion. Prabhupada wanted intelligent men to try to understand Krishna consciousness and understand that the Gita was actual knowledge, transcendental knowledge, beyond the inferior knowledge of the senses and the mind. But he had his plane to catch. Japan would have to wait. The passengers and flight crew saw Prabhupada as an elderly Indian man dressed in saffron robes. The stewardesses weren't sure at first whether he spoke English, but when he asked them for fruits they saw that he could and that he was a kind gentleman. He was quiet, putting on his glasses and reading from an old book of Indian scripture for hours at a time, or moving his lips in prayer while fingering Indian prayer beads in a cloth pouch, or sometimes resting beneath a blanket, his eyes shut. No one knew or bothered to inquire into what he was doing. They didn't know that anxious young hearts were awaiting him in San Francisco, or that the Macmillan Company in New York wanted to publish his English translation of Bhagavad Gita, or that he had spiritual centers in 2 countries, with plans for expansion all over the world. Prabhupada sat patiently, chanting often, his hand in his bead bag, depending on Krishna as the hours passed. After a 10-hour flight the plane landed in San Francisco. Standing with hundreds of other passengers, Prabhupada gradually made his way to the exit. Down a long attached tunnel, even before he reached the terminal building, he could see Govinda Dasi and a few other disciples smiling and waving on the other side of a glass partition. As he entered the terminal building he moved towards the glass, and his disciples dropped to their knees, offering obeisances. As they raised their heads he smiled and continued walking down the corridor while they walked alongside, only the glass partition separating them. Then they disappeared from his view as he walked down the stairway towards Immigration and Customs. The downstairs area was also glassed in, and Prabhupada could see more than 50 devotees and friends waiting eagerly. As they again caught sight of him, they cried out as a group, "Hare Krishna!" Swamiji looked wonderful to them, tanned from his 6 months in India, younger, and more sprightly. He smiled and triumphantly held up his hands in greeting. Devotees were crying in happiness. As Prabhupada stood in line at the customs inspection point, he could hear the devotees' kirtana, the glass walls only partially masking the sound. The customs officials ignored the chanting, although the connection between the saffron-robed passenger and the joyful chanters was not hard to see. Śrīla Prabhupada waited in line, glancing now and then at his chanting disciples. Since he had already sent ahead the 800 books and several crates of musical instruments, he had only one suitcase to place on the table before the inspector. Methodically the inspector went through the contents: cotton saris for the girls, silk garlands for the Jagannath deities, karatalas, saffron dhotis and kurtas, a coconut grater, and little bottles of Ayurvedic medicine. "What are these?" the inspector probed. The little bottles looked strange, and he called for another inspector. A delay. Swamiji's disciples became perturbed by the petty-minded customs inspectors poking through Swamiji's things, now opening the tightly corked bottles, sniffing and checking the contents. The inspectors seemed satisfied. Prabhupada tried to close his suitcase, but he couldn't work the zipper. Another delay. The devotees, still anxiously chanting, watched as Swamiji, with the help of the gentleman behind him, managed to zip his suitcase closed. Swamiji walked towards the glass doors. The devotees began chanting madly. As he stepped through the door a devotee blew a conch shell that resounded loudly throughout the hall. Devotees garlanded him, and everyone pressed in, handing him flowers. He entered their midst as a beloved father enters and reciprocates the embrace of his loving children. Chapter 29 Unlimited Opportunity, Limited Time Montreal August 1968 Śrīla Prabhupada was in his room, speaking with several disciples. "So, Annapurna, you have got some news?" he asked. Annapurna was a young British girl. A few months ago her father had written from England that he might be able to provide a house if some devotees came there. "Yes," she replied. "So, what is our next program?" She was reticent. "That letter from your father is encouraging?" "Yes, he encourages me. But he says he can't provide any place if we come there." Prabhupada looked disappointed. "That's all right. It is up to Krishna. When we go to someone to preach, we have to stand before them with folded hands, with all humility. My dear sir, please take to Krishna consciousness." "Prabhupada?" Pradyumna spoke up. "I was reading a book by this big atheist Swami." There are some letters in the back of the book, and I was looking at them. Atheist Swami's book, Prabhupada said, we have nothing to do with. I wasn't looking at his philosophy, Pradyumna explained. I was just looking at the techniques he used when he was in America. He wanted to go to Europe, so he had a rich benefactor, who went on a 6-week tour of France, England, Germany, Switzerland, Holland, and then back, arranging lectures. That's how he did most of his tour. He had 1 or 2 influential people, and they arranged everything. And the lectures were arranged, and the society. So, you can arrange like that? Prabhupada asked. I was thinking that there would be a Royal Asiatic Society in London. I think Thakur Bhaktivedanta was a member of that. But where is Thakur Bhaktivedanta Sangha Association? Prabhupada asked. Well, Pradyumna continued, still there may be some people you could open correspondence with. They might be interested in sponsoring you. Is there anything about Krishna in that Swami's speech? Prabhupada asked. No. Prabhupada sat thoughtfully. In England he would have no place to stay. Pradyumna might talk of influential persons traveling ahead and making all the arrangements, but where were such persons? Here was a shy girl who could barely speak up, whose father would not help, and Pradyumna reading an atheist Swami and talking of a Royal Asiatic Society, but nothing practical. Prabhupada had plans, though. He had asked Mukunda and Syamasundara to go to London and try to establish an ISKCON center. They had agreed and would be arriving in Montreal from San Francisco in a few days. Śrīla Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati, Prabhupada's own spiritual master, had wanted Krishna consciousness in Europe. During the 1930s he had sent his most experienced sannyasis to London, but they had returned, nothing accomplished. It wasn't possible to teach Krishna consciousness to the Mulkas, they had complained. Europeans couldn't sit long enough to hear the Vaishnava philosophy. One of the sannyasis had met Lord Zetland, who had inquired curiously, Swamiji, can you make me a Brahmana? The sannyasi had assured Lord Zetland he could, certainly, if Zetland would give up meat-eating, intoxication, gambling, and illicit sex. Impossible. Lord Zetland had replied. And the sannyasis had accepted this response as the standard for all Europeans. The sannyasis had returned to India. Vaishnavism could never take hold in the West. Prabhupada had faith that his disciples would succeed, they would help him establish ISKCON centers in Europe, just as they had in North America. Certainly such success would greatly please Śrīla Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati. Prabhupada told of a man who found a gourd lying on the road and picked it up and then found a stick and a wire and picked them up. In themselves, the 3 parts were useless. But by putting the gourd, the stick, and the wire together, the man made a vina and began to play beautiful music. Similarly, Prabhupada had come to the West and found some rejected youths lying here and there, and he himself had been rejected by the people of New York City, but by Krishna's grace the combination had become successful. If his disciples remained sincere and followed his orders, they would succeed in Europe. 3 married couples, Mukunda and Janaki, Syamasundara and Malati, with their infant daughter, Sarasvati, and Guru Dāsa and Yamuna, arrived in Montreal, eager to travel to London. These 3 couples had begun the temple in San Francisco, where they had a close association with Śrīla Prabhupada. They had helped Prabhupada introduce Kirtana, Prasadam, and rather yatra among the hippies of Haight-Ashbury. Now they were eager to help him introduce Krishna consciousness in London. Prabhupada asked the 3 couples to remain with him in Montreal for a week or 2, so that he could train them to perform Kirtana expertly. Chanting Hare Krishna was not a theatrical performance but an act of devotion, properly conducted only by pure devotees, not by professional musicians. Yet if Prabhupada's disciples became proficient in their singing, Londoners would better appreciate Krishna consciousness. The thought of these devotees preaching in England made Prabhupada ecstatic. With their kirtana they would become more popular than the yogis, with their gymnastics and impersonal meditation. As the London program became a tangible fact, Prabhupada began to reveal more plans. Prabhupada already seemed to have hundreds of detailed plans for implementing Krishna consciousness around the world, he only needed willing helpers. In the daily kirtana rehearsals, Prabhupada taught the devotees to chant Hare Krishna and other devotional songs, beginning with a slow tempo and building gradually. He would regularly interrupt and have them begin again. Listening carefully as Yamuna led the chanting, Prabhupada would stop her at times to correct her Sanskrit pronunciation. After 2 weeks in Montreal, the London party came together for a final meeting with Prabhupada. He was sending them to start a center in London to fulfill his spiritual master's dream. The sannyasis Śrīla Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati had sent to London, Prabhupada told them, had lectured in a few places, posed for photos with lords and ladies, and then returned to India. But Prabhupada wanted his disciples to go out boldly, chant the holy name, and attract others to chant. Lord Chaitanya had personally used this method while touring South India. Chaitanya Charitamrita describes that whoever saw Lord Chaitanya became ecstatic in love of God, then that ecstatic person would chant the holy name and ask others to chant, and when they saw that person, they too would become ecstatic. Thus the waves of ecstatic love of Krishna would increase. Prabhupada predicted that when the devotees chanted Hare Krishna, the people of London would hear the mantra, become devotees, and then enlighten others. Krishna consciousness would grow. The only requirement was that the chanting be done purely, without any material motivation. Prabhupada's enthusiasm was contagious, and as he spoke he filled his disciples with the same contagious enthusiasm. When Mukunda asked Prabhupada if he had any specific instructions, Prabhupada replied with a story. In his youth, he had once seen a movie of Charlie Chaplin. The setting was a formal ball held outdoors, and off from the main dance arena were lanes with benches where couples sat. Some mischievous boys had plastered glue on one of the benches, and a young man and his girlfriend came and sat down. When the young man got up, Prabhupada laughed as he told the story, his tails tore up the middle. Prabhupada told how the couple had returned to the dance, unaware of what had happened. But now they drew stares from the other dancers. Wondering why he was suddenly attracting so much attention, the young man went into the dressing room and saw in the mirror his ripped coattails. Deliberately, he then tore his coat all the way up to the collar, returned to his partner, and began dancing exuberantly. Then another man joined, ripping his own coattails and dancing with his partner, as if to compete with the first couple. One by one, the other dancers followed, ripping their coattails and dancing with abandon. By the conclusion of the story, the devotees in Prabhupada's room were all laughing uproariously. But finally their laughter subsided and the meeting ended. Not until the devotees were already at the airport did Mukunda, talking with Sundara, begin to appreciate and marvel at how expertly Prabhupada had answered his question. By their bold, enthusiastic, confident preaching, they would attract people. Not everyone would immediately join in the dancing, as had the people in the Charlie Chaplin film. The devotees might even be considered crazy at first. But they would be offering Krishna consciousness, the highest and rarest gift, and intelligent people would gradually appreciate this, even if at first they scoffed. By Śrīla Prabhupada's order, his London-bound disciples, holding kirtana in public, would present a profile quite different from the reserved profile of his sannyasi godbrothers. His godbrothers had imitated the British ways, but Prabhupada wanted the British to imitate the Vaisnavas. To appear in the streets of London with shaven heads and dhotis would require boldness. But it would be exciting to chant, carrying out the order of Lord Chaitanya. And the people would follow, gradually, but definitely. It was the will of Lord Chaitanya. Śrīla Prabhupada's visit to Montreal took place early in the summer of 1968, 6 months after his return to America. In India, from July to December of 1967, he had recovered his health, and on December 14 he had returned to San Francisco. After a few weeks he had gone to Los Angeles, where a small group of disciples had opened a storefront temple in a middle-class black and Hispanic neighborhood. The storefront was bare and the location secluded. Prabhupada had stayed there 2 months, delivering lectures, holding kirtanas, and giving strength and inspiration to his disciples. Although a buzzing in his head had made working difficult, he had found the warm climate and sunshine agreeable and had continued to translate Srimad Bhagavatam, dictating tapes and sending them to Boston for typing. A reporter from Life had come to Śrīla Prabhupada's apartment and interviewed him for an upcoming Life feature, The Year of the Guru. When the story had appeared it had mixed Śrīla Prabhupada and his movement with coverage of other gurus. Although the article had carried a large color photo of Śrīla Prabhupada and favorably described a reporter's visit to the New York ISKCON Center, Prabhupada had said that being grouped with gurus who taught concoctions of yoga and meditation was not good. In May, a few months after leaving Los Angeles, Prabhupada had paid a first visit to his ISKCON Center in Boston. There also he had found a few disciples based in a small storefront. He had lectured at many of the local universities, including Harvard and MIT. At MIT, addressing a gathering of students and faculty, he had challenged, "Where in this university is there a department to teach scientifically the difference between a living body and a dead body? The most fundamental science, the science of the living soul, was not being taught." After Boston, Śrīla Prabhupada had come to Montreal. And after 3 months in Montreal, Prabhupada flew to Seattle, where he stayed for 1 month. Then he briefly visited Santa Fe, New Mexico, where the ISKCON Center was a tiny, isolated storefront. Prabhupada's reasons for traveling from center to center were to train and convince each disciple and to speak with newcomers. Many young people came to hear, But Prabhupada found the majority already ruined by illicit sex and drugs. They were rich men's sons, but they had become hippies, wandering the streets. By Krishna's grace, now some of them were being saved. Even while recuperating in India, Prabhupada had always thought of returning to America to continue his movement. The Indians had seemed interested only in sense gratification, like that of the Americans. But many American youths, disillusioned with their father's wealth, were not going to the skyscrapers or to their father's businesses. As Prabhupada had seen from his stay in New York City and San Francisco, thousands of youths were seeking an alternative to materialism. Frustrated, they were ripe for spiritual knowledge. The devotees, still neophytes, knew nothing of spiritual life and in most cases very little of material life. But because they were sincerely taking to Krishna consciousness, Prabhupada was confident that their shortcomings would not prevent their spiritual progress. Although naturally beautiful, these Western youths were now dirty and morose, their beauty had become covered. But the chanting of Hare Krishna was reviving them, Prabhupada said, just as the monsoon revives the land of Vrindavana, making it fresh and verdant. And as the Vrindavana peacocks sometimes danced jubilantly, so the devotees, having shed their material bonds, were now ecstatically dancing and chanting the holy names. When a reporter asked Prabhupada if his disciples were hippies, Prabhupada replied, "No, we are not hippies. We are happies." More than being a visiting lecturer or a formal guide, Śrīla Prabhupada was the spiritual father of his disciples. They accepted him as their real father, and he found them devoted and affectionate, far more than his own family had been. These young American boys and girls, the flower of your country, Prabhupada called them, had received the blessing of Lord Chaitanya and were delivering that blessing to their countrymen. Prabhupada said it was up to his American disciples to save their country. He was giving them the method, but they would have to implement it. Śrīla Prabhupada loved his disciples, and they loved him. Out of love, he was giving them the greatest treasure, and out of love they were following his instructions. This was the essence of spiritual life. On the basis of this love, the Krishna consciousness movement would grow. Not surprisingly, some disciples had fallen away to their former, materialistic way of living. But Prabhupada sought those sincere souls who would stay. That was the important thing, he said. One moon is more valuable than many stars, so even a few sincere workers would accomplish wonderful things. The sincere and intelligent would stay, and Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would empower them to carry out his desires for distributing love of Krishna. In this way, the devotees' lives would become perfect. Many disciples, in fact, already felt this happening. Krishna consciousness worked because they sincerely practiced it and because Śrīla Prabhupada carefully and patiently tended the growing plants of transcendental loving service he had planted in their hearts. Los Angeles, October 1968. Śrīla Prabhupada returned to find the devotees living and worshipping in an exciting location on Hollywood Boulevard. A large Sankirtana party, organized by his disciple Tamala Krishna, would chant Hare Krishna on the streets all day and sell Back to Godhead magazines in larger quantities than ever before, as many as 200 magazines a day, with a collection of over $100. Then one day, shortly after Prabhupada's arrival, the landlord evicted the devotees from their place on Hollywood Boulevard. With no temple, the devotees moved to scattered locations throughout the city. As many evenings as possible, however, they would all gather in someone's garage, lent to them for the evening, and Śrīla Prabhupada would chant Hare Krishna with them and lecture. Then Prabhupada entered a former Christian church on La Cienega Boulevard. He introduced a more regulated deity worship and an increased Sunday love feast. Each week would bring a new, specially planned festival with a big feast and hundreds of guests. These new programs in Los Angeles encouraged Prabhupada, and he wanted to see them introduced in ISKCON centers throughout the world. Śrīla Prabhupada was planning to go to England. But first he wanted to visit his farm project in West Virginia, and he had also been promising the devotees in San Francisco he would attend their Ratha Yatra festival in July. This traveling to establish and expand his ISKCON was alone enough to keep him busy, yet he was also always meditating on his work of translating and commenting on Vedic literatures. In LA during December, Śrīla Prabhupada had begun the Nectar of Devotion, a summary study of Rupa Goswami's Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. The Nectar of Devotion would be a handbook for his disciples, elaborately explaining the science and practice of Bhakti Yoga. Simultaneous with the Nectar of Devotion, he had also begun Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, a summary study of Srimad Bhagavatam's 10th canto. Visiting the temple only on Sundays, he had spent most of his time at his small rented house on the outskirts of Beverly Hills, where he worked intensely on his two major literary projects. Prabhupada's most ambitious literary undertaking, the completion of Srimad Bhagavatam, was to be no less than 60 volumes. He had begun in India in 1959, and all along he had been aware that he was attempting a gigantic task at an advanced age. Now Krishna was giving him opportunities both for writing Vedic literatures and for traveling, and he was working at an amazing pace. The force driving Prabhupada was the desire of his spiritual master, Śrīla Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati. As for how much time he had remaining to execute his mission, that was in Krishna's hands. Everything was up to Krishna. If Krishna wants to kill you, no one can save you, and if Krishna wants to save you, no one can kill you. Yet although Prabhupada was always in transcendental consciousness, beyond the effects of old age, he was aware that he didn't have many more years left. All along he had had the vision of a spiritual movement for all nations and cultures, and to establish this he was racing against time. Srila Prabhupada's mood of urgency was the natural mood of the Vaishnava preacher, an ambition to engage everyone in loving service to Krishna. Without Krishna consciousness, the bewildered, conditioned souls of Kali Yuga were all heading for the horrible consequences of their sinful lives. Prabhupada's sense of urgency, therefore, was an expression of his compassion. He wanted to save the gross materialists, who were blind to the existence of the soul. If they wasted their human life, they would suffer millions of years before getting another chance to awaken their Krishna consciousness and go back to Godhead. The heart attack Prabhupada had endured in 1967 had accelerated his mood of urgency. Although before the heart attack he had often worked like a young man and played the drum for hours, now Krishna's warning was clear. The heart attack was to have been the time of his death, Prabhupada had said, but because his disciples had prayed, "Our master has not finished his work. Please protect him," Krishna had spared him. Similarly, on the boat to America in 1965 his heart had almost failed. But then also Krishna had saved his life. The scope of Prabhupada's work was enormous. Even with many years and good health he could never finish. Prabhupada saw that in future generations many people would come forward to help, and thus, by a combined effort, the Krishna consciousness movement would continue to check the forces of Kali Yuga and save the entire world. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had predicted this, and Prabhupada knew that it must come to pass. But the task of erecting the framework for this universal effort rested on Prabhupada alone. And he worked tirelessly, knowing that unless he established a complete foundation the entire mission might later collapse. Beginning with Prabhupada's first success in New York City in 1966, Krishna had shown unlimited opportunities for spreading Krishna consciousness. But how much time was there? Only Krishna could say. It was up to him. Prabhupada remained ever mindful of the vast scope of his mission and the ever-narrowing span of time he had in which to complete it. "I am an old man," he often told his disciples. "I could pass away at any moment." Srila Prabhupada would receive several letters a week from the devotees in London. It was now December 1968, the devotees had been in London 4 months, and still they had no temple, nor even a place where they could live and worship together. Mostly they had been visiting Hindu families, holding kirtana and sharing prasadam. Srila Prabhupada had encouraged this, but after hearing a few reports he decided the program was stagnant. The devotees should not expect much from the Hindus, he said. They have become hodgepodge due to so many years of subjugation by foreigners and have lost their own culture. I am concerned to preach this gospel amongst the Europeans and Americans. The devotees were jolted, but they knew Prabhupada was right. Determined to change their tactics, they immediately began lecturing at colleges and universities and chanting in the streets. They were preaching to the British, and it felt right. When they wrote to Prabhupada that although they had accomplished little they were planting seeds, Prabhupada replied, "Regarding your analogy of sowing Krishna consciousness seeds, I may inform you that there is a Bengali proverb, Sabare mayo fole. This means that fruits like chestnuts and pomegranates, or similar other valuable fruits and nuts take some time to be fructified. So any good thing comes into our possession after hard struggle and endeavor. So Krishna consciousness is the greatest of all good fruits. We must therefore have necessary endurance and enthusiasm to get the result. We shall never be disappointed when things are presented in reversed order. Anyway, your honest labor is now coming to be fructified. Always depend upon Krishna and go on working with enthusiasm, patience and conviction." Through the spring and summer of 1969, Prabhupada continued touring his American ISKCON centers. From Los Angeles he had sent Gaurasundara and Govinda Dasi, a young married couple, to Hawaii, and on their invitation that he come during the mango season, he joined them. But when he got there in March he found that it was not mango season and that his disciples had accomplished little. They had taken jobs and were working full-time just to support themselves. New York City, April 9, 1969. Prabhupada traveled to New York City, the birthplace of his Krishna Consciousness Society, where his movement had been growing for nearly 3 years. Although the center was established and his books were being distributed, he still had to visit to strengthen the devotees. His presence gave them determination and courage. For 7 months they had carried on without his personal touch, but his visits, when he would sit in his room and reciprocate warmly with them, were vital. Nothing could equal these intimate meetings. Many devotees, new and old, crowded into Prabhupada's apartment at 26 2nd Avenue. There was one reporter for the Honolulu Advertiser. Prabhupada said, he was putting questions to me. And then he wrote an article. The Swami is a small man, but he is delivering a great message. That is true. I am small. But the message, that is not small. Brahmananda showed Prabhupada a globe with markers representing ISKCON centers. Now there is one in North Carolina, Brahmananda said. Then it becomes 15? Prabhupada asked. He was smiling and looking directly from one devotee to another. I want each of you to go and start a center. What is the difficulty? Take one Mranga. Then another person will come and join you, he will take Karatalas. When I came here, Brahmananda and Asayutananda were dancing. And after chanting, hundreds of men will come to your storefront and enjoy chanting and dancing. The girls also? Rukmini asked. There is no harm, Prabhupada said. Krishna does not make distinction, female dress or male dress. I mean to say, the female body is weaker, but spiritually the body does not matter. In the absence of Lord Nityananda, his wife, Janavadevi, was preaching. First you must understand the philosophy. You must be prepared to answer questions. Krishna will give you intelligence. Just like I was not prepared to answer all these questions, but Krishna gives intelligence. After 8 days in his New York City home, Prabhupada went to Buffalo. At State University of New York at Buffalo, Rupanuga was teaching an accredited course in Krishna Yoga with some 60 students enrolled, regularly chanting the Hare Krishna mantra on beads. Prabhupada stayed for a few days, lecturing and initiating disciples. Then he went to Boston for more initiations and several marriages. Columbus, Ohio, May 9, 1969. The devotees had arranged for Prabhupada and Allen Ginsberg to chant on stage at Ohio State University. Allen had been a friend of the Krishna consciousness movement from its first days on the Lower East Side. Shortly after Prabhupada's arrival in Columbus, he stopped by Prabhupada's house and discussed philosophy with Prabhupada for several hours. Allen was friendly with Prabhupada, as always. But he doubted whether Krishna consciousness could become popular in America. The need, he said, is for a large, single, unifying religious movement in America. So here is Krishna, Prabhupada replied, all attractive. Now you can say, why shall I accept Krishna? But since you ask for a unifying element, then I say, here is Krishna. Now you can analyze, why should you accept Krishna? And I shall reply, why you shall not? Whatever you want or expect from the Supreme or unifying, everything is there in Krishna. If Prabhupada wanted his movement popularized, Allen suggested, he should consider omitting many of the sectarian Hindu aspects, such as the dress, the food, and the Sanskrit. Krishna consciousness, Prabhupada replied, was not sectarian or Hindu. Lord Chaitanya had said that a person could chant any name of God, but one must chant. As for the food, Prabhupada explained that any food was acceptable as long as it was purely vegetarian. And dress, there was no stricture that Americans wear robes and shave their heads. The Hare Krishna mantra, Prabhupada added, was a natural sound, not foreign. Allen objected. The Hare Krishna mantra sounded foreign, perhaps they should think of an alternative, more American mantra. This is going on, Prabhupada replied. Some people are inclined to one thing and some to others. And it will go on until the end of creation. But our position is that we are searching after the center. And here is the center. At Ohio State's Hitchcock Hall 1,000 students occupied the seats, and 1,000 more crowded the aisles and stage. The program began with a kirtana led by Allen Ginsberg. Allen then introduced Prabhupada, and Prabhupada lectured. When Prabhupada began the second and final kirtana of the evening, the students responded wildly. Those seated stood and danced, some jumping in their seats, and those in the aisles and on the stage also joined in. Amid the thunderous kirtana of nearly 2,000 voices, Prabhupada began to dance, jumping up and down on the speaker's dais, his hands raised high. He threw flowers from his garland, and the students scrambled for them. The wildly ecstatic kirtana continued for almost an hour, and then Prabhupada brought it to a close. Afterward, hundreds of students crowded close around Prabhupada, asking him questions. Many students continued to chant as they left the hall, and some left crying from the new sensations of spiritual happiness. The next day, the ecstatic night of chanting at Hitchcock Hall was the talk of the campus. Prabhupada was pleased with the evening, and he described the event in a letter to devotees in Los Angeles. Yesterday, at the Ohio State University we had a tremendous meeting, and nearly 2,000 students were dancing, clapping and chanting along with us. So it is clear that the student community has a nice potential for accepting this philosophy. New Vrindavan, May 21, 1969. Accompanied by Kirtanananda Swami and Hayagriva, Prabhupada then traveled from Columbus to the New Vrindavan farm project in the hills of West Virginia. When their car got stuck in a neighbor's garden near the entrance to the property, Prabhupada decided to walk the final 2 miles along the muddy access road that led to the farm. The road soon ended, however, and Prabhupada and his 2 guides picked up a footpath, entering the dense forest. The mid-May trees were still coming into foliage, and the sunlight broke through the branches to a carpet of brilliant purple phlox. Prabhupada walked quickly ahead of Kirtanananda Swami and Hayagriva, who hurried to keep up. A winding creek repeatedly crossed the path, and Prabhupada would cross by stepping from stone to stone. The road, he said, would not be difficult to travel by ox cart. The forest was like a jungle, just as he had expected and wanted. For the past year, Prabhupada had corresponded with Kirtanananda Swami and Hayagriva concerning New Vrindavan, and this correspondence had established the direction for Krishna-conscious country living. Prabhupada had said he wanted the community based on Vedic ideals, everyone living simply, keeping cows, and working the land. The devotees would have to develop these ideas gradually, it would take time. But even in the beginning the keynote should be simple living and high thinking. Because the community would remain completely aloof from the city, it would at first appear inconvenient and austere. But life would be peaceful, free from the anxieties of the artificial urban society based on hard work for sense gratification. And most important, the members of such a community would be serving Krishna and chanting his name. Prabhupada spoke little, making his way along the path as if at his own home. They stopped beside the creek, and Prabhupada sat down on a blanket Kirtanananda Swami and Hayagriva spread for him on the grass. "We are stopping for Kirtanananda," Prabhupada said. "He is tired." Prabhupada and his party drank water from the creek, rested briefly, and then continued. As they rounded a curve in the road, Prabhupada could see a clearing on the ridge ahead. A small frame house and a barn stood at the lower end of the ridge. These 2 ancient structures, Hayagriva explained, were the only buildings on New Vrindavan's 120 acres. As no vehicles traveled here, the paths were overrun with high grass. A willow spread its branches close by the old house. The settlement was the picture of undisturbed primitive life. Prabhupada liked the simple life at New Vrindavan, and whatever simple thing the devotees offered him he accepted with satisfaction. They served him freshly ground wheat cereal cooked in milk, and he said it was wonderful. When he saw the kitchen's dirt floor covered with cow dung, he approved, saying it was just like in an Indian village. Prabhupada also liked his room in the attic, directly above the temple room. He brought out the small Radha Krishna deities he had been traveling with for the last month and a half and had his servant, Devananda, improvise an altar on a small table to one side of the room. Arranging his 2 trunks as a desk and placing a picture of his spiritual master on one of the trunks, Prabhupada immediately resumed his usual schedule. He would take his late morning massage sitting outside and then bathe with warm water in an improvised outdoor shower stall. Kirtanananda Swami prepared Prabhupada's usual lunch of dal, rice, and chapatis, plus some local pokeweed. The previous summer, Kirtanananda Swami and Hayagriva had picked and canned blackberries, which they now served Prabhupada as blackberry chutney. The chapatis were from freshly milled whole wheat, and everything was cooked over a wood fire. The best fuel for cooking, Prabhupada said, was cow dung, wood was second, gas third, and electricity last. Prabhupada spent much of the day out of doors, under a persimmon tree about 100 feet from the house. There he would sit and read at a low table one of the men had built. Often he would look up from his reading and gaze across the deep valley to the distant ridge, where the forest met the sky. In the late afternoon, devotees would gather under the persimmon tree with Prabhupada, sitting and talking with him until after sunset. They saw Prabhupada's living with them as a practical demonstration of New Vrindavan's importance. If he, the greatest devotee, could be satisfied living simply and chanting Hare Krishna in this backwoods setting, then they should follow his example. Comparing New Vrindavan to the Vrindavana in India, Prabhupada said that New Vrindavan was in some ways better, since Vrindavana, India, was now congested with worldly men. 500 years ago the Goswami followers of Lord Chaitanya had excavated the sites of Krishna's pastimes in Vrindavana, and only pure devotees had lived there. But in recent years Vrindavana had become a place for materialists and impersonalists. New Vrindavan, however, should admit only the spiritually inclined. In Vedic society, Prabhupada said, everyone had been satisfied to live like this, in a small village beside a river. Factories were unnecessary. Prabhupada wanted this Vedic way of life for the entire world, and New Vrindaban could serve as a model for the benefit of the masses. New Vrindaban had no phone, and mail had to be fetched by a 2-mile walk. In this, Prabhupada said, New Vrindaban was like Vrindavana, India. Both Vrindavanas lacked in modern amenities. This difficulty, however, coupled well with the Vaisnava philosophy that modern amenities were not worth the trouble required to get them. A devotee, accepting whatever nature provides, spends his time and energy in spiritual life. New Vrindaban's only cow was a black and white crossbreed named Kalia, and Prabhupada would drink a little of her milk morning, noon, and night. I haven't tasted milk like this in 65 years, he said. One day, he predicted, New Vrindaban would have many cows, and their udders would be so full that the dripping milk would muddy the pastures. Although people in the West were blind to their great sin of cow slaughter and its grievous karmic reactions, he said, New Vrindaban would demonstrate to the world the social, moral, and economic advantages of protecting the cow and utilizing her milk, rather than killing her and eating her flesh. Prabhupada wanted the New Vrindaban devotees to build cottages. He wanted many buildings, even if at first they were primitive, and he gave a plan for a simple structure of baked mud. He also wanted a Krishna-conscious school, and the country, he said, would be the best place for it. The city is made by man, and the country is made by God, Prabhupada said, paraphrasing the British poet Cooper. The young students should learn reading, writing, and arithmetic, and at the same time they should become pure devotees. In their play they could imitate the pastimes of Krishna and his cowherd boyfriends, with one child massaging Krishna, another wrestling with Krishna, just as in the spiritual world. The women in New Vrindaban, Prabhupada said, should care for the children, clean the temple, cook for the deities, and churn butter. He had many plans for New Vrindaban, and he was giving only idea seeds, with few details. You develop it to your heart's content, he told Kirtanananda Swami. An ideal Vedic community with the members producing all their own food and necessities was what Prabhupada wanted. Unless the devotees at New Vrindaban could become self-sufficient, he said, there was no use in their occupying such a big piece of land. Even before Prabhupada's visit to New Vrindaban, he had requested Kirtanananda Swami and Hayagriva to plan for 7 temples on the property. These 7 temples should be named after the major temples of Old Vrindavana, Madana Mohana, Govindaji, Gopinatha, Radha Damodara, Radha Ramana, Syama Sundara, and Radha Gokulananda. Prabhupada said he would personally secure Radha Krishna deities for each temple. It was inevitable that Prabhupada leave New Vrindaban. Letters from London, Los Angeles, and San Francisco compelled him to travel. On the day of his departure, the New Vrindaban devotees teased him, saying he couldn't go. Kirtanananda Swami went so far as to say they would block his way on the road. But Prabhupada corrected him, you can't do that to the spiritual master. Accompanied by Kirtanananda Swami and the New Vrindaban devotees, Prabhupada walked along the forest path. The New Vrindaban countryside was verdant, the summer air hot and moist. Prabhupada was silent. He had come here to encourage his disciples, and he himself had also become encouraged. Here was simple village life as Krishna himself had lived it, depending on the land and the cow. That cow Kalia had given such nice milk. New Vrindaban's cows were not ordinary, they knew they would not be killed. So far only a few devotees were here, but by Krishna's grace more would come. Prabhupada and Kirtanananda Swami walked together along the forest path, saying little, but their mutual understanding was deep. Prabhupada hadn't given him many specific instructions, a few words while sitting or walking together outdoors, a gesture, a facial expression of pleasure or concern. Kirtanananda Swami could understand, however, that New Vrindaban was very dear to his spiritual master and should become dear to him also. Prabhupada assured him that because the devotees of New Vrindaban were centered on chanting Hare Krishna, serving the deities, and protecting the cows, Krishna would bless them with success. The community was already successful, and Krishna would continue to protect the devotees against all impediments and difficulties. At the end of the 2-mile walk, Prabhupada, surrounded by his followers, stood beside the car that was to take him to the airport in Pittsburgh, from where he would fly to Los Angeles. His suitcases, which had come out on a horse-drawn cart, were loaded into the car's luggage compartment, and Prabhupada got in the back seat. Amid cries of Hare Krishna and Prabhupada, the car pulled out onto the country highway, and Prabhupada continued chanting Hare Krishna on his beats. Prabhupada had been hearing regularly from his 6 disciples in London. Having little money and living as separate couples in different parts of the city, They found their greatest inspiration in Prabhupada's letters. They would repeatedly read his instructions and dream of when he would one day visit them in London. Although in San Francisco Krishna consciousness had been fun for the three couples, in England it was becoming more and more difficult. The devotees, being foreigners, were not allowed to earn a salary, and except for a few contacts they knew no one. Although unable to live together, they were trying to maintain their morale and Krishna consciousness. Yamuna, I had to move to a Jamaican ghetto, the top floor of one of the buildings. It was awful. Day after day after day I would sit and listen to a tape of Prabhupada singing. It was a beautiful tape he had just done in Los Angeles. And I would pray to him, please come. Please come. Mukunda, letters, that's what kept us alive. Prabhupada would write and say, I am coming. 2 or 3 times he wrote to say, I am coming by March. And we would write back and say we wanted to get a place first. We really felt it wouldn't be right for him to come unless we had a place first. He wrote a letter to my wife, I was planning to come by March, but your husband is not allowing me. What can I do? The devotees in London had not seen Prabhupada in 4 months, and still there was no date set for his visit. Although they sometimes became discouraged and talked of going back to America, they persevered. Prabhupada had promised he would come when they got a temple, and that promise helped them remember that they were personally serving him. They felt that he was doing the work and they were his assistants. His absence was only external. By his instructions, whether written, spoken, or remembered in the heart, he was always with them. He was constantly directing them. While trying out various schemes to popularize Krishna consciousness in London, Swami arranged for a program to which he invited many of London's prominent citizens. About 100 people responded to Swami's formal invitation, 1 member of parliament, a few government officials, but mostly young people. The devotees served a feast and showed a film of Śrīla Prabhupada walking by Stowe Lake and Golden Gate Park. Prabhupada had sent a tape recording specifically for the evening, and the devotees highlighted it as the evening's special attraction, even though they hadn't had time to hear it in advance. Guru Dāsa started the tape, and suddenly there was Prabhupada's voice. Ladies and gentlemen, please accept my greetings in the happy year of 1969, and blessings of Sri Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, for your kindly participating in this happy meeting of Krishna consciousness. Although Prabhupada had recorded the tape in the quiet of his room in Los Angeles, the devotees were astonished to feel Prabhupada's direct presence, preaching Krishna consciousness to the English. Lord Chaitanya informed us that the Absolute Supreme Personality of Godhead can descend in transcendental sound vibration, and thus when we chant Hare Krishna mantra offenselessly we immediately contact Krishna and his internal energy. Thus we become immediately purified from all dirty things in our heart. The guests sat listening politely as Prabhupada described the soul's travail of transmigrating from body to body and the path of the soul's liberation through chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Krishna consciousness was transcendentally colorful and full of transcendental pleasure. Chanting could be done anywhere, on the street, in the park, or at home. Prabhupada concluded his talk. But to assemble and sit together we require a place for congregation. Therefore a temple of the Krishna consciousness movement is required to be established in various centers in the world, irrespective of the particular country's culture, philosophy, and religion. Krishna consciousness is so universal and perfect that it can appeal to everyone, irrespective of his position. Therefore I fervently appeal to you all present in this meeting to extend your cooperation for successful execution of this great movement. Thanking you once more. There was a pause, and then Prabhupada began playing the harmonium and singing Hare Krishna. Afterward he again spoke. My disciples in London have very eagerly asked me to visit there, and I am also very anxious to see you all. So as soon as there is opportunity, I shall go with my Sankirtana party, who are now engaged in Los Angeles. And that will be a great pleasure, for you all to meet together. That is all. Only a few weeks after this meeting the group received their first important publicity. A photo of the 6 devotees and little Sarasvati appeared with an article by the famous columnist Atticus in the Sunday Times. Guru Dāsa was quoted as saying, Hare Krishna is a chant which sets God dancing on your tongue. Try chanting Queen Elizabeth and see the difference. The article described the missionary group from America as very gentle people, a bit unworldly, but not at all ingenuous. Citing their renunciation of illicit sex and intoxication, the article commented, tame you might think, but they look very well on it. And what's likely to earn them a public is their chanting. Within a few days the same article appeared in the San Francisco Chronicle, but with a new headline, Krishna chants startle London. Prabhupada was pleased when he saw the headline. Indeed, His Gaza disciples had succeeded where his sannyasi godbrothers had failed. Although several of Prabhupada's scholarly godbrothers had lectured around England over the last 35 years, only one person, an elderly English lady named Elizabeth Botell, had shown interest. Yamuna had written Prabhupada to find out if they should visit Mrs. Botell. She had received the name Vanidasi, and Prabhupada had replied, "The history of this Vanidasi is that she is an old lady, and has a house and has hung a sign, Gaudiya Math, but that is all." If they liked, Prabhupada had said, they could pay her a courtesy call and see if she would let them use her place for kirtanas. One of the men had gone to see her at her home, several hours out of the city. But from behind her closed door she had refused to meet with him unless he brought an introductory letter from the Gaudiya Math in New Delhi. Vinata Vanidasi was the fruit of 35 years of sannyasis preaching in England, whereas in 4 months Prabhupada's young American missionaries were startling London. After months of living scattered throughout the city, the devotees met a landlord who allowed them to stay together rent-free in a vacant warehouse at Covent Garden. The devotees improvised a temporary temple and soon recruited their first 3 British devotees. The newcomers at once took to the full Krishna-conscious regimen, including the dhoti and shaved head, and loved it. The devotees, thrilled to see their group expanding and Prabhupada's potency working, decided to phone Prabhupada from their landlord's office. The telephone was a conference phone, and Prabhupada's voice came over the little loudspeaker on the desk. The devotees sat around the desk, listening tensely. "Prabhupada," Mukunda said, "we have some new brahmacharis here." "Oh, are they cooking chapatis?" Prabhupada asked from across the ocean. The devotees laughed uncontrollably, then hushed to hear more. "No," said Mukunda. "But they will be now." The devotees each told Prabhupada how they missed him, and he said he missed them too and would come as soon as they could get a place. After allowing the devotees 3 months in the warehouse at Covent Garden, the landlord announced that he needed to use the space and the devotees would have to move. The couples moved to 3 separate locations, and again their strong group spirit dissipated. Prabhupada began sending 2 or 3 letters a week to the scattered couples, praising them for their sincere determination. The devotees would gather regularly, if only to show one another their latest letters. Prabhupada wrote to Mukunda of his desire to preach Krishna consciousness in the West, specifically London. "So far as I am concerned, I always wish only to expedite my mission of life to spread Krishna consciousness in the western part of the world. I am still firmly convinced that if I can establish this movement through the help of all the boys and girls who have now joined with me, then it will be a great achievement. I am old man, and there has already been warning, but before I leave this body, I wish to see some of you very strong in Krishna consciousness understanding. I am very glad and proud also that you 6 boys and girls, although you have not been able to establish a nice center in London, still you have done your best. And the news has reached far away in India that my disciples are doing very nice work in Krishna consciousness. So that is my pride. I have received a letter from my godbrother informing me that it has been advertised in India that in Vietnam also somebody is spreading Hare Krishna movement. So there is no need to be disappointed. You go on with your work as best as Krishna gives you the opportunity, and there is no cause of your anxiety. Everything is going smoothly. But since you are now separated, the strength of your activities appears to be a little disturbed. Now you try to assemble together in the same spirit as you were doing, and in that case, temple or no temple, your movement will go on progressively. We are not much concerned about the temple because temple worship is not primary factor in this age. Primary factor is Sankirtan. But sometimes we want a center where people may gather and see, so a temple is required secondarily. So try your best immediately to live together. I am very much eager to see that you are again living together. For Śrīla Prabhupada's disciples, his instruction that they preach in London was much more binding than any other obligation. He was in their hearts, and they thought of him constantly. In carrying out his orders and trying to please him, they were constrained not by force or law but by love. To please the spiritual master is to please the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and for Prabhupada's sincere disciples, to please him seemed the end in itself. Los Angeles, June 23, 1969. After leaving New Vrindavan, Śrīla Prabhupada visited his center in Los Angeles, where he installed deities of Radha and Krishna. Although, as he had told his disciples in London, the primary factor was Sankirtana, deity worship was also necessary. In his writings Prabhupada had discussed the need for deity worship, and he had gradually introduced higher and higher standards of deity worship in each of his ISKCON centers. Los Angeles, having become the model ISKCON center, was the natural place for him to introduce a more opulent and demanding standard for worshipping Radha and Krishna. While more than 100 devotees and guests sat in the spacious hall, Prabhupada bathed and dressed the little forms of Radha and Krishna, then placed them on the altar. He was inviting Radha and Krishna to descend, to give his disciples the opportunity to serve them. He was offering his disciples Radha and Krishna, with faith that his disciples would not neglect them. If the devotees somehow lost their enthusiasm, Prabhupada explained in his lecture, then the worship would become like idol worship. If there is no life, then it is idol worship. Where there is life, feeling, then you think, where is Krishna? Here is Krishna. Oh, I have to serve him. I have to dress him. I have to serve Radharani. She is here. Oh, I just have to do it very nicely and, as far as possible, decorate her to the best capacity. If you think like this, then you are Krishna conscious. But if you think that it is a brass-made doll or idol, then Krishna will reciprocate with you accordingly. If you think that this is a brass-made idol, then it will remain brass-made idol to you forever. But if you elevate yourself to a higher platform of Krishna consciousness, then Krishna, this very Krishna, will talk with you. This Krishna will talk with you. With each visit to each center, Prabhupada gave the devotees more service, deepening their commitment to Krishna. All the various services were actually the spiritual master's responsibility, he said, and when a disciple cleaned the temple or performed any service, he did so as the spiritual master's assistant. And any job done improperly was the spiritual master's anxiety. If the devotees whimsically changed the deity worship or neglected the temple, then Prabhupada, more than any disciple, would feel distress. Whenever Prabhupada saw a disciple eager to take on more of the anxiety of preaching Krishna consciousness, he would assign that devotee greater responsibility. Anxiety for serving Krishna, Prabhupada said, was the greatest satisfaction. As Bhaktivedanta Thakur had stated, the trouble I encounter in your devotional service I will consider the greatest happiness. Satisfaction for the devotee, Prabhupada explained, lay in pleasing the previous spiritual masters, and that was best accomplished by preaching to the fallen souls. To the degree that the devotees carried out that order, they would satisfy their spiritual master and subsequently feel satisfaction themselves. Prabhupada gave the example of Krishna and the Gopas. When the Gopas pleased Krishna in the Rasa dance, Krishna smiled, and when the Gopas saw Krishna's smile their happiness and beauty increased 1,000,000 times. When Krishna saw the newly increased beauty of the Gopas he became more pleased, and thus the happiness and beauty of the Gopas increased even more. This loving competition increased on and on unlimitedly. Even in dealings between spiritual master and disciple a sense of loving competition prevailed, each wanting to serve the other, neither seeking service for himself. Prabhupada was increasing the duties and responsibilities in each of his ISKCON centers, and sincere disciples were coming forward to accept those responsibilities, thus everyone was feeling satisfaction. This was pure devotional service, to be free from all material desires and to serve Krishna as directed by the spiritual master in the scriptures. When Prabhupada said that his disciples would become happy by serving Krishna, he spoke from his own deep realization of that ecstasy. Whenever he installed a deity in one of the temples, his ecstasy was greater than that of any of his disciples. At the Ratha Yatra festivals in Golden Gate Park or any public preaching function, he was the most enlivened. He, more than any of his disciples, wanted the public to come and chant and dance in the temple and see the deity of Krishna, and when they did, he was the most pleased. And if a disciple fell away, Prabhupada was the most displeased. Nor was Prabhupada aloof from the details of temple management, the cost of things, how the devotees were being received in public, how each disciple was advancing. Although his disciples saw him as the most exalted Vaishnava and intimate associate of Lord Krishna, they knew he was always available to guide them in their services. He was their leader, but he was with them. He was far above them, but he remained close to them. Only rarely did he leave them behind, as at the Los Angeles deity installation, when he began to cry, speaking directly to Krishna, "Krishna, I am most rotten and fallen, but I have brought this thing for you. Please take it." Except for such rare moments, Prabhupada's disciples saw him preaching and serving along with them. San Francisco, July 25, 1969. The day before the Ratha Yatra festival, Prabhupada arrived at the San Francisco airport, where a crowd of 50 chanting devotees greeted him. Reporters stepped forward with what to them was an important, relevant question. "Swami, what is your opinion on the recent manned U.S. moon landing? Shall I flatter you or tell the truth?" Prabhupada asked. "The truth," they said. "It is a waste of time because it does not benefit you if you cannot live there. The time could have been better spent in Krishna consciousness. We must go beyond this universe to the spiritual sky, which is eternal, beyond birth, death, old age, and disease." The San Francisco Chronicle printed a picture and story, "Ecstasy in Concourse B." On the day of the Ratha Yatra parade, 100 devotees and a crowd of 1,000 gathered on Haight Street before the tall cart. The deities of Jagannath, Subhadra, and Balarama, from their elevated platform within the cart, smiled down upon the crowd. A group of devotee musicians seated themselves within the cart, made last-minute checks of their loudspeaker system, and began kirtana. In the center of the cart, just beneath the deity platform, a red-upholstered Vyasashana awaited Prabhupada's arrival. As Prabhupada's car approached, he could hear the cries of the devotees, and as he stepped from the car he saw them all bow down in obeisances. Folding his hands and smiling, he acknowledged his enthusiastic disciples, and he looked around with pleasure at the large crowd that had already gathered. Turning toward the cart, he beheld the deities on their throne, the same deities who had inaugurated Yatra in America 2 years before. They were beautifully dressed and garlanded, and multicolored pennants and thick garlands of carnations decorated their cart. Yatra was becoming more wonderful each year. Prabhupada bowed down before Jagannath, Subhadra, and Balarama, and his disciples all bowed with him. As Prabhupada took his seat on the cart, the kirtana began again, and the cart, pulled with 2 long ropes by dozens of men and women, slowly began to move forward. Buckets of burning frankincense poured aromatic clouds from the deity's platform above Prabhupada's head, as slowly the cart moved along the road to the park. "How many people are behind us?" Prabhupada asked, turning to Tamala Krishna, who rode beside him on the cart and had been leading the kirtana. Tamala Krishna climbed back and surveyed the crowd as far as he could see. 5,000. "Sing Jaya Jagannath," Prabhupada said, and Tamala Krishna then changed the chant from Hare Krishna to Jaya Jagannath. Jaya Jagannath. Throughout the parade Prabhupada sat serenely watching, his right hand in his bead-bag. The large crowd consisted mostly of young hippies but also included businessmen dressed in suits and ties, elderly persons with their grandchildren and families, and a few stray dogs. A mixed Sunday crowd. Suddenly devotees in front began shouting, "Stop the cart! Stop the cart!" Ahead, the low arch of a park bridge spanned the roadway. The devotees managed to stop the 35-foot-high cart just before it reached the bridge. Although the parade appeared to have reached an unforeseen impasse, the chanting continued unabated. The previous year the procession had taken this same route, with a smaller cart, and even then Syamasundara had had to climb up and saw off the spire. This year, however, Narayana had devised a collapsible dome with a crank to lower the canopy and superstructure. When Prabhupada had heard of these plans, he had asked, "Are you sure you want to depend on mechanical means? It could be a disaster." Now the time to lower the canopy had come, and the crank wouldn't work. With the cart stopped before the bridge, the chanters gathered in greater numbers, facing Prabhupada and Lord Jagannath. Under the bridge at least 1,000 voices sang together, creating an incredible echo. Then Prabhupada stood, raised his arms to the crowd, and began dancing. Bhavananda, everyone went wild. The sound was so uproarious you were deafened under that bridge. Prabhupada was dancing, jumping on the cart. Narayana, he was dancing, and as he danced his feet crushed the flowers. His garland broke and flowers began cascading everywhere as he danced up and down. He was leaping very deliberately, almost like slow motion. Tamala Krishna, Prabhupada was jumping up and down, and the people went crazy seeing him in complete ecstasy. He kept jumping and slowly turned around until he was face to face with Lord Jagannath. Prabhupada sat down and still the car didn't go, and the people were roaring. "What do they want?" Prabhupada asked Tamala Krishna. "I think they want to see you dance again, Śrīla Prabhupada," Tamala Krishna replied. "Do you think so?" "Yes." He then got up and started dancing again. The white wool cap pushed to the back of his head, his arms extended, with the right hand still clutching the japa bead bag, his right forefinger extended, and long robes flowing. The ecstatic chanting and dancing continued. After about 15 minutes, Narayana finally got the crank to work, and down came the canopy. Again the cart moved forward, under the bridge and on through the park. The crowd had grown now to 10,000. This was much bigger than any Krishna-conscious festival ever held before. Bhavananda, many of these people who attended Yatra were intoxicated. We were not intoxicated, of course, but we were higher than they. That we can understand. Everyone was smiling, everyone was laughing, everyone was in ecstasy, everyone was dancing, everyone was chanting. And we were doing it more than anyone. We were doing more chanting, more laughing and smiling, and feeling more freedom. We were free to have a shaved head, free to wear a dhoti, free to blow a conch shell, free to spin around on the street and jump up. Even if you were a hippie you couldn't be more far out than the Radhakart and Jagannath, because no one looks more far out than him. The hippies had come dressed up in outfits with big feathers in their hair and everything, but they were dim compared to Jagannath. The parade route ended at an oceanside dance hall, the family dog auditorium, where the devotees had prepared 10,000 feast plates of prasadam, fruit salad, apple chutney, halava, and watermelon slices. Although the cart had stopped, the chanting continued, as Prabhupada led the crowd inside the auditorium to a temporary stage and altar the devotees had erected among the bizarre trappings of the dance hall. A giant silk screen of Lord Chaitanya covered the hall's Tibetan mandala, and pictures of Lord Vishnu and Śrīla Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati were on the stage. The Jagannath deities now looked down from their high platform above Prabhupada's seat, and a garlanded statue of Lord Krishna stood on a marble pillar. Prabhupada began speaking, and the crowd quieted. He quoted a song by Nautama Dāsa Thakura, "My dear Lord Chaitanya, please be merciful upon me. I do not find anyone as merciful as you." Drawing the audience's attention to the large silk screen of Lord Chaitanya, Prabhupada described the Lord's merciful distribution of the holy name of God. Lord Chaitanya, he said, was teaching the same thing Lord Krishna had taught in Bhagavad Gita: "My dear sons, do not suffer in this abominable condition of material existence. Come back to me. Come back to home. Enjoy eternal, blissful life, a life of knowledge." Prabhupada explained the simplicity of Krishna consciousness. Lord Chaitanya appeared 500 years ago to establish the direct principles of Bhagavad Gita. He showed that even if you do not understand the process of religion, then simply chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. The results are practical. For example, when we were chanting Hare Krishna, all the members who are assembled here were joining in, but now when I am talking about philosophy, some are leaving. It is very practical. You can see. The Hare Krishna mantra is so enchanting that anyone in any condition can take part. And if he continues to chant, gradually he will develop his dormant love of God. It is very simple. We are requesting everyone to chant the Hare Krishna mantra and take prasadam. When you are tired of chanting, the prasadam is ready, you can immediately take prasadam. And if you dance, then all bodily exercise is Krishnaized. And all of the attempts of the yoga processes are attained by this simple process. So chant, dance, take prasadam. Even if you do not at first hear this philosophy, it will act, and you will be elevated to the highest platform of perfection. In the middle of a winter of struggle came a fortunate break for the London devotees, a meeting with George Harrison of the Beatles. For a long time the devotees had been thinking of ways to get the Beatles to chant Hare Krishna. To the Beatles' Apple Records studio they had once sent an apple pie with Hare Krishna lettered on it. Another time they had sent a wind-up walking apple with the Hare Krishna mantra printed on it. They had even sent a tape of one of their kirtanas and had received a standard rejection letter from Apple Records. So it seemed to be Krishna's special arrangement when Sundara suddenly met one of the most sought-after celebrities in the world, George Harrison. In a crowded room at Apple Records, Sundara, shaven-headed and wearing robes, sat hoping for a chance to have a few words with someone connected with the Beatles. Then George came down the stairs from a conference. As he entered the room, he saw Sundara. Walking over and sitting down beside Sundara, he asked, "Where have you been?" "I've been trying to meet the Hare Krishna people for the last couple of years." Sundara and George talked together for an hour, while everyone else hovered around. "I've really been trying to meet you people," George said. "Why don't you come to my place tomorrow?" The next day Sundara went to George's for lunch, where he met the other Beatles, Ringo Starr, John Lennon, and Paul McCartney. They all had questions, but George was especially interested. "George, I had a copy of the Hare Krishna album with Śrīla Prabhupāda singing Hare Krishna with the devotees. I'd had the record at least 2 years. But I got it the week it was pressed. I was open to it. You attract those things. So I used to play that a lot of the time. I was chanting the Hare Krishna mantra long before I met Sundara, Guru Dāsa, and Mukunda. I was just pleased to hear the Hare Krishna mantra and have a copy of the record. And I knew about Prabhupada because I had read all the liner notes on that album. Having been to India, I could tell where the devotees were all coming from, with the style of dress and shaved heads. I had seen them on the streets of Los Angeles and New York. Having read so many books and looking for yogis, my concept of the devotees wasn't like the other people, who think the devotees have all escaped from a lunatic asylum in their pajamas. No, I was aware of the thing and that it was a pretty heavy one, much more austerities than other groups, like no coffee, chocolate, or tea. Sundara continued to see George regularly, and they soon became friends. George, who had been practicing a mantra given him by Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, began to hear for the first time about Bhakti Yoga and the Vedic philosophy. He talked openly to Sundara, Guru Dāsa, and Mukunda of his spiritual quest and his realizations of karma. George, a yogi I met in India, said, You are really lucky. You have youth, fame, fortune, health, but at the same time that's not enough for you. You want to know about something else. Most people don't even get to the point where they realize there's something beyond that wall. They are just trying to get up on top of that wall, to be able to eat and have a nice house and be comfortable and all that. But I was fortunate enough to get all that in time to realize there's something else to life, whereas most people get worn out just trying to attain material things. After a visit to Haight-Ashbury in 1967, George had begun to feel guilty for his role in promulgating the LSD culture. He had had the impression that the hippies of Haight-Ashbury were creative craftsmen, but when he saw them drugged, dirty, and hopeless, a West Coast extension of the Bowery, he felt partly responsible. He decided to use his influential position by writing and singing songs about something more than psychedelics and sex. He was also feeling an increasing interest in Indian spirituality, due, he felt, to karma from his previous lives. George, I feel at home with Krishna. I think that's something that has been there from a previous birth. So it was like the door was opening to me at that time, but it was also like a jigsaw puzzle, and I needed all these little pieces to make a complete picture. And that is what has been happening by the devotees and Swami Bhaktivedanta coming along, or some devotee giving me a book or my hearing that album. It's all been slowly fitting together. And these are some of the reasons why I responded to Swami Sundara and Guru Dāsa when they first came to London. Let's face it, if I'm going to have to stand up and be counted, then I'll be with these guys rather than with those over there. It's like that. I'll be with the devotees rather than with the straight people who are the so-called saints. George offered to help the devotees get a building in London, and he and Swami Sundara spoke of making a Hare Krishna record. But Swami Sundara never pressed him. George was the glamorous superstar, the quiet, serious Beatle, the fabulous guitarist and singer who had access to all the greats, to presidents and queens, wherever he went. And Swami Sundara had a glamour of his own. He was tall, 6'2", and although shaven-headed, strikingly handsome. And he was a Vaisnava, fully dedicated to the Indian spirituality George was so fond of. When Prabhupada heard about George, he took seriously the possibility that George might fully take up Krishna consciousness. Carrying this to its logical conclusion, Prabhupada envisioned a world revolution in consciousness, spearheaded by the Krishna-conscious Beatles. It is understood from your letter that Mr. George Harrison has little sympathy for our movement, and if Krishna is actually satisfied on him, surely he will be able to join with us in pushing on the Sankirtan movement throughout the world. Somehow or other the Beatles have become the cynosure of the neighboring European countries and America also. He is attracted by our Sankirtan party, and if Mr. George Harrison takes the leading part in organizing a huge Sankirtan party consisting of the Beatles and our ISKCON boys, surely we shall change the face of the world so much politically harassed by the maneuvers of the politicians. For the London devotees, George's friendship heightened the excitement of Prabhupada's coming to London. Now that a world-famous personality was waiting to meet Prabhupada, they felt perhaps they had another way to please him and to make preaching in London a success. George, by his association with Krishna consciousness and by dint of his own spiritual evolution, began to express his devotion to Lord Krishna in his songs. Reading Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita as it is, he could appreciate the superiority of the personal conception of God over the impersonal. Guru Dāsa showed George the verse in the Gita where Krishna says that he is the basis of the impersonal Brahman. George liked the concepts of Krishna consciousness, but he was wary of showing exclusive devotion to Prabhupada and Krishna. The devotees, therefore, dealt with him accordingly, so as not to disturb him. On January 11, Śrīla Prabhupāda wrote another letter to the devotees in London, expressing more ideas of how George could best serve Krishna. I am so glad that Mr. Harrison is composing songs like Lord whom we so long ignored. He is very thoughtful. When we actually meet, I shall be able to give him thoughts about separation from Krishna, and they will be able to compose very attractive songs for public reception. The public is in need of such songs, and if they are administered through nice agents like the Beatles, it will surely be a great success. Prabhupada cautioned the devotees not to simply depend on George for help but to try to find a building themselves and rent it. George did want to help, however, and again he suggested the devotees make a record on the Apple label. An old favorite idea of the London devotees had been to get the Beatles to make a record chanting Hare Krishna. If the Beatles did it, the mantra would certainly become world famous. George liked the idea, but he preferred that the devotees sing it and he produce it on the Apple label. You guys make the money, rather than we get it, he said. Let's make a record. So the devotees went over to George's house for a chanting session. George dubbed in his guitar, and a few weeks later the devotees returned and heard their tape. George was ready to try a session at the studio, so the devotees agreed to meet him and his musician friend Billy Preston at Trident Studios on St. Anne's Alley. They recorded for a few hours. The tape sounded good. George and Sundara agreed on a date for the actual recording. On the day of the recording, about a dozen devotees, including some newly recruited Britishers, assembled at EMI recording studios on Abbey Road. When the first group of devotees arrived in George's Mercedes, a crowd of teenagers began singing Hare Krishna to the tune popularized by the rock musical Hair. While Yamuna applied Vaisnava Tilaka to the foreheads of the recording technicians, Malati began unpacking the picnic baskets of prasadam she had brought, and some of the other devotees put up pictures of Krishna and lit incense. The studio was Krishnaized, with Paul McCartney and his wife, Linda, operating the control console. The recording session began. Everyone worked quickly, making side one of the 45 revolutions per minute record in about an hour. George played organ, and Mukunda played mranga. Yamuna sang the lead with Sundara backing her, and the other voices blended in a chorus. And to make it come out exactly right, everyone concentrated on Prabhupada and prayed for spiritual strength. On the fourth take, everything went smoothly, with Malati spontaneously hitting a brass gong at the end. Then they recorded the flip side of the record, prayers to Śrīla Prabhupāda, Lord Chaitanya and his associates, and the 6 Goswamis. Afterward, George dubbed in the bass guitar and other voices. The devotees, engineers, everyone, felt good about it. "This is going to be big," George promised. As the record went into production, the devotees returned to their regular work, still living separately. Prabhupada set the time of his arrival for early September. He would go to Hamburg and then come to London, he said, even if there was no temple. Miraculously, only 2 months before Prabhupada's arrival, things began to come together. Guru Dāsa met a real estate agent with a building on Berry Place, near the British Museum. The devotees could move in immediately. An ideal location, £41 a week, and immediate occupancy. It was wonderful. Mukunda wrote Prabhupada asking him for money for the down payment. Prabhupada agreed. Sundara got a letter from George on Apple Corporation Limited stationery stating that Apple would guarantee payments if the devotees defaulted. Within a week, the devotees had a 5-story building in central London. But when the devotees went to live at their new centre on Berry Place, city officials said they did not have the proper housing permits. The red tape could take weeks, even months. Again, the devotees were without a place to live and worship together. Sundara, however, on faith that everything would work out, began constructing a temple room of California redwood in the building. John Lennon then suggested to Sundara that the devotees come and live with him at Tittenhurst, a large estate he had recently purchased near Ascot. He needed some renovation done, and if the devotees would help he would give them a place to live. "Can our guru also stay there?" Sundara asked. John agreed, and the devotees moved into the former servants' quarters at John's estate. Only a few weeks before Prabhupada's arrival, the record, Hare Krishna Mantra, was released. Apple Records staged a promotion and brought press reporters and photographers in a multicolored bus to a blue and white pavilion where the devotees had gathered with George. The first day the record sold 70,000 copies. Within a few weeks the devotees appeared on the popular TV show Top of the Pops, singing their song. John Lennon's estate, formerly owned by the Cadbury family, consisted of 76 acres of lawn and forest, with a large manor and many smaller buildings. John and his wife, Yoko, lived in the manor. The servants' quarters, where Prabhupada and the devotees were to live, were 4 separate apartments in a single narrow building near the manor. About 15 devotees moved in, reserving 1 apartment for Prabhupada and his servant. John wanted the devotees to tear out the hardwood walls and floors in the main house and replace them with new walls and black and white marble tile floors. While this renovation was beginning, Asana, who had recently arrived from Canada, began with a few helpers to convert the old music recital hall into a temple, complete with Vyasashana for Śrīla Prabhupada. The devotees worked day and night on Prabhupada's quarters, the temple room, and Prabhupada's Vyasashana. With such energy did they work that John and Yoko could see that the devotees were obviously in love with their spiritual master. When the devotees were making a tape to send to Prabhupada in Germany, Asana asked John if he had anything he wanted to say to their guru. John smiled and said he would like to know Prabhupada's secret that made his followers so devoted. The stage was set. The time had come for the principal character to enter. Lord Krishna's pure devotee was at last coming to England. For the 6 devotees who had pioneered Krishna consciousness in London, it had been a long struggle. But now it seemed that all their once impossible dreams were coming true. They had found a place for Prabhupada to live in, and they had obtained a temple in the centre of London. This was Krishna's blessing. Library Śrīla Prabhupāda līlāmṛta Volume 1 Chapter 30 London. A dream fulfilled. London, September 11, 1969. With the cooperation of Apple Records and Lufthansa German Airlines, the devotees arranged a reception for Prabhupada at London's Heathrow Airport. As soon as Prabhupada descended the stairs of the airplane, he was escorted to a car and driven to a VIP lounge, bypassing the formalities of immigration and customs. As Prabhupada stepped from the car, the devotees ran out of the terminal and offered obeisances on the wet pavement, while Śrīla Prabhupada looked down on them, smiling. The devotees rose, brushing wet macadam from their dhotis and saris, and joyfully surrounded Prabhupada as he entered the lounge. Inside the terminal, Prabhupada confronted a mass of reporters and cameramen and several dozen friends of the devotees. A clean cloth covered one of the lounge sofas, and vases with yellow gladioluses sat on either side. Prabhupada walked over to the sofa and sat down, and Swami Sundara garlanded him with red and white carnations. Prabhupada began leading kirtana. The devotees were oblivious to all but Prabhupada, and the reporters resigned themselves to simply standing and observing while the devotees sang and danced ecstatically. The eager devotees were unabashed during the kirtana, and their shouts of Hari Bol and Jaya Prabhupada, as well as blasts from a conch shell, punctuated the regular chanting of Hare Krishna. After the kirtana, the reporters remained at a distance as Prabhupada spoke affectionately to almost each devotee seated before him. "Where's Janaki?" he asked. "Oh, yes, how are you? Vaibhavati, how is your daughter? Actually, you are all my fathers and mothers. You are taking such care." For the devotees, only they and Prabhupada were present in the lounge, and they strained to catch everything he did or said. They couldn't have cared less about any outsider's reaction. Finally, Mukunda invited the reporters to come forward. "If any of you gentlemen have any questions, you can ask them of Prabhupada." The reporters, moving in, "What do you think of this reception, Prabhupada?" "I am not very much fond of reception. I want to know how people give reception to this movement. That is my concern." Devotees in unison, "Hari Bol." Reporter, "Is this a very special welcome for you, or is this a performance you go through each day?" Prabhupada, "No, wherever I go, I have got my disciples. In Western countries I have got now about 20 centers, especially in America. So the American boys are very enthusiastic. I think in Los Angeles and San Francisco I got a very great reception. In the Ratha Yatra festival about 10,000 boys and girls followed me for 7 miles. Devotees, Hari Bol." Sun reporter, "What do you try to teach, sir?" Prabhupada, "I am trying to teach what you have forgotten." Devotees, laughing, "Hari Bol. Hare Krishna." Sun reporter, "Which is what?" Prabhupada, "That is God. Some of you are saying there is no God. Some of you are saying God is dead. And some of you are saying God is impersonal or void. These are all nonsense. I want to teach all the nonsense people that there is God. That is my mission. Any nonsense can come to me, I shall prove that there is God. That is my Krishna consciousness movement. It is a challenge to the atheistic people. This is God. As we are sitting here face to face, you can see God face to face, if you are sincere and if you are serious. That is possible. Unfortunately, you are trying to forget God. Therefore you are embracing so many miseries of life. So I am simply preaching that you become Krishna conscious and be happy. Don't be swayed by these nonsense waves of Maya, or illusion." When a reporter asked if the singing was essential to the sustenance of your faith, Prabhupada answered at length, describing the cleansing effect of chanting Hare Krishna. He quoted Srimad Bhagavatam's declaration that anyone without God consciousness has no good qualities. "Test any of our students," Prabhupada said, "How they are good, how they are advanced. Test it. Bring anyone in the world and compare with any one of our boys. You will find how much difference there is in their character and their feeling and their consciousness. If you want a peaceful society, then you must make people God conscious, Krishna conscious. Everything will be automatically resolved. Otherwise your so-called United Nations will not help." The reporters asked about Billy Graham, the moon landing, the war in Ireland, and the whereabouts of Prabhupada's wife and children. They asked him to turn his head toward them, and they clicked away with their cameras. They thanked him, and the reception dispersed. Prabhupada went from the building to the gleaming white Rolls-Royce awaiting him outside, courtesy of John Lennon. Prabhupada entered the back seat and sat cross-legged. The limousine was equipped with darkened windows and a lavish interior, including a television. The devotees had become so confused in their excitement that none of them had thought to join Prabhupada, and the chauffeur whisked him away to Tittenhurst. Prabhupada sat silently, except for his occasionally audible chanting, as the chauffeur headed through the winding roads leading away from the airport. He was in England. His father, Gurmohan, had never wanted him to come to England. Once an uncle had told Gurmohan that his son should go to England to become a barrister. But Gurmohan had said no, if his son went there the meat-eaters, drinkers, and sex-mongers might influence him. But now, 70 years later, Prabhupada had indeed come to London, not to be influenced by the Englishmen but to influence them. He had come to teach them what they had forgotten. And he was off to a good start, under Krishna's special care. When he had had to live alone in New York City without any money, that had been Krishna's mercy. And now he was entering England in a chauffeured limousine, also Krishna's mercy. Accepting the ride as part of Krishna's plan, Prabhupada remained deeply fixed in his purpose of carrying out the order of his spiritual master, whatever circumstances awaited. As they turned onto Route 4, proceeding towards Slough, Prabhupada saw factories and warehouses and then the flat countryside, with orchards, fields, and grazing horses. The grey, chilly weather hinted of winter ahead. After about 20 minutes Prabhupada reached the wealthy neighborhood of Ascot and soon, appearing on the left, the high redwood fence surrounding the Lennon estate. Prabhupada had arrived before his disciples. But those who had remained at the manor excitedly received him and showed him to his room on the second floor of the servants' quarters. The small room was chilly and damp, with a low table for a desk and wall-to-wall carpeting made from pieces of rug taken from the other rooms. The adjoining room was bare and even smaller. Prabhupada sat down at his low desk. "Where is everyone?" he asked. As he leaned back and gazed out the window he saw rain just beginning to fall. When George, John, and Yoko dropped by after Prabhupada's lunch, Swami Sundara invited them to come up and meet Prabhupada. George turned to John and asked, "Do you want to go up?" The bearded, bespectacled master of Tittenhurst, hair down to his shoulders, assented. Yoko also was curious. So up they all went to Prabhupada's little room. Smiling graciously from behind his desk, Prabhupada asked his guests to enter and be seated. Here were two of the most famous people in England, and Krishna wanted him to speak to them. Prabhupada removed his garland and handed it to Swami Sundara, indicating that he should put it around George's neck. "Thank you," said George. "Hare Krishna." Prabhupada smiled. "This is Krishna's blessing." "Hare Krishna," George replied again. "Yes," Prabhupada said, "there is a verse in Bhagavad Gita, Yad yad akarati sresthastat tad avataro jana, sayet pramanam kurut lokastadanuvartate. The idea is that anything which is accepted by the leading persons, ordinary persons follow them. Yad yad akarati srestha. Srestha means leading persons. Akarati means act. Whatever leading persons act, people in general follow them. If the leading person says it is nice, then it is all right, the others also accept it. So by the grace of God, Krishna, you are leaders. Thousands of young men follow you. They like you. So if you give them something actually nice, the face of the world will change." Although George and John were about the same age as most of Prabhupada's disciples, Prabhupada considered them sresthas, respected leaders. "You are also anxious to bring some peace in the world," Prabhupada continued. "I have read sometimes your statement. You are anxious also. Everyone is. Every saintly person should be anxious to bring in peace in the world. But we must know the process." He explained the peace formula according to Bhagavad Gita. Only those who recognize the Supreme Personality of Godhead as the proprietor of everything, the object of all sacrifices, and the friend of everyone can find peace. Prabhupada then told the two Beatles even more directly what he had already hinted at: they should learn Krishna consciousness and help teach it to the world. "I request you to at least understand this philosophy to your best knowledge," he said. "If you think it is nice, pick it up. You are also willing to give something to the world. So try this. You have read our books, this Bhagavad Gita as it is?" "John, I've read bits of the Bhagavad Gita. I don't know which version it was. There's so many different translations." "Prabhupada, there are different translations. Therefore I have given this edition, Bhagavad Gita as it is." Prabhupada explained that the material world is a place of misery. Nature is cruel. In America President Kennedy was thought to be the most fortunate, happy man, honored throughout the world. But within a second, Prabhupada loudly snapped his fingers. He was finished. Temporary. Now what is his position? Where is he? If life is eternal, if the living entity is eternal, where he has gone? What he is doing? Is he happy, or is he distressed? He is born in America, or China? Nobody can say. But it is a fact that, as living entity, he is eternal. He is existing. Prabhupada explained the transmigration of the soul. Then again he requested, try to understand it, and if it is nice you take it up. You are after something very nice. Is my proposal unreasonable? The two Beatles glanced at one another but didn't answer. Prabhupada gave a soft, amused laugh. "You are all intelligent boys. Try to understand it." Prabhupada spoke of the importance of music in the Vedas. "The Samaveda," he said, "is full of music. Followers of the Samaveda are always in music. Through musical vibration they are approaching the Supreme." He then sang slowly 3 verses from Srimad Bhagavatam. Matirna Kursna Paradas Vadavamitho Bapadyata Gavartanam Adanta Gabur Visatam Tamasram Puna Punas Karvata Karvananam Natava Jasvartha Gatam High Visnam Durasaya Yibahirurdam Enana and Ayat Harvapanyamanas Date Pisa Tantriam Orudamni Badan Nasam Madastavad Urakramangram Spursitian Arthopagamo Yadartha Mahayasam Padarajo Bizagam Niskinkananam Navarnita Yavat. Because of their uncontrolled senses, persons too addicted to materialistic life make progress toward hellish conditions and repeatedly chew that which has already been chewed. Their inclinations toward Krishna are never aroused, either by the instructions of others, by their own efforts, or by a combination of both. Persons who are strongly entrapped by the consciousness of enjoying material life, and who have therefore accepted as their leaders or guru a similar blind man attached to external sense objects, cannot understand that the goal of life is to return home, back to Godhead, and engage in the service of Lord Vishnu. As blind men guided by another blind man miss the right path and fall into a ditch, materially attached men led by another materially attached man are bound by the ropes of fruitive labor, which are made of very strong cords, and they continue again and again in materialistic life, suffering the threefold miseries. Unless they smear upon their bodies the dust of the lotus feet of a Vaisnava completely freed from material contamination, persons very much inclined toward materialistic life cannot be attached to the lotus feet of the Lord, who is glorified for his uncommon activities. Only by becoming Krishna conscious and taking shelter at the lotus feet of the Lord in this way can one be freed from material contamination. Srimad Bhagavatam, July 5, 1930-32. Then Prabhupada asked his guests what philosophy they were following. "Following?" John asked. "We don't follow anything," Yoko said. "We are just living." "We've done meditation," said George. "Or I do my meditation, mantra meditation." They began to ask questions, the same questions Prabhupada had heard so many times before. After hearing Prabhupada's explanation of Brahman, the all-pervading spiritual energy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Yoko doubted whether Brahman could remain pure and not deteriorate in time. Prabhupada advised that she would have to become a serious student before she could actually understand spiritual philosophy. John and Yoko, being devoted eclectics, had difficulty accepting Prabhupada's concept of Vedic authority. "John, we still have to keep sifting through, like through sand, to see who's got the best." Prabhupada: "No. One thing you try to understand. Why these people, if Krishna is not the supreme authority, why they are taking Krishna's book and translating. Why don't you try to understand?" George: "I'm not saying Krishna isn't the supreme. I believe that. There is a misunderstanding about the translation of the Sanskrit Gita into English. And I was saying that there are many versions, and I think we thought you were trying to say your version, your translation, was the authority and that the other translations were not. But we didn't really have misunderstanding as to the identity of Krishna." Prabhupada: "That's all right. If you believe Krishna is the Supreme Lord, if that is your version, then you have to see who is most addicted to Krishna. These people are 24 hours chanting Krishna. And another person, who has not a single word Krishna, how can he become a devotee of Krishna? How can he, who does not utter even the name of Krishna, become a representative of Krishna? If Krishna is authority, and that is accepted, therefore those who are directly addicted to Krishna, they are authorities." After more than an hour of conversation, Prabhupada distributed some prasadam to John, George, Yoko, and the few disciples in his room. If these shresthas were to take up Krishna consciousness, that would be good for them and many others also. He had done his duty and provided them the opportunity. It was Krishna's message, and to accept it or not was now up to them. John said he had something to do, and he excused himself. As everyone was leaving, Yoko, walking down the stairs, turned to John and said, "Look at how simply he's living. Could you live like that?" In the evening Prabhupada sat with the three couples, Syamasundara and Malati, Guru Dāsa and Yamuna, and Mukunda and Janaki. After a year's separation they were happily with Prabhupada, and he was happy to be with them. The love they shared and their mutual satisfaction at being together was based on a unifying desire to establish Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtana movement in this important city. Now that Prabhupada had come to London, work would not slacken, it would increase under his expert guidance. Prabhupada could daily instruct the men on organizing more London preaching, and they could report to him as necessary. The women could also directly serve him, cleaning his quarters, washing and ironing his laundry. and cooking his meals. No one can afford a house like this in England anymore, Prabhupada said. England has gone down. Now these young boys own a place like this. And we are here. Prabhupada, Sundara spoke up, our record sold 50,000 copies yesterday. Oh. Prabhupada's eyes widened. Very big business. Prabhupada said that their money and energy should go toward opening the temple in the city. Now they were living comfortably on this aristocratic estate in the suburbs, and certainly they should try to involve these important celebrities in Krishna consciousness as far as possible. But the main business should be to open a temple in the city. Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati had preferred to establish temples in the cities, where the people were. Of course, if John could give this place to Krishna and if the devotees could maintain cows and cultivate the land, as in New Vrindavan, then that would be a different matter. They would have to see what Krishna desired. Prabhupada was sorry that some of his disciples were obliged to work full-time renovating the estate in exchange for their stay. Brahmanas and Vaisnavas, he said, had the serious work of cultivating spiritual knowledge and teaching it to others, and they deserve the respect and support of the rest of society. The arrangement at Tittenhurst seemed more business than charity. But they should tolerate it as a temporary situation. Prabhupada talked with Sundara, Mukunda, and Gurudasa about their struggle to get housing permits and renovate the temple downtown. Sundara had been right, Prabhupada said, to begin renovating the temple, Krishna would protect their investment. When Prabhupada learned they had secured a series of public lectures that would commit him to 3 months in London, he smiled. He would be glad to stay and preach in England, he said, for as long as it took to open the London Centre. Prabhupada commended his 6 London pioneers on succeeding where his sannyasi godbrothers had failed. He told them that because they had chanted Hare Krishna with faith, they had succeeded. They were not great scholars or renunciants, yet they had faith in the holy name and the order of their spiritual master. Prabhupada said that he also was not a great scholar, but that he had staunch faith, the real requirement for spiritual success. A devotee could go to many places and accomplish many things, Prabhupada said, but unless he was free of material motives he would not be able to implant the seed of bhakti into the hearts of others. Prabhupada cited Sivananda, who had gone alone to Hamburg and tried his best, with faith in his spiritual master. Now Krishna was blessing Sivananda with a little success, a storefront temple, newly recruited devotees, an interested professor, and other guests coming and chanting. Even one lone preacher could accomplish many things for Krishna, provided the preacher was free from sense gratification and the desire for profit, adoration, and distinction. Śrīla Prabhupada rose early, about 1 a.m., and began dictating his latest book, Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Krishna, begun in Los Angeles 8 months before, was a summary of Srimad Bhagavatam's 10th canto. Starting in 1959 with the first canto, Prabhupada had been translating each successive verse, giving a Roman transliteration, Sanskrit-English synonyms, the English translation, and then his commentary. Krishna, however, was all in English, with translation and commentary blended together as transcendental stories. In his verse-by-verse translation of the Bhagavatam, Prabhupada was still working on the 3rd canto, so to reach the 10th canto could take many years. But he was uncertain how many years longer he would live, and the thought of passing away without giving the world an authorized, readable account of the 10th canto had been unbearable. Being the account of Lord Krishna's earthly pastimes, the 10th canto was the climax of Srimad Bhagavatam and the richest nectar of transcendental literature. Now Prabhupada had enough manuscript pages to print a first volume, complete with the many color illustrations he had commissioned his artists to paint. To print such a book would be expensive, and Prabhupada had no money. But he depended fully on Krishna and translated quickly in the quiet of early morning. At 4:30 Prabhupada's secretary, Purusattama, entered, followed by Yamuna Dasi. Purusattama offered arati to Prabhupada's small Radha Krishna deities while Yamuna watched, eager to learn. Prabhupada sang prayers, accompanying himself on the harmonium. During Prabhupada's Mangala Arati ceremony, the other dozen or so disciples assembled for their own Mangala Arati at the temple. As they walked the damp pathway to the temple they felt the cold air and heard the bell and Prabhupada's singing. They could see through the pre-dawn mist the light coming from Prabhupada's window on the 2nd floor, and the building looked like a lantern in the dark. The sound of the harmonium drifted mystically through the trees. Later that morning some of the devotees brought Prabhupada several news articles about his London arrival. The Daily Sketch, with its headline "Enter His Divine Grace Abhayacharya Bhaktivedanta Swami," carried a foot-high photo of Prabhupada playing karatalas. The Sun's Story, "Happiness is Hare Krishna," appeared with a photo of Prabhupada and the devotees. and the Daily Mirror showed Sarasvati and one of the adult devotees. The Daily Telegraph, however, carried a different kind of article: Hindu temple protests. Conversion of office premises in Bloomsbury into a Hindu temple is being investigated by the Ministry of Public Buildings and Works, the article began. The devotees' neighbors at Berry Place had apparently complained about the renovation that had been going on for the past 2 weeks. The article quoted a Camden Council member: "If their planning application is not granted, it will cost them a lot of money." Prabhupada said the devotees should do everything they could to prevent delays or obstacles to their establishing the temple and installing deities of Radha and Krishna. He suggested they go daily into the city, work carefully and persistently with the officials, and secure the authorization. Meanwhile, Syama Sundara should continue his remodeling work at Berry Place. For Prabhupada, such diplomatic and legal strategy was as spiritual as translating Krishna or singing before his deities. He was serious, heavy, and his disciples sensed this as he looked at them with full concentration, his intelligent gaze penetrating to see if they understood his directions. This heaviness of the Guru was an essential part of their relationship with him. They were young men, inexperienced, and he was sending them on a mature assignment that required both transcendental and worldly expertise. Serving as Prabhupada's menial messengers and workers, his disciples imbibed his gravity. And they too became heavy. They too became dedicated servants of their Guru. To bungle an important order because of naivete or carelessness would be a spiritual disqualification. Prabhupada had often told them a Vaisnava is not a retired person who only sleeps and eats and chants Hare Krishna. Rather, a Vaisnava fights for Krishna, as did Arjuna and Hanuman. And as the devotee tries his best, working in full surrender, Krishna supports and protects him. Dawn arrived, and time for Prabhupada's morning walk. The cold September night shrouded the morning in heavy fog. Some of the low-lying grounds were waterlogged this time of year, and even in the higher plots the long grass would remain wet until mid-morning. This climate, Prabhupada admitted, is not at all suitable for me. But having heard of the beauty of the grounds, he insisted on taking his usual morning walk. Tittenhurst dated back to the 1770s, when the estate had been renowned for its many varieties of trees and shrubs, one of the most unusual collections in England. Even now, cypresses, weeping beech, Austin poplars, royal palms, redwoods, varieties of pines, monkey puzzle trees, and orchards of cherry and apple graced the stately grounds. One cypress stood more than 125 feet tall, and the redwoods grew even taller. Bushes and vines grew in dense thickets. Close by the main house were hundreds of rhododendrons, a formal rose garden, and several fountains. The estate had its own lake, stocked with goldfish and perch, and at a far end of the property stood a row of greenhouses for grapes and peaches. Designed so as to be abloom in every season, the grounds had been carefully kept for generations, a recent owner having employed more than 20 gardeners. John, however, was deliberately allowing the grass to go uncut. Prabhupada walked out into the morning mist, onto the long, wet grass. Dressed almost entirely in black, he wore a Russian hat with earmuffs and black rubber Wellington boots. A black, full-length overcoat, given him by the devotees in Germany, covered his robes and sweater, leaving only glimpses of saffron cloth. As Prabhupada walked, accompanied by several of his disciples, he passed a fountain near the main house and entered a grove. The path narrowed, with vines and bushes close in, and led them into an open meadow, once a well-tended lawn but now a field of high grass. Bulldozers had excavated an area which according to rumor would soon be a helicopter landing field. At the bottom of the sloping meadow, Prabhupada entered an orchard. Many leaves had fallen from the trees, and the sun's first rays now revealed shavings of autumn gold at Prabhupada's feet. He stood under one of the trees, and the diffused sunlight made the sky beyond the branches glow golden. "In my childhood," he said, "there were so many names given to me. My maternal uncle called me Nandu, because I appeared the day after Krishna appeared and there was a great celebration on that day. I was called Nandu because I was born the day after Krishna. And I was also called Govardhana. One of my sisters used to call me Kacha. I've been called so many names. As children we were all very beautiful. There are always so many names given to them. But all these names, they are all dead and gone." He turned and began to walk again, saying nothing more on the subject. Prabhupada mentioned the British economy, which he said was sinking into the sea because of the pound's devaluation. So many British lords had gained their wealth by exploiting other nations, now, having exhausted their good karma, they were suffering the results of their sins. They were too poor to maintain their great estates. They used to have 17 men working full-time just on the garden, Prabhupada exclaimed, and now they cannot even pay the taxes. So they have to give the whole thing up. and it is falling into the hands of the Sudras. Asana asked Prabhupada, how is it that a person like me, from such a degraded background, can come to Krishna consciousness? Because you are intelligent, Prabhupada replied. I don't understand. Because you are intelligent, Prabhupada repeated. Asana's wife, Vaibhavati, asked, what is the meaning of spiritual master? Actually I am not your spiritual master, Prabhupada replied. That title is simply a formality. You should think of me as your spiritual father, your eternal father. As they walked past a tractor, Kulaskara remarked, the tractor is a very wonderful invention, isn't it? Prabhupada turned to Kulaskara. This tractor is the downfall of the Indian village system. Why is that? It does the work of 10 men. Yes, Prabhupada said. Previously, the young men of the village would be engaged in plowing the field. Then this tractor came along and did the work of all those young men, and they had nothing to do. So they went to the cities to try to find work, and they fell into illusion. Stopping beside a clump of yellow grass, Prabhupada asked, why is this yellow grass different? No one answered. The other grass is green, he said, but this is yellow. What is the reason? Still no one answered. This yellow grass is drying up, Prabhupada explained, because the roots are not attached. Therefore it is yellow. Similarly, when we detach ourselves from Krishna, then we will dry up. They walked to a spot where the grass grew almost 6 feet high. Stopping at a path the tractor had cut, Prabhupada smiled. Oh, we can go through there? And he strode ahead with his cane into the head-high jungle of grass and weeds. He walked until he came to a low hill that had been cleared, and he stopped. As he stood there, surrounded by the sea of grass and a few disciples, Kulaskara asked about the song Prabhupada had been singing earlier that morning. The song, Prabhupada said, is about Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He would rise, and he would go out at this time of morning, when the sun has risen but is not yet in the sky. As Prabhupada spoke, the mist was already dissipating, and the golden glow in the sky had moved higher above the horizon. Prabhupada raised his hands and swayed from side to side. In this way, he said, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would dance in the morning. As they returned by the main house, John Lennon stood gazing out through the glass doors, watching. Prabhupada, walking with a cane, dressed in his black coat and his Wellingtons, looked like the gentleman of the estate out for his morning walk. Stopping now and then, he would look at certain trees, touching their bark, rubbing their leaves, inspecting them closely. At the beginning of the walk, a devotee had picked a rose and handed it to him, and he still held it in his hand with care. He had walked for an hour. Everywhere the scenery had been beautiful, and everywhere he had instructed his followers in Krishna consciousness. As Prabhupada approached the building where he lived, he met little Sarasvati. Taking her hand, he walked along with her to the foot of the stairs, where they stopped. Prabhupada was halfway up the stairs when he turned and saw Sarasvati standing in the doorway, watching. He beckoned and called to her, "Come on," and she crawled up the stairs after him. When Sarasvati came into Prabhupada's room, he asked her, "So, are you old enough to go to Gurukula?" "No," she said, shaking her head. "Come here, I'm going to put a stamp on your forehead, and then we are going to put you in a red mailbox and send you to Gurukula." Sarasvati began to cry, "Malati! Malati! I don't want to go," and ran and hid behind her mother. "Come on, Sarasvati," Prabhupada coaxed. "Come sit on my lap, and I will give you some prasadam." She came and sat on Prabhupada's knee. "Now get me the stamps, Purushotama," he teased. "We are going to send her to Gurukula." Sarasvati shrieked and ran to Malati. To Śrīla Prabhupada, Sarasvati was a pure spirit soul, but because she was in a small child's body he didn't teach her philosophy. He teased her, gave her prasadam, and treated her with the affection of a grandfather. But through her attachment to him, she would become attached to Krishna. After breakfast, when the sun had warmed the air, Prabhupada opened his windows, sat down at his harmonium, and sang bhajanas. As he sang with closed eyes, his head shaking, he played the harmonium, and Yamuna sat at the bottom of the stairs, crying tears of appreciation. Prabhupada had been singing for a while when he stopped and called for Yamuna. "Do you enjoy my kirtana?" he asked. "Yes," she nodded, "very much." "The prayers of Nautama Dāsa Thakura," he said. "This sound is above the material platform. It is directly from the spiritual platform. And there is no need of understanding the language. It is just like a thunderburst. Everyone can hear the sound of thunder, there is no misunderstanding. Similarly, these songs are above the material platform, and they crack like thunder within your heart. Why don't you come here every day during my chanting? That would be wonderful." "Yes," said Prabhupada, "from now on we will record." And every morning after that, Prabhupada sang, and Purushotama and Yamuna would come to his room and record. "What is your favorite bhajana?" Yamuna asked. "What's yours?" Prabhupada returned. "Lord Chaitanya Shikshashtakam prayers." "My favorite," said Prabhupada, "is Hari Hari Vi Fail." He recited the gist of the prayer in English. "O Lord Hari, I have spent my life uselessly. Although I have taken this rare human birth, I have not worshipped Radha and Krishna, and so I have knowingly drunk poison. There is so much depth of meaning in Nautama Dasa Thakura's prayers." Purushotama. Once Prabhupada was sitting alone in his room. I walked by, and I heard him singing a prayer I'd never heard before. And I went in. Of course everyone knows he sings, he can sing very beautifully, very greatly inspired, but I'd never heard him sing as beautifully as he did that one time. I'd heard him sing many, many times in many temples, but I'd never heard him sing as beautifully as this. I felt very honored to hear it, very privileged. It was beautiful. When he was done, he just got up and said, "Let's go now." Prabhupada also chanted one chapter of Bhagavad Gita daily for 18 days. Anywhere Bhagavad Gita is chanted, he said, that place becomes a tirtha, a holy place. Purushotama reported to the devotees in the United States these activities of Śrīla Prabhupada. He is singing prayers a lot, and much of it is being recorded. I must admit that the tapes of songs and prayers he is making now are the best ones I have ever heard. Wait until you hear them when we get back. As the Bhagavatam says, "Drink deep this nectar, O man of piety, and you shall be taken from this mortal frame." The women cooking for Prabhupada were serving him American desserts, apple pie, donuts, glazed cookies. Prabhupada would smile, but he would only nibble at his dessert. One afternoon he said, "These sweets are very nice, but no one has made me sandesa." None of the devotees knew how to make Bengali sweets, so Prabhupada took them into the kitchen and taught them to make sandesa. Although they had watched carefully, their first attempts produced sandesa that was dry and grainy. But Prabhupada accepted it, preferring the sandesa, which Krishna himself used to eat, to the Western confections. For the devotees at Tittenhurst, to have Prabhupada living among them was again to witness Krishna's pure devotee as he engaged constantly in ecstatic devotional service with his body, mind, and words. They could see how Prabhupada was speaking and acting in Krishna consciousness at every moment, and his presence confirmed that the most exalted platform of pure devotional service was a reality. His disciples felt bliss and renewed determination just being with him. Prabhupada's hosts, John and Yoko, also had the valuable opportunity to be near Prabhupada, although they chose to keep apart. Remaining together in their own world, they mingled but rarely with the devotees. Prabhupada's men continued to work under John's managers, and John was content to let the Swami and his entourage stay. When the head gardener asked John how to treat the devotees, he said, "Let them please themselves." On hearing of certain activities in the main house, Prabhupada commented about the bad influence women sometimes have on men, but he kept out of John and Yoko's affairs. He had his own affairs in Krishna consciousness. Having been whisked from the airport to Tittenhurst, Prabhupada had seen little of London, and one day he asked Sundara to take him on a tour of the city. Prabhupada had grown up in British Calcutta hearing London praised as the seat of Britain's world empire, so when he saw how small many of London's historic landmarks were he was particularly surprised. At Buckingham Palace he remarked, "We have many houses in Calcutta bigger than this." The Thames, celebrated in the writings of British authors he had studied in college, was a disappointment also. "It's a canal," he said. "It's only a canal. In my mind I thought it was bigger than the Ganges." But the most interesting sight was the building at Sevenbury Place. City officials had recently granted the devotees permission to occupy the temple. That part of the battle was won. Now Sundara and his few helpers had to finish the remodeling. On seeing the temple's location near the British Museum and Madame Tussauds Wax Museum, Śrīla Prabhupada became even more anxious that Sundara fix an opening date as soon as possible. In September Śrīla Prabhupada wrote to Satsvarūpa about his stay at Tittenhurst Park. "Here there is a nice big hall, exactly suitable for a temple. I have begun to give lectures here on specific days, but there are no outsiders coming." Prabhupada wanted to preach to the outsiders, and if they wouldn't come to him, he would go to them. His first outside meeting, arranged by the devotees, was at Camden Town Hall, in the heart of London, and was well attended both by Britishers and by Indians. After Prabhupada's brief lecture, only about 15 minutes, a lively question and answer session began. "Woman, would you say Krishna is God or Krishna is love?" Prabhupada, "Without love, how can Krishna be God?" Woman, "No, I asked you." Prabhupada, "Yes. That is the real position. Krishna means all attractive. Anything which is all attractive you generally love. Man, then the particle of the Supreme Being, man, is also all love? Prabhupada, yes, you are part and parcel of Krishna. You want to love somebody, and Krishna wants to love you. This is loving exchange. But instead of loving Krishna, you are trying to love something else. That is your trouble. The love is there in you and Krishna, and when the love will be exchanged between you and Krishna, that will be your perfection of life. Man, thank you. Indian woman, would it matter if I worshipped any other? Would it matter whether I worshipped Krishna or Shiva or Christ or Buddha? Would it matter? Prabhupada, if you worship Shiva, you'll get Shiva. If you worship Krishna, you'll get Krishna. Why do you expect Krishna by worshipping Shiva? What is your idea? Indian woman, my idea is, would it matter? Prabhupada, don't you suppose if you purchase a ticket for India you'll go to India? How can you go to America? Indian woman, this is not the point. Prabhupada, this is the point. That is explained in Bhagavad Gita, Yanti Devavrata Devan Pitran Yanti Pitravrata. Indian woman, but my point is, Prabhupada, your point, you understand. Why don't you understand the description of Bhagavad Gita? If you worship demigods like Shiva and others, you will go there. If you worship Krishna, you'll go to Krishna. What is the difficulty to understand? Indian woman, do you think that Shiva is a demigod? Prabhupada, yes, why not? Indian woman, but Krishna says that it doesn't matter the way you worship. All means have the same goal, and you will reach the same goal. You can take the different paths, but you will come to me eventually. Prabhupada, try to understand. Suppose you have to go to the 42nd floor of a building. And you are going up one after another. So the goal is the 42nd story, but you cannot claim that after going a few steps, I have come to the goal, the 42nd story. The path is one, that's all right, but you have to reach the ultimate goal. You do not know what is the ultimate goal. You simply say all paths reach to this goal. But you do not know what is the ultimate goal. A young hippie stood up and shouted, "Hey, Swamiji!" People in the audience turned around and looked. You said if we're not careful, in the next life we'll become a dog. But I want to tell you that I don't mind if I become a dog in my next life. You have my blessings, said Prabhupada, and the young man sat down. One-night lectures in scattered places around the city proved further the need of a temple. Prabhupada had experienced a similar situation in New York City in 1965. At that time also he had had no temple. His audiences would listen respectfully and then disperse, and he would never see them again. To become Krishna conscious, however, a person needed to hear about Krishna repeatedly, and for that a temple was required. Once Prabhupada had his temple established in London, thousands would be able to come and hear about Krishna, take prasadam, and appreciate the lovely deity form of the Lord. A temple would provide guests with regular, intimate contact with the devotees of the Lord, and this was essential. In the absence of a temple, however, Prabhupada was prepared to go on lecturing all over London. Krishna's teachings, Krishna's kirtana, and Krishna's prasadam were absolute good. They would act regardless of the external situation. Conway Hall was a 500-seat auditorium in Red Lion Square in central London. By arranging a series of 12 lectures over the next 3 months, the devotees hoped to oblige Prabhupada to stay in England at least that long. Guru Dāsa had drawn up a list of lecture titles and printed 50,000 handbills. Admission would be 2 shillings and 6pence. The first night at Conway Hall about 100 people attended. Prabhupada sat on a cushion atop a table, leading kirtana, while his disciples sat on the floor. Yamuna played harmonium, and Mukunda and Kulaskara played mridangas. Prabhupada's Radha Krishna deities stood on their altar on a separate table beside Prabhupada. A Hare Krishna mantra banner hung against the back wall. Guru Dāsa had billed tonight's lecture teachings of the Vedas, and Prabhupada explained that Vedic teachings can be understood only by hearing them from self-realized saints. After Prabhupada's lecture the audience gave a sustained round of applause. Prabhupada answered questions and had Yamuna lead a final kirtana. The next day Prabhupada wrote to a Dr. Shyam Sundar Das Brahmachari in India, "I spoke for about 1 hour, and after that they continued clapping, which confirms their appreciation." At the second Conway Hall engagement, when Prabhupada stood during the kirtana and began to dance, the devotees on stage joined him, dancing in a circle. Asana played his trumpet, and even Sarasvati, her diapers showing beneath her short dress, jumped up and down in ecstasy. Each week would bring another Conway Hall meeting, and Prabhupada's dancing became a regular feature. One night at Conway Hall an Englishman stood and asked, "Why is it you don't try to help the people of your own country? Why did you come so far? Why don't you simply approach the big politicians?" There are big politicians to try to help there. Prabhupada, you are a great politician. Therefore, I am approaching you. Is that all right? Another man asked, if this is the absolute truth, how come there's so many people in London but not so many people are in attendance here? Prabhupada, when you are selling diamonds, you don't expect many customers. But if you are giving cut glass, the fools will come. We have a very precious thing, this Krishna consciousness movement. Don't expect that all the foolish people will take to it. Some sincere souls have come. You please also take it. Prabhupada felt encouraged by the response of the English. Regularly the audiences would join in the chanting and dancing. In London things are going on nicely, and last evening we had a meeting in Conway Hall and several hundred persons were joining us in chanting and dancing. After the meeting, one reporter from the biggest London newspaper came behind the stage to get further information about our movement for publication in his paper. So I am very encouraged to see the nice reception that the people in the news medias are giving to our activities in London. Late in October, Prabhupada spoke at the English Speakers Union to a predominantly Indian audience. He began his talk, although we are a small gathering today, this is a very important meeting. India has got a message. You are all respectable Indians present here in an important city of the world, London, and I have come here with an important mission. It is not the same mission as Indians generally have who come here and to other foreign countries, to beg something. I have come here to give something. So you please try to cooperate with me. On October 30th, Prabhupada lectured at Oxford Town Hall. His talk was basic, although embellished with more Sanskrit quotes than usual. His disciples had not expected much of a response from the Oxford students, yet the hall was filled. And when Prabhupada stood and gestured for everyone to raise their hands and dance, practically the entire audience responded. While Mukunda played the huge pipe organ and hundreds joined the chanting, Prabhupada held his arms high and began powerfully jumping up and down. Yesterday we had a very successful meeting at Oxford at the town hall. About 350 boys, girls, old men, ladies and gentlemen participated and we made them all dance and chant with us, everyone. After the meeting, many boys and gentlemen came to congratulate me. Prabhupada received an invitation to appear on Britain's most popular TV talk show, Late Night Lineup. The interviewer, accustomed to snappy repartee, tried to engage Prabhupada in his style of conversing, avoiding long, philosophical answers. Swamiji, he asked, do you have a concept of hell in your religion? Yes, Prabhupada replied. London is hell. The host appeared stunned, as if beaten at his own game from the start. Prabhupada continued, it is always damp, cloudy, and raining. In India the sun is always shining. The interviewer was still at a loss for words, and Prabhupada, perhaps sensing the man's embarrassment, added, of course, it is a very great credit to the English people to have established such a great civilization in such a climate. There were other questions, and Prabhupada talked for an hour, explaining the Krishna consciousness movement and philosophy. The next day a London newspaper announced, Swami calls London hell. The Hare Krishna mantra record was still high on the charts in England and throughout the continent, and this fame led a Dutch television company to invite Prabhupada's disciples to Amsterdam, all expenses paid, to do a show. They would have only 5 minutes of airtime, but Prabhupada accepted it. 5 minutes, he said, is sufficient. We will preach the whole philosophy of Krishna consciousness in 5 minutes. Prabhupada and his party took the ferry from Dover across the English Channel to France and then traveled by train to Amsterdam. The television studio, located outside the city, was in a modern, air-conditioned building, with constant loudspeaker announcements, artificial plants, a TV in every room, but no windows. The receptionist brought Prabhupada and his disciples to a windowless room with painted concrete walls. In India, Prabhupada said, we wouldn't consider living in a place without windows and fresh air. I want to sit by a window. So the devotees checked through the entire building until finally, in the third-floor hallway, they found a window. Moving their chairs with them, they went with Prabhupada and sat by the window. By the year 2000, no one will see the light of day, Prabhupada said. Cities will be forced to live underground. They will have artificial light and food, but no sunlight. The producer of the program arrived, surprised to find that the Swami was also going to be part of the act. The surprise was a pleasant one, and he welcomed Prabhupada to his show. Now, what I want you and your group to do, he explained, is to sing your record, Hare Krishna mantra. You don't have to actually sing out loud. We're going to play your record, and you mime. Pretend you're playing those instruments. Pretend you're singing. He allowed that afterward Prabhupada could speak, for 2 minutes. Just before Prabhupada and the devotees went on stage, They had to wait in the wings while a local Dutch group danced around, pretending to play their saxophones, trumpets, and drums. Then the producer brought in a table with a cushion on it for Prabhupada and seated the devotees around Prabhupada on the floor. The cameras began, the record played, and the devotees started to mime. Suddenly clouds, produced by dry ice, rolled in on the set, a mystical effect. As the devotees disappeared under clouds of carbon dioxide, only Prabhupada remained clearly visible. Seeing the special effect unsuccessful, the producer motioned the devotees to stand and dance beside the Swami. The song ended, and a camera closed in on Prabhupada. "Now you have 2 minutes, Swamiji," the producer said. Prabhupada began. "We have been chanting this Hare Krishna mantra. This is a transcendental sound vibration, not different from the Lord. The Lord's name and his form are the same. Please chant this sublime sound, and your life will become perfect. You'll become happy, and you'll realize your true nature, that you are an eternal servant of God, Krishna. This process is called Bhakti Yoga, and we request everyone to take to this chanting. Thank you very much." Prabhupada was pleased as his disciples' record continued to be a hit in Europe. The Hare Krishna record is selling very nicely. Yesterday, it sold 5,000 copies, and this week it is on the chronological list as 20. They say next week it will come to be 3, and after that it may come to 1. So they are very much hopeful of this record. To Satsvarūpa in Boston, Prabhupada wrote, "The Hare Krishna record is going on in England nicely, and I heard that in Australia it stands fourth on the list of 50 important records. Hare Krishna mantra became the #1 song in West Germany, #1 in Czechoslovakia, and among the top 10 all over Europe and even in Japan." With the income from the record, the devotees began paying their bills and financing the renovations of the Berry Place temple. Sometimes the devotees would perform at concerts with professional groups, and sometimes they would receive invitations to appear in nightclubs. After one particularly late and nasty nightclub engagement, Yamuna went to Prabhupada and told him what the place had been like. Prabhupada called for all the devotees. "These places," he explained, "are not good for brahmacharis. The principle is that we have to make devotees. So we have to think where we are going. If we are going somewhere to preach but we can't make any devotees there, what is the use? So we have to think like that." He said he wasn't forbidding them to preach in the nightclubs, but he told them to be careful. One of the devotees asked if showing slides of Krishna mixed in with psychedelic slides was permissible. Prabhupada said no. Krishna should be on a throne or an altar. If they watered Krishna consciousness down, it would become idol worship. Not since Prabhupada had first left India in 1965 had he preached to Indians as extensively as now. Indians would always attend his lectures, and even if they didn't dance and chant they appreciated Krishna consciousness. Even before Prabhupada's arrival in England, a few Indians had stepped forward to help the devotees, and now the majority of Prabhupada's occasional guests at Tittenhurst were Indians. Bringing their families, they would sit and chat with Prabhupada, often inviting him to their homes for dinner. Kedarnath Gupta, Prabhupada agreed to come to our house. We received him with a warm welcome, and many other people also came to hear him. He was very much pleased to see that we had our family deities of Radha and Krishna, given by my mother. And he commented, "I am very much pleased to come to this place and see that Radha and Krishna are here." He gave a very nice lecture and told that the purpose of the human form of life is self-realization. He said one should be inquisitive to know who he is. All those assembled who had come to hear him were very much pleased and impressed by his lecture. After his lecture, I did the arati, and we offered the foodstuffs to the deity. And then we distributed prasadam to everyone. Prabhupada took the prasadam, and he was very much pleased to take prasadam in our house. As he was leaving I requested him, "When can I see you next?" He said, "You can see me anytime you want." Sometimes there would be disagreements over philosophy, but Prabhupada's arguments were always convincing. The Indians were respectful to Prabhupada and repeatedly invited him to their homes. One of Britain's most prominent and respected Indians visited, Praful Patel, as did many businessmen with the means to help Prabhupada's mission. But few were willing to sacrifice. The second moon landing by American astronauts was scheduled for mid-November, only a few weeks away. For months the moonshots had received much press coverage, and Prabhupada would speak of them often. Almost a year ago in Los Angeles he had answered a reporter's queries on the possibility of man's landing on the moon. Just like we are going from one place to another by motorcar or by airplane, this mechanical process will not help us go to the moon planet. The process is different, as described in the Vedic literature. One has to qualify. According to our literature, our information, it is not possible. In this body we cannot go there. At Tittenhurst Prabhupada often brought up the moon landing while talking with his disciples. The moon landing was a hoax, he said one evening in his room, for they cannot go to the moon. The moon planet, Chandraloka, is a residence of the demigods, higher beings than these drunkards and cow-eating slaughterers who are trying to inhabit it. You cannot think this travel is allowed, like when I migrated from India to the US. The moon planet cannot be visited so quickly. It is not possible. Śrīla Prabhupāda's disciples accepted his statements. He was giving not simply his opinion but the verdict of the Vedic scriptures. Because he accepted Vedic authority over modern science, so did his disciples, but not Purusattama. Detecting Purusattama's dubious mentality, Prabhupada would often joke lightly in Purusattama's presence. Someone would ask a question, "Where is Janaki?" And Prabhupada would reply, "Oh, Janaki has gone to the moon." Then everyone, except Purusattama, would laugh. The devotees knew of Purusattama's difficulty. He was an American, and proud that the Americans were conquering space, and they knew that Prabhupada was joking about it. Purusattama was up on the latest scientific advancements. He was impressed by NASA's achievements and astronaut Neil Armstrong's giant step for mankind. Although Purusattama went on with his duties, he became sullen, and Prabhupada noted his lack of enthusiasm. One morning Purusattama and Yamuna were together with Prabhupada in his room. Purusattama had several days' growth of beard and was wearing the same orange sweater he had slept in, whereas Yamuna was neat and clean. Although she had only 2 simple cotton saris, she would always put on a freshly washed and ironed one before going to see Prabhupada. Looking at his 2 servants, Prabhupada said, "Yamuna, you have so many saris. They are all so beautiful." Yamuna looked up at Prabhupada in surprise. "I don't have so many, Śrīla Prabhupada." "No," he said, "you are wearing a new piece of cloth every day. It's so nice. You're always looking so neat and clean, and your tilaka." Purusattama, "What do you think? Who do you think has the best tilaka?" Purusattama didn't answer. "Beautiful tilaka," Prabhupada said, "means beautiful person." About 6 o'clock that same evening, Yamuna was cooking puris and potatoes for Prabhupada when she heard him ring the servant's bell. Leaving the ghee on the fire, she ran up to Prabhupada's quarters. He talked with her about the lecture he would give that evening and eventually asked, "When will prasadam be ready?" before the discourse. "Yes, Śrīla Prabhupada. Yamuna smelled smoke." "Oh," she gasped. "Please excuse me, Prabhupada. I've left some ghee on the fire." Rushing downstairs, she found the kitchen filled with black smoke. She couldn't see the stove. "Purusattama! Purusattama!" she cried. Purusattama arrived, and together they groped through the smoke. Somehow Purusattama extinguished the fire before it caused serious damage. Purusattama and Yamuna were covered with soot. Their faces were black, and Purusattama's orange sweater, his robes, and Yamuna's sari were all blackened. Suddenly Prabhupada rang the servant's bell, and they both hurried upstairs to tell him about the fire. When Janaki returned downstairs and saw the mess, she ran upstairs to Prabhupada's room, where Yamuna and Purusattama stood, still covered with soot, before Prabhupada. "What has happened here?" Janaki burst out. Prabhupada looked at her soberly and said, "Today Purusattama has gone to the moon." "What?" Janaki asked. Prabhupada repeated, "Yes, our Purusattama has gone to the moon." "Prabhupada," Purusattama said, "I am a brahmachari. Why are you saying these things? Being a brahmachari is no restriction from going to the moon. Anyone can go," Prabhupada said, winking. The devotees regularly encountered John and Yoko. Although originally interested in a business relationship, John was inclined toward the devotees, but his friends advised him not to get involved with the Swami and his group. So he remained aloof. Asana Dāsa, I was in the kitchen working, and John was sitting at the piano. He had a piano in the kitchen, a great upright piano with all the varnish removed, bare wood. And in this way he was sitting at the piano, playing Hare Krishna. The man was actually a great musician, and he played Hare Krishna in every musical idiom you could think of, bluegrass music or classical music or rock and roll or whatever. He would go at will from one idiom to another, always singing Hare Krishna. It was so natural for him, and one could see that he was a musical genius. And in this way he was entertaining me, and he was obviously really enjoying it. So anyway, while this piano playing was going on with great vigor and enthusiasm, this chanting Hare Krishna, his wife, Yoko Ono, appeared in a nightgown or what have you and said, in a very distressed tone, "Please, John, I have a terrible headache. Can't you stop that sort of thing and come upstairs with me?" George was different. He was drawn to Prabhupada. When one of the devotees had asked, "Why out of all the Beatles are only you interested?" George had replied, It's my karma. One of the things in my sign is the spiritual side. George Harrison, Prabhupada just looked like I thought he would. I had like a mixed feeling of fear and awe about meeting him. That's what I liked about later on. After meeting him more, I felt that he was just more like a friend. I felt relaxed. It was much better than at first, because I hadn't been able to tell what he was saying and I wasn't sure if I was too worldly to even be there. But later I relaxed and felt much more at ease with him, and he was very warm towards me. He wouldn't talk differently to me than to anybody else. He was always just speaking about Krishna, and it was coincidental who happened to be there. Whenever you saw him, he would always be the same. It wasn't like one time he would tell you to chant the Hare Krishna mantra and then the next time say, "Oh, no, I made a mistake." He was always the same. Seeing him was always a pleasure. Sometimes I would drop by, thinking I wasn't planning to go but I better go because I ought to, and I would always come away just feeling so good. I was conscious that he was taking a personal interest in me. It was always a pleasure. George was attracted to Krishna, and he liked to chant. Even before meeting Prabhupada, he had learned something of Krishna from Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, from the autobiography of Paramahansa Yogananda, and from traveling in India. But Prabhupada's instructions in particular impressed upon him that Lord Krishna was the absolute truth, the origin of everything. Prabhupada helped me to realize the multifaceted way to approach Krishna. Like the prasadam, for example. I think it is a very important thing, prasadam, even if it's only a trick. Like they say, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Well, even if it's a way to a man's spirit soul, it works. Because there is nothing better than having been dancing and singing or just sitting and talking and then suddenly they give you some food. It's like it's a blessing. And then when you learn to touch him or taste him, it's important. Krishna is not limited. And just by Prabhupada's being there and pouring out all this information, I was moved. It's like the mind is stubborn, but it's all Krishna. That's all you need to know, it's all Krishna. This world is his material energy too, the universal form. And in Prabhupada's books there are these pictures showing Krishna in the heart of a dog and a cow and a human being. It helps you to realize that Krishna is within everybody. Although Prabhupada might have been teaching some higher aspect, what came through to me a lot was a greater understanding of how Krishna is everywhere and in everything. Prabhupada explained about the different aspects of Krishna, and he provided a meditation where you could see Krishna as a person everywhere. I mean, there isn't anything that isn't Krishna. Prabhupada saw George as a nice young boy, and a devotee of Krishna. According to the Bhagavatam, no matter what a person may be materially, if he is a non-devotee and never utters the holy name of God he cannot possess any good qualities. Many Swamis and yogis in India, even some who considered themselves Vaisnavas, had no faith in or understanding of the holy names of Krishna. But George liked to chant Hare Krishna, and he had put the holy name of Krishna in his songs, which were tremendously popular all over the world. So he was serving Krishna through his music, and that made all the difference. Mr. George Harrison appears to be a very intelligent boy, and he is, by the grace of Krishna, fortunate also. On the first day, he came to see me along with John Lennon, and we had talks about 2 hours. He wanted to talk with me more, but he has now gone to his sick mother in Liverpool. Prabhupada also saw George as a rich man, and Lord Chaitanya had strictly instructed devotees in the renounced order not to mix with worldly men. But Lord Chaitanya had also taught that a devotee should accept any favorable opportunity for propagating Krishna consciousness. If this boy cooperates with our movement, it will be a very nice impetus, for after all, he is a moneyed man. These moneyed men have to be very cautiously dealt with in spiritual life. We have to sometimes deal with them on account of preaching work, otherwise, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has strictly restricted to mix with them for Krishna-conscious people. But we get instruction from Rupa Goswami that whatever opportunity is favorable for pushing on Krishna consciousness we should accept. Prabhupada dealt with George cautiously, but encouraged him to chant the Lord's name, take his prasadam, and surrender all his works to him. When the devotees in the US heard of Prabhupada's dealings with the Beatles, some of them exaggerated the closeness of the relationship, especially in the case of John Lennon. Prabhupada heard of this and immediately stopped it. Regarding the booklet you and Gargamuni are sending, in the introductory portion signed by you and Gargamuni you have said that I am personally instructing John Lennon and George Harrison in the Yoga of Ecstasy. This is not very satisfactory. Of course, George Harrison sometimes comes to see me and naturally I instruct him on the Bhakti Yoga. But the statement in the letter gives hint as if I have been invited by them for this. If this comes to their notice, they may take some objection which will not go to our credit. These things should not be publicly advertised, and I do not know why this has been done. Anyway, if you have not distributed many of them, You just try to take out the portion which is not a fact. George, Prabhupada never really suggested that I shouldn't do what I was doing. I heard that at different times he would say to the devotees that I was a better devotee because of my songs and the other things I was doing. He never actually said that to me, but I always heard that. And the good thing for me was that I didn't have a feeling that I needed to join full time. I think it would have spoiled it if he had always been on at me, saying, "Why don't you pack in doing what you were doing and go and live in a temple somewhere?" He never made me feel any different, like I wasn't quite in the club. He was never like that. I'm a plainclothes devotee. It's like that. I saw my relationship, that I should help when and where I could, because I know people in society. It's like any half-decent person, you just try and help each other a little bit. He was always pleased with me, because anything I did was a help. I mean not just to the Krishna temple as such, but just to anything spiritual that I did, either through songs or whatever, it pleased him. He was just always very friendly. He was always chanting, and at times he said that to me, just to keep chanting all the time, or as much as possible. I think once you do that, you realize that chanting is a benefit. There are some gurus who go around making out that they are it, but Prabhupada was saying, I am the servant of the servant of the servant of Krishna, which is really what it is, you know. He wasn't saying, I am the greatest, and I am God, and all that. With him it was only in the context of being a servant, and I like that a lot. I think it's part of the spiritual thing. The more they know, then the more they actually know that they are the servant. And the less they know, the more they think they are actually God's gift to mankind. So although he was obviously a very powerful individual, very spiritually advanced, he always retained that humbleness. And I think that is one of the most important things, because you learn, more than all the words he says, you learn really from the example of how he lives and what he does. The Daily Sketch reported, Krishna people dine out at John and Yoko's place. A photograph showed the devotees seated out of doors, taking prasadam. Lunchtime at Tittenhurst Park, stately home of John Lennon and Yoko Ono, and some of the Lennon's house guests take their places in yesterday's sunshine. The picnickers are followers of the Indian Swami, His Divine Grace Abhacharan Bhaktivedanta. They have adopted the ways of the East, from their clothes and shaven heads right down to the Indian curry they eat with their fingers. Which is all rather out of character for a place like Tittenhurst Park, which cost John £150,000 and covers 60 acres of most exclusive Sunning Hill near Royal Ascot Racecourse. Prabhupada and his people and John and Yoko and theirs made an odd combination. 2 days after Prabhupada's arrival at Tittenhurst, John and Yoko had flown to Canada to perform with the Plastic Ono Band at Toronto's Rock and Roll Revival at Varsity Stadium. In October John and Yoko had recorded Wedding Album and begun work on a film, Rock and Roll Circus, and John had recorded Cold Turkey. Although John was usually shy, the devotees working at the main house found him open-hearted and generous with his possessions. He invited the devotees to stay permanently at Tittenhurst and farm. Whatever he had, he said, he would share with them. One day Yoko asked Yamuna if a devotee couple could stand in for her and John on stage at a London theatre. She and John had previously appeared there dressed in only a burlap bag and were supposed to make another appearance, but Yoko thought perhaps a devotee couple could take their place. The crowd, she said, might never know the difference, and even if they did, it would be a hilarious publicity stunt for the devotees. Politely declining, Yamuna explained why devotees could never do such a thing. When she told Prabhupada, he was adamant, none of his disciples would go. For days afterward, he condemned this sensuality. John invited Prabhupada to the manor to hear his recent recording of Cold Turkey. Although such a song held little interest for Prabhupada, John whimsically wanted him to hear it. Taking the opportunity to preach to the great man of the world, Prabhupada went. Within John's main sitting room, Prabhupada sat on the couch before the fireplace. The tape was ready on the large 16-track machine that had recorded it, and as Prabhupada sat patiently, John began to work the controls. But the machine wouldn't play. John began cursing under his breath, turning knobs and pushing buttons. Although only Purushotama had accompanied Prabhupada, 2 other devotees hid outside beneath the windows, listening. When they peeked in and saw John struggling with the machine, they began giggling in the shadows. Oh, Prabhupada said, so your machine is not working. Well, never mind. We have also made some recording, and we would like to play this music for your pleasure. John resigned himself to listening to Prabhupada's singing, and Prabhupada was saved from the cold turkey. Prabhupada kept his visit short. As he was leaving, he saw on the wall framed, life-size photos of John and Yoko naked. He also saw black and white silhouettes of a man and woman in various positions of sexual intercourse. On returning to his room, he commented, "It is not good for us to continue staying here." He asked Mukunda to find him an apartment in London. The Berry Place renovations were still incomplete, and Prabhupada said he preferred to be in the city so that he could oversee the work. The natural setting of Tittenhurst was pleasant, but Prabhupada's host's way of life and his were incompatible. One day John and Yoko, dressed in black, came to visit Prabhupada. Acknowledging him to be a great yogi with mystic power, they asked him to use his powers to arrange with Krishna that they be reunited after death. Prabhupada was disappointed. "This is not my business," he said. "Krishna provides you with life, and he takes it away in the form of death. It is impossible that you can be united after death. When you go back home, back to Godhead, you can be united with Krishna. But husband and wife, this is simply a mundane relationship. It ends with the body at the time of death. You cannot pick up this kind of relationship again after death." At one end of the estate lived a bricklayer and his wife in a small, neglected Georgian house. Hired by John to build a recording studio on the property, the bricklayer had only recently moved to Tittenhurst. A tough, burly man, he never spoke to the devotees, until one day he asked several of them if they believed in ghosts. "Oh, yes," Kulaskara said. "Prabhupada says there are ghosts." "I don't believe," the bricklayer said. "My wife is having dreams, but I don't believe in ghosts." The bricklayer's wife revealed that both she and her husband had been hearing something at night. Last night they had gone running to John Lennon's house, terrified, complaining of sounds, chains rattling, boot heels pounding, and the noise of something like a body being dragged across the floor. The bricklayer had seen his wife violently shaken by the shoulders, although no one else was there. When the devotees told Prabhupada, he said, "You tell John Lennon that if he wants we can get rid of these ghosts." Mukunda relayed the message, but John had already invited his friend, a white witch, to come and exorcise the ghost. The warlock visited the bricklayer's cottage, and a few devotees tagged along. Over the fireplace in the main room they found a carving of a person with a ghost coming out of his forehead, and on the opposite wall, mahogany runes. "These are ancient witch runes," the warlock said, shaking his head. "I can't do anything here." When John asked the devotees to try their method, Prabhupada directed them. At the bricklayer's cottage they should sprinkle water offered to Krishna in the doorways, blow conch shells, and then have kirtana. A group of devotees went, and Kulaskara led the kirtana. After half an hour of chanting, Kulaskara felt a great release of pressure within the room, and the kirtana became ecstatic. The devotees returned to their engagements, assuring John that the ghosts would not return, and the bricklayer and his wife moved in again. The next morning Prabhupada passed the old cottage on his walk. "So, how is the ghost?" he asked. "No news, Prabhupada," Kulaskara replied. The following morning Prabhupada again asked, "How is the ghost? Would they like to have him back?" Years ago in India, Prabhupada said, when he was running his chemical business, he had detected ghosts in the building at night. "What did you do?" one of the devotees asked. "I simply chanted Hare Krishna, and the ghosts would go away." Prabhupada then opened his eyes wide and gestured with both hands, mimicking the frightened workers in the plant who had come running to him. "Babaji! Babaji! There is ghost! There is ghost!" The devotees laughed. "Actually," Prabhupada said, "there are many ghosts here. Especially over by the stable areas. They are attached to this place. But they will not harm you if you just chant Hare Krishna." Prabhupada was anxious to leave Tittenhurst, and by late October some of the devotees had moved to Berry Place. Prabhupada no longer had any business at Tittenhurst. Mr. Lennon was an influential person who had seemed interested in Krishna, but now there was no point in Prabhupada's staying on at the estate. Yoko and her ex-husband, Dan, now John's manager, were also pressing John to be rid of the devotees. Dan complained that the devotees were trying to take over the place. The devotees, on the other hand, complained to John that Dan and Yoko were misrepresenting them. On one side were Dan and Yoko, on the other the devotees. John was in the middle, he had to choose. John told Mukunda that as far as he was concerned he got along fine with the devotees, but the people around him were having difficulty. He would give the devotees a couple more weeks to move to their new temple in the city. The devotees were already in the process of moving to Berry Place, and Mukunda had found an apartment for Prabhupada a short drive from the temple. In a few days everything would be ready for Prabhupada to move. On the day Prabhupada left Tittenhurst, he stopped at his car and said, "I want to say goodbye to a few friends first." He then took a last walk through the grounds, giving careful attention to the trees, sometimes touching their leaves, just as on his morning walks. Then he left. The next day a severe storm swept through the Tittenhurst estate, breaking windows and uprooting trees. November 3, 1969 Prabhupada moved into his furnished apartment on Baker Street, a 10-minute drive from the Berry Place Temple. After 2 months in London, he was anxious to see his temple open, and Sundara was working hard, although progressing slowly. For the temple's interior, Sundara had an artistic concept taken from photographs he had seen of the Ajanta caves, South Indian temples with walls and ceilings of carved stone. His inspiration was to produce a similar effect using California redwood he and Mukunda had shipped to England a year ago. On first hearing the plans, Prabhupada had asked, "Why make it so artistic?" But Sundara had been so set on the idea that Prabhupada had permitted him. With the ceiling partly finished, there was no turning back. Sundara toiled day and night, yet each day the temple design seemed to grow more elaborate, with the walls and floor fashioned of solid redwood and the ceiling lined with redwood arches. Sundara took great care to see that each piece fit exactly into place. As Sundara inched along, devotees joked that the room looked like an upside-down boat. But Prabhupada encouraged him, telling him it was very beautiful. Prabhupada often allowed his disciples to work as they liked. He reasoned that they were raising the money and could spend it in Krishna's service as they pleased. He also did not care to interfere in every detail of a disciple's service, especially when that disciple was strong-headed and had ideas that were not harmful or obstructive. All Prabhupada's disciples were ultimately under his absolute decision, but he was often lenient, 80% lenient, he would sometimes say. Sundara particularly thrived on having his own big projects. He had arranged for the mantra rock dance in San Francisco, built the first Rather Yatra carts, established a friendship with George Harrison, and now he was designing a temple. Prabhupada allowed it, watchfully, like a father. Consulting the Vedic calendar, Prabhupada chose December 14 for the temple opening celebration. And despite predictions from Sundara and others that the deadline would be impossible to meet, Prabhupada ordered invitations printed immediately. The devotees had tremendous work to do, and little time. Not only did they have the temple to complete, but also Prabhupada's quarters on the second floor and the kitchen in the basement. Faced with their tight deadline, they worked harder. As Prabhupada was anxious about the temple opening, he was also anxious about publishing the first volume of Krishna. But he had no money. According to printers' estimates, the book would cost about $19,000. Prabhupada told Sundara to ask his friend George for a donation. Sundara, who had always been careful not to ask George for money, was hesitant. But Prabhupada insisted, and Sundara gave in. George agreed, but regretted it afterward. Then Sundara began to feel sorry. After all, he hadn't really wanted to ask George, and George hadn't really wanted to be asked. When Prabhupada heard of this, he invited George to see him. George told Prabhupada that every day people were asking him for his money. But when Prabhupada explained the importance of the Krishna book and how George's donation would be devotional service to Krishna, George dismissed his regrets. He also agreed to write a foreword to the volume. "George, I didn't really think I was qualified to write the foreword to Prabhupada's book. But one way of looking at it is, because I am known, it would help. But from the other point of view, it could really hinder, because not everyone wants to listen or to believe what I say. There are a lot of people who would be put off just because I'm saying it. I mean, if I picked up a book on Krishna and the foreword was written by Frank Zappa or somebody like that, I would think, God, maybe I don't want to know about it. So I thought that although he asked me, maybe Prabhupada didn't really want me to write the foreword. But it was one of those things I couldn't get out of. Everybody had their minds made up, you're writing the foreword, and that's it. So I just did it." When Śrīla Prabhupada asked to watch the moon landing, the devotees rented a television and placed it in Prabhupada's living room. Prabhupada took his massage as usual, sitting in a chair before the television. Purushotama announced, "Well, Prabhupada, it's about time, so I'll turn on the television, and soon we'll be getting some pictures from the astronauts out in space." A reporter was speaking from Cape Canaveral, Florida. "We are just about to get the first pictures of this historic occasion." The picture appeared fuzzy, then cleared. The spacecraft had landed on the moon. As the astronauts emerged from the ship, they slowly eased themselves down onto the moon's surface. Purushotama was in ecstasy. Dhananjaya, I was attempting to massage Prabhupada's head and at the same time watch the program. All of a sudden, as the men were landing, Prabhupada motioned for me to sit in front of him, so I came around. As soon as I sat down, Prabhupada started to massage my head. I was quite embarrassed. "You have forgotten how to massage properly?" he asked. "This is how you do it." He massaged my head for about 2 minutes. Then I stood behind Prabhupada and again began massaging his head. By this time, the astronauts were moving across the landscape. They had gotten out their little American flag and were sticking it in the ground and were jumping up and down. Apparently they were defying gravity, because every time they jumped up they would float through the air and then gently land again. There was a lot of jubilation and sounds from them. So, Puruṣottama, Prabhupada asked, they have come to the moon? Yes, Prabhupada, Puruṣottama said excitedly. They've landed on the moon. Prabhupada smiled. Dhananjaya, again, Prabhupada motioned me to the front. I moved around and sat down. I thought he wanted me to massage him from the front. But again he put his hands on my head and massaged. He said, "Can't you learn this simple thing, massaging my head?" I had been watching the television and not giving my full attention to my service. I tried again, but again Prabhupada said, "You still don't know how to do this." I said, "Well, Prabhupada, I am trying my hardest." He laughed and said, "That is all right. Continue." Prabhupada asked Puruṣottama, "So, what can you see?" "They're exploring the moon's surface," he said. "So, what is there?" "Well, it looks like they have landed inside a crater somewhere, and the ground is sandy with some rocks." "Oh, look, they're showing some shadows from some of the rocks that are lying around." "That's all you can see? There are no people? There are no trees? There are no rivers? There are no buildings?" "No," Puruṣottama replied. "The moon is barren." "They have not landed on the moon," Prabhupada said emphatically. "This is not the moon." Later when Malati brought in Prabhupada's lunch, he said, "What Malati has done, she has made this little kichari for Krishna, and that is far greater than what they have done." Even though Prabhupada's quarters were incomplete and temple renovation made Sevenberry Place noisy and hectic, Prabhupada decided to move in. "I am not attached to a comfortable apartment," he said. "My attachment is to living in the association of devotees." He was moving into the temple at a time when the record sales were low and the devotees were having to purchase supplies piecemeal, whenever they got money. Yet with Prabhupada living with them and supervising their work, they were satisfied. Tamala Krishna arrived from Los Angeles, and in addition to supervising much of the construction, he began taking the devotees out daily to chant on the streets and sell back to Godhead magazines. Yamuna was sewing curtains from morning until night. Asana, Syamasundara, and others were working every possible hour on the renovation. And every day Prabhupada would walk through the building to see the progress. With only 1 week left until the opening, Syamasundara still labored on the temple ceiling. He had not even begun the altar. Again the other devotees complained to Prabhupada that Syamasundara was too slow, but Prabhupada replied, "He wants to make it artistic. Let him do it." Syamasundara, this time on his own, asked George for a donation for an altar. George gave £2,000, and Syamasundara picked out a slab of golden sienna marble and 2 slabs of red marble. Although Prabhupada had a pair of 17-inch carved wood deities of Radha and Krishna, he didn't plan to use them. And the size of the altar Syamasundara was building clearly required larger deities. One day a Mr. Doyal phoned, representing a large London Hindu society. He had heard the devotees wanted Radha Krishna deities, and he had a pair he would donate. When Prabhupada heard the news, he sent Tamala Krishna, Mukunda, and Syamasundara to Mr. Doyal's home to see the deities. Radha and Krishna wore white marble and stood about 3 feet high. Never before had the devotees seen such large deities, and they offered obeisances. When they returned to the temple and told Prabhupada, he said, "Take me there at once." Śrīla Prabhupada, accompanied by Syamasundara, Mukunda, and Tamala Krishna, arrived by van at Mr. Doyal's home. Prabhupada entered the living room and sat down. The deities, covered by a cloth, stood on a table in the corner. Tamala Krishna was about to unveil them when Prabhupada checked him. "No. That's all right." Prabhupada sat and spoke with Mr. Doyal, asking him about his work and where he had come from in India, and he met Mr. Doyal's family. Prabhupada and his host chatted while the devotees listened. "Swamiji," Mr. Doyal said at length, "I want to show you my deities." "Yes," Prabhupada replied, "I will see them after some time." Prabhupada began to speak about his Krishna consciousness mission, and after a while Mr. Doyal again requested, "Please take a look at these deities." And with that he walked over and unveiled Radha and Krishna. "Oh, yes," Prabhupada said, folding his hands respectfully. Mr. Doyal explained that he had ordered the deities from India for his own use, but in transit a tiny piece of Radharani's finger had chipped off, therefore, according to Hindu tradition, the deities could not be installed. "Tamala Krishna," Prabhupada said. "See how heavy these deities are." Tamala Krishna, placing one hand at Radharani's base and the other around her shoulder, lifted her. "Not so heavy," he said. "Syamasundara," Prabhupada said. "See how heavy is Krishna." The deities were actually heavy for one man to carry, but the devotees understood Prabhupada's intention. "Not bad," Sundara said, holding Krishna a few inches off the table. "Yes," Prabhupada said conclusively, "I think they're all right. Let us take them. We have our van." And suddenly Prabhupada was leaving, with his disciples following, carefully carrying Radha and Krishna. Prabhupada thanked Mr. Doyal. "But Swamiji," protested Mr. Doyal, who was not prepared for this sudden exit. "Please, we will arrange to bring them. Our society will bring them." But Prabhupada was already out the door and leading his men to the van. "Please wait," Mr. Doyal persisted. "We have to fix them first, then you can take them." "We have an expert man," Prabhupada said. "He can fix these things." Prabhupada was assuring Mr. Doyal and at the same time directing his disciples. He opened the door of the van, and Sundara and Tamala Krishna slowly entered, cautiously setting Radha and Krishna within. Tamala Krishna knelt in the back to hold the deities secure, while Sundara got into the driver's seat. "Now drive," Prabhupada said. And off they went, with Prabhupada smiling from the window to Mr. Doyal and his family, who stood together on the curb. Sundara had driven but a few blocks when Prabhupada asked him to stop the van. Turning around in his seat, Prabhupada began offering prayers. "Govindamadi Purasantam Aham Bhajami." He looked long at Krishna, who was white with a slight bluish cast, and at the exquisite white Radharani by his side. "Krishna is so kind," he said. "He has come like this." Then he had Sundara continue driving slowly back to the temple. Carefully, Prabhupada supervised his disciples carrying the deities up to the second floor. The devotees were astounded and delighted to see Prabhupada in such an animated and intense state, bringing Radha and Krishna into their temple. He had the deities placed in a curtained-off section of his own room, and then he sat at his desk. Prabhupada smiled. "Krishna has played a great trick. In the Mahabharata also," he said, "there are incidents where Krishna plays tricks. One such trick was Krishna's agreeing to be on the side of the general he saw first in the morning. The two opposing generals, Arjuna and Duryodhana, had both come to Krishna's tent early in the morning as Krishna slept. They had agreed that one of them would stand at Krishna's head and the other at Krishna's feet and that they would wait until Krishna awoke. Duryodhana chose to stand by Krishna's head, while Arjuna chose his feet. Krishna awoke and saw Arjuna. That was one great trick that was played by Krishna," Prabhupada said. "Similarly, this is a great trick." He told how Krishna had also tricked Mother Yasoda when she had tried to discipline Krishna. He had run away, and she had run after him, caught him, and tried to tie him with ropes. But every time she came with more rope, Prabhupada said, it was just a little too short. Krishna can play any kind of trick. Another such trick has been played. They made so much effort to bring these deities here, thinking they will be for their Hindu center. But all the time Krishna wanted to come here. So this chip on the deity's hand is just Krishna's trick. And we have caught them. Prabhupada, Mukunda said, "You kidnapped Krishna." "Yes," Prabhupada said. "Once I was in the bank, and the manager had some scheme. But I foiled his scheme. So he said to me, 'Mr. Da, you should have been a politician.'" Prabhupada laughed. Then he became grave and asked the devotees not to talk about the incident. Many people would not understand how he could install a chip deity. The devotees agreed to keep the secret, but they had no doubt that Prabhupada's love for Krishna was transcendental to Hindu customs. Radha and Krishna had come to London on Prabhupada's desire. "How do you dress big deities like this?" Yamuna asked. "They already have clothes on." Prabhupada said, "You bring me some cloth." "What kind of cloth, Prabhupada? What should the clothes look like?" "Like in the pictures," he replied. "Well, there are so many different pictures," she said. "Sometimes Krishna has a ruffled skirt on, and sometimes he has a dhoti on, and sometimes he has a big crown on. Krishna looks very beautiful in saffron," Prabhupada said. "So you bring me some silk dhotis in yellow and saffron color." Yamuna collected 6 silk saris with silver and gold borders, and Prabhupada indicated the design he wanted and told Yamuna how to arrange the crowns. With only a few days remaining before the installation ceremony, Yamuna began working almost continuously at her sewing machine. Several times a day Prabhupada would come to see her progress. Sundara had completed most of the altar, except for Lord Jagannath's altar and the canopy over Radha and Krishna's throne. Both the canopy and Lord Jagannath's altar would be supported by 4 heavy wooden columns more than 6 feet high. 2 rear columns would hold a marble slab for the Jagannath deities to stand on, and 2 front columns were now supporting Radha and Krishna's large velvet canopy. The columns were big and heavy. Sundara called them elephant leg columns. The columns now stood in place on the altar, although Sundara hadn't had a chance to secure them. The day before the installation, Sundara collapsed upstairs in exhaustion. On opening day, many guests, Indians especially, crowded the temple, responding to flyers and advertisements. Apple Records had supplied a professional florist, who had decorated the room with floral arrangements. A BBC television crew was on hand to videotape the ceremony. While most of the devotees held kirtana, Prabhupada, behind a curtain at the other end of the temple, bathed Radha and Krishna. The plan was that after the bathing ceremony the deities would be placed on the altar and Yamuna would dress them. Once they were dressed and enthroned, the curtain would open for all the guests to behold Sri Radha and Krishna. Prabhupada would lecture, and then everyone would feast. But because of Sundara's oversight, the installation almost became a disaster. Prabhupada had finished bathing the deities and they had been placed on the marble altar, when suddenly the elephant leg columns tottered. The canopy above the deities began to collapse. Prabhupada, seeing the danger, jumped onto the altar and seized the heavy columns in a split second. With great strength he held the two front pillars in place. "Get this out of here," he shouted. While Prabhupada's arms protected the deities, the men removed the canopy, and then 2 men at a time carried each of the pillars away. The deities remained unharmed. While Prabhupada was behind the curtain rescuing Radha and Krishna, on the other side of the curtain guests and reporters awaited the unveiling of the deities. Unaware of the mishap, the guests saw only men emerging from behind the curtain carrying large pillars and a canopy. The BBC camera crew began filming the canopy and pillars as they appeared from behind the curtain, taking them to be part of a ceremonial procession. The few devotees behind the curtain with Prabhupada were amazed. But there was no time now for apologies or appreciations. Yamuna addressed the deities, Prabhupada hurrying her. When at last everything was ready, Prabhupada opened the main curtain, revealing the graceful forms of Lord Krishna and Radharani to the temple full of guests. A devotee began to offer arati, while Prabhupada, wearing a saffron kadara and a garland of carnations, stood to one side, reverentially looking upon Radha and Krishna as their worshipper and protector. This was the culmination of months of effort. Actually, years of planning had preceded this auspicious occasion. 100 years before, Bhaktivedanta Thakur had hoped for the day when Krishna consciousness would come to England, and Śrīla Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati had also desired it. Now that an authorized temple of Radha and Krishna was preaching Krishna consciousness in London, it was a historic occasion for Gaudiya Vaishnavism. A long-standing order of the previous Acharyas had been fulfilled. Prabhupada had sent invitations to several of his godbrothers in India. None of them had been able to come, of course, but at least they should have been pleased to learn that this dream of Śrīla Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati's had been fulfilled. Prabhupada was 73. He had now opened 21 temples in 3 years. Recently he had told some of his disciples that they should try to form a governing body for ISKCON, to relieve him of the management and allow him to concentrate fully on presenting Krishna-conscious literature. This literature could be introduced all over the world into homes, schools, and colleges for the benefit of everyone. It would be in such literature that he would live on. How much time he had left in this world he didn't know, he said, but he wanted to go on serving and trying to please his Guru Maharaja, life after life. Nevertheless, despite Prabhupada's desire to retire from active work and absorb himself in writing books, here he was installing deities in a new temple and protecting them from his disciples' carelessness. Had he not been present, the celebration would have been a disaster. So many hard-working disciples, and they still needed his personal guidance. ISKCON was just beginning to grow. Prabhupada wanted to open not just 21 temples, but at least 108. His world traveling and book printing were just beginning, and, like everything else, the number of disciples would increase. The prestige of his movement would increase, and with it opposition from the atheists. Krishna consciousness was growing, and Prabhupada was in the forefront. "All around I see bright," he said. "That is the glory of Krishna." He saw himself as a servant of his spiritual master. The bright future was in Krishna's hands. Prabhupada called for Sundara. Although Prabhupada was angry at first because of the near disaster on the altar, he admitted that his disciples had done their best. The temple was beautiful, he told Sundara. He liked it. He then asked that a sign be placed out front with gold letters on a blue background, Radhakrishna Temple. This temple was constructed with great labor and effort by Dāsa on the day of Prabhupada's departure from London. He distributed some of his personal effects, such as sweaters and scarves, to his disciples. He then went downstairs alone into the temple to see the deities. He offered fully prostrated obeisances on the floor for a long time and then stood, looking at Radha and Krishna. Yamuna, Prabhupada was looking at the deities with complete devotion. He loved those deities. He had commented about their exquisite beauty and how they complemented each other, how sometimes Radharani looked more beautiful but how Krishna's moon-like face and eyes were shining. Prabhupada saw me and matter-of-factly said, "If you practice what I have taught you and follow the instructions of how I have taught you to worship the deity, and if you read the books that we have printed, it is sufficient for you to go back to Godhead. You need not learn anything new. Simply practice what I have taught you, and your life will be perfect." Then he left, just left. Chapter 31 A Threat Against ISKCON Boston December 21, 1969 More than 100 of Prabhupada's disciples and followers are in the lobby of the International Terminal of Boston's Logan Airport. Kirtanananda Swami has come from New Vrindaban with a truckload of devotees. The devotees from New York are here with a large banner, "New York ISKCON welcomes Śrīla Prabhupada." Most of the devotees wear heavy coats over their dhotis and saris and are chanting Hare Krishna. Some play drums and cymbals. A few babies and children are present. Waiting passengers can only watch, startled. Prabhupada's plane is late, and the devotees continue chanting, often leaping into the air with outstretched arms. They haven't seen Prabhupada in a long time, and they are waiting, expecting to see him at any moment. Oblivious of the proprieties of being in public, the devotees chant emotionally, building almost to uncontrolled ecstasy. The state police step in to tell the biggest devotee, Brahmananda, "Cool it." The chanting falls away to a murmur of japa, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. The plane from London arrives. The devotees are unable to see the passengers entering in the glassed-in immigration and customs area because the bottom 6 feet of the glass wall is painted black. Straining to see over the top, the devotees press forward, chanting, feverish, some almost hysterical. Suddenly they see Prabhupada's raised hand with bee-bag on the other side of the wall. They can see only his raised hand and bee-bag. They go wild. Fearlessly, with drums and karatalas, the kirtana explodes again. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Advaita is tearfully smashing the karatalas together and chanting. Brahmananda, jumping up and down, trying to glimpse into the customs room, is crying uncontrollably and yelling, "Prabhupada! Prabhupada!" Śrīla Prabhupada, free of customs, suddenly appears before them. Kirtanananda Swami, reserved until now, leaps around airport chairs and runs to him. Everyone is pushing and running, trying to be where Prabhupada is. Prabhupada's saffron robes are wrinkled from the long flight, and he wears a knit sweater. He holds his white plastic attaché case in his left hand and again raises his right arm with forefinger and thumb extended from the bee-bag. He smiles wonderfully, beaming to his children. Devotees cheer and cry, "All glories to Prabhupada." As he walks toward a saffron-covered sofa in the airport lounge, the devotees move with him in an ecstatic wave, pressing in close. He sits down. Paramananda, from New Vrindaban, comes forward with his infant son, the first boy born in ISKCON, and holds him forward to Prabhupada for blessings. Prabhupada is smiling, and the devotees are completely, unabashedly blissful. "Where is Hayagriva?" Prabhupada asks. The question is repeated by the devotees, and big Hayagriva lurches through the crowd, grumbling and falling flat at Prabhupada's feet in obeisance. One by one, the leaders of the various ISKCON centers come forward and place garland after garland around Prabhupada. Prabhupada looks beyond the wall of devotees at the newsmen with their cameras and at the baffled, curious, and disdainful onlookers. A bystander says, "I think he must be some kind of politician." So, Prabhupada begins speaking, "The spiritual master is to be worshipped as God. But if he is thinking that he is God, then he is useless. My request is, please don't take Krishna consciousness as a sectarian religion." Prabhupada explains that Krishna consciousness is a great science, culminating in pure love of God. These boys and girls had never heard of Krishna before, Prabhupada continues, but now they have taken it up so naturally, because it is natural. Prabhupada says that he is an old man, yet he is sure that even if he passes away his students will continue the Krishna consciousness movement. The potency of this movement is such that it can awaken awareness of God within anyone's heart. After the lecture, Prabhupada stands and is escorted outside, where a limousine waits to drive him off through the newly fallen snow. Riding joyfully in the car with Prabhupada were Kirtanananda Swami, Brahmananda, Satsvarūpa, and Puruṣottama. A professional chauffeur drove. Prabhupada talked of London. It was an old, aristocratic city, he said, and the temple was in a very influential area near the British Museum. The location is, what it is called, downtown? They passed a large billboard advertising a restaurant and lounge, Continental. On seeing the billboard, Prabhupada said, "Kantamani, what is that?" "Oh, no, Continental." The devotees looked at one another. "Kantamani." Prabhupada had thought that the sign had read Kantamani, meaning the spiritual gems that make up the transcendental land of Krishnalika. But Prabhupada himself was Kantamani, pure and innocent, coming to the cold, dirty city of Boston yet always thinking of Krishna wherever he was. How fortunate to be with him. Satsvarūpa glanced at the professional chauffeur. "Drive carefully," he said. Prabhupada spoke softly from the back seat, while the devotees in front peered back, barely able to see him in the darkness and completely awed by his friendly yet inconceivable presence. "The other day," he said, "I told George Harrison that if he thought his money belonged to him, that was Maya." At the Sumner Tunnel the limousine pulled up at an automatic toll booth. The driver threw a coin into the chute, and the red light turned green. Prabhupada asked if sometimes people drove through without paying, and Brahmananda replied that an alarm would go off. They moved ahead into the Sumner Tunnel, usually an eerie, nerve-wracking place, but not when riding with Prabhupada. "I told George to give his money to Krishna," Prabhupada said, "not that he had to give it to Krishna by giving it to me, necessarily, but that somehow or other he must spend all of his money for Krishna." "But you are the only way to Krishna," Brahmananda said. Prabhupada laughed lightly. "Yes," he admitted, "at least in the West." This was the great privilege of being able to ride with Prabhupada, to hear him say little things or serious things and to see his fathomless expression or his kind smiling. It was a rare opportunity. "I am representing unadulterated teachings," Prabhupada continued. "Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, 'Surrender to me,' and I say, 'Surrender to Krishna.' It is very simple. So many Swamis come and present themselves as Krishna, and it is all spoiled. But I say, 'Surrender to Krishna.' I do not say anything new or adulterated. Krishna says, 'Surrender to me,' and I say, 'Surrender to Krishna.'" Prabhupada asked Brahmananda if 50,000 copies of Back to Godhead magazine were being printed. Brahmananda answered that they were. "Good," Prabhupada replied. Turning his attention to Satsvarūpa, Prabhupada asked how the composing machine was working, and Satsvarūpa said that hundreds of pages were being composed each month. Prabhupada asked Kirtanananda Swami about New Vrindavan. New Vrindavan would improve, Prabhupada said, the only thing wrong was that it got blocked up in the winter. Each devotee in the car felt completely satisfied by his brief exchange with Prabhupada, and they rode with him intoxicated in spiritual bliss. Most of the devotees had raced ahead to the temple on Beacon Street and were waiting excitedly. The limousine pulled up, and again the devotees were unrestrained in their adoration of their spiritual master. Regally Prabhupada walked up the walkway, onto the porch steps, through the front door, and into the vestibule, where he gazed around at the purple walls and the pink and green doorways. Surrounded by cheers and loving looks, he smiled. The second-floor parlor, now the temple room, was filled with more than 150 disciples and guests, and they could see Prabhupada's form rise into view as he came up the stairs. He still carried his white attaché case in his left hand and his bead bag in his right. And although he had just come out of the winter's night, he wore no coat, only cotton robes and a sweater. He appeared radiant. Prabhupada approached the altar. He seemed to notice everything, the small Radha Krishna deities enthroned beneath a red velvet canopy, the larger deities of Jagannath, Subhadra, and Balarama on a raised shelf above the picture of Lord Chaitanya and his Sankirtana party, even the Brasarati paraphernalia, brightly shining on the small table near the altar. Turning to his secretary and traveling companion, Purusattama, he asked, "What do you think, Purusattama? Isn't this very nice?" Crossing the room, Prabhupada sat on the red velvet Vyasasana. He spoke, and the audience was attentive. After praising the London Centre, the deity worshipped there, the expertly made puris for Radha and Krishna, he turned toward the altar and said, "If you clean the deity's utensils, your heart will become cleansed." By polishing the deity's paraphernalia, he said, the devotees were cleaning their spiritual master's heart also. As he spoke, focusing simply and purely on devotion to the deity, the devotees suddenly realized the importance of this aspect of their Krishna consciousness. "Who has made these clothes?" Prabhupada asked, glancing at Radha and Krishna's little flounced dresses. "Saradiya," a few devotees called out. Prabhupada smiled. "Thank you very much." Then he threw back his head and laughed. "Is Saradiya still fighting with her husband?" The devotees and guests laughed, while Saradiya covered her face with her hands. "Don't fight with your husband," Prabhupada said. "He is a good boy. Anybody that comes to Krishna consciousness is good." He then asked to see the rest of the house. 100 devotees, straining to see and hear Prabhupada's responses, followed him as he went downstairs. Although the crowd surrounded him, he remained relaxed and unhurried. He entered the press room, a long hall directly beneath the temple room. A large old offset press, a paper cutter, a folder, and flats of paper stock filled the room, which smelled like a print shop. Advaita, the press manager, bowed down in his green khakis before Prabhupada. He rose up smiling, and Prabhupada stepped forward and embraced him, putting his arm around Advaita's head. "Very good," he said. Standing before the printing press, Prabhupada folded his palms together and offered a prayer to his spiritual master. Jaya Om Visnapada Paramhamsa Sri Srimad Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati Goswami Maharaja Prabhupada Ki Jaya. Advaita asked Prabhupada to give the press a transcendental name. ISKCON Press, Prabhupada said matter-of-factly, as if it had already been named. "Keep all the machines very clean," Prabhupada said, "and they will last a long time. This is the heart of ISKCON." "You are the heart of ISKCON, Prabhupada," a devotee said. "And this is my heart," said Prabhupada. Leaving the main press room, Prabhupada toured the other press facilities. Squeezing in, ducking under, standing on tiptoe, the crowd of devotees followed him step by step. He peeked into a little cubbyhole where a devotee was composing type. "The typesetters," he said, "should proceed very slowly at first, and in that way they would become expert." Turning to Advaita, he said, "Everyone in India who speaks Hindi has a Gita press publication. So everyone who speaks English should have an ISKCON press publication." Compared to most authors, Prabhupada's literary contribution was already substantial. But he wasn't just an author. His mission was to flood the world with literature glorifying Lord Krishna. Prabhupada's ISKCON was now 3 years old, yet his disciples were only beginning to execute his plans for printing and distributing transcendental literature. Printing was an important step, the first step. Months ago Prabhupada had written, "The press must work on continuously, and we shall produce immense volumes of literature. If the press goes on nicely, I shall be able to give you material for publishing a book every 2 months. We have got so much material for the Krishna consciousness movement." And just prior to coming to Boston he had written, "Samkirtan and distributing back to Godhead and our other literatures is the field work of this movement. Temple worship is secondary." Now ISKCON was printing 50,000 copies of Back to Godhead per month, and Prabhupada hoped to increase the sales more and more. Standing in the crowded, chilly basement, surrounded by devotees, press machines, and transcendental literature, Prabhupada described how he wanted ISKCON Press to operate. He said that after dictating a tape he would mail it to Boston to be transcribed. The transcription should take no more than 2 days. During the next 2 days, someone would edit the transcribed manuscript. Then another editor would take 2 days to edit the transcript a second time. A Sanskrit editor would add diacritical markings, and the manuscript would be ready for composing. Prabhupada said he could produce 15 tapes, 300 manuscript pages, every month. At that rate, ISKCON Press should produce a book every 2 months, or 6 books in a year. Prabhupada wanted to print at least 60 books. Therefore his press workers would have plenty to do for the next 10 years. If the devotees simply printed his books incessantly, he said, even if they had to work 24 hours a day in shifts, it would give him great delight. He was ready, if necessary, to drop all his activities except for publishing books. This was the special nectar the press devotees were hankering to hear. Printing books was Prabhupada's heart, it was the thing most dear to him. During Prabhupada's week in Boston, Purushotama continued as secretary and servant, out of duty. His difficulties in London had increased. Doubtful and morose, he came before Prabhupada 2 days before their departure. "Purushotama, I had decided to leave in London. I just felt like there were different things I wanted to do. But I felt obligated to stay with him because he needed me there. It was my job to at least get him back to the States. I felt that he needed someone to travel with him. And I just felt that I should complete that, have everything in order, so I couldn't say to myself that I had just quit when he needed me like that in a foreign country. I didn't tell anybody. I didn't speak against him or anything. I performed my duties, but in my attitude I let him know I was really getting kind of distant the last few days. I didn't bow down to him. I would come in, but I just wouldn't bow down to him." He entered Prabhupada's room. He didn't bow down. He stood. He was too uncomfortable to sit, because of the gravity of what he would say. Prabhupada looked up from his desk. "Yes, Purushotama?" "Purushotama, I went in to see him. I knew I was going to leave, and it kind of made me sick to do it. Anyway, I told him I have a lot of questions about the movement, the moon, and everything. I just don't believe all of this." He was very congenial about the whole thing. He took it nicely. He said to me, "If you have questions, why don't you ask me?" And I said, "You yourself have said that we should only ask questions to somebody we feel we can believe or trust." He looked very hurt. He knew what I was saying. I felt like I really hurt him. I didn't mean it to be so defiant, but there I was. He said, "I've noticed that you haven't been well lately. You've had some problems?" I said, "Well, I haven't been trying to hide it. I guess I was trying to prepare him for what was coming. I wanted to leave that night. So I said, I want to leave." But he said to me, "You've been with me so long, and now you're so anxious to go? You can't even stay a night?" He said, "Why don't you stay at least till my plane leaves?" That was 2 days later. I said, "Okay, I'll do that then." I was going to go back to New York. Actually, I didn't have the money for the ticket, and he gave me the money. He gave me the bus fare. I really appreciated that. I could have borrowed some money from someone else, but he said, "Well, you take it, and you can pay me back later." And I did. I gave it back the next week. He was very gracious about the whole thing. Actually, I could see that he had a very special loving way of looking at the world. I felt that sometimes I could see things in a loving way, like he did, and I realized that I got that viewpoint from him, you know, that little loving spirit. He had that, and I kind of caught some of that from him. And that's one of the things I always remember about him. And I know that through his movement I came to believe in God. Before I met him, I didn't believe in God. After Pure Sattama left, Prabhupada spoke with Bhavananda about Pure Sattama's doubts concerning the moon landing and his consequent doubts of Krishna consciousness. I can understand that he might not accept it because I said it, but how could he disbelieve the Vedic Sastras? Boston's weather was miserable. When the rain stopped, the snow fell, and when the snow stopped, the rain came again. Prabhupada tried taking a walk in the front yard, Bhavananda beside him with the umbrella, watching cautiously to guard him from falling on the ice. But after a week of Boston's nasty December weather, Prabhupada's cold was getting worse. He would go to Los Angeles. Los Angeles, February 25, 1970. On the auspicious occasion of Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Thakura's appearance day anniversary, the Los Angeles devotees received permission to enter their new temple on Watsika Avenue. The rooms had not even been cleaned, and the large hall was bare, but the devotees brought in Prabhupada's Vyasashana from the old temple on La Cienega, and Prabhupada had them place on it a large picture of his spiritual master. Standing before his spiritual master, Prabhupada offered arati while some 50 disciples gathered around him, chanting Hare Krishna and dancing in the otherwise empty hall. After the arati, Prabhupada directed his disciples in offering flowers to the picture of Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati. Then, still standing before the Vyasashana, he said he had nothing to offer his spiritual master on this day except his own disciples. He then read aloud the names of all his disciples. Taking his seat on a low Vyasashana beside the large Vyasashana of Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Thakura, Prabhupada gave a short history of his Guru Maharaja, son of Bhaktivedanta Thakura and powerful Ācārya of the mission of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. As Prabhupada recalled his first meeting with his spiritual master, he told how Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati had told him to teach Krishna consciousness to the English-speaking world. This large new temple, Prabhupada said, had been provided by Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati as a gift for the devotees to use in Krishna's service. They should not become attached to the opulence, Prabhupada said, but they should use this wonderful place for preaching. As he spoke, he wept. "Now bring them prasadam." Prabhupada called. And the feast began. While devotees sat on the floor in rows, Prabhupada from his Vyasashana directed the servers, having them bring another samosa to one devotee, more chutney to another, and so on. He watched over all of them, encouraging them to take Krishna's prasadam. That afternoon Prabhupada toured the buildings. In addition to the main hall, which he would have the devotees convert into a temple, he saw the equally large lecture hall. These rooms, plus a 3-room apartment, ample separate quarters for male and female devotees, a parking lot, and a front lawn, made this the finest physical facility in all of ISKCON. "We don't require such a nice place for ourselves," Prabhupada told the temple president, Gargamuni. "We are prepared to live anywhere. But such a nice place will give us opportunity to invite gentlemen to come and learn about this Krishna consciousness." The cost of the building had been $225,000, with a $50,000 down payment. Prabhupada had more than $10,000 in his book fund, but that was exclusively for printing books. So although he usually didn't like to deal personally in such negotiations, he had made an exception in this case and had asked the other temples to donate to the New World headquarters in Los Angeles. He had even mailed snapshots of the buildings to various temple presidents around the world. Thus he had collected the down payment, and on Śrīla Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati's appearance day ISKCON became the legal owner. This was the only temple ISKCON actually owned, all the other buildings were leased or rented, and Prabhupada wanted to design everything himself. Hiring professionals would be too expensive, but Prabhupada had plenty of disciples eager to do the renovation. Purandara knew a little carpentry, plumbing, and general construction, and he could learn more by experience. Bhavananda had been a professional designer, and he was filled with Prabhupada's enthusiasm to transform the plain church into a dazzling palace for the Supreme Personality of Godhead. "First you make my apartment," Prabhupada told Bhavananda. "Let me move in, and then we will work on the temple room." "Bhavananda, we picked out a part of the Los Angeles temple for Prabhupada's quarters, and Purandara built a bathroom. When Prabhupada came up to the rooms, he said, 'This will be my sitting room. This will be my bedroom.' And when he came to a third room, with a skylight, he said, 'This will be my library.'" Prabhupada had told me once in Boston that as a child he had lived in a palace with blue walls, red marble floors, and orange and gold trim, the Mullick's house in Calcutta. "So we painted the walls of his sitting room blue, and I put in a white tile floor. The drapes were burnt orange satin with gold cords and gold fringe." Prabhupada liked this color scheme very much. In the bedroom I asked Prabhupada where he wanted his bed, and he said, "Put the bed in the middle of the room." We had put down a rug, and Prabhupada said, "Now you should get sheets and cover the rug with them. In India they have rugs like this, nice rugs, and they cover them with sheets. And on special days they take the sheets off. Otherwise they would become ruined." So I went out and bought sheets. Prabhupada was in his sitting room when I came in and started putting the sheet over the rug in the bedroom. Prabhupada came in and said, "Yes, this is very nice. Again I have introduced something new. This is something new for all of you, sheets on rugs." Then he told me, "Now make sure there are no wrinkles in the sheet." I was on my hands and knees on the rug, and Prabhupada also got down on his hands and knees right next to me. We were both pressing out the wrinkles from the sheet, and when we got to the end, Prabhupada folded the sheet under the rug. He was very happy there, because it was our own place. We had never had our own place before. In the temple room Prabhupada showed Purandara where to build the 3 altars. He indicated the measurements and instructed that before each altar should be a pair of doors and over them the symbols of Vishnu, a conch shell over the altar for Guru and Gauranga, a wheel and club over Radha and Krishna's altar in the center, and a lotus over Lord Jagannath's. The spiritual master's Vyasashana was to go at the opposite end of the temple, facing Radha and Krishna. The walls should be yellow, which Prabhupada said was in the mode of goodness. The ceiling should be covered with a canopy, and there should be chandeliers. Once the altars were completed, Prabhupada wanted to bring the deities, even though much of the renovation was yet unfinished. After constructing an umbrella-covered cart and decorating it with flowers, the devotees brought the deities in procession from the old temple on La Cienega Boulevard to their new home. Bhavananda, the first time he came into the temple room after his morning walk, he went to the Guru Gauranga altar and paid his obeisances. We all paid our obeisances. Then he stood up, and he went to Radha and Krishna, and then paid obeisances, then to Jagannath, and we all followed. Then we walked back and he sat on his Vyasashana, and he told us, "Now you line up facing each other from the Vyasashana to Radha and Krishna, face each other. This way, that way, one way you look as Guru, and the other way God. And then back and forth that way. Always leave this aisle," he said, "so I can see." The deity was the king, Prabhupada said, and all the temple residents were his personal servants. The temple, therefore, should be like a palace. An elaborate temple was important for preaching, Prabhupada explained, because most people, especially Westerners, were not inclined to undergo any austerities for obtaining spiritual life. There was an Indian saying, "No one listens to a poor man." Were the devotees to advertise classes on bhakti yoga in such and such empty field under a certain tree, Prabhupada said, no one would come. But a clean, beautiful building with chandeliers and comfortable rooms would attract many people to visit and become purified. The temple was also for those who wanted to live there as Krishna-conscious devotees. Devotees, Prabhupada said, should be willing to live and sleep anywhere. But as the loving, protecting father of his disciples, Prabhupada took great care to establish a large temple and an adequate dormitory facility. He was making a home for his family. To see that his spiritual children had a place to live and practice their devotional service was just another aspect of his mission. A special feature of the new temple was Śrīla Prabhupada's garden. The devotees had excavated a large patch of concrete behind the temple, filled it in with earth, surrounded it with a cinder block wall, and planted a lawn with flower gardens all around. Purandara, I had dug some beds along the inside perimeter and planted a plant here and a plant there. But Prabhupada said, no, plant something everywhere. Everywhere there should be something growing. Everywhere there is a place, you plant something. Let there be growing everywhere. He wanted it overgrown like a jungle, a tropical area where plants just grow luxuriantly everywhere. Śrīla Prabhupāda always enjoyed sitting in the garden in the evening with the fresh, cool evening air and the fragrance of the flowers. The topics of conversation in the garden were as varied as Srimad Bhagavatam, all different subjects. Sometimes there would be lively conversations with guests or devotees, and sometimes Prabhupada would spend the entire time just chanting, with very little conversation. Sometimes Prabhupada would just have somebody read from the Krishna book. Prabhupada said that his mother maintained a garden on the roof of their house when he was young and that he would go up there in the evenings and play. He remembered that. He always remembered what he liked to do as a child. You would hear him reminisce with pleasure about it. Many times he would comment, "My mother maintained a garden on the roof of our residence, and as a child I would go there in the evening and play. Now I also have such a nice place to come." Under Prabhupada's personal direction, the Los Angeles Center became a model for the rest of ISKCON. At the morning Bhagavatam class, for example, he had the devotees responsively chant the Sanskrit mantras after him, and he asked that this become the standard program in all his temples. In May 1970, he wrote to each of his 26 temple presidents throughout North America and Europe, inviting them to visit him at Los Angeles. Now at the present moment, I am concentrating my energy in this Los Angeles center as ideal for all other centers in respect of deity worship, Arotrik, Kirtan and other necessary paraphernalia. As I have curtailed my moving program, I wish that you may come here at your convenience and stay here for a few days and see personally how things are going on, and by meeting with me personally for necessary instruction, I hope simultaneously in all centers the activities will be of the same standard. The temple presidents who visited Prabhupada, most of them young men in their 20s, came with practical as well as philosophical questions. They came with their notebooks, writing down everything from the temple schedule to color schemes, noting the tunes used in the kirtanas, learning how to manage a sankirtana party. And perhaps most important of all, they would note the things Prabhupada did and the words he spoke personally to them. The temple presidents would then return to their own centers, in Berkeley or Hamburg or Toronto or Sydney, glowing with ecstasy and ready to implement dozens of new standards they had imbibed from Prabhupada at the Los Angeles World Headquarters. Although Prabhupada still spoke of expanding his movement more and more, he seemed content to stay in Los Angeles, reaching the rest of the world through his temple presidents, his sankirtana parties, and his books. New plans were unfolding, however, and Prabhupada again spoke of a governing body, 12 hand-picked disciples to manage all of ISKCON's affairs. He also spoke of initiating more sannyasis and taking them with him to India to train as itinerant preachers. And to ensure that his books were regularly and properly printed, he wanted to form a special committee in charge of book publication, sometimes managing his worldwide religious movement, sometimes leading the growing group of devotees and chanting Sanskrit mantras in the Los Angeles temple, and sometimes sitting alone and translating in the pre-dawn hours. Prabhupada lived happily in Los Angeles. One day a record arrived from London. The London devotees, who with George Harrison's help had already produced an album, had now also released a new single, Govinda. The song consisted of verses Prabhupada had taught them from Brahma Samhita, each verse ending with the refrain Govindamati Purasantamaham Bhajami. Prabhupada asked that the record be played during the morning program in the temple. The next morning, after he had entered the temple room, bowed down before the deity, and taken his seat on the Vyasasana to begin the class, the record began. Suddenly, Prabhupada became stunned with ecstasy. His body shivered, and tears streamed from his eyes. The devotees, feeling a glimmer of their spiritual master's emotion, began to chant Hare Krishna as if chanting japa. The moments seemed to pass slowly. Finally Prabhupada spoke, Govindamati Purasantamaham Bhajami. He was again silent. Then he asked, "Is everyone all right?" The response was a huge roar, Jaya Prabhupada. And he began the Srimad Bhagavatam class. Vaisnava Kriyamadra Vainabhujaya. No one can understand the mind of a Vaisnava. Only a pure devotee can understand another pure devotee perfectly. But by observing the main activities of Prabhupada's life, we can see that whatever he did was pure service to Lord Krishna and was a perfect example of how to surrender to Krishna. He taught by precept and by example. Often encouraging, even praising his disciples, he always pushed them into more and more participation in the blissful Sankirtana movement of Lord Chaitanya. But he also exposed the faults of his disciples, and these faults were sometimes great and painful to see, both for him and for his disciples. One day, As Prabhupada came into his quarters at the Los Angeles temple, he saw that one of the devotees cleaning his room had placed his picture upside down. A simple mistake. But it indicated something wrong in the disciples' mentality. Every morning the devotees sing prayers to the spiritual master honoring him as the direct representative of God. How could any sincere disciple not notice that he is standing God's representative upside down? Then a more serious discrepancy. Prabhupada went to the temple, greeted the deities, and went to take līlāmṛta, the scented water from the bathing of the deities. It was part of his daily schedule. After his morning walk, he would return to the temple and offer obeisances to the deities while the Govinda record was being played. A devotee would then offer him a few drops of līlāmṛta in his right palm, and he would sip it. He had mentioned this item of devotional service in the Nectar of Devotion. Scented with perfumes and flowers, the water comes gliding down through his lotus feet and is collected and mixed with yogurt. In this way this līlāmṛta not only becomes very tastefully flavored, but also has tremendous spiritual value. The devotees who come to visit and offer respects to the deity take 3 drops of līlāmṛta very submissively and feel themselves happy in transcendental bliss. On this particular morning, however, as Śrīla Prabhupāda took līlāmṛta, he frowned. Someone had put salt in it. He walked the length of the temple room, took his seat on the Vyasasana, and before a room full of 100 devotees, asked, "Who has put salt in the līlāmṛta?" A young girl in a sari stood and with a nervous smile said she had done it. "Why have you done it?" Prabhupada asked gravely. "I don't know," she giggled. Prabhupada turned to Gargamuni, "Get someone responsible." Everyone present felt Prabhupada's anger. The unpleasant moment marred the pure temple atmosphere. A disciple worships Krishna by pleasing Krishna's representative, the spiritual master, therefore to displease the spiritual master was a spiritual disqualification. The spiritual master was not merely a principle, he was a person, Śrīla Prabhupada. When ISKCON Press in Boston misprinted Prabhupada's name on a new book, he became deeply disturbed. The small paperback chapter from the second canto of Srimad Bhagavatam bore his name on the cover as simply A.C. Bhaktivedanta. Amid it was the customary His Divine Grace as well as Swami Prabhupada. Śrīla Prabhupada's name stood almost divested of spiritual significance. Another ISKCON Press publication described Prabhupada as Ācārya of ISKCON, although Prabhupada had repeatedly emphasized that he was the Founder-Ācārya. There had been many Acaryas, or spiritual masters, and there would be many more, but His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada was the sole Founder-Ācārya of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. To make matters worse, when Prabhupada first opened the new Bhagavatam chapter, the binding cracked and the pages fell out. Prabhupada glowered. The devotees in Boston, hearing of Prabhupada's anger, knew at once that their mistake in misprinting Śrīla Prabhupada's name was a serious oversight. Minimizing the spiritual master's position was a grave offense, and they had even published the offense. The serious implications were difficult for the devotees to face, and they knew they would have to rectify their mentality before they could make spiritual progress. Prabhupada criticized the mentality behind these mistakes, and his criticisms were instructive to his disciples. Unless he instructed them about the absolute position of the spiritual master, how would they learn? At the beginning of the Srimad Bhagavatam class one morning, Prabhupada called on one of the women devotees, Nandarani. She stood respectfully. "Do you chant 16 rounds every day?" "Well, I try to, Prabhupada." "This is the problem," Prabhupada said, turning to the temple president. If Nandarani, one of the senior, responsible women, wasn't chanting regularly, then certainly the new women under her weren't either. This was the manager's fault. Prabhupada had praised and encouraged his disciples for laboring hard to renovate the temple and for going out daily into the streets to chant and distribute magazines. But for a devotee to not chant the prescribed rounds was to neglect the most important instruction. What Nandarani hadn't said was that the temple authorities had told her that chanting all her 16 rounds wasn't necessary, as long as she worked. They had told her this, even though Prabhupada clearly instructed his disciples at initiation to always chant at least 16 rounds daily. Then another incident. During the morning class, Prabhupada was discussing Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, an associate of Lord Chaitanya. Looking among the devotees, he asked, "Who can tell me who is Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya?" No one spoke. Prabhupada waited. "None of you can tell me who is Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya?" he asked. One girl raised her hand. She had read something about him, that was all. "Aren't you ashamed?" Prabhupada looked at the men. "You should be the leaders. If the men cannot advance, then the women cannot advance. You must be brahmanas. Then your wives will be brahmanas. But if you are not brahmanas, then what can they do?" Without improving their chanting and without reading Krishna-conscious literature, Prabhupada said, they would never attain the purity necessary for preaching Lord Chaitanya's message. While the local anomalies were weighing heavily on Śrīla Prabhupada, he learned of strange things his disciples in India had written in their letters, and he became more disturbed. One letter to devotees in America reported that Prabhupada's godbrothers in India objected to his title Prabhupada. According to them, only Bhaktivedanta Sarasvati should be called Prabhupada, and they referred to Prabhupada as Swami Maharaja. Prabhupada also learned that some of his disciples were saying he was not the only spiritual master. They were interested in reading Bhaktivedanta Sarasvati's books, as if to discover some new teaching Prabhupada had not yet revealed. Prabhupada regarded these remarks as dangerous for ISKCON. Advancement in spiritual life was based on implicit faith in the spiritual master, and to Prabhupada these new ideas indicated a relative conception, as opposed to the absolute conception, of the spiritual master. Such a conception could destroy all he had established. At least, it could destroy the spiritual life of anyone who held it. Though sometimes ignorant, his disciples, he knew, were not malicious. Yet these letters from India carried a spiritual disease transmitted by several of Prabhupada's godbrothers to his disciples there. Prabhupada had already been troubled when some of his godbrothers had refused to help him secure land in Mayapur, the birthplace of Lord Chaitanya. Although he had asked them to help his inexperienced disciples purchase land, they had not complied. In fact, some of them had worked against him. Prabhupada had written to one of his godbrothers, "I am so sorry to learn that there is a sort of conspiracy by some of our godbrothers as not to give me a place at Mayapur." Prabhupada was sensitive to any threat to ISKCON. His accepting the name Prabhupada, his teaching that the disciple must approach the spiritual master as the direct representative of Krishna, without attempting to jump over him to the previous spiritual masters, these things he had carefully explained to his disciples. But now a few irresponsibly spoken remarks in India were weakening the faith of some of his disciples. Perhaps this insidious contamination that was now spreading had precipitated the blunders at ISKCON Press and even the discrepancies in Los Angeles. Talks about the relative position of the spiritual master could only be the workings of Maya, the Lord's illusory energy. Maya was attempting to bewilder the devotees of ISKCON. That was her job, to lead the conditioned souls away from Krishna's service. The recent events began to hamper Prabhupada's writing. He had been working quickly in Los Angeles and had recently finished the second and final volume of Krishna. And on the very tape on which he had dictated the last chapter of Krishna, he had immediately begun a summary of the 11th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. Gradually, however, his writing stopped. Karandara, Prabhupada's translating would require a great deal of concentration. He would have 2 or 3 of his big Bhagavatam volumes opened up and sometimes a number of other small books, which he would refer to for something or other. He would sit, wearing his glasses and speaking into his dictating machine, and he would be completely absorbed in reading. Sometimes he would make a brief note, then look into one of his books, then open another book, turn back to another page, make a note, and then dictate. It required a great deal of concentration. I think that's why Prabhupada did most of it at night, after he would rise from his late evening nap. From 1 or 2 in the morning until 6 or 7 in the morning he would be absorbed. It was quiet at that time, and he could become absorbed. But when Prabhupada became disturbed about the problems in ISKCON, it inhibited his work. He was spending his time discussing with visiting devotees or myself or whoever was there. Then he would spend more time thinking matters over or pondering the problem, and he wouldn't be able to concentrate on his translating. These difficulties disturbed him, and he would think about them and say, "I have not been able to concentrate. I have been thinking about this problem." Although the spiritual master suffers for his disciples' mistakes, Prabhupada's perspective was not simply negative. He continued chanting and lecturing in the temple and inviting the leaders of his movement to visit him in the ideal center of Los Angeles, but he also corrected the diseased mentality wherever it appeared. When, for example, Guru Dāsa wrote from London to say that they had allowed an Indian guest to lecture in the temple while sitting on Prabhupada's Vyasasana, Prabhupada immediately wrote back, correcting him, "I am surprised how you allowed Mr. Parikh to sit on the Vyasasana. You know that Vyasasana is meant for the representative of Vyasadeva, the spiritual master, but Mr. Parikh does not come in the Parampara to become the representative of Vyas, neither does he have any sound knowledge of Vaishnava principles. I understand from your letter that sometimes discussions on Aurobindo philosophy are done by Mr. Parikh from the Vyasasana, so I am a little surprised how did you allow like this. I think you should rectify immediately all these mistakes as stated by you in the last 2 lines of your letter. I think the best thing to do is to stop his class. Nonsense ought not to be tolerated." In a letter from Paris, Tamala Krishna asked Prabhupada philosophical questions about the perfection of the spiritual master, and Prabhupada answered fully, but sternly, "A spiritual master is always liberated. In any condition of his life he should not be mistaken as an ordinary human being. This position of the spiritual master is achieved by 3 processes. One is called Sadhan Siddha. That means one who is liberated by executing the regulative principles of devotional service. Another is Kripa Siddha, one who is liberated by the mercy of Krishna or his devotee. And another is Nitya Siddha, who is never forgetful of Krishna throughout his whole life. These are the 3 features of the perfection of life. So far Narada Muni is concerned, in his previous life he was a maidservant's son, but by the mercy of the devotees he later on became Siddha, and next life he appeared as Narada with complete freedom to move anywhere by the grace of the Lord. So even though he was in his previous life a maidservant's son, there was no impediment in the achievement of his perfect spiritual life. Similarly, any living entity who is conditioned can achieve the perfectional stage of life by the above-mentioned processes, and the vivid example is Narada Muni. So I do not know why you have asked about my previous life. Whether I was subjected to the laws of material nature? So, even though accepting that I was subjected to the laws of material nature, does it hamper in my becoming spiritual master? What is your opinion? From the life of Narada Muni it is distinct that although he was a conditioned soul in his previous life, there was no impediment of his becoming the spiritual master. This law is applicable not only to the spiritual master, but to every living entity. So far I am concerned, I cannot say what I was in my previous life, but one great astrologer calculated that I was previously a physician and my life was sinless. Besides that, to corroborate the statement of Bhagavad Gita Susanam Srimatam Gaya Yoga Brastabhajayate, which means an unfinished yogi takes birth in rich family or born of a suchi or pious father. By the grace of Krishna I got these 2 opportunities in the present life, to be born of a pious father and brought up in one of the richest, aristocratic families of Calcutta, Kasanatha Malik. The Radha Krishna deity in this family called me to meet him, and therefore last time when I was in Calcutta, I stayed in that temple along with my American disciples. Although I had immense opportunities to indulge in the 4 principles of sinful life because I was connected with a very aristocratic family, Krishna always saved me, and throughout my whole life I do not know what is illicit sex, intoxication, meat-eating or gambling. So far my present life is concerned, I do not remember any part of my life when I was forgetful of Krishna. Prabhupada thought some of his leaders had become entangled in ISKCON management and were trying to gain control for themselves. In the classes he would speak of this only indirectly, as he had when he had exposed that the devotees weren't chanting and reading enough. Consequently, most devotees were unaware of Prabhupada's anxiety. But occasionally, while sitting in his room or in the garden, Prabhupada would express his concern. He wanted his disciples to manage ISKCON, but to do so they must be pure. Only then would he be able to concentrate on writing books. In June he wrote to Brahmananda, "Now my desire is that I completely devote my time in the matter of writing and translating books, and arrangement should now be done that our society be managed automatically. I think we should have a central governing body for dealing with important matters. I have already talked with Gargamuni about this. So if you come back by the Rath-Yatra festival, we can have a preliminary meeting at San Francisco in this connection." In July Prabhupada visited San Francisco for the 4th annual ISKCON Rath-Yatra. It was the biggest festival ever, with 10,000 people joining in the procession through Golden Gate Park to the beach. Prabhupada felt ill and didn't join the parade until about midway. He danced in the road before the carts, as 100 disciples encircled him, chanting and playing karatalas and mridangas. Afterward, Prabhupada wanted to ride in the cart, just as he had done the year before, but some of his disciples restrained him. A gang of hoodlums, they said, had caused trouble earlier, and for Prabhupada to ride on the cart might be dangerous. He disagreed, but finally relented and rode in his car to the beach. At the family dog auditorium on the beach Prabhupada began his lecture. "I want to thank you all for coming. Although I am not well, I felt it my responsibility to come, as you have so kindly attended Lord Jagannath's Rath-Yatra festival. I felt it my duty to come and see you and address you." His voice was frail. Later in his apartment in San Francisco, Prabhupada complained that he had not been allowed to ride in the cart. As leader of the Hare Krishna movement, he should have ridden on the cart. Not only had his disciples refused him, but several disciples had prominently ridden on the cart, as if in his place. Prabhupada asked the many temple presidents assembled for the Rath-Yatra to meet and discuss forming a governing body to manage ISKCON. The devotees met and then reported that they thought only one of them should be elected the chief representative. They hadn't understood. The strength should be in a group, Prabhupada said, not in a single individual. Since he was ISKCON's Founder-Ācārya, what need was there for another single leader? He asked them to meet again. Returning to Los Angeles, Prabhupada announced he would award several of his disciples the Sannyasa order. The devotee community excitedly prepared for the festival. The sannyasis, Prabhupada said, would leave their temples to travel and preach. It was an unprecedented change for ISKCON, a sensation, and the devotees loved it. Although Prabhupada was awarding sannyasa to some of his most advanced disciples, he also said the sannyasa initiation was to purify these disciples and to rid them of their entanglement in material desires. He set the initiation for the end of July, 2 weeks later. One day in Los Angeles, a visiting devotee speaking with Prabhupada in his room humbly asked why Prabhupada hadn't answered his questions in a recent letter. Prabhupada remembered no such letter. Inquiring from his secretary, Prabhupada discovered that his secretary often showed incoming letters to certain temple leaders, who at their discretion would sometimes withhold letters they considered petty or too disturbing. Prabhupada was outraged. How dare they come between him and his other disciples? How could they presume to make such decisions on their own? How could a disciple censor his spiritual master's mail? Although Prabhupada reprimanded the devotees involved, the incident only increased the already heavy burden on his mind. Again the thought of spiritual disease transmitted in letters from India disturbed him. He found no one close to him in Los Angeles with whom he could speak confidentially about this serious minimization of the spiritual master. As his anxiety affected him bodily, he fell ill and stopped eating. Karandara, I'd heard some things, but in the spirit of going on it had all been glossed over. And Prabhupada didn't talk much about it either. One time, though, I was in his room, right after the sannyasis had left Los Angeles, and he asked me if I understood what had gone on. I said, well, I think so. But I didn't really know very much. At that time the devotees who were going out on Sankirtana were in the alleyway chanting, and Prabhupada was at his desk. Hearing the kirtana, he turned back, looking in the direction of the devotees below his window, and smiled. Then he turned to me. They're innocent, he said. Do not involve them in this business. Karandara still didn't understand, and he wondered what not to involve them in. He did know, however, that a shadow was hanging over the heads of the sannyasis. Prabhupada requested 3 trusted disciples to come be with him in Los Angeles. Rupanuga, I was in Buffalo and the phone rang. Someone said, Śrīla Prabhupada is on the telephone. I said, what? You're kidding. It wasn't Śrīla Prabhupada, but it was his servant, Devananda. Devananda said, Śrīla Prabhupada wants you to come to Los Angeles. I said, what's wrong? He said, well, he doesn't want. Then he said, Śrīla Prabhupada wants to talk about it now. So Śrīla Prabhupada got on the phone, and as soon as I heard him on the line, I paid my obeisances. Then I said, Śrīla Prabhupada, what's wrong? He said, you didn't know I was ill? I said, no. He said, you should come immediately. Then I said, Śrīla Prabhupada, let me speak to Devananda. I didn't know what was going on, so I asked Devananda, tell me what's going on. Then he said, Śrīla Prabhupada said he will talk with you when you come. He will explain everything. Bhagavan Dāsa, one day after coming back from Sankirtana, I received a call from Rupanuga, who told me he was on his way to Los Angeles, having received a call from Prabhupada that there was some disturbance there. He couldn't tell me more, but he said he would call me when he returned. This set my mind reeling. I sat in the chair, hot and sweaty after coming back from Sankirtana, my mind absorbed in thinking of Prabhupada and what could be going on. I called Los Angeles to talk to Prabhupada's secretary, Devananda, who told me he couldn't really say anything at that point. I was hoping somehow or other I would get more information of the situation, but after waiting some time, I went in to take my shower. I was in the shower when all of a sudden someone banged on the door. Prabhupada is on the telephone. He wants to speak with you. I was sure there was some misunderstanding. How is it possible that the spiritual master could be on the telephone? Anyway, I ran out of the shower, all wet, and picked up the telephone and said, hello? There was a long pause. Then all of a sudden I heard Śrīla Prabhupada's voice on the other end, Bhagavan Dāsa? Yes, I said. Śrīla Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances. How can I serve you? I was completely stunned. Then Prabhupada's voice came slowly on the phone. There are many things that you'll do, but the first thing is that you must come here immediately. I said, of course, Śrīla Prabhupada, I will be there right away. And with that we both hung up. I managed to gather the money together to take the flight to Los Angeles. And when I got on the plane in Detroit, it just so happened that Rupanuga was also on the same plane. We sat together and discussed what could possibly be happening in Los Angeles to cause Śrīla Prabhupada so much distress. When we arrived at the airport, Karandara picked us up and told us that some of the older devotees had been plotting against Prabhupada and that day Prabhupada had given several of them sannyas and sent them away to preach. This was all quite amazing to me, and I didn't really know what to make of it. When we came into Prabhupada's room, he looked distressed and was rubbing his head, complaining of the blood pressure that was caused by the conspiracy. To Krishna, I had written Śrīla Prabhupada a lengthy letter from Paris, describing how we wanted to expand our preaching efforts in Europe, and suddenly I received a telegram from His Divine Grace that said, "Received your letter 26th of July. Come Los Angeles immediately." I was quite surprised, and I remember disentangling myself that very day and leaving that night, even though I was in charge of the activities there. When I arrived in Los Angeles, I found Rupanuga, Bhagavan, Kirtanananda Swami, and Karandara. I was in a very enthusiastic, blissful mood from having done so much Sankirtana, and I had no idea of any difficulty. But these devotees were all in a heavy, sober, somber mood, and they tried to explain to me what was going on. But actually I could not get a very clear understanding. I had arrived in the late afternoon, and I could not see Śrīla Prabhupada. Early the next morning, when Prabhupada was informed that I had arrived, he called for me before Mangala Arati. I went up to his quarters, and when I came through the door, Prabhupada was sitting in his room with his head downward. He looked up, and he appeared to be almost ill. He was gaunt and looked very sorrowful. He said meekly, just as I was bowing down, "Have they told you?" Of course, I hadn't really understood everything, but in reply to his question I said, "Yes, they have told me some things." And Prabhupada said, "Can you help me?" So I answered, "Yes, Śrīla Prabhupada." He said, "Can you take me out of here?" I said, "Yes, Śrīla Prabhupada." Of course, I didn't feel that I could help Śrīla Prabhupada, but I could understand that I had to say yes. How can you say, "No, I won't"? But how far could I help? It's like lifting the heaviest object in the world. The Guru is so heavy, and yet I had to say yes. So Prabhupada asked me next, "Where will you take me?" And I said, "Well, we can go to Florida." He said, "No, that is not far enough." I said, "I could take you to Europe." He said, "No, that also will not be good. The problem may be there also." So anyway, we didn't conclude where to go at that time. But Prabhupada said, "It is like a fire here. I must leave at once. It has become like a fire." Prabhupada confided in Rupanuga, Tamala Krishna, and Bhagavan about the various incidents: his mail withheld, his name misprinted, his riding in the Ratha Yatra parade restricted. He mentioned these and other indications that certain persons wanted to move him into the background, out of the reach of his disciples. He didn't want to stay in Los Angeles, he didn't want to stay in the United States, he didn't even want to go to Europe. He wanted to leave the arena of his disciples' offenses. But before leaving, he wanted to complete his plans for establishing a governing body to manage ISKCON. To this end he dictated the following on July 28. I, the undersigned, A. C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, disciple of Om Visnupad Paramhansa 108 Sri Srimad Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada, came in the United States in 1965 on September 18 for the purpose of starting Krishna consciousness movement. For 1 year I had no shelter. I was traveling in many parts of this country. Then in 1966, July, I incorporated this society under the name and style the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, briefly ISKCON. Gradually the society increased, and one after another branches were opened. Now we have got 34 branches enlisted herewith. As we have increased our volume of activities, now I think a governing body commission, hereinafter referred to as the GBC, should be established. I am getting old, 75 years old, therefore at any time I may be out of the scene, therefore I think it is necessary to give instruction to my disciples how they shall manage the whole institution. They are already managing individual centers represented by one president, one secretary and one treasurer, and in my opinion they are doing nice. But we want still more improvement in the standard of temple management, propaganda for Krishna consciousness, distribution of books and literatures, opening of new centers and educating devotees to the right standard. Therefore, I have decided to adopt the following principles and I hope my beloved disciples will kindly accept them. Prabhupada then listed the names of the 12 persons who would form the GBC. 1. Shriman Rupanuga Dāsa 2. Shriman Bhagavan 3. Shriman Syam Sundar Dāsa 4. Shriman Satsvarūpa Dāsa 5. Shriman Karanhar Dāsa 6. Shriman Hansadutta Dāsa 7. Shriman Tamala Krishna Dāsa 8. Shriman Sudama Dāsa 9. Shriman Bali Mardhan Das Brahmachari 10. Shriman Jagadisa Das Adhikari 11. Shriman Hayagriva Das Adhikari 12. Shriman Krishna Das Adhikari. These personalities are now considered as my direct representatives. While I am living they will act as my zonal secretaries, and after my demise they will be known as executors. Prabhupada further described the role of the sannyasis. I have already awarded sannyas or the renounced order of life to some of my students, and they have also got very important duties to perform in this connection. The sannyasis will travel to our different centers for preaching purpose as well as enlightening the members of the center for spiritual advancement. Prabhupada's legal document went on to set forth general directions for the GBC secretaries. They should travel regularly to the temples in their respective zones to ensure that each devotee chanted 16 rounds and followed a regulated schedule and that the temples were clean. His 12 GBC secretaries would relieve him of management, and they would rectify present and future difficulties within the society. That rectification, Prabhupada's document explained, would be possible only when the devotees in each temple engaged fully in regulated devotional service, rising early for Mangala Arati at 4:30. Attending Srimad Bhagavatam class and reciting the Sanskrit verses, and chanting in the streets and distributing Back to Godhead magazines and other Krishna-conscious literature. This emphasis on strictly following Krishna-conscious principles would supersede all material formulas for management. The GBC would ensure that in their appointed zones all the devotees were properly engaged. There would be no Maya. The next day Prabhupada drafted another significant statement, naming Bhagavan, Rupanuga, and Karandara trustees of his Bhaktivedanta Book Trust. The Bhaktivedanta Book Trust account will be used to publish my books and literature and to establish temples throughout the world. Specifically 3 temples are to be established, one each in Mayapur, Vrindavana, and Jagannath Puri. Since returning to America in 1967, Prabhupada had often said he would stay permanently in America as the adopted son of his disciples. Now he revealed new plans. He spoke of going to India to preach and to establish large ISKCON temples. For the devotees, who base their activities mostly in small rented houses, Prabhupada's constructing cathedral-like buildings in India was inconceivable. In India, Prabhupada said, he would teach his disciples how to preach and how to establish temples. Prabhupada picked a team, including 2 newly initiated sannyasis, to accompany him to India. In the future, he said, more disciples could join him, for India would become an important field for Krishna consciousness. Prabhupada wrote Satsvarūpa and Buddhava in Boston, "You are all my children, and I love my American boys and girls who are sent to me by my spiritual master, and I have accepted them as my disciples. Before coming to your country I took sannyas in 1959. I was publishing BTG since 1944. After taking sannyas I was more engaged in writing my books without any attempt to construct temples or to make disciples like my other god brothers in India. I was not very much interested in these matters because my Guru Maharaj liked very much publication of books than constructing big temples and creating some neophyte disciples. As soon as he saw that his neophyte disciples were increasing in number, he immediately decided to leave this world. To accept disciples means to take up the responsibility of absorbing the sinful reaction of life of the disciple. At the present moment in our ISKCON campus politics and diplomacy has entered. Some of my beloved students on whom I counted very much have been involved in this matter, influenced by Maya. As such there has been some activity which I consider as disrespectful. So I have decided to retire and divert attention to book writing and nothing more." On July 31 Prabhupada wrote Brahmananda and Gargamuni, explaining why he was leaving for India. "In order to set example to my other sannyasi students I am personally going to Japan with a party of 3 other sannyasi students. Although it is beyond my physical condition, still I am going out so that you may learn the responsibility of sannyas. I am fervently appealing to you all not to create fracture in the solid body of the society. Please work conjointly, without any personal ambition. That will help the cause. It is the injunction of the Vedas that the spiritual master should not be treated as ordinary man. Even sometimes the spiritual master behaves like ordinary man. It is the duty of the disciple to accept him as a superhuman man. In the beginning of your letter your comparison of the soldier and the commander is very appropriate. We are on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, one side Maya, the other side Krishna. So the regulative principles of a battlefield, namely to abide by the order of the commander, must be followed. Otherwise it is impossible to direct the fighting capacity of the soldiers and thus defeat the opposing elements. Kindly therefore take courage. Let things be rightly done so that our mission may be correctly pushed forward to come out victorious." Prabhupada wrote other letters revealing his plans to travel to India. Our life is very short. The Krishna consciousness movement is not meant for fulfilling one's personal ambition, but it is a serious movement for the whole world. I am therefore going to the Eastern Hemisphere, beginning from Japan. We are going for a party and all of us are sannyasis. In this old age I am going with this party just to set an example to my disciples who have taken recently the sannyas order. In preparation for Prabhupada's trip to India, Prabhupada's secretary, Devananda, now Devananda Swami, asked him questions from the immigration form, mechanically reading the questions and filling in the answers as Prabhupada replied. Have you ever committed any criminal acts? Devananda asked, reading from the form. Prabhupada's eyes widened. You are asking your spiritual master if he did anything criminal? And he turned to Bhagavan. You see, I am simply surrounded by people I cannot trust. It is a dangerous situation. Prabhupada sat in his garden the night before his departure. Don't be disturbed, he told the disciples with him. We are not going backward. We are going forward. I will reveal everything to you. I will rectify. His strong words and criticisms, he said, had been to enlighten his disciples, to warn them and show them the subtleties of Maya. Kurandara mentioned that the temple leaders had arranged that only a few devotees go with Prabhupada the next day to the airport. Where did this idea come from? Prabhupada asked. Srimad Bhagavatam instructs that when a saintly person leaves your company, all present should follow the departing vehicle as far as possible, until it is out of sight. So the next day the devotees all accompanied Prabhupada, chanting and dancing behind him through the long corridors of Los Angeles International Airport. After many months with them, he was now leaving. Devotees cried. Prabhupada, dressed in new garments, his head freshly shaven, looked effulgent. He sat in the departure lounge, head held high, as grave and unfathomable as ever. He was embarking on a new adventure for Lord Chaitanya. He was old and might not return, he said, but his disciples should continue the Krishna consciousness movement seriously. If you follow this new schedule, he said, you will keep Maya from attacking. And then he left them. En route to Japan, Prabhupada stopped overnight in Hawaii. He stayed in a motel, and Gaurasundara and Govinda Dasi came to talk with him. Govinda Dasi wanted Prabhupada to stay and install their deities of Radha and Krishna in the temple. If Gaurasundara agreed, Prabhupada said, he would stay a few days longer to perform the deity installation. Let me consult, Gaurasundara replied. And the next day Prabhupada flew on to Japan. From Japan Prabhupada wrote Govinda Dasi, it is very encouraging to learn that people inquired about me and were eager to hear my speaking. I could have stayed 1 or 2 more days, there was no hurry, but you did not make any arrangement. I personally proposed to Gaurasundara that I shall install the deities, and he replied that, let me consult. But he never informed me of the result of that consultation and with whom he had to consult. So this is the present situation in our ISKCON society. It is clear that a great mischievous propaganda was lightly made and the effect has created a very unfavorable situation, and I am very much afflicted in this connection. Still there is time to save the society out of this mischievous propaganda, and I hope all of you combine together to do the needful. At the Tokyo airport Prabhupada was greeted by executives of Dai Nippon Printing Company, the printers of Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and the 20,000 monthly copies of Back to Godhead. Prabhupada and his entourage rode in a limousine, courtesy of Dai Nippon, to a small private apartment about 45 minutes from the temple. Prabhupada had developed a severe cough and several other symptoms of ill health, due, he said, to his disciples' behavior. Yet despite his illness he would talk for hours of his concern for ISKCON, especially with his traveling GBC secretary, Tamala Krishna. Soon after their arrival in Japan, Prabhupada's secretary received a disturbing call from a devotee attending the society-wide Janmashtami celebration at New Vrindavan. 4 of the newly initiated sannyasis had arrived, the devotee said, and were teaching a strange philosophy. Devotees were confused. Prabhupada had left America, the sannyasis were saying, because he had rejected his disciples. The sannyasis were blaming themselves and other disciples for not realizing that Prabhupada was actually Krishna. When Prabhupada heard this, he said, that is why I did not go. I knew this would happen. This is impersonalism. He defined the Mayavada, impersonal, misconception of the Guru and Krishna. If one says that the Guru is God, or if the Guru himself says that he is God, that is Mayavada philosophy. For the Mayavadis, spiritual realization is realization of one's identity with Brahman, the all-pervading spirit. Despite their austerities and their detachment from materialistic society, and despite their study of Vedanta Sutra and the commentaries of Sankara, they mistakenly think that Krishna's body, name, pastimes, service, and devotees are all facets of Maya, or illusion, therefore they are called Mayavadis. A Mayavada spiritual master does not reveal to his disciple the holy name of Krishna, the holy pastimes of Krishna, or the transcendental form of Krishna, since the Mayavadi considers all these Maya. Instead, the Guru explains the oneness of all things, teaching the disciple that the concept of separate existence and ego is illusion. The Mayavadis sometimes compare the Guru to a ladder. One uses the ladder to reach a higher position, but if the ladder is no longer needed, one kicks it away. Coughing intermittently and speaking with physical discomfort, Prabhupada explained the Mayavadis' dangerous misconceptions. The impersonalists held a cheap, mundane view of the Guru's worship, and the Guru's instructions. If one says that the Guru is God and God is not a person, then it follows logically that the Guru has no eternal personal relationship with his disciples. Ultimately, the disciple will become equal to the Guru, or in other words, he will realize that he, too, is God. Arguing from the Vedic scripture, Prabhupada refuted the Mayavadis' claims. The individual souls, he said, are Krishna's eternal servants, and this master-servant relationship is eternal. Service to Krishna, therefore, is spiritual activity. Only by serving the Guru, however, can a disciple fully revive his eternal relationship with Krishna. The Vedic literature gives paramount importance to serving the spiritual master. He is the representative of God, the direct, manifest link to God. No one can approach God but through him. Lord Krishna says, "Those who are directly my devotees are actually not my devotees. But those who are devotees of my servant, the spiritual master, are factually my devotees." For hours Prabhupada drilled his disciples. He would pose a Mayavada argument, then ask his disciples to defeat it. If they failed, he would defeat it himself. He stressed that the relationship between the spiritual master and disciple was eternal, not because the Guru was Krishna, but because he was the confidential servant of Krishna, eternally. A bona fide spiritual master never says that he is Krishna or that Krishna is impersonal. The devotees began to understand how the offenses of minimizing Śrīla Prabhupada's position were products of Mayavada philosophy. For the Mayavadi, to increase devotion to the Guru is unnecessary. If individual relationships are all ultimately illusion, why increase the illusion? If the master-servant relationship is ultimately illusion, then the less the disciple sees his Guru as master and himself as servant, the more he is advancing. The Mayavada philosophy was a subtle and insidious poison. At least Prabhupada had been spared the pain of being personally present in New Vrindavan to witness the Mayavada rantings of certain of his disciples and the appalling display of ignorance of most of the others. He had a small entourage and was on his way to preach in India. While here in Tokyo, he would try to obtain many Back to Godhead magazines and Krishna books to take with him. Prabhupada observed Janmashtami at his apartment by having disciples read aloud to him from Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, throughout the day. If they kept reading, he said, they might be able to finish the book in one day. The devotees had decorated Prabhupada's room with leaves and flowers strung from the ceiling and along the walls, and Prabhupada sat on a thin mattress behind his low desk, hearing the pastimes of Krishna. At 9 p.m., after fasting all day, the devotees were still reading to him when he asked if they would be able to finish the book by midnight. The devotees replied that they would not. "Then you stop, and I will read." Prabhupada opened a Sanskrit volume of the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam and, for the next 2 hours, chanted the Sanskrit verses. "You cannot understand the Sanskrit," he said, "but I know you can feel. The verses are so potent that just by hearing one can be purified." During the reading, Kirtanananda Swami and Kartikeya Swami cooked a feast in the kitchen. At midnight the devotees served Śrīla Prabhupada the Janmashtami feast. Taking only a few bites, he watched his disciples eat heartily. The next day was Vyasa Puja, Prabhupada's 74th birthday, and he went to the Tokyo ISKCON temple. The temple was only 2 rooms, one for living, one for worshipping, with Japanese grass mats on the floor. Prabhupada sat to the right of the altar, looking at Lord Jagannath, while his disciples sat on the floor before him, singing Gurvastaka prayers glorifying the spiritual master. None of them, however, knew exactly how to conduct the Vyasa Puja ceremony, and after a while they ended the kirtana. In the painfully awkward moments that followed, the devotees realized they were supposed to do something special. "But what?" Prabhupada appeared angry. "Don't you have Puspa Yatra? Isn't prasadam ready?" The devotees looked at one another. "This is not Vyasa Puja," Prabhupada said. "You have not been to Vyasa Puja before? Don't you know how to celebrate the Vyasa Puja, how to honor the spiritual master?" One of the sannyasis began to cry. "Tamala Krishna," Prabhupada said, "didn't you see how I observed my Guru Maharaj's birthday? Where is Puspa? Puspa is Sanskrit for flowers. Puspa? Puspa? Tamala Krishna decided Prabhupada must mean Puspana, a fancy rice dish. "I'm not sure," he said. "What kind of Vyasa Puja is this with no Puspa?" Prabhupada asked. "We can get some, Prabhupada," Tamala Krishna offered. Tamala Krishna grabbed Sudama. "Prabhupada wants prasadam. He wants Puspana rice." They ran into the kitchen and hurriedly started the rice. Meanwhile, in the temple the devotees struggled through their version of a Vyasa Puja ceremony. Kirtanananda Swami stood and began to read aloud from the introduction of Krishna, the Reservoir of Pleasure, which included a short biography of Prabhupada. But Prabhupada interrupted, scolding his disciples for concocting and for acting improperly. "If you don't know," he said, "then why didn't you ask me how to do this properly?" The Japanese guests present didn't understand English, but they could see the spiritual master was disturbed. Prabhupada explained that in devotional service everything must be done properly, according to the Parampara method, without concocting. "We will observe Vyasa Puja again tomorrow," he said. "Come to my room. I will tell you what to do." The next day, after a simple, traditional ceremony, the devotees felt ecstatic. Afterward they agreed, when one displeases his spiritual master, there is no happiness, but as soon as the spiritual master is pleased, the disciple becomes blissful. The Janmashtami Vyasa Puja festival in Vrindavan had become a nightmare. Hundreds of devotees had converged there from the East Coast, with many others from California and even Europe. They had come for a blissful festival but instead had found Śrīla Prabhupada's newly initiated sannyasis expounding a devastating philosophy. The sannyasis, speaking informally to groups here and there, would explain how the devotees had offended Prabhupada and how he had subsequently withdrawn his mercy. The sannyasis revealed their special insights that Prabhupada was actually God, that none of his disciples had recognized him as such, and that all of them, therefore, beginning with the sannyasis, were guilty of minimizing his position. And that was why Prabhupada had left for India. He had withdrawn his mercy from his disciples. The devotees were devastated. None of them knew what to say in reply. The sannyasis, by their preaching, had projected gloom everywhere, which was proper, they said. Everyone should feel guilty and realize that they had lost the grace of their spiritual master. No use trying to cheer one another up by chanting Hare Krishna or eating a feast. Everyone should accept their bitter medicine. Although Prabhupada had given his disciples 3 volumes of Srimad Bhagavatam, as well as Bhagavad Gita as it is, the nectar of devotion, teachings of Lord Chaitanya, and other literature, none of the devotees were well versed in them. Many devotees wondered if the philosophy the sannyasis were preaching was correct, but none of them knew enough of the scriptures to immediately refute it. The devotees turned to the new GBC men, Prabhupada's appointed leaders and guardians of ISKCON. The GBC, along with other senior devotees, began carefully searching through Prabhupada's books to ascertain exactly what he had said about the position of the spiritual master. Then Hayagriva announced that a letter had just arrived from Śrīla Prabhupada in Tokyo. As soon as the devotees all gathered under the pavilion roof to hear Hayagriva read aloud, "My dear sons and daughters," and then Prabhupada listed almost all the new Vrindavan residents. The devotees immediately felt a wave of hope. Just to hear Prabhupada say "my dear sons and daughters" was a great relief. Hayagriva continued to read, "Please accept my blessings." Prabhupada hadn't rejected them. The letter went on to say that Śrīla Prabhupada was pleased with the work of the new Vrindavan devotees, and he promised to come and visit them. Soon he would send for other devotees to join him in India, he said. As he described what preaching in India would be like, the devotees became caught up in the momentum of Śrīla Prabhupada's preaching spirit. They cheered. They felt blissful. Then Prabhupada specifically referred to the difficulty facing ISKCON, purge out of New Vrindavan the non-Vrindavan atmosphere that has entered. His letter turned the tide against the Mayavada teachings. The GBC then called a meeting of all disciples in the temple room. Reading selections from the Nectar of Devotion, they established that the spiritual master, although not God, should be honored as much as God because he is the confidential servant of God. Several senior devotees spoke their heart's convictions, citing examples from their association with Prabhupada to prove that he had not rejected them. He was too kind. The sannyasis might feel rejected because of their own guilt, someone said, but they should not project their guilt on others. The false teachings, however, had dealt a blow from which many devotees would need time to recover. Newcomers at the festival were especially unsettled. But the cloud of gloom that had hung over New Vrindavan now lifted, thanks to Śrīla Prabhupada's timely letter. The sannyasis admitted their confusion. The GBC then phoned Kirtanananda Swami in Tokyo and told him that Prabhupada's letter had resolved most of the problems, but that the sannyasis still held their misconceptions. Hearing this, Prabhupada felt his suspicions confirmed. Certain disciples had been contaminated by the poisonous philosophy from India. Consequently, material desires for power and control had overwhelmed them, even in Prabhupada's presence. Turning to Tamala Krishna, Sudama, and the three sannyasis with him, Prabhupada asked what they thought should be done. With the previous day's philosophic drilling still sharp in their minds, they suggested that anyone teaching Mayavada philosophy should not be allowed to stay within ISKCON. Prabhupada agreed. If these sannyasis continued to preach Mayavada philosophy, he said, they should not be allowed to stay in his temples but should go out and preach on their own. Tamala Krishna conveyed this message to the GBC in the US, and Prabhupada was satisfied that the problem would be adjusted. He had created his GBC to handle such matters. On September 2, Prabhupada wrote Hamsadutta in Germany, regarding the poisonous effect in our society. It is a fact and I know where from this poison tree has sprung up and how it affected practically the whole society in a very dangerous form. But it does not matter. Prahlad Maharaj was administered poison, but it did not act. Similarly Lord Krishna and the Pandavas were administered poison and it did not act. I think in the same parampara system that the poison administered to our society will not act if some of our students are as good as Prahlad Maharaj. I have therefore given the administrative power to the governing body commission. To Hayagriva in Vrindavan Prabhupada wrote, I am very glad to know that the GBC is actively working to rectify the subversive situation which has been weakening the very foundation of our society. All you members of the GBC please always remain very vigilant in this connection so that our society's growth may go on unimpeded by such poisonous elements. Your preaching in Vrindavan as well as intensified study of our literatures with seriousness is very much encouraging. Please continue this program with vigor and re-establish the solidity of our movement. From the beginning I was strongly against the impersonalists, and all my books stressed on this point. So my oral instruction as well as my books are all at your service. Now you GBC consult them and get a clear and strong idea. Then there will be no more disturbance. The four sannyasis may bark, but still the caravan will pass. Prabhupada wrote Satsvarūpa in Boston. I am very glad to know that you are not affected by the propaganda of the sannyasis that I am displeased with all the members of the society. I am never displeased with any member. The worst was over, Prabhupada thought. For months this problem had upset him and his writing. Relentlessly he had instructed his disciples, for their own benefit and for the benefit of his movement. The disease had taken its toll, and that was unfortunate. But the devotees were being forced to turn to Prabhupada's books and apply their teachings, and that was the positive outcome. Now they should clearly understand the position of the spiritual master and never again be led astray by false philosophies or sentiment. Prabhupada's main business in Tokyo was with Dai Nippon. Considering him an important author and a venerable religious monk, they had provided him a car and apartment. Each morning they sent a private car to drive Prabhupada to Imperial Palace Park, where he could take his morning walk. Prabhupada liked the neatly planted trees and gravel walks, and he appreciated the habits of the Japanese people. As he would pass, elderly ladies would bow to him from the waist, and others would fold their hands respectfully, acknowledging his being a holy man. On the morning of Prabhupada's meeting with Dai Nippon, he came out of his apartment with Tamala Krishna and Devananda Maharaja and got into the back seat of a Dai Nippon company car. The car proceeded through the early morning streets, and Prabhupada chanted his Gayatri mantra silently. A Dai Nippon junior executive escorted Prabhupada and his two disciples into an elevator and up to a spacious room with a long conference table. Prabhupada's guide cordially offered him a seat at the table, and Prabhupada sat down, with Tamala Krishna and Devananda Maharaja on either side. Soon there entered Dai Nippon's 6 top executives, including the corporation president. Each stood behind his respective chair, and each in turn, beginning with the president, bowed slightly from the waist and presented his calling card. Addressing Prabhupada as Your Divine Grace, they introduced themselves, announced their posts, and took their seats. We are very honored to have you here, the president began. You are a great religious author, and it is our great privilege to be publishing your books. After the president had spoken briefly, tea was served. Prabhupada requested hot milk. Conversation was informal, and Prabhupada spoke of the importance of his mission and his Krishna-conscious literature. No one discussed business, however, and the Dai Nippon executives soon excused themselves. They would meet again the next morning. When Prabhupada was again alone in the room with his disciples and the junior executive who had escorted him, he asked the young Japanese, "So what is your goal in life?" By way of answer, the man gathered up all the business cards that lay scattered before Prabhupada on the table and stacked them, with the presidents on top, then the first vice presidents, and so on, putting his own card in its place on the bottom. He then dramatically removed his card from the bottom of the stack and slapped it on top, a graphic answer to Prabhupada's question. Prabhupada smiled. To become president of the company, he said, was temporary. All material life was temporary. He explained on the basis of Bhagavad Gita that the body was temporary and that the self was eternal. All the identities and positions people hankered after were based on the bodily conception of life and would one day be frustrated. The purpose of life, therefore, was not to become the temporary president of a temporary corporation within the temporary material world, but to realize the eternal soul's relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead and gain eternal life. Prabhupada spoke for almost half an hour while the man listened politely. At the next day's meeting, negotiations began. The conference room was different, the table smaller, and 3 of Dai Nippon's international sales representatives sat opposite Prabhupada. Prabhupada presented his price, $1.35 per book. "Oh, Your Divine Grace," one of the salesmen exclaimed, "it is not possible for us to give this price. We will lose too heavily. We cannot afford it." They explained their position, quoting paper costs and other expenses. Prabhupada began to speak about his mission. ISKCON's book distribution, he said, was a charitable work for the benefit of all humanity. ISKCON distributed these books for whatever donations people were able to make, and he received no profit or royalties. It was spiritual education, the most valuable literature. In any case, Prabhupada said in closing, "You deal with my secretary in this regard." And he sat back in his chair. The burden was on Tamala Krishna. Tamala Krishna began by saying that Prabhupada had been too kind, because ISKCON could actually never pay such a high price. He then quoted a price 40 cents lower per book than Prabhupada's. "Mr. Tamala, the salesmen were again upset. Please reconsider your point." A polite argument ensued. Suddenly Prabhupada interrupted, presenting himself as an impartial third party. He said he would settle the difference that had arisen between his secretary and the salesman. "I have heard both sides," he said, "and I feel that the price should be $1.25 per book. That's all." "Yes, Your Divine Grace," the salesman agreed, "that is right." After further negotiations, Prabhupada agreed on a contract that included a reprint of Volume 1 and a first printing of Volume 2 of Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, 2 issues of Back to Godhead, a Hindi issue of Back to Godhead, and a new book, Sri Isapanishad. ISKCON had to pay only $5,000 cash, and Dai Nippon would deliver everything on credit. Prabhupada held a feast at his apartment for the Dai Nippon executives, who especially liked the samosas and pakoras. They presented Prabhupada with a watch and continued to see to his comfort during his stay in Tokyo. Prabhupada also met a Canadian-born Japanese boy, Bruce, who was seriously interested in Krishna consciousness. Prabhupada invited him to come and join him in India, and the boy eagerly agreed. Chapter 32 India, Dancing White Elephants Calcutta August 29, 1970 For the first time in almost 3 years, Prabhupada returned to India, to Calcutta, his hometown. Although it was late and the journey from Tokyo had been 12 hours, Prabhupada felt happy as he descended the stairway from the airplane. Achyutananda and Jayapataka, his only American disciples in India, were standing on the airfield, and as they saw him approaching in his saffron silk robes, they bowed down. Prabhupada smiled and embraced them. They ushered him to a flower-bedecked car and accompanied him to the terminal building, where he entered the VIP lounge. Some of Prabhupada's godbrothers and old Calcutta friends were present to receive him, and a kirtana party from the Chaitanya Math was chanting. The reception was large and festive. As the room resounded with Hare Krishna, Prabhupada took his seat. The sound of the kirtana, the many pictures of Krishna, and the smell of incense and jasmine flowers combined with Prabhupada's transcendental presence to transform the drab airport into a heavenly scene. Indians crowded forward to place flower garlands around Prabhupada's neck, and as the garlands piled higher, Prabhupada removed them. But the garlands kept coming, and again they piled up, almost covering Prabhupada's face. The American devotees watched in fascination as the Bengali brahmacharis played their mridangas with exotic rhythms. The people in the crowd pressed in closer to touch Prabhupada's feet and asked his blessings, and Prabhupada smiled, seeming quite at home. When the kirtana ended, he began to speak. "I am coming back to the city after 3 years. Hare Krishna. I have been around the world and have found that happiness and peace cannot be established in this world by materialistic advancement. I have seen Japan, which is highly advanced in machines and technology. Yet there is no real happiness there. But the people of India, even if they do not understand the significance of Sankirtana, they enjoy listening to it. My advice to the Indians is that if you advance only in science and technology, without paying attention to Harinama, then you will remain forever backward. There is tremendous strength in Harinama, reporter, you have said, and I quote, even communism, if it is without Krishna Nama, is void. Why do you say that? Prabhupada, why do you refer to communism in particular? Without Krishna consciousness, everything is void. Whatever you do, Krishna must remain in the center. Whether you are a communist or capitalist or anything else, it doesn't matter. We want to see whether your activities are centered around Krishna. Reporter, right now there is too much turmoil in Bengal. What is your advice to us at this time? Prabhupada, my advice is to chant Hare Krishna. This is the piece of advice to both the capitalists and the communists. All animosity between them will cease completely, and all their problems will be solved, if they take this advice. The crowd, affirming Prabhupada's words, began to shout, Sadhu! Sadhu! Prabhupada sat in the back seat, on his way from the airport to the home of Mr. Dasgupta on Hindustan Road. Outside the car window the familiar scenes of Calcutta passed by. For the newcomers riding with him, however, Calcutta was foreign and unfamiliar. Gaunt, loitering cows and street dogs, small horses pulling huge loads, barefoot rickshawwallas, open shops with exotic foods, dense crowds of pedestrians, the sultry heat, and the incredible traffic, these, although familiar to Prabhupada, plunged the disciples who had flown with him into culture shock. Tamala Krishna looked nervously at the driver, who swerved in and out of traffic, honking his horn. Prabhupada laughed softly. Tamala Krishna, how do you like this driving? Achyutananda and Jayapataka, however, were acclimatized to Calcutta and had learned to appreciate its culture. They had met high-class, cultured Bengalis who accepted them as sadhus despite their American birth. They had preached in many homes and had attracted curious crowds by chanting in public. They had not, however, achieved a solid foothold for ISKCON. But now Prabhupada had come to change that. He would preach wonderfully, just as he had done in America, and his disciples were eager to serve as his instruments. He would be their vital force, their inspiration, for he was empowered by Lord Chaitanya. Prabhupada reached the home of Mr. Dasgupta at almost midnight. Many people wanted to see him, and when Devananda Maharaja tried to turn them away, Prabhupada said, "No, no, let them come in." Prabhupada's sister, Bhavatarini, arrived with an array of special dishes she had cooked. "We can't eat now," one of the sannyasis protested. "It's late at night." "No," Prabhupada said, "we must eat everything. Whatever my sister cooks, we have to eat. This is her favorite activity. She likes to cook for me and feed me. Everyone must take prasadam." The devotees at the Chaitanya Math had also cooked a feast, and as Prabhupada was honoring the prasadam prepared by his sister, the prasadam from the Chaitanya Math arrived. He took a little and induced his followers to eat sumptuously. It was 1 a.m. Prabhupada sat in his room with Achyutananda, Jayapataka, and Devananda Maharaja. He explained how irresponsible letters from his disciples in India had perpetrated within ISKCON a deep misunderstanding of the spiritual master's position. He quoted the verse Saksad Dartavina Samasta Sastre and explained it. The Guru is on an equal level with Hari, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He is not God, but he is the dearmost servant of God. Prabhupada continued preaching to his disciples, clearing away any misconceptions about the spiritual master's position. All the past unpleasant events, he said, were now being rectified. The devotees should continue working together with new life and vigor. Achyutananda asked Prabhupada if he could take sannyasa. The Indians, he said, would respect a sannyasi more. Prabhupada agreed that sannyasa would help Achyutananda's preaching, and he said that Jayapataka should also take sannyasa. The ceremony would be in a week, on Radhastami. The Amrita Bazaar Patrika carried a front-page news story of Prabhupada's arrival. A photo showed Prabhupada walking, with his hand in his bead bag, surrounded by young sannyasis carrying dandas. Many VIPs have come to Dum Dum Airport before, but never have we seen gaiety and celebrations of this magnitude. It was difficult to imagine that he was 75 years old because he was completely fresh after this long journey. With a little smile on his face, he blessed one and all with the word, Haribol. Prabhupada wrote to the devotees in Japan, in India, "From the very moment we stepped down from the airplane, there is good propaganda work going on. The boy Bruce is improving and becoming more interested. He has now sacrificed his hairs for Krishna, that is a good sign." Calcutta was in political turmoil. A group of communist terrorists, the Naxalites, had been rioting, murdering prominent businessmen and threatening the lives of many others. Many wealthy Marwari industrialists were leaving the city for Delhi and Bombay. Aside from the terrorists, Bengali college students were growing unruly. But the older people of West Bengal, comprising most of Prabhupada's visitors, were alarmed by the violence and unrest. The only shelter, Prabhupada told them, was Krishna. People are in very much perturbed condition. All of them are expecting me to do something for ameliorating the situation, but I am simply advising them to chant Hare Krishna because this transcendental sound is the only panacea for all material diseases. Prabhupada saw no need to fabricate a special program for the social problems of Calcutta. Chanting Hare Krishna was the only panacea for all material diseases. The question was how best to use his American disciples to give this panacea to the Indians. Prabhupada had his party of 10 devotees, and he had asked his leaders in the West for 20 more within the month. He had ordered $60,000 worth of books and magazines from Dai Nippon, and his sannyasis were going daily into the streets to perform kirtana. The Sankirtana party was getting a good response. Shaven-headed Westerners, wearing sikhas, Vaisnava tilaka, and saffron robes, playing karatalas and mridangas, chanting Hare Krishna with heart and soul, quoting Sanskrit verses from Bhagavad Gita, affirming Lord Krishna to be the Supreme Personality of Godhead. For the Bengalis this was sensational, and hundreds would gather to watch. Prabhupada knew the great appeal his disciples would have, everyone would want to see them. He therefore affectionately called them his dancing white elephants. These same devotees, who had grown to love chanting Hare Krishna in the streets of San Francisco, Los Angeles, and New York, were now going into an exhausting heat never encountered in America and chanting on Dalhousie Square for several hours daily. Crowds would press in closely, sometimes teasing, laughing, or scoffing, but more often looking on with deep amazement. Prabhupada's idea was that when Indians saw young Western people adopting the principles of Krishna consciousness, the faith of the Indians in their own culture would increase. Prabhupada explained to his disciples how formerly, during the time of Maharaja Yudhishthira, India had been a Krishna-conscious state. For the last 1,000 years, however, India had been under foreign subjugation, first under the Mughals and then under the British. As a result, the intelligentsia and, to a lesser degree, the masses of India had lost respect for their own culture. They were now pursuing the materialistic goals of the West, and they saw this as more productive and more practical than religion, which was only sentimental. Westerners living as renounced Vaisnavas could, as Prabhupada was well aware, turn the heads and hearts of the Indians and help them regain faith in their own lost culture. It was not a material tactic, however, but a spiritual strength. Prabhupada stressed that the devotees must be pure in their actions, this purity would be their force. The chanting in Dalhousie Square and along Chowrangi had gone on for about 10 days when Prabhupada decided to stop it. The street kirtana, although an excellent method of preaching, was not the most effective method for India, he said. There were many professional kirtana groups in Bengal, and Prabhupada didn't want his disciples to be seen like that, as professional performers or beggars. He wanted them to preach in a way that would bring them closer to the more intelligent, respectable Indians, and he unfolded his new plan. He called it life membership. His disciples would invite Indians interested in supporting and associating with ISKCON to become members. A membership fee of 1,111 rupees would entitle the member to many benefits, such as copies of Śrīla Prabhupada's books and free accommodation in ISKCON centers around the world. Speaking one evening in a private home before a group of wealthy businessmen, Prabhupada initiated his life membership program. After lecturing, he invited his audience to become ISKCON life members, and several Calcutta merchants immediately signed. B.L. Jaju, I was really overwhelmed by the simplicity of Prabhupada's nature. He told me how he had been carrying on his regular business when his guru had told him that 400 years back Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had said that Hare Rama, Hare Krishna would be chanted all throughout the world. He said that was the job given to him by his spiritual master and that he would have to go to America and do it. I found no snobbery in him. He was very simple. And he was telling, as if my brother was telling to me, simply how he went to USA, how he started, and how gradually he planned to have this Krishna consciousness throughout the world. Seeing his disciples who had changed their lives, I began to think, why not I? In my humble way, I should do something, without worrying what other people are doing. I found that imperceptibly he was affecting my life. My wife and even my son were really surprised when they found that these white people, whom we thought could never turn to Krishna consciousness, had changed so much. So we thought we also must try to follow better the teaching of the Gita, whether at a life member's home, at a formal lecture before a large audience, or in his own room. Prabhupada continued speaking from Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam about Krishna and Krishna consciousness. Of this he never tired. A guest would ask a question, and Prabhupada would begin his answer by having one of his disciples read a relevant verse from the Gita. Then he would explain it. If the guest was unsubmissive and wanted to challenge, Prabhupada would argue. Sitting at his low desk, occasionally drinking water from his lota, Prabhupada would talk hour after hour. The temperature rose to 100 degrees, and as Prabhupada sat in his room preaching, he wore no shirt, only a simple top cloth, which left his arms, shoulders, and part of his chest bare. Sometimes the devotees sitting with him would be sick or sleepy or otherwise inattentive, and sometimes they would excuse themselves, returning hours later to find him still preaching. Guests also came and went. Yet except for a nap after lunch, Prabhupada kept preaching, often throughout the day and into the night. Never bored with his subject matter, he would speak as long as there was an interested hearer. His audiences varied. Sometimes he would speak to a room of husbands and wives, all cultured and well-dressed, and sometimes he would speak to one lone old man. Sometimes his audience listened quietly, or argued, or even when appreciating showed their misunderstanding. Sometimes a guest would ask him why he criticized Bengal's reputed saints and politicians, and he would explain on the basis of Bhagavad Gita that the real sadhu always glorifies Krishna. Prabhupada often related his preaching to events of particular interest to his audience, such as Calcutta's political unrest or the downfall of Vedic culture. Yet his concern for local affairs was only the practical necessity of the moment, for he was beyond India. He was thinking of people, places, and activities all around the world. In answering his letters, he would deeply ponder matters in England, Australia, Hawaii, or New Vrindavan. And beyond this, he would always be thinking of Krishna. He wanted to glorify Krishna throughout the world. India happened to be his present field. The devotees in India had the privilege of closely observing Prabhupada in his preaching. His superior tolerance and kindness both inspired them and, by contrast, exposed to them their own inadequacies. As newcomers to India, the devotees were still greatly involved with the practical affairs of living in Calcutta. Weather, disease, and culture shock distracted their minds from Krishna consciousness. But Prabhupada's presence, his preaching, and his example reminded them that reality was beyond the body. Sometimes the devotees criticized certain of Prabhupada's visitors. They met Indians who sat with Prabhupada and presented a facade of godliness but who later smoked cigarettes and showed other signs of low character. Once a group of devotees complained to Prabhupada about these hypocritical Indians, but Prabhupada told them the story of the bee and the fly. The bee, he explained, always looks for honey, and the fly for a nasty sore or infection. The devotee should be like the honeybee and see the good in others, not like the fly, looking for the faults. Prabhupada's disciples discovered that the best way to learn to live in India was to follow exactly what Prabhupada did. When taking prasadam with him at someone's home, they would eat the same foods as he, and in the same order. When he would finish, they would finish, and when he would wash his hands, they would wash. Life in India was strange, even bewildering, and Prabhupada's disciples did not have Prabhupada's vision of his mission in India. But they were following him, like little ducks, wherever he went. As the devotees came closer to Prabhupada and witnessed more of his unique qualities, they came to love him more than ever. Sitting in his room on a white cushion and leaning back on the white bolster, Prabhupada appeared golden-hued and regal, despite his simple surroundings. The devotees could see that he was unaffected by his surroundings, whether in Los Angeles, where he had lived comfortably amid opulence, or in Calcutta. He was at home in India, but he was not just another Indian, not even just another Indian sadhu. He was unique. And he was theirs. From Prabhupada's first day in Calcutta he had thought of going to Mayapur, the sacred birthplace of Lord Chaitanya. Bhaktivedanta, father of Śrīla Prabhupada's spiritual master and pioneer in spreading Lord Chaitanya's teachings beyond India, had longed for the day when Americans and Europeans would join with their Bengali brothers in Mayapur, chanting the holy names. Prabhupada wanted to purchase land, establish a Mayapur center for his Western disciples, and fulfill the dream of his spiritual predecessors. He had written to one of his god brothers, "I wish to go to Mayapur to pay my respects to our beloved spiritual master His Divine Grace Sri Śrīla Prabhupada as well as to complete the purchase of the land. So if Jagmohan Prabhu will accompany us to finish this transaction it will be very kind of him and I hope you will kindly request him to accompany us." The followers of Lord Chaitanya accept Mayapur, 110 miles north of Calcutta, to be identical with Vrindavana. 5,000 years ago Lord Krishna lived in Vrindavana, performing his childhood pastimes, and 500 years ago Lord Krishna appeared in Mayapur as Lord Chaitanya. For the Gaudiya Vaisnavas, therefore, Mayapur and Vrindavana are the two most dear and sacred places on earth. What better place for ISKCON to have its world headquarters than in Mayapur? But despite various attempts over the past several years, Śrīla Prabhupada had still not acquired property there. He had gone to Mayapur with Achyutananda in 1967, seen a plot of land, and asked Achyutananda to try and get it. But Sayudananda and the Muhammadan owner had never reached an agreement. Some of Prabhupada's godbrothers had temples and property in Mayapur, but they wouldn't help. Some even seemed to be working against him. When Prabhupada had written one of his godbrothers in Mayapur asking him to help Sayudananda secure land, the godbrother's secretary had replied that he was unable to do so. The secretary had remarked, "One must be very fortunate to get land in Mayapur." Prabhupada criticized his godbrother's uncooperative spirit. He was becoming impatient. "Why are we not able to get the land in Mayapur?" he asked his disciples. "This is dragging on for 300 years. Again he wrote one of his godbrothers. Regarding propagating the name of Sri Mayapur as birthplace of Lord Chaitanya, it is going on regularly in our different literatures and books. If you kindly take the trouble of coming here conveniently, I can show you how we are giving publicity to the birthsite of Lord Chaitanya. Perhaps you know that I begged from His Holiness Sripad Tirtha Maharaj a little piece of land at Mayapur for constructing a home for my Western disciples, but he refused the proposal. Śrīla Bhaktivedanta Thakur wanted that the American and European devotees would come to Mayapur, and the prophecy is now fulfilled. Unfortunately they are loitering in the streets of Calcutta without having a suitable place at Mayapur. Do you think it is all right?" Accompanied by a small party of men, Prabhupada took the train to Navadvipa, just across the Ganges from Mayapur. There they were met by members of the Devananda Math. Riding in rickshaws to the Devananda Math, the devotees were charmed by the rural atmosphere of Navadvipa. Everything was lush from the rainy season, and the devotees found their romantic expectations of India now being fulfilled as they proceeded along roads lined with tropical vegetation. At the Devananda Math, Prabhupada and his disciples were given special prasadam and good accommodations. Then the rains returned. Day after day the rains came, and the Ganges rose higher and higher, until crossing the swift river into Mayapur became impossible. Since the rains were not likely to abate soon, Prabhupada decided to leave. He and his disciples boarded an early morning train to Calcutta. The tracks were flooded. Repeatedly the train had to stop, once for more than 8 hours. The heat and the crowds of passengers constantly passing through the car made the wait torturous for the devotees. Prabhupada asked one of his disciples to take a rickshaw and try to arrange better transportation. Nothing was available. At last the train continued toward Calcutta, only to stop at the next station, where all the passengers changed to another train. Finally Prabhupada reached Calcutta and Mr. Dasgupta's home. "Maybe Lord Chaitanya does not want us to establish our headquarters in Mayapur," Prabhupada said. The two purposes in his mind, establishing a place in Calcutta and purchasing land in Mayapur, he had not accomplished. Prabhupada continued holding programs in people's homes and talking with guests in his room. One day a Mr. Dandharya visited Prabhupada and mentioned Bombay's upcoming Sadhu Samaj, a gathering of the most important sadhus in India. It was to be held at Chowpatty Beach and promised to be a big affair. Mr. Dandharya requested Prabhupada to attend, and Prabhupada accepted. Bombay, October 1970. Responding to Srila Prabhupada's request for more disciples to join him in India, a group of 20 American devotees traveled to Brussels and took an inexpensive flight aboard a propeller-driven craft to Bombay. At the airport, while the devotees were wondering where they should go, Mr. Kailash Saksarya, a wealthy Bombay businessman and nephew of Mr. Dandharya, approached them with a letter from Prabhupada. Mr. Saksarya had arranged for several cars, and he escorted the devotees to his home in an affluent Bombay residential area on Marine Drive. He fed them and provided them with living quarters. 2 days later a telegram arrived informing the devotees and their host that Prabhupada would be arriving the next day. Prabhupada arrived at the Bombay airport and, after an enthusiastic reception, rode with Mr. Saksarya to his home. Marine Drive runs along the seashore, and the houses lining it belong to the very rich. Mr. Saksarya's residence was 7 stories, and he offered Srila Prabhupada the first floor, with its large rooms overlooking the Arabian Sea. Bombay, Prabhupada said, was India's most materialistic city. It was the nation's movie capital and the city where, more than in any other Indian city, the people wore Western dress. The gateway to India, it boasted the most industries, the most businesses, and the most billboards. It was a cosmopolitan melting pot of cultures and religions but had none of the Naxalite terrorism of Calcutta or the heavy political atmosphere of New Delhi. Nor did it have the aristocratic families who worshipped Lord Chaitanya and his Sankirtana movement. But it had its own advantages for preaching, Prabhupada said. It was a city of wealth, with many pious citizens who were intelligent and quick to adopt a good idea. He predicted Bombay would be a favorable city for Krishna consciousness. Prabhupada's first Bombay preaching engagement was at a gathering of sadhus, a padil in an open field just a few blocks from Mr. Saksarya's home. Prabhupada's disciples had also been invited, and they arrived several hours before Prabhupada. The array of Indian sadhus, sitting on stage in long rows, startled the devotees. Some of the sadhus were bearded, some shaven-headed, some with long matted hair and holding tridents, some covered with ashes, some adorned with beads and clay markings. The devotees were amazed, and many of the sadhus, on seeing the white-skinned Vaisnavas, were also amazed. When the devotees came on stage and began their kirtana, the audience responded by clapping in rhythm and chanting. Afterward, on the advice of Mr. Satsvarūpa, the devotees took their kirtana out into the streets, and many in the audience followed. That evening the devotees returned to the pandal with Prabhupada. Prabhupada sat on a raised platform, and his disciples sat at his feet. After having 3 of his disciples speak in English, Prabhupada spoke in Hindi, while the audience of more than 500 listened silently. After his lecture he came down from the platform, and a crowd gathered around him, touching his feet and following him to his car. When Prabhupada heard from his disciples of their spontaneous kirtana through the streets of Bombay, he said they should go to the busiest bazaars and chant daily. So they did. Wherever large numbers of people gathered, the devotees would go and chant. They were strong, youthful, exuberant, and faithful, and they would chant in the streets for 3 or 4 hours each day. Although Prabhupada did not physically go into the streets chanting with his disciples, he was with them by his instructions and by his presence before they went out in the morning and when they returned in the evening. They were chanting because he had told them to. And they knew that chanting was the natural activity of the soul. Everyone should chant. The devotees knew that at the end of life they would go back home, back to Godhead. And better than that, at the end of the day they would go back to Marine Drive to Prabhupada, who would smile and encourage them. Radio stations and newspapers took note of the Western devotees chanting in the city. One article appeared in the October 10 edition of the Times of India. A group of Americans, including women with babes in arms, belonging to the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, ISKCON, has been moving around Bombay during the past few days chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, or Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, to the accompaniment of cymbals, castanets, and drums, mridangams. Can the materialistic West, or at any rate, a microscopic part of it, have turned at last to embrace the spiritualism of the East? I met several of the kirtan chanting Americans, who have come here to attend the 7th All India Conference at the Bharat Sadhu Samaj which begins here today, and was at once struck by their sincerity and utter surrender to the cult they have adopted. The Vaishnavas of Mathura could not be so guileless, I thought, as this band of bhakti enthusiasts. The sand of Chowpatty beach was fine and clean. The audience numbered in the thousands. Sadhus sat on stage, Prabhupada and his followers among them. It was twilight. The sky above the Arabian Sea was cloudy, and a pleasant breeze was stirring. There had already been 2 lectures expounding the Mayavada philosophy, and now it was time for Prabhupada to speak, the last scheduled speaker of the evening. The audience was eager to hear him. His accomplishments in the West had caused great curiosity, especially now that he had arrived in Bombay and his devotees were chanting daily in public. Prabhupada's disciples, bored and exasperated by the preceding 2 hours of Hindi oratory, could scarcely wait any longer for Prabhupada to speak. But Prabhupada, instead of addressing the audience, turned to his disciples and said, "Begin chanting." As soon as the devotees began the kirtana, little Sarasvati stood and began to dance. Following her, the other devotees rose and began to dance. As the kirtana came alive with mridangas and karatalas, the dancing and chanting of the devotees seemed to disturb some of the sadhus on stage, who rose one by one and left. The audience, however, responded enthusiastically, many of them standing and clapping. After 5 minutes of ecstatic kirtana, the devotees spontaneously jumped down onto the sand and headed toward the audience. Thousands in the crowd rose to their feet and began to move along with the devotees in a dance, backward and forward. Indians began crying in uncontrolled happiness, overwhelmed by the genuine Krishna bhakti of these foreigners. Never before had such a thing happened. Policemen and press reporters joined in the chanting and dancing. Chowpatty beach was in an uproar of Hare Krishna Kirtana, as Prabhupada and his disciples showed the potency of Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtana movement. After about 10 minutes the Kirtana ended, though a tumultuous unrest pervaded the talkative crowd. 15 minutes elapsed before all the people returned to their seats and the program could continue. The devotees had left the stage and taken their seats on the ground level, leaving Prabhupada alone on stage. Prabhupada's voice echoed over the public address system. "Ladies and gentlemen, I was requested to speak in Hindi, but I am not very much accustomed to speak in Hindi. Therefore, the authorities in this meeting have allowed me to speak in English. I hope you will follow me, because it is Bombay and most people will be speaking English. The problem is, as this evening's speaker, His Holiness Swami Akhandanandaji spoke to you, how we can make everyone accustomed to take up good habits, Satakara. I think in this age, Kali Yuga, there are many faults. Prabhupada went on to explain the power of Lord Chaitanya's movement to clean the hearts of everyone. He referred to the two great rogues whom Lord Chaitanya had delivered, Jagai and Madhai. Now we are saving, wholesale, Jagais and Madhais. Therefore, if we want peace, if we want to be situated on the Satakar platform, then we must spread the Harinama Mahamantra all over the world. And it has been practically proven. The American and European Vaisnavas who have come here, who have chanted Hare Krishna mantra, they were cow-flesh eaters, they were drunkards, they were illicit sex mongers, they were all kinds of gamblers. But having taken to this Krishna consciousness movement, they have given up everything abominable. Satakara has come automatically. They are no more meat eaters, they are no more gamblers, they are no more illicit sex mongers, they are no more intoxicators. They do not even take tea, they do not even take coffee, they do not even smoke, which I think is very rare to be found in India. But they have given up. Why? Because they have taken to this Krishna consciousness. Prabhupada ended his talk after about 5 minutes. I do not feel that I have to say very much. You can see what is the result of Krishna consciousness. It is not something artificial. It is there in everyone. I have not done anything magical. But this Krishna consciousness is present in all of us. We simply have to revive it. The audience responded with cheers and a great round of applause. Prabhupada, with greater force and eloquence than the long-winded Mayavadis, had shown the essence of spiritual life, ecstatic chanting of the holy names. And he had offered the living testimony of his American disciples. For the next week, Prabhupada and his disciples were the talk of Bombay, and they began receiving many invitations to speak and perform kirtana throughout the city. The Times Weekly's coverage of the Sadhu Samaj spotlighted the memorable presence of Śrīla Prabhupada and his disciples. A group of 20 Americans, members of the Hare Krishna delegation, took over the dais. The air was filled with the beating of mridangas, the clash of cymbals and the music of the Mahamantra. Swaying from side to side, their tufts of hair tossing in the breeze they chanted, Hare Krishna. One graying reporter whom I had always regarded as a particularly unsentimental person said to me in an emotion-choked voice, "Do you realize what is happening? Very soon Hinduism is going to sweep the West. The Hare Krishna movement will compensate for all our loss at the hands of padres through the centuries." About 25 newsmen came to a press conference on the 5th floor of Mr. Satsvarūpa's residence. Prabhupada sat with his disciples on a large mattress and answered questions, and the devotees showed a film of the San Francisco Ratha Yatra. The reporters asked about New Vrindavan. They questioned the devotees, why had they become sadhus? Why had they left their country? The next day the press was full of stories of Prabhupada and his movement. The Times of India picked up on a particular angle, U.S. millionaire's son seeks solace in Krishna society. The article told of Guru Raja's renouncing his father's wealth to join Prabhupada's movement. One newspaper quoted Guru Raja, "My father works hard and earns fabulous money. He also fights with my mother. My sisters ran away from the house. Thus, in spite of material comforts, nobody is happy." Quoting Syama Sundara, "My father is very rich, but he has to take sleeping tablets every night." And there were other articles. Soon letters appeared in the letters column of the Times of India. As far as my knowledge goes, these foreign Hindus of the Hare Krishna movement cannot be equal to the native original Brahmanas and Hindus. They will have to be relegated to the lower castes. It is significant to see one of the newly converted sadhus, Sri Gopal Dāsa, formerly Charles Poland of Chicago, stated that he was a construction worker formerly doing Sudra's work. It would thus become necessary to allot the 3 lower castes to these foreign converts according to their profession. Another letter stated, "The Hare Krishna movement is just a sporadic fad of sentimentalists." Prabhupada said these letters should be answered, and he personally outlined replies, delegating their writing to specific disciples. Within a few days, Prabhupada's replies appeared in the press. In India, even amongst the Brahmanas in different provinces, there is no social intercourse. So if they are socially accepted or not doesn't matter. For example, amongst the qualified legal practitioners in different provinces there may not be social intercourse, but that does not mean they are not qualified lawyers. This is a cultural movement, and if the whole world accepts this cult, even though Indian Brahmanas do not accept it, will do no harm at all. We are not striving for social or political unity, but if Krishna consciousness is accepted, there will automatically be political, social and religious unity. The fact that one of our boys was a construction worker does not mean that he belongs to the Sudra community. The Sudra community is the less intelligent class or illiterate class who have no information of the value of life. In America, even the highest cultured and educated person can go to work as an ordinary construction worker because they accept the dignity of labor. So although a boy was working as a construction worker in America, he is not a Sudra. But even if he is accepted as a Sudra, Lord Krishna says that anyone who comes to him is eligible to be elevated to the highest position of going back to home, back to Godhead. In a letter signed by Guru Raja, Prabhupada refuted the charge that his movement was a sporadic fad of sentimentalists. How can our movement be sporadic when this science was taught in the Gita 5,000 years ago and instructed to the sun god millions of years before that? How can it be called sporadic when our activity is Sanatana Dharma, the eternal occupation of the living entity? Would faddists give up all meat-eating, intoxicants, illicit sex, and gambling for over 5 years now? Would faddists give up friends, family, and money and get up at 4 a.m. daily, ready to go to any country in the world and preach in any conditions immediately on the request of their spiritual master? Prabhupada's all news coverage of the Krishna consciousness movement is an aid to propagating Krishna consciousness. Even by criticizing the Krishna consciousness movement, he said, the papers were broadcasting the holy name of Krishna. And Krishna's name was absolute. Mr. Satsvarūpa held a special program for many important dignitaries of Bombay. Although he had expected no more than 200 persons, many more came. They were Bombay's elite, the women dressed in expensive silk saris and wearing gold and jewels, the men in silk Nehru-collared suits or white starched dhotis and kurtas. Prabhupada held kirtana with his disciples, and then he spoke, briefly and gravely. You are all very intelligent persons, he said. You are all very learned and educated. You are all very great persons. I beg you, I take the straw of the street between my teeth, and I beg you, just chant Hare Krishna. Please chant Hare Krishna. After his talk, Prabhupada left, and the devotees showed slides of the Hare Krishna movement's activities around the world. They also made their first public life membership appeal, and Mr. G.D. Somani, one of India's leading industrialists, as well as Mr. Satsvarūpa, signed on as members. Although Prabhupada was happy to see the number of ISKCON's life members increasing, that his shipment of books from Dai Nippon had not yet arrived made him anxious. The devotees were promising life members books, but where were these books? Every day the problem became more and more pronounced. Prabhupada learned of a Calcutta port strike. His books had apparently arrived, but the ship, unable to unload cargo in Calcutta, had left port. He worried that the ship would unload the books in some other Indian port. The exact whereabouts and condition of the books, however, remained unknown. Prabhupada was greatly concerned. He decided to send a competent disciple, Tamala Krishna, to Calcutta to try and retrieve the books. Meanwhile he would continue preaching, depending on Krishna. Amritsar, October 21, 1970. Accompanied by a group of disciples, 7 men and 2 women, Prabhupada began the 2-day train ride from Bombay to Amritsar. Years ago Prabhupada had travelled as a preacher in India alone, riding the trains to Jhansi, Delhi, Kanpur, Calcutta, and Bombay to publish Back to Godhead and solicit support. After only 5 years in the West, he now had the great advantage of sincere disciples, and now the Indians were taking notice. He had stationed a Sayutananda Swami, Jayapataka Swami, Hamsadutta, and others in Calcutta, Tamala Krishna, Syamasundara, and others in Bombay. His disciples would make life members and try to establish permanent ISKCON centers in 2 of India's major cities. His Krishna consciousness movement was beginning in India, and he wanted to travel with his disciples wherever there was an opportunity to preach. Just as he had worked in America, never settling comfortably in one place, but always traveling, speaking about Krishna, meeting new people and offering them devotional service, so he would also work in India. The train arrived at Kurukshetra station. Near here, said Prabhupada, Lord Krishna spoke Bhagavad Gita 5,000 years ago. They say it does not exist, a mythological place. It is a symbol of the field of the body and the senses, they say. It is an allegorical place. But here we are at the station. As he spoke, the sun was setting, and a bright, orange sky shone over the flat land. How can they say Kurukshetra is not a real place? He continued. Here it is before us. And it has been a historical place for a long, long time. When the train arrived at Amritsar station, members of the Vedanta Sammelan committee received Prabhupada and escorted him and his disciples to a park on the outskirts of the city. They showed him the large pandal the Niketan ashram had erected for the Vedanta Sammelan and assigned him and his disciples their quarters, 3 small rooms. Prabhupada took one room, the 2 women the second room, and 4 of the men crowded into the third, leaving 3 men to sleep outdoors on cots. The first night in the northern climate was cold. Available bedding was meager, and none of the devotees had brought warm clothing. At 4 the next morning the devotees congregated in Śrīla Prabhupāda's room for Mangala Arati and Kirtana before the deities of Radha and Krishna, the same deities who had been traveling with Prabhupada for the past 1.5 years. Despite the austere conditions, the devotees felt fortunate to have such intimate contact with Prabhupada and Radha Krishna. Prabhupada played mranga, leading the chanting of prayers to the spiritual master. Afterward, he had the pujari distribute to each devotee a bit of the fruit and sweetmeats that had just been offered to the deities. It was still before sunrise, and the room was chilly. As the devotees sat huddled beneath a naked bulb, Prabhupada had them read aloud from Srimad Bhagavatam. That same morning Prabhupada attended the Vedanta Sammelan. There were thousands of people in the audience, and since most of them did not understand English, Prabhupada spoke in Hindi. His presentation pleased everyone, and the committee members honored him by making him president of the Vedanta Sammelan. Although the program was scheduled only for several hours in the morning and evening, Prabhupada did not limit his preaching to these times, he preached every hour of the day. While he sat in his room, a constant stream of guests came to him, hundreds of pious Hindus seeking his blessings. Recognizing this vestige of Vedic culture, he pointed it out to his disciples. "Just see," he said, "how they treat a saintly person." Prabhupada also began receiving the usual flood of invitations to visit the homes of Hindu families. He accepted as many invitations as possible, more than possible, it seemed to his disciples. Prabhupada moved quickly. When the cars were ready, he would come out of his room and go, leaving behind anyone who wasn't ready. After each engagement, he would get into his car and go directly to the next. Latecomers would sometimes find he had already left. They would then jump into bicycle rickshaws and try to catch him. A wrong direction or a missed turn might make them miss the next engagement. And when at last they would catch up, they would find Prabhupada coolly, gravely in the midst of a lecture on Bhagavad Gita or laughing and taking prasadam with his host. Every day brought at least a half-dozen engagements: "Come to our temple for darsana. Come to our house for prasadam." And whenever Prabhupada would return to his asrama, he would find a long line of guests waiting to spend a few moments with him. None of the devotees could match Prabhupada's pace and enthusiasm. His energy seemed never to wane. For his disciples, being invited insistently to take a full meal at half a dozen homes in one day was too much. They tended to overeat, and some of them got sick. But Prabhupada knew how to handle the situation expertly. He would fully satisfy each host, speak about Krishna consciousness, hold kirtana, take a little prasadam, and move on. One evening, in response to an invitation, Prabhupada visited the home of Baladeva Indra Singh, a descendant of one of ancient Punjab's ruling families. Although nearing 60, Mr. Singh was still a robust Punjabi Kshatriya, handsome, tall, and sporting a big black mustache. He showed Prabhupada and his disciples through his elegant home, with its large portraits of ancestors, uniformed Kshatriyas with their helmets and swords. In the trophy room, which had many animal skins and stuffed heads mounted on the wall, Mr. Singh brought Prabhupada and his disciples before his prized trophy, a large tiger's head. Prabhupada approached closely. "You have killed this?" he asked. "Yes," Mr. Singh replied. And he described the details of the hunt. "The man-eater had killed many people in a nearby village," Mr. Singh explained. "So I went and shot it." Prabhupada's eyes widened, and he turned to his disciples. "Oh, very nice." Later, Prabhupada sat in a chair, and Mr. Singh sat before him on the floor. He said something was troubling him. An astrologer had told him that in a previous lifetime, thousands of years ago, he had fought in the battle of Kurukshetra, but on the side against Krishna. "That's not possible," Prabhupada said. "Everyone present at the battle of Kurukshetra was liberated. If you had actually been at the battle of Kurukshetra, you would not still be within this material world." Mr. Singh wasn't certain whether to feel relieved or disappointed. But Prabhupada assured him, "That's all right. Don't worry. Now you are a devotee of Krishna." When Prabhupada asked Mr. Singh to become a life member of ISKCON, he agreed immediately. He confessed that when he had first invited Prabhupada and his disciples he had actually been skeptical, but after being with Śrīla Prabhupada for a few minutes, he said, all his doubts and suspicions had vanished. He would be happy to become ISKCON's first life member in Amritsar. Although the devotees requested Prabhupada to take fewer engagements, he would not slow down. It was his disciples, he said, who were finding the pace difficult. One night, after the 8th and final engagement of the day, Prabhupada returned to his room just a little before midnight. For the devotees the day had been exhausting, and they were eager to get to bed as soon as possible. Noticing Prabhupada's light still on, one of them went to his window. Prabhupada was sitting at his desk, leaning back against the wall, listening to a tape recording of one of the talks he had given that day. One afternoon Prabhupada and his disciples went to see the famous Golden Temple of the Sikhs. A guide took them around and answered Prabhupada's questions. Sikh businessmen, the guide explained, maintained the temple and its expenses. The Sikhs pride themselves in the assertion that no one in Amritsar goes hungry, and they daily feed gallon kapatas to 10,000 people. This interested Prabhupada, and he observed their massive operation. He watched the group of men rolling kapatas, flipping them deftly through the air onto a giant griddle while other men, using long paddles, turned the kapatas, held them briefly over the hot coals, and then placed them in stacks. "This is how to distribute prasadam," Prabhupada said. Prabhupada signed the guest book A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami. Under religion he wrote Krishnate. And under comments he wrote very spiritual. Prabhupada and his disciples visited Ramatirtha Sarovara, the lake where in a bygone age the great sage Valmiki had his asrama. The terrain surrounding Ramatirtha Sarovara was dry and rocky, and vegetation was sparse. As they stopped at the beautiful bathing ghata, its steps leading down into the lake, the devotees were in a jubilant mood, happy to be on a field trip with their transcendental father and teacher. The peaceful lake and the beautiful ghata seemed an ideal setting for being with Prabhupada. The devotees, who knew little of Lord Rama, listened intently as Prabhupada began to tell some of the pastimes of the Supreme Personality of Godhead in his incarnation of Lord Ramacandra. During the last days of his earthly pastimes, Prabhupada said, Rama banished Sita, his wife and eternal consort. Pregnant and alone, Sita sought shelter at the asrama of Valmiki, where she soon gave birth to a son, Lava. Valmiki created another son for Sita from straw and named him Kusa. When Sita learned that Rama was sending a challenge horse throughout the world, she instructed her sons to catch the horse. In this way, she concluded, they would capture their father and bring him before her. Unfortunately, while the boys were away on their mission, they learned that Lord Ramacandra had departed from the world. Grief-stricken, they returned to Valmiki. To mitigate the boys' anguish of separation, Valmiki sang to them Ramayana, the transcendental narrative of Lord Rama's activities. One day, as Sita was out walking, the ground opened before her, and she returned into the earth from which she had appeared. These events, Prabhupada explained as he stood with his followers by Ramatirtha Sarovara, had happened no less than 800,000 years ago. For the devotees, it was as if Prabhupada had opened a new door to the spiritual world. The organizers of the Vedanta Sammelan repeatedly asked Prabhupada and his party to play a larger part in the Pendle program. The scheduled discourses were mostly on Mayavada philosophy, God is impersonal, all religious paths are equal and lead to the Supreme One, all is one, we are all God. Such dry speculations could not hold the public's attention, and the Sammelan organizers daily requested the devotees to hold Kirtana in the Pendle. But with so much other preaching, Prabhupada preferred holding programs of his own in private homes around the city. A devotee asked Prabhupada about a Mayavada slogan he saw posted, Tattvamasi, with the English translation underneath, you are that too. This was a favorite saying of the impersonalists, who imagine that the living entity is God, Prabhupada said. He explained elaborately the distinction between God and the living entity and told how God, when he appears, displays certain unmistakable characteristics that identify him as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. These yogis will just talk and talk Vedanta, Prabhupada said. It is simply mental speculation, and they never come to any conclusion. They will go on speculating for years and lifetimes, but we will realize God simply by eating. And from the plate of prasadam before him he took a sweet and popped it into his mouth. In the midst of his activities in Amritsar, Prabhupada continued to think of his spiritual children in various places throughout the world, and he regularly wrote them. To the devotees in Calcutta he wrote, I am very much anxious to hear what you are doing there and if you have made any life members by this time. He asked them to register ISKCON with the government and try to establish a permanent center there. To his disciples in Bombay he wrote, I am very anxious to know your situation, whether you have removed to the Rama temple or where you are stationed now. To Kurandar in Los Angeles he wrote, I hope everything is going on well with you in our Los Angeles World Headquarters. Please send me a report of your general activities, and also your governing body commission activities. Please offer my blessings to all the members of our temples. How is the deity worship being carried on? Replying to Upendra in the Fiji Islands, regarding worship of demigods, the whole Hindu society is absorbed in this business, so unless our preaching work is very vigorous it is very difficult to stop them. And to Bhavananda in New York, please conduct the Sankirtan program regularly and that will give me great pleasure. Regarding our new temple in Brooklyn, Krishna has given you very good chance to serve him. October 30, 1970. After 10 days in Amritsar, Prabhupada was on the train heading back to Bombay. He rode in a small first-class compartment with Guru Dāsa, while the rest of his disciples rode in another part of the train. Prabhupada's car, being close to the locomotive, caught soot from the engine's smokestack, until he was soon flecked from head to foot with small black particles. Yamuna, we were traveling between Amritsar and Delhi, and I decided to go see how Śrīla Prabhupāda was doing, if there was anything he wanted, because sometimes when the train stopped he would ask for a devotee to purchase fresh fruit and other things from the vendors on the train platform. So Kausalya and I made our way through several cars to Prabhupada's first-class compartment. He was lying back on several pillows with one knee up, looking like a monarch. He had a beautiful smile on his face. We paid our obeisances, and Śrīla Prabhupada looked at us with a twinkle in his eye. "Is there anything hot to eat?" he asked. "What do you mean?" I said. "Do you want me to get your lunch, Śrīla Prabhupada?" "No," he said, "not that." "Some rice, some hot rice," I said. "What do you mean, Śrīla Prabhupada, from the train?" He said, "Well, no. If you can make me some hot rice," I said I would. I had no idea how I was going to prepare hot rice for Śrīla Prabhupada, but Kausalya and I found our way to the kitchen. Nobody was there, only two men dressed in black, turmeric-stained shorts, standing over the coal stove smoking cigarettes. I didn't know how to speak Hindi, but I said the best I could. "My Guru Maharaja wants some kaval, some hot rice." The men laughed at us as if we were crazy, and so I thought we had better find someone who would give us permission. But when we found the manager of the restaurant, he said, "No. Impossible. You can't cook in the kitchen." I said, "I'm sorry, this is for my Guru Maharaja. There is no question of choice. I have said to him that I will fix rice, and I have to fulfill this." But again he said, "No, it is impossible." I went and found the conductor of the train and explained the situation to him. "If I can't do this for my spiritual master," I said, "then I might as well jump off the train." The conductor took us very seriously and said, of course, you can fix whatever you like in the kitchen." So he brought us back to the kitchen and told the head of the kitchen as well as the head of the restaurant that he was giving us permission. The coal stove was gigantic, and I was completely unfamiliar with it. All sorts of aluminum pots and dishes were hanging around the kitchen. We cleaned out one of the pots as best we could, boiled the water, and put in the kaval. We prepared a gigantic platter of very hot rice with butter, fresh lemon, salt, and pepper and carried it through the train to Prabhupada's compartment. "Here's your rice, Śrīla Prabhupada," I said as we entered. And his eyes lit up and opened wide. He gave a huge grin. "Oh, my goddesses of fortune have come," he said. "They have brought me my rice. Thank you very much. This is just what I wanted." He ate so much from this huge plate. He took a little kakuri and puri with it, and a little pickle. He was very pleased. That night the train pulled into the New Delhi station, with its scurrying crowds of passengers, hawking vendors, refreshment counters, newsstands, beggars, and coolies in their dingy red jackets. The stopover would be 20 minutes. Suddenly a man appeared in Prabhupada's compartment, identifying himself as D.D. Gupta. Although Prabhupada had not met him before, they had corresponded. He was a Delhi man, not especially influential or wealthy, but he wanted to help. Offering Prabhupada a box of sweets, he invited him to stay in Delhi. Prabhupada, however, already had other plans and had even wired ahead to notify the devotees in Bombay of his arrival. Prabhupada looked over at Guru Dāsa, who was feeling happy and especially blessed to have this intimate contact with his spiritual master. 12 hours they had spent in the same compartment, eating together, talking together. Just minutes before, Prabhupada had been stressing the importance of farming and explaining how the scarcity of food was due to mismanagement, not to lack of rain or arable land. Guru Dāsa was happy, and he was looking forward to the next leg of the journey with Prabhupada, anticipating the scenery in his return to Bombay. "This man is inviting us," Prabhupada said. "Get down and see what you can do." Get down? There was hardly time to ask questions or discuss what to do in Delhi. The train would be leaving immediately. Guru Dāsa said he would stay, but he would need help. He and Prabhupada agreed on a team: Yamuna, Guru Dāsa's wife, Guru Raja, Durlabha, Bruce, and Gopala. Guru Dāsa ran to tell his wife and the Brahmacharis the news. The devotees had little trouble picking up their light bags and getting off the train, but they felt sad to be leaving Śrīla Prabhupada. As the train pulled away they offered obeisances outside Prabhupada's window and waved to him, praying for his mercy. This was an austerity, perhaps a tiny drop of what Prabhupada had gone through when he had first arrived in America. Bombay, November 1970. For the next month, Prabhupada and his disciples stayed at Manoharlal Agarwal's Sita Rama temple in Chembur. Actually it was Mr. Agarwal's residence, but since he maintained the worship of Sita Rama deities he called his home Ramsharanam, under the shelter of Lord Rama. Prabhupada occupied one room, and his disciples two other rooms, with access to a kitchen and bath. The Sita Rama temple and suburban neighborhood provided a peaceful atmosphere, and Prabhupada returned to concentrated work on Srimad Bhagavatam, corresponding with ISKCON centers around the world and looking after the small group of disciples who were with him. He had great hope Krishna would provide a way for ISKCON to become well established in India. We are just now receiving great publicity and it is reported that Bombay has now got its atmosphere filled with Krishna consciousness. It is a fact, and the important members of the Bombay community are appreciating our movement. For the present I am more prominent than all Swamis. People are appreciating, what are these Swamis? They cannot go outside. There is a Bengali saying that a jackal is king in a small forest. The story is that a jackal became king in the forest by fooling the other animals for some time, but he remained always a jackal and his ruse was at last exposed. Although Mr. Agarwal was honored that Prabhupada had accepted his invitation and was now living as his guest, Prabhupada knew that the situation would ultimately prove inconvenient for everyone involved. To open one's home to a dozen guests and feed them daily was a strain, even for a wealthy man, and for the devotees to live in those tiny quarters under the already trying conditions of irregular hours, frequent sickness, and tropical heat was not easy. The solution, of course, was for the devotees to get their own place, an ISKCON center in Bombay. As a sannyasi, Prabhupada was prepared to stay anywhere, moving as often as necessary, accepting alms. He had lived that way for years before going to America. But now he had 20 spiritual children to support in India, and more on the way. They were not mature. He wanted them near him so that they could observe how he did things and imbibe the spirit of preaching in India. When a Hindu organization in downtown Bombay requested a few devotees to attend a 3-day program, Prabhupada approved. But when the program was over and the leaders of the organization invited the devotees to stay on indefinitely, Prabhupada said, no. They will simply eat and sleep. Better for them to stay with him at crowded Ramsharanam. Mrs. Sumati Mukherjee, the wealthy director of Shinde Steamship Lines, had financed the printing of the third volume of Prabhupada's Srimad Bhagavatam in 1964, and in 1965 she had provided him free passage to America. Now she invited Prabhupada to speak at Shinde House, near Juhu Beach. Seated on stage, Prabhupada and Sumati Mukherjee reminisced, celebrating Prabhupada's success. I did not think you would come back alive, Mrs. Mukherjee said. But I am so much pleased to see you. No longer was Prabhupada the poor sadhu Mrs. Mukherjee had met 6 years ago. He was a success, and Sumati Mukherjee and her staff and friends were happy to hear about the Krishna consciousness movement in the West. Before Prabhupada's lecture, Tamala Krishna formally introduced him to the audience. Śrīla Prabhupada left for the West 5 years ago from this city. He had almost no money. He went to New York, where he chanted Hare Krishna in a park, underneath a tree. Soon he opened a temple, where he continued his chanting and held classes on Vedic philosophy. Many people came, and gradually he opened new centers, San Francisco, Montreal, Boston, and so on. Now he has many devotees and over 40 temples. In each temple there is a full-scale program of Sankirtana, deity worship, and prasadam distribution. India has sent many ambassadors and ministers to the West, but none of them can say that he made the Americans give up eating meat, fish, and eggs and got them to chant Hare Krishna. Everyone is indebted to Śrīla Prabhupada, because he came to relieve the suffering of all the fallen souls. Prabhupada sang 3 verses from the Brahma Samhita and invited the audience to join in the chorus, Govindamati Purasantamaham Bhajami. After speaking for half an hour, he accepted prasadam with Sumati Mukherjee and honored guests and dignitaries. He met Dr. C. Bali and his wife, the famous dancer and movie actress Vaijayanti Malla. He spoke only briefly with them, and they became life members of ISKCON. Vaijayanti Malla, Swami Prabhupada made his preaching so simple that even a layperson would understand what our great philosophy and our great teachings meant. Not only was he propagating the great culture of our Lord Krishna, but he was making the people of other parts of the world really understand its meaning and its significance. By his simple and yet very great teachings of Krishna, he took this message so far and so wide that it's really a marvel that a person single-handedly could do so much. He not only preached and, just talked about the whole thing, but he also established so many centers in so many parts of the world. This is really amazing that he could do it in spite of all difficulties. But his perseverance and his persistence, I think, kept him on. The public sensation of Prabhupada's disciples chanting in the streets of Bombay and at the Sadhu Samaj had died down, the regular news coverage had stopped. Still, Prabhupada was sought after by many important people in Bombay. His accomplishments after 5 years in America commanded the esteem and attention of intelligent Indians, and daily he received respectable visitors who accepted him as the authority on Krishna consciousness. The Indians regarded Prabhupada as unique. Even in a culture where swamis and holy men are commonly treated with respect, he was regarded as special. His visitors would beg him to come to their homes and sanctify them. And this was also in line with Prabhupada's desire. He wanted to engage the Indians in chanting Hare Krishna, hearing the philosophy of Bhagavad Gita, and honoring the Lord's prasadam. He wanted them to appreciate the purity of the Krishna consciousness movement, enlist as life members of ISKCON, and help him establish a large center in Bombay. In preaching to Indians, Prabhupada would often urge them to return to their all-but-forgotten spiritual culture. "Our culture is Krishna consciousness," he said before a group of Bombay citizens. "But we are forgetting and becoming too materially absorbed. Lord Prabhupada says that this is not good, because according to the law of karma you will have to take another body. But you don't have to give up your hard struggle for material life." Arjuna was not advised to do this. He remained in his position and executed Krishna consciousness. Prabhupada concluded, "I am begging. I have 42 temples in the West, and in each one there are 50 to 100 disciples. Thousands of books have to be printed. Please help me with this movement." Manohar Lal Agarwal, Prabhupada's host at Ramsharanam, would often sit with him for hours, inquiring about spiritual life. Mr. Agarwal was particularly interested in hearing of Prabhupada's work in America. How had he transformed so many Christians into Rama Bhaktas? Had he been alone, or had there been helpers? How did he dress in America? What was his approach? Prabhupada recounted his early preaching on the Lower East Side of New York, and he explained how everything had happened by Krishna's desire. Mr. Agarwal doubted whether Westerners would be able to stay with Krishna consciousness for very long. "Now in the radiance of your company," he said, "as long as you are here bodily and physically, they may continue to observe all these restrictions. But when your physical influence will not be there, one day when you will have to leave this world, then all these people that have come in contact with you, will they go bad?" "No," Prabhupada said firmly. "Your claim is very tall," replied Mr. Agarwal. "Can you tell me what is the basic foundation of your claim?" Prabhupada reminded him that all his disciples had been initiated into the chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra and that according to the Vedic scriptures the constant chanting of the Lord's holy name will save even the most fallen souls and protect them from falling again. Even after his passing away, Prabhupada predicted, his disciples would not fall victim to Maya, as long as they continued their prescribed chanting. One day Mr. Agarwal asked how long Prabhupada and his disciples were planning to stay. Prabhupada said that he was very happy staying where he was but would try to find a new place immediately. Mr. Agarwal insisted that he had no intention of asking Prabhupada to leave. His home belonged to Prabhupada, not to himself. He begged him to kindly continue to stay. Prabhupada said this reminded him of an incident from the Chaitanya Charitamrita, and he told a story about Haridasa Thakura, the great devotee of Lord Chaitanya. Haridasa Thakura used to live alone in a cave, where he chanted Hare Krishna day and night. Many pilgrims would visit him, but when they learned that a python was also living within the cave, they became afraid. Although Haridasa Thakura was satisfied with his cave, he didn't want to inconvenience his visitors, so he said he would leave the cave that very day and not return again. Yet even as he spoke, the huge python came winding out from the back of the cave into the presence of all. Passing near Haridasa Thakura, the snake bowed his head to the ground and slithered away. The supersoul within the heart of the python had impelled him to leave the cave so that Haridasa Thakura could remain. Prabhupada laughed as he told the story. "Agarwalji," he said, "you have said the same thing. You have said that you will go away and that we will stay. But no, we will go. We will go." Chapter 33 A lot of ground to be covered. In December 3, 1970 India continued to be like a dream for Prabhupada's disciples, who gazed out the windows as the train moved them through India's unfamiliar rural world. The trackside bushes blossomed in yellow. Mile after mile of irrigated agricultural fields passed by, wheat, rice, sugarcane, and varieties of dal. Small villages, mud-walled houses with straw roofs, or thatched walls with tile roofs, drifted peacefully by. An occasional village temple made of stone would rise above the surrounding simple structures. Cowherd boys with sticks tended their herds on the grassy banks of meandering streams. And the grazing cows, the oxen plowing in the ancient fields, the dung paddies drying in the sun for fuel, The smoke rising from the cooking fires, and the smell of the warm earth, all were part of a peaceful, simple way of life the devotees were coming to appreciate through Prabhupada's association. Prabhupada and his disciples were en route to Indore, a city of 475,000 in the central Indian province of Madhya Pradesh, 13 hours northeast of Bombay. The directors of the Gita Jayanti Mahasabha, a festival to celebrate the teachings of Bhagavad Gita, had invited Prabhupada and his disciples to attend their convention and public meeting. In Indore, Śrīla Prabhupada and his disciples settled into their quarters near the Gita Bhavan, the site of the Gita Jayanti Mahasabha. The directors of the convention had assigned Prabhupada a bungalow with a lawn and garden and had provided nearby facilities for his disciples. The devotees toured the grounds of the Gita Bhavan, noting the many Swamis and Sadhus who had arrived from various parts of India for the Mahasabha. They saw the large pandal and stage, the eye hospital run by the Gita Bhavan, and the diorama exhibit. The diorama exhibit they regarded as the kind of eclectic mixing of spiritual paths that Prabhupada often referred to as hodgepodge. Krishna, Buddha, Jesus, Vivekananda, Ramakrishna, and demigods and animals were all on display. While admiring the energy and imagination that had produced such an exhibit, the devotees questioned the benefit of such a conglomeration. On the first night of the festival, Prabhupada was scheduled as the last speaker. His disciples, who sat with him on stage, grew bored and restless from the ordeal of so many hours of Hindi speeches. And knowing that these speakers were presenting Mayavada misconceptions made the evening especially painful. Śrīla Prabhupada sat sternly and waited, his hand in his bead bag, his head held high, his lips murmuring the Hare Krishna mantra. When Prabhupada finally spoke, he began by explaining that in the West he was spreading the teachings of the Gita as it is. Bhagavad Gita, he said, could be properly understood only in disciplic succession, just as Arjuna, the original student of the Bhagavad Gita, had understood it. The Gita was for the devotee of Krishna and should not be misinterpreted by non-devotees. To misinterpret the Gita, he said, was to cheat in the name of religion. He also spoke strongly against pseudo-incarnations. Prabhupada concluded his talk and asked his disciples to begin kirtana. It was an ecstatic, spontaneous event, and Prabhupada began dancing on stage along with his disciples. The crowd came to life and began clapping rhythmically. Hamsaduta jumped down from the stage, still playing ranga, and began inducing members of the audience to join in chanting and dancing. Several other devotees also jumped down, and soon hundreds of people had risen to their feet, swaying, clapping, and singing, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. This was the real Gita Jayanti Mahasabha. The holy name of Krishna was being sung, and everyone was happily united in the kirtana. Greatly pleased by the performance of Prabhupada and his disciples, the pandal directors visited Prabhupada the next day in his bungalow. Prabhupada complained at having to wait so long before he could speak. His disciples shouldn't be required to sit through hours of speeches in a language they couldn't understand. When Prabhupada intimated that the speeches seriously deviated from the teachings of the Gita, the director of the Gita Bhavan replied, "We do not favor any particular way. Followers of the Sankara school and others also come to our institution. We do not subscribe wholly that Sri Krishna is the sole God or anything of the sort. There is a power behind him." This remark drew fire from Śrīla Prabhupada. What kind of glorification of the Gita was this if the speakers did not accept Krishna as he is explained in the Gita? The Gita declares Krishna to be the highest truth, Mataparataram Nanyat. Prabhupada advised the directors of the Gita Bhavan to try to understand the meaning of Bhagavad Gita. The directors did not change their opinion, but they were intelligent enough to see that Prabhupada was a great Pandita and saint, and they listened respectfully. Nodding, they said they accepted his point of view. After the men left, Prabhupada continued, "They are thinking that there is something beyond Krishna or that it is the spirit within Krishna that we have to surrender to. But they do not know that the within and the without of Krishna are all absolute, eternal, and full of bliss." Prabhupada said he could see that the organizers of the Gita Jayanti Mahasabha had invited him to draw larger crowds. But they would not make him sit again through all the Mayavadi nonsense, he said. From now on, he would go with his disciples, speak, chant, and then leave. The next night, however, despite promises by the pandal directors, Śrīla Prabhupada again had to wait until the end of the program before he could speak and hold kirtana. This night, the crowd was larger than before, and they were clearly waiting for Śrīla Prabhupada and the foreign sadhus. When Prabhupada's turn came at last, he spoke and then asked his disciples to begin kirtana. During the kirtana, one of the members of the Gita Bhavan gestured to the devotees to jump down into the crowd as they had done on the preceding night. But what had been a spontaneous event the night before could not be artificially staged simply as a crowd pleaser. The man, however, was insistent. He came forward to the edge of the stage, reached up, and began grabbing at the feet of the dancing devotees, trying to pull them into the audience. The devotees became annoyed. Grabbing indiscriminately, the man pulled at one of the women's saris. Śrīla Prabhupāda was also dancing, but when he saw this he rushed to the edge of the stage, swinging his karatalas toward the man's face and shouting, "Stop this!" The man retreated, and Prabhupada and his disciples continued their kirtana. Although little noticed by the crowd, Prabhupada's burst of lion-like ferocity had amazed his disciples. The festival directors were once again pleased with Prabhupada's lecture and kirtana. But Prabhupada sent them word that he would not again sit through the other lectures, waiting his turn to speak. He had wearied of hearing opinions on Bhagavad Gita that avoided the conclusion of Bhagavad Gita, surrender to Sri Krishna, the absolute truth. Some speakers made the Gita an allegory, some said Krishna was not an actual historical personality, and some simply took advantage of the Gita's popularity to put forward their own political or social philosophies. A person with his own philosophy should write his own book, Prabhupada said, not use as a vehicle for his own ideas the Bhagavad Gita, a scripture worshipped by millions and respected throughout the world. Why should a conference under the name Gita Jayanti become a forum for speculative philosophies? Bhagavad Gita states that the Gita itself is the essence of knowledge, meant to benefit the entire world. To misrepresent the Gita, therefore, was the greatest disservice. Prabhupada felt that by sitting through such a program, he and his disciples were tacitly approving the blasphemous speeches. On the third night of the festival, Prabhupada and his disciples came early to the stage, having been promised by the festival directors that they would be first on the program. But when another speaker stood and began his discourse, Prabhupada, followed by his disciples, stood and walked off the stage. The festival director was quite disturbed by this, since most of the audience have come especially for the kirtana. He pleaded with Prabhupada to return, but Prabhupada refused. He did agree, however, to send his disciples every night. They would speak and hold kirtana. Śrīla Prabhupada's disciples found the morning Bhagavatam classes in Indore especially relishable. Not only was the setting intimate, 10 devotees sitting with Prabhupada in his room, but the Bhagavatam story was intriguing, one they had never before heard. We are talking of Ajamala, a Brahmana residing in Kanyakubja, presently known as Kanpur. Prabhupada began, and he narrated the story of Ajamala's life, pausing from time to time to read the Sanskrit text or to elaborate on the story and its lessons. Ajamala, a young Brahmana, had strictly followed the religious principles, until he became infatuated with a prostitute. As Prabhupada lectured he focused on the bogus speakers at the Gita Jayanti Mahasabha. There are so many things to know, but these things are not being discussed here. It is very cheap to do whatever you like, you simply meditate and you become God. So much cheating is going on all over the world. The so-called yogis say, you meditate, and as soon as you are realized, you become God. The Bhagavad Gita is being interpreted in so many different ways. And these so-called explanations are being accepted by the innocent public as authoritative knowledge. Someone is explaining that Kurukshetra means this body, and Pancapandava means the senses. But this is not explaining. How can you explain the Bhagavad Gita as it is when you do not understand it? Such an attempt is nonsense. The 5 Pandava brothers, pure devotees of Lord Krishna, are referred to in Bhagavad Gita. They were the victors of the battle of Kurukshetra. In his second lecture Prabhupada narrated more of Ajamala's life, his leaving his chaste wife and going to live with the prostitute, his adopting illegal means for supporting her, his having 10 children by her and living sinfully until his 80th year. This story took place, Śrīla Prabhupāda said, thousands of years ago. At that time there was only one Ajamala, but you will find many Ajamilas like that at the present moment, because it is the age of Kali. In his second lecture Prabhupada narrated more of Ajamala's life, his leaving his chaste wife and going to live with the prostitute, his adopting illegal means for supporting her, his having 10 children by her and living sinfully until his 80th year. This story took place, Śrīla Prabhupāda said, thousands of years ago. At that time there was only one Ajamala, but you will find many Ajamilas like that at the present moment, because it is the age of Kali. Ajamala had great affection for his youngest son, Narayana. And as Ajamala lay on his deathbed and saw the agents of death approaching, he cried out for his son, Narayana. Prabhupada continued his story. He was just on the point of death, so, naturally he had affection for his son, so he was calling, Narayana. 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 Please come here. Please come here. That is natural. I know my father, when he was dying, I was not at home. So he was living for one day to see me. He was always inquiring whether Abhay has come back. Like that. So father's paternal affection is like that, and similarly Ajamila was calling, Narayana. Narayana. Narayana is also a name of Krishna. And Prabhupada said that, according to Bhagavad Gita, if a person remembers Narayana, or Krishna, at the time of death, he becomes liberated. One's mentality at death determines one's next birth. Because the devotee is Krishna conscious, he enters the spiritual world at death, and because the materialist is absorbed in sense pleasure and mental speculation, he has to take birth after birth in the material world. Prabhupada gave an example. One gentleman in Calcutta was a fairly big businessman. He was dealing in shares, stocks. So at the time of death he was crying, Kamarahati. Kamarahati. So the result might be that he might have taken his birth as a rat in the Kamarahati mill. It is possible. At the time of death, whatever you think, that will carry you to your next type of body. Because Ajamila had called on the name of the Lord, even though referring to his son, he became purified of all sins. Yet because of his sinful life, the messengers of Yamaraja, the Lord of Death, also appeared, to take him for punishment. When Ajamila was dying, he saw that there were 3 ferocious persons, very fearful persons, with ropes in their hands. Sometimes a dying man cries, because he sees somebody has come to take him to Yamaraja. He sees, and he is very fearful. So Ajamila also became fearful. The assistants of Yamaraja have hair very curled, and the hairs on their bodies are standing. Now at the time of Ajamila's death, the assistants of Yamaraja came to take him. Prabhupada paused. We shall discuss sometime again. And he ended his lecture. Prabhupada began making life members in Indore by sending Hamsadutta out alone. Hamsadutta was inexperienced and even skeptical that anyone would pay the 1,111 rupees. Hamsadutta, one day Prabhupada told me to go to the market with a neighbor and take these books, he had 3 Krishna books, and try to make some life members. Just show them the books, he said, and tell them this is a token of our work. Then ask them to please help our mission by becoming a life member for 1,111 rupees. I was thinking that no one was going to give 1,000 rupees for 2 or 3 books, so I just didn't do anything about it. I just avoided the issue. The next day Prabhupada gave me the same instruction, but again I didn't do anything. On the 3rd day he said I had to go, so I went next door and got a man who took me to the cloth merchants. We went to the shop of the biggest cloth merchant in Indore. The man didn't speak English, so the neighbor who had accompanied me translated. I would say, tell him this. Tell him that. And the man would translate everything. After I had exhausted my presentation, I said, now ask him to give a check for 1,111 rupees. My translator relayed the message, and the merchant immediately took out his checkbook and wrote the check. Then we visited another merchant, and the same thing happened, he immediately wrote a check. We went to another merchant, and he also became a life member. So I made 3 life members on the first day, and when I came back and told Prabhupada, he was in ecstasy. By sending disciples and by sometimes going out himself, Śrīla Prabhupada soon had a dozen ISKCON life members in Indore. Prabhupada, Hamsadutta, and Gururaja visited the king of Indore and invited him to become a life member, but the king declined. The devotees were disappointed, and in the car on the way back to Gita Bhavan, Hamsadutta asked Prabhupada, did I say the right thing about the books? My books are like gold, Prabhupada replied. It doesn't matter what you say about them. One who knows the value, he will purchase. Because visitors often asked Prabhupada and his disciples what they thought of various popular spiritual teachers, Prabhupada gave his disciples hints on answering such questions. If the teacher was not a bona fide follower of Vedic scripture, Prabhupada said, the devotee should reply, Swami who? By thus indicating that he had not heard of the particular teacher, he would minimize the teacher's importance. Then the devotee should ask, what is this Swami's philosophy? When the person explained, the devotee could defeat the particular philosophy, without attacking the person. India had many Mayavadi gurus, Prabhupada explained, and they often traveled in groups from one convention to another. Although each had his particular style, primarily they were interested in Kapatis. And for every Kapati, he said, there are many Mayavadis. So there is competition. One of Prabhupada's frequent visitors was Vairagi Baba, an educated man who had visited America and who spoke fluent English. He regularly joined in the kirtana with the devotees, chanting and dancing with them on stage, and when he visited Prabhupada in his room he behaved with Prabhupada in a familiar way, too familiar, Prabhupada's disciples thought. But Prabhupada tolerated him. One day some devotees met Vairagi Baba at a lunch engagement, and they noticed he was drinking tea. Almost naively, and yet with an air of challenge, One of the devotees asked why he was drinking tea. "Oh, I am an Avadhuta," Vairagi Baba replied. The devotees, who had never heard this word before, reported the incident to Prabhupada. Avadhuta, Prabhupada explained, means one who is beyond the regulative principles. Generally this refers to Nityananda Prabhu. Prabhupada disapproved of Vairagi Baba's tea drinking and especially of his calling himself an Avadhuta, an incarnation of Lord Krishna who descended along with Lord Chaitanya to spread the chanting of Hare Krishna and deliver the fallen souls of this age. His supremely independent activities, without regard of rules and regulations that apply to human beings, made him famous as an Avadhuta. His unusual pastimes are relished by devotees and are not to be imitated. A small group of devotees were sitting with Prabhupada in his room one afternoon. Srimati Radharani's excellence was her cooking, Prabhupada said. She could also sing and dance, but her great service was her cooking for Krishna. Mother Yasoda would ask her personally to come and cook for Krishna and the cowherd boys. So, all in a line, she would feed them prasadam. An Indian lady came to the door, bringing an offering of chidwa, fried cashews, potatoes, and raisins with spices. Śrīla Prabhupada took some, then distributed the rest to the other devotees. "Do you like this?" he asked, turning to Yamuna. "Oh, it is very, very tasty," she replied. "Yes," he said, "you should learn to prepare this. I like it very much." My Guru Maharaja was also fond of potato chidwa, and he would sometimes request it late in the afternoon. He was very fond of it. Śrīla Prabhupada, a devotee asked, "May we publish pictures of you without tilaka?" "Yes," he replied, "my Guru Maharaja has been recorded without tilaka." "You have seen that picture where he is looking up from his books at his working table?" "Yes," the devotee replied, "I have seen that picture. I have seen you look in that very same way, with the very same expression as in the picture of your Guru Maharaja." "You have only seen the glitter," Prabhupada corrected. "He is the gold. I am only iron. Iron can never be gold. But you have seen the glitter of real gold." One afternoon a renowned astrologer visited Prabhupada and offered to read his palm. "No," Prabhupada replied, "I am finished with that. But you may read my disciples' palms." The astrologer read the palms of the several devotees present, made his predictions, and then left. The devotees turned to Prabhupada, wondering what to make of it. "As soon as you clap your hands in front of the deities during arati," Prabhupada said, smiling, "all the lines of your palm are changed." Śrīla Prabhupada told his disciples a story about when he had lived in Vrindavana. A Bengali widow walked to the Yamuna river to take her bath every morning. And every morning without fail she would return with a pot of water for the Radha Damodara Pujaris to use in bathing the deities. Prabhupada said he would sometimes open the gate for the woman, since he also rose very early, and she would enter and wake the pujari. Although the Vrindavana nights are cold in the winter, Prabhupada said, the woman never once failed to come with the water. For this activity she will return back to Godhead. One who cannot rise early in the morning is not very serious about spiritual life. One must rise before the Brahma Muhurta hour, that is very auspicious. And one will take the trouble to do so if he is serious about spiritual life. One day Prabhupada was sitting outside near his bungalow, chanting on his beads, when an unknown man approached, calling out the names of Krishna. Suddenly the man fell to the ground, rolling and crying, appearing to be in great ecstasy. Prabhupada remained seated and observed the exhibition but made no response. The man continued his crying and rolling and chanting. Prabhupada now ignored him completely. After several minutes, the man got up and walked away, obviously disappointed. Early one morning as Prabhupada sat in his room with his disciples, a gentleman entered and tearfully announced that his mother was dying. The devotees, watching for Prabhupada's reaction, saw him remain grave. He didn't try to reassure the man or preach to him, but made only a very mild comment. Prabhupada was unpredictable. He was always Krishna conscious, and he always acted in accord with Guru and Sastra. But exactly how he would act in a given situation was unpredictable. Whatever he did, however, was Krishna conscious and correct, and he was always instructing them by his example. On Prabhupada's last morning in Indore he continued the story of Ajamala. He explained that because Ajamala had uttered the holy name, he had immediately obtained salvation, even though he had been so sinful. So Ajamala, at the time of his death, just remembered his youngest son, whose name was Narayana. The very name of Narayana has got the full potency of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Narayana. That is the secret of this Nama Sankirtana movement. By chanting the holy name of Narayana, you immediately contact with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Nama, the Lord's name, is not material, it is spiritual. Krishna and Krishna's name, There is no difference. In a very appealing voice Ajamala began to ask his son Narayana, please come here. I am dying. He was very afraid of the Yamadutas. Krishna sent the Visnayadutas to give Ajamala shelter. The Visnayadutas looked just like Lord Narayana, with 4 hands. With a great voice, they said to the Yamadutas, what are you doing? Stop. You cannot take this man to Yamaraja. Prabhupada ended his lecture, and his stay in Indore. Having accepted an invitation to travel to Surat in the state of Gujarat and hold Krishna conscious programs, he and his disciples would be leaving shortly. Devotees from Bombay would also join them. Prabhupada had come to Indore for the Gita Jayanti Mahasabha, but actually the Mahasabha was but a small part of his preaching in Indore. He had met hundreds of people, made life members and friends. He had touched their lives. His presence in Indore would leave a lasting impression. Baba Bamukand, I've seen many sadhus and great saints in this Gita Bhavan. I saw Śrīla Prabhupāda also in the same place. I was very much impressed by Śrīla Prabhupāda and his preaching. It was because Prabhupada had revealed the reality about bhakti, because he was a pure bhakta, that he could change the people of the West and give them another dress, he could give them another diet, he could entirely change their culture and give them true bhakti. And this was the greatest thing Prabhupada has done. Let the world say as it likes, but he has done a marvelous thing regarding Lord Krishna's bhakti. What Swami Vivekananda, Swami Ramtirtha, and others could not do, Śrīla Prabhupada has done. It is a marvelous thing. Surat, December 17, 1978 was like a dream come true. Thousands lined the street for many blocks, while the devotees, playing karatalas and mridangas and chanting Hare Krishna, made their way along. Spectators stood on rooftops or clustered at windows and doorways, while others joined the procession. The police had stopped traffic at the intersections, allowing only the Kirtana procession to pass. The earthen road, freshly swept and sprinkled with water, had been decorated with rice flower designs of auspicious Vedic symbols. Green, freshly cut banana trees adorned either side of the way. Overhead, women's saris strung like bunting across the narrow roadway formed a brightly colored canopy over the Kirtana party. Mr. Bhagubhai Jariwala, Prabhupada's host in Surat, had advertised the daily parade routes in the local newspapers, and now, day after day, the devotees were holding a Kirtana procession through various sections of the city. While more than 20 of Prabhupada's disciples led the daily procession, thousands of Indians chanted, cheered, and clamored to see, and women threw flower petals from the rooftops. Often the procession would have to stop as families came forward to garland the devotees. Sometimes the devotees would receive so many garlands that their blissful faces would be scarcely visible, and they would distribute the garlands to the people in the crowd. Never before had the devotees met with such a reception. It is a city of devotees, Prabhupada said. He compared the people of Surat to dry grass catching fire. By nature they were Krishna conscious, but the arrival of Śrīla Prabhupada and his Sankirtana party had been like a torch, setting the city spiritually ablaze. The entire population of Surat seemed to turn out every morning, as tens of thousands flocked at 7 a.m. to the designated neighborhood. Men, women, laborers, merchants, professionals, the young, the old, and all the children, everyone seemed to be taking part. Cramming the streets and buildings, they would wait for the Kirtana party, and when the devotees arrived, everyone became joyous. Prabhupada attended only a couple of the morning processions, preferring to stay in his quarters at Mr. Jariwala's home. Each morning Prabhupada would come out onto a second-floor balcony, just as the devotees were leaving. Although the mornings were cold and many of the devotees sick, seeing Prabhupada on the balcony offering them his blessings eased their troubles. Prabhupada would wave, and the devotees would set off down the street, chanting. The devotees had no special paraphernalia other than mridangas and karatalas, no flags, no marching band, no ratha, cart, just an enthusiastic Kirtana party. And there was no official pandal, no sadhu samaj, no Vedanta Sammelan, no Gita Jayanti Mahasabha, just an entire city of Krishna bhaktas waiting eagerly for the American Hare Krishna chanters. To be worshipped for chanting Hare Krishna was just the opposite of what the devotees had experienced in the West. In Hamburg, Chicago, New York, London, Los Angeles, the devotees had been insulted, threatened with arrests, assaulted, and ignored. Of course, sometimes they had been tolerated and even appreciated, but never honored. The daily Sankirtana outing was exhausting, since the route was long and the stops frequent. Many of the devotees had sore throats from singing, and the usual digestive upsets persisted. But the devotees took everything as the mercy of Lord Chaitanya, who was allowing them to engage a whole city in his Sankirtana movement. 20 devotees from the West had just arrived in Surat, as had an American photographer, John Greaser, on assignment for Asia magazine. John went out every day to shoot the Kirtana processions, and as he did he felt himself becoming caught up in something much greater than a mere photo assignment. The people of Surat, who considered themselves Krishna Bhaktas at heart, saw Prabhupada as a great saint. And they saw his disciples, in whom they found the true Vaisnava qualities, as saints also. The devotees' dress, behavior, and way of life showed pure bhakti yoga, and their kirtana was genuine worship of the holy name. By honoring the Lord's devotees, the people of Surat knew they were honoring Lord Krishna himself. Devotion to Krishna was the heart of their own culture, yet they had never expressed it to such a degree as now. After several days of kirtana processions, the mayor of Surat, Mr. Vakuna Sastri, closed all schools and proclaimed a holiday throughout the city. Everyone was now free to celebrate the mercy of Lord Chaitanya and chant Hare Krishna. Signs throughout the city read, in Gujarati, "Welcome to the American and European devotees of Krishna, and welcome to members of the Hare Krishna movement." The devotees felt tired and blissful as they returned to Mr. Jariwala's home, and Prabhupada was waiting for them. As soon as they saw him, they all bowed down. Siddhananda, Prabhupada was at the foot of the stairs, greeting us. We were in complete bliss, with flower garlands all over us, big smiles on our faces. We were very happy that we had been so well received. It was as if Prabhupada was standing there saying, "Just see how wonderful this Krishna consciousness is. Just see how happy you are." He was standing there smiling. He was so happy that we were happy. The devotees were not alone, however, as they returned to Mr. Jariwala's home, for hundreds of Indians thronged behind them, eager to see Śrīla Prabhupada. Śrīla Prabhupada, his disciples, and a clamoring crowd of Surat devotees squeezed tightly into Prabhupada's room. The guests, those who got in, inquired about ISKCON and its activities, while those outside pushed to get inside. The crowd around the house grew so great that traffic couldn't pass. While Prabhupada continued to answer questions inside, the crowd outside grew larger and more restless. By their good fortune, they had realized Prabhupada's greatness, and they wanted to be with him. As their desire became stronger, their eagerness more intense, Prabhupada got up from his seat and walked out to the balcony. The crowd roared, "Hare Krishna!" their arms upraised. When Prabhupada returned inside, the crowd remained unsatisfied, and he asked some of his disciples to try and pacify them. Several devotees went out to the people, answering their questions and telling them Prabhupada would come out to see them again. Bhagurbai Jariwala had come in touch with Prabhupada's movement several years before in San Francisco, when he had donated a silver Murti of Krishna to the San Francisco temple. Now the Jariwala family, to accommodate their guests, had moved into modest quarters on the roof of their home and offered the rest of the house to Prabhupada and his disciples. Hospitable hosts, they made the devotees feel welcome to stay forever. At lunch and again in the evening, Prabhupada would take prasadam with the devotees and guests, the devotees sitting in rows on the floor and Prabhupada sitting at the head, in a chair at a table. Mr. Jariwala and his family would serve everyone. Often respectable citizens would also attend the lunches. Mr. Chandra Desai, the Chief Minister of Gujarat, Mr. Vakuna Sastri, Surat's mayor, the State Education Minister, and others attended. The prasadam was the finest Gujarati cooking, and when a dish was particularly to Prabhupada's liking he would ask one of his women disciples to learn from Mrs. Jariwala how to cook it. Honoring prasadam twice a day with Prabhupada was another intimacy the devotees shared with their spiritual master in India. Had they been with him in any other part of the world, such intimacy would probably have been impossible. Beginning at 4:30 a.m. Prabhupada would hold Kirtana and Arati before Radha and Krishna and lecture from Srimad Bhagavatam. His room would be filled with guests, including the members of the Jariwala family. Although at outside engagements Prabhupada usually spoke Hindi, in these morning meetings he always spoke English, for his disciples. He continued lecturing on Ajamala, focusing on Ajamala's degradation due to bad association and on his deliverance by chanting of the holy name. To Śrīla Prabhupada's disciples, who were all aspiring to chant Hare Krishna purely and go back to Godhead, these topics were urgently relevant. He was speaking of them. Anyone who utters the name of Krishna is immediately freed from all sinful activities. That is the power of Krishna's name. The difficulty is that after being freed we again commit mistakes. Krishna's name has got the power. As soon as you utter the name you immediately become freed from all contaminations. But if one thinks, I am chanting Hare Krishna, so even if I commit sinful activities it will be counteracted by my chanting, that is the greatest offense. Just like sometimes in Christian churches they go on Sundays and confess and they are supposed to be excused from sinful reaction. But again, After coming back from the church, they commit the same sin with the expectation that next week when I go to the church I shall confess, and it will be counteracted. This kind of understanding is prohibited. If you accept spiritual life and at the same time go on committing sinful activities, then you will never be able to progress. Prabhupada's outdoor evening engagements were well attended. The city officials made one of Surat's main intersections a festival site, rerouted all traffic, and set up a stage and sound system. Thousands would gather nightly. The crowd was sometimes so large and excited that Prabhupada would have difficulty speaking above the noise, so he would hold a kirtana. In the quiet that followed, he would have one or two of his disciples speak. Then he would speak. If the audience again became noisy, he would again say, "All right, let us have kirtana." Or sometimes he would simply sit and distribute bits of crystallized sugar candy to the thousands who approached him to touch his lotus feet and take a piece of prasadam. Guru Raja, all the area around this block was completely packed with people. They were all mad after Śrīla Prabhupada and Krishna consciousness. Although a very big area, still people were occupying every space available, perching on rooftops, looking out windows, sitting on odd cement boulders or blocks scattered here and there. Everything about Prabhupada's program was completely satisfying to everyone. The old people liked it because there was the saintly figure of Śrīla Prabhupada with his young foreign disciples. And the intellectuals liked it because Śrīla Prabhupada was giving such sound philosophy. And the children liked it because they could run and dance and join in the kirtana. Madhuri Dasi, at one program they mobbed us so, we couldn't even get out of the cars, they were so eager to see Śrīla Prabhupada. There were so many people. Prabhupada said, "All right, the next night will be a night for ladies only." So the next night only ladies came, but still it was just as packed, and Prabhupada gave a wonderful lecture. Bruce, one program was so noisy that no one stopped talking, so Prabhupada just started chanting the Brahma Samhita. That was the whole program. He just chanted the Brahma Samhita. Then he gave up and went out. Siddhananda, before going out to attend these programs, Prabhupada looked like a general getting ready to go out for battle. He would come out of his room, beautifully dressed and effulgent, ready to go out and fight Maya. There were thousands and thousands of people waiting. I didn't know what to make of it. I couldn't handle so many people. But Prabhupada was waging war on Maya. He was there to convince all these people, and the more people would come, the stronger he would get. Prabhupada preached in the outlying villages also. He would ride in a car with Mr. Jariwala, several disciples, and his Radhakrishna deities to Bardoli or Meal. The village dwellings were made of baked mud, with straw roofs and cow dung walls and floors. For Prabhupada's visit the villagers drew rice flour designs on the ground outside their houses and lined their lanes with clay pots, plantain leaves, and coconuts. Mr. N.D. Patel, the people in my village were much impressed by the presence of Prabhupada. They used to say that he has done miracles by chanting. He is a miracle saint, no doubt, people were saying. So many Western people have become devotees, just by chanting the name of the Lord. The people were very much impressed by Prabhupada's practical way of bhakti. In his lecture Śrīla Prabhupada created such a good impression, not only on Vaisnavas but so many Christians, Parsis. Even some Muhammadan friends started believing in Lord Krishna as the universal Godhead. With regards to all the saints, nobody has been able to spread this philosophy like this in the past. In our village we are already Vaisnavas, of course, but we used to believe in Suryaji, Durga, Thakuraji, and all these things. But after Prabhupada's explanation of what is Gita, what is Lord Krishna, we are chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. After Prabhupada conducted his discourse here in the village, the people were so impressed that even in his absence they chant the Maha Mantra loudly and they greet people with the words Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. At the time of departure the people wished every devotee and Prabhupada with the words Hare Krishna. When there were no outside engagements, Prabhupada would sit in his room and receive visitors. To a member of parliament who came to visit, Prabhupada said that wherever he traveled he encountered the concept of India as a beggar, backward and poverty-stricken. Ambassadors from India, he said, had only reinforced that image by going to Western countries and begging, "Give me rice, give me money, give me alms." India, Prabhupada explained, had the greatest wealth of spiritual culture and the knowledge of Bhagavad Gita. Prabhupada had taken this wealth to the West and given it away freely. He was not a beggar. Yamuna, during visiting hours, riding in the car, walking, standing, or sitting, Prabhupada was chanting japa all the time in Surat. His fingers were always moving within his saffron bead bag. He was always a Vaisnava, the pure devotee of Krishna, well-groomed, with beautiful, neat tilaka on, and his hand was always in his bag. As he was sitting to greet people, one would be struck by his inconceivable beauty. Srila Prabhupada said persons who give themselves to others are called magnanimous. And this was how Srila Prabhupada was during his pastimes in Surat. He was always delivering Krishna to everyone he met. He affected people's hearts by his great potency. Every morning in Srimad Bhagavatam class Prabhupada added another installment of the Ajamala story. Sometimes he would refer to the degradation of Indian culture, citing specific examples he had seen during his India tour. Now I am very sorry to inform you that in your city I have seen 2 temples, they are known as Rama Mandir. But there is no Rama. This cheating is going on, and you are accepting. There is no Rama deity worship, but a man's photo is there, Sri Rama. And people are so foolish they do not question why this is going on. In Indore I have been in the Gita Bhavan, and so many nonsense things are there. Another place I saw Gita Samiti, and there was not a single photograph of Krishna, but a lamp is there. And this is in the name of Dharma. Last night this boy informed me that Bhagavad Gita is going to be distributed by some Swami, but according to Bhagavad Gita that Swami is fool number 1. He is distributing Bhagavad Gita, and people are accepting and paying for it. This is going on. It is a very serious situation all over the world. In the name of Dharma, religion, adharma, irreligion, is going on. Just as Ajamala had become degraded, Prabhupada explained, Indian culture had also become degraded. The only hope was for people to return to their rightful position of Krishna consciousness. So all over the world, not only in India, there cannot be peace unless you reform the whole social structure. And that can be done only by this movement, Krishna consciousness. Now see how this man fell down. Lusty people, they don't care for society, they don't care for elderly persons, they do it in the road, in the street, on the sea beach, anywhere, in the cinema. These things are going on. It is advertised also in the cinema nowadays to attract people. Formerly in India it was not so. But they are introducing all of this nonsense to make people more lusty. To become lusty means he is going to hell. If you want to open the door to your liberation, then you should engage yourself in serving the Mahat, the pure devotees. If you want to open the door to the hellish condition of life, then you mix with those who are too much attached to women. He spoke of the slaughterhouse and continued to decry the public display of illicit sex. Regarding illicit sex, he said that what had been a rare incident in the time of Ajamala was now a common affair. How can young people protect themselves? They are not trained up. This Ajamala was trained up, and yet he fell down. I saw in many parks, such as Golden Gate Park, within the cars the young boys and girls. Now here it is said that this behavior is expected of the Sudra, not from the higher castes. So just try to understand. They are thinking that they are becoming advanced. But they are not becoming advanced. They are becoming degraded. The whole world is degraded, and India is also imitating their degradation. How? By degraded association, one becomes himself degraded, that this story will reveal. Prabhupada had accomplished in Surat what he had intended. He had given the holy name, and the people had embraced it. The people of Surat, though not prepared to alter their lives radically and live as ISKCON devotees, appreciated that Prabhupada had turned Westerners into devotees of Lord Krishna and that he was teaching the pure message of the scriptures and chanting Hare Krishna. They had responded to Prabhupada not out of a dogma or ritual but out of an appreciation of the importance of spiritual life and a recognition that Prabhupada and ISKCON were genuine. For Prabhupada's disciples, the visit to Surat had given them a glimpse of what the world would be like if everyone was a devotee. Allahabad, January 1971. Kumbh Mela is the greatest congregation of human beings on earth. Every 12 years in Allahabad, sadhus and pilgrims from all over India gather at the Triveni, the confluence of the 3 holy rivers Ganges, Yamuna, and Sarasvati. And at an auspicious time that assures the worshipper liberation from the cycle of birth and death, as many as 15 million people enter the sacred waters. A smaller version, the Magha Mela, takes place annually during the month of Magha, December to January. January of 1971, however, happened to fall halfway through the 12-year cycle from one Kumbh Mela to the next, and the Mela was known as Urta Kumbh Mela. Millions would attend, and Srila Prabhupada decided to take advantage of the opportunity and attend the Mela with his disciples to preach. While his disciples took the train from Surat to Allahabad, Prabhupada, accompanied by Tamala Krishna, Hamsadutta, Nanda Kumara, and others, went briefly to Bombay and then to Calcutta, where he satisfied himself that his shipment of books from Dai Nippon was safely stored at a Shinde warehouse. He also purchased 24-inch brass Radha Krishna deities to take with him to Allahabad. On January 11 he wrote, "Tomorrow morning we are going to Allahabad to attend the Urta Kumbh Mela festival. We shall be going all 40-strong devotees, and there are an expected 7 million going by there also for the month of Magh. About 25 devotees had taken the train from Surat to Allahabad, and others, newcomers from the US and England, would soon be arriving. After a 23-hour train ride, the first group arrived. As they disembarked, they could see only fog. With the address of a Brahmachari asrama where they were to stay until they could pitch their tents at the Mela site, they started forward. The devotees knew little of what to expect as they crowded into several one-horse tangas and proceeded toward the appointed Brahmachari asrama. They had heard that the Kumbh Mela was the most auspicious time to bathe at the Triveni and that the water was icy cold. In the foggy morning, they saw pilgrims along the road, riders on camels, and guards carrying rifles. Reaching the asrama at sunrise, they could see the sacred Ganges before them. The next morning the devotees started for the pilgrimage site, joining the stream of pilgrims funneling toward the Triveni. As they passed the Rambagh train station, a sign read, "From this point the confluence of the holy rivers Ganges and Yamuna and the forts are 5 kilometers." Riding in bicycle rickshaws, the devotees merged with the moving tide of pilgrims, and soon they saw before them, on what 1 week before had been an empty plain, a city of tents. From the small tents, big tents, and giant pandals with flags flying rose a dissonance of sounds, music, loudspeaker announcements in different languages, bayanas, and the hum of prayers. The devotees got down from their rickshaws, paid their drivers, and proceeded ahead, moving with the flow of pilgrims. As they walked, the ground transformed from grass to sand to mud, and the amplified music and the din of mantras and chants increased. The entire way was lined by beggars with leprosy, elephantiasis, and deformities. The Mela committee had given ISKCON a good location near one of the entrance gates, and a few of the experienced devotees engaged workers in setting up the tents. ISKCON's pandal was large and brightly colored, with 3 smaller tents close by, one for the men, one for the women, and one for Śrīla Prabhupāda. A flimsy shack of corrugated tin served as a kitchen. Prabhupāda was to arrive the next day, and the devotees worked quickly putting down hay and rolling out terrace, large carpets of coarse cotton fabric. The devotees would have to build their own fires, gather their own vegetables, wash their own clothes, and do everything for themselves, all in the middle of a cold, barren sand flat. It was a far cry from being served like princes at a life member's home. The devotees were in the midst of a great religious festival and human spectacle, and without Prabhupada most of them were bewildered by the strange sights and sounds. Yogis sat all day in the same posture, while crowds stood watching. Trident-carrying Saivites, with simple red cloth, Rudraksa beads, and matted hair, sat smoking ganja. A procession of elephants, followed by 2 long files of naked sadhus, strode by. An ascetic lay on a bed of thorns. And there were still others, extreme renunciants rarely seen by the rest of civilization. And of course the various Hindu sects abounded, their chants and prayers rising into the air to mingle with the morning mist and the smoke from the 10,000 campfires that clouded the sky above the city of tents. When Prabhupada arrived at the ISKCON camp the next day, the devotees were ecstatic. Eagerly they began to tell him of the bizarre sights of the Mela. One of them mentioned a guru riding on an elephant and added, "Actually, you should ride on the elephant." "No," Prabhupada replied, "I would put Radha and Krishna there." Prabhupada's presence reassured his disciples, reminding them that spiritual life was neither exotic nor bewildering, but simple and practical. In Prabhupada's presence the devotees' attractions to mystic yoga, Vedic rituals, and material blessings and benedictions vanished. They accepted that great spiritual benefit awaited the pilgrims at the Mela, but as Prabhupada had said, to go to a holy place means to find a holy person and hear from him. A place is holy because of the presence of the saintly persons. The devotees understood, therefore, that the greatest spiritual benefit lay in hearing from Śrīla Prabhupāda. Sitting in his tent with his disciples, Prabhupada explained the significance of Urta Kumbh Mela. For millions of years, he said, this had been among the most sacred places in India. During the appearance of the tortoise Avatara, when the demons and demigods had been churning immortal nectar, a drop of that nectar had fallen here. Since then, every 6 and 12 years certain auspicious planets form a jug, and this jug, filled with immortal nectar, is said to pour that nectar upon the Triveni. Lord Ramachandra and Hanuman appeared here in Allahabad, and here Lord Chaitanya taught Rupa Goswami the science of devotional service. Prabhupada said he had also lived in Allahabad with his wife and family, and Śrīla Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati had initiated him at Allahabad's Rupa Goswami Gaudiya Math in 1932. As for the Melas, anyone who came and bathed at the auspicious times when the prana was pouring down from the heavens was guaranteed either promotion to the heavenly planets or liberation. John Greaser, I talked with other so-called gurus, and they were very impersonal. They didn't seem to care so much for persons, especially Westerners. They had a dislike, sort of a disdain, even though occasionally some of them would have a Western disciple. Prabhupada was completely different. He didn't seem so much concerned about externals but was very concerned about a person's philosophy, his consciousness. And of course he always tried to inject Krishna consciousness into everyone he met. Prabhupada said that although most of the saints and sadhus present were inauthentic, many were perfect yogis, some of them 300 and 400 years old. These yogis, from remote parts of India, would come out for the mela and then return to seclusion. I have personally seen, he said, that they take bath in the Ganges and come up in the 7 sacred rivers. They go down in the Ganges and come up in the Godavari river. Then they go down and come up in the Krishna river, and go down, like that. The devotees, therefore, should respect everyone who attended the mela. So actually it's true, one of the devotees inquired, that just by bathing here they are liberated? Yes, Prabhupada said, it's true. They come here for liberation. But we have not come for liberation. We have come to preach. Being engaged in Krishna's unalloyed devotional service, we are already liberated. We are not interested in liberation. We have come to preach devotional service. When Prabhupada rose early the next morning, the temperature was near freezing. His tent had no heat. He walked to the pandal to lead the kirtana at Mangala-arati, and as he sat on his Vyasashana, a disciple handed him his quilt, which he wrapped around himself. To rise and bathe in such cold was difficult for most of the devotees. A few went to the Ganges, others bathed at a nearby pump, and some refused to get up at all. Guru Raja, the program was very rigorous, because it was bitterly cold at night and we were expected to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and bathe and attend Mangala-arati. So a few staunch devotees like Damala Krishna and Hamsaduta got up early, by 3 or 3:30, and walked all the way from our camp to the Ganges to take an early morning bath. But those of us staying in the Brahmachari tent were not so staunch, and generally when it was time to get up at 4 o'clock it was so cold out that we preferred to remain in our sleeping bags. Śrīla Prabhupāda also started to notice that some of us were coming late to Mangala-arati and that some of us were not coming at all. Prabhupāda became very upset about this, because he knew how important Mangala-arati was for us. So one morning, although he was a little frail in health, he got up at 4 o'clock and came out in his gamcha, sat down under the pump, and took that ice cold bath early in the morning, just to encourage us to get up, bathe, and come to Mangala-arati. That had a very profound effect on all of us, and we felt so ashamed that we just couldn't sleep late anymore. After Kirtana, Prabhupada lectured on Srimad Bhagavatam, resuming the story of Ajamala. This particular story, with its glorification of the Lord's holy name, seemed especially relevant. The holy name was so powerful that by chanting only once Ajamala had been saved. Chanting, therefore, was far more beneficial than the prana coming down from the constellations. Dawn came and the sky lightened, but only barely. A damp, heavy fog from the river, mingling with the smoke from the campfires, clung to everything. Rain began to fall. The devotees were unprepared for this weather. With food hard to get and cook and toilet facilities the crudest, the devotees wondered how they would last for the scheduled 2 weeks. Prabhupada, however, who shared with his disciples all these austerities, remained transcendental and apparently unaffected. If the sun peeked through the clouds, he would sit outside and take his massage. Then he would bathe himself, sitting in his gamcha, dipping his lota into warmed Ganges water, and pouring it over his body. He seemed so content, the devotees took heart. He wasn't complaining, so why should they? Early in the morning, Prabhupada took the devotees out chanting. He wore his grey woolen kadara and his Swami hat strapped under his chin, and his disciples dressed in the warmest clothes they had, sweaters, hats, kadaras. Prabhupada led the party as they weaved and wandered through the densely populated tent city. The kirtana was a joy to the other pilgrims. Ironically, amid such an exotic gathering of yogis, renunciants, naked sadhus, and the like, Prabhupada and his disciples created the greatest stir. And they were preaching. Although other groups were uttering mantras or lecturing in their tents, there was nothing else like this. This was the only Sankirtana, and everyone welcomed it. With Prabhupada stately but joyful at the head, the procession grew, and Indians joined the Western sadhus in chanting Hare Krishna. Prabhupada sent the devotees out on Sankirtana each morning. As the kirtana party roamed from camp to camp, many pilgrims would run up, offering prostrated obeisances, money, and respect. With strong, experienced street kirtana drummers and chanters like Madhudvisa, Dhananatha, and Hamsaduta leading the chanting party, the devotees would forget the cold and the austerity. Prabhupada stressed the importance of chanting, Always there must be kirtana, he said. Philosophy and lectures would not be as effective at such gatherings, because the common people would not understand. Lord Chaitanya had never lectured in public, but always he had held kirtana. As a result of the devotees' kirtana, thousands would stream into ISKCON's large pendle to see the Radha Krishna deities and take prasadam. ISKCON had the only Krishna deity at the whole mela, and thousands would line up to see him. Prabhupada would speak in English in the morning and in Hindi at night, and his evening kirtanas in the pandal became a great success. The Western sadhus with the women and the little child were a great curiosity to behold. Prabhupada also arranged for mass prasadam distribution, and he assigned Rivatnandana and a few helpers to cook almost non-stop over 2 small wood fires in the kitchen shed. Some nights the devotees would cook vegetables and halava or vegetables and puris for as many as 700 people. ISKCON's impact on the mela pleased Prabhupada. In the meantime our program for touring India has been going with all success in every place we are invited. Now we have come to the Urdhva Kumbh Mela at Prayag, Allahabad, and we have got undisputed prominence amongst all groups here in the large gathering. Śrīla Prabhupada's lectures on Ajamala gave life to the cold and sometimes sick devotees. This opportunity to hear from Prabhupada was the reward for all their austerities. In each morning class, Prabhupada continued to stress the importance of chanting the holy names purely. The purification of one's chanting Hari Nama means as soon as you chant the holy name of Krishna you will see the form of Krishna, realize the qualities of Krishna, remember the pastimes of Krishna. That is pure chanting of Hare Krishna mantra. That is stated in the commentary of Śrīla Goswami, that a pure devotee who chants Hare Krishna mantra immediately realizes the Nama, Rupa, Guna, Lila, everything about Krishna, simply by chanting the names. You will feel the form of Krishna. You will remember all his qualities. Oh, Krishna is so qualified, he is so magnanimous. Then you will remember his Lila, pastimes. Oh, Krishna instructed Arjuna. Krishna played with his cowherd boys. Krishna had very nice talks with the gopis, with his mother, Yasoda. These things you will remember. That is the actual perfection of chanting. Name, form, qualities, and pastimes, respectively. Prabhupada reiterated that the only reason he had come with his disciples to the mela was to glorify Lord Krishna so that others could understand the importance of the Krishna consciousness movement. But if the devotees were to successfully give Krishna consciousness to others, they must first realize Krishna themselves. It was possible, he said, to think of Krishna always. He gave the example of the Indian women carrying big water pots on their heads. Just as they have learned to keep their balance, in spite of all other movements, so a devotee, despite his activities and despite any mental agitation, should always remember Krishna. And the best way to remember Krishna is to practice always chanting the holy name. I remember one of our teachers in our school life instructed that if you always think, I shall pass my examination with distinction, then you will pass in the first division. If you think, I shall pass my examination in the first division, then you will probably pass in the third division. And if you think, I will somehow or other pass my examination in the third division, then you will fail. This means that if you expect more than your capacity, then it may be possible that at the time of examination you will pass. So when chanting the Hare Krishna mantra, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has said not that you chant only 1 hour, no. One should practice, and that practice was shown by Haridasa Thakura, who chanted almost 24 hours daily. But because we cannot, therefore we have to engage always in the service of Krishna. That will make you remember Krishna. Prabhupada said that the chanting of Hare Krishna is exactly like a lion's roar. As a lion's roar frightens all small creatures, the chanting of Hare Krishna ends all one's sinful reactions. He repeatedly warned the devotees, however, to avoid the most dangerous offense, that of committing sins on the strength of the holy name. But even if you fall down, there is no loss. That is the statement of Narada. If one takes to Krishna sincerely and executes devotional service but then again falls down, still he will come back. Just like we have practical experience. Some of our students have fallen down. But whatever sincere service he has rendered, that is his permanent credit. And one day he will be saved, just like Ajamala. On Prabhupada's last day in Allahabad, Mr. Gorkishore visited him in his tent, inviting him to Benares. As chairman of the 45th annual festival commemorating Lord Chaitanya's visit to Benares, Mr. Gorkishore wanted Prabhupada to attend the festival as the honored guest. When Prabhupada said he felt ill and that perhaps some of his disciples could go in his stead, Mr. Gorkishore persisted until Prabhupada finally agreed. But first Prabhupada wanted to visit Gorakhpur. Gorakhpur, February 3, 1971. The Urdhva Kumbh Mela over, some devotees went to Delhi, some to Bombay, and others to Calcutta. Prabhupada and the remaining devotees went to Gorakhpur, a 10-hour journey on the antiquated meter-gauge railway. Prabhupada had been invited by his only disciple in Gorakhpur, Dr. R.P. Rao, now Ramananda, a research chemist who had met Prabhupada in San Francisco, taken initiation in 1967, and since returned to his family and 4 children to teach chemistry at Gorakhpur University. Prabhupada and his disciples moved into crowded quarters at Ramananda's modest home, and about 100 people attended Prabhupada's lecture that evening. Prabhupada already had plans for a Radha Krishna temple on the Gorakhpur University campus as well as accredited courses and degrees in Krishna consciousness, BA, MA, and PhD. He envisioned graduates going out to teach Krishna consciousness in schools, colleges, and temples all over the world. He inspired Ramananda and a group of his friends to form a committee to introduce Krishna consciousness within the university, and he initiated about 12 disciples. Since they all professed to be following the rules against illicit sex, intoxication, and gambling and had been lifelong vegetarians, he waived the usual 6-month trial period. He asked them to chant 16 rounds daily and to make their city Krishna conscious. In his absence they should maintain Ramananda's home as an active ISKCON center and try to establish courses in Krishna consciousness at the university. Benares, February 6, 1971. Mr. Gorkishore was counting heavily on Prabhupada's participation in the upcoming celebration. The climax of the week-long observance of Lord Chaitanya's visit to Benares would be a parade, Mr. Gorkishore said, and Prabhupada and his disciples had an important part in it. Newspaper articles, handbills, and loudspeaker carts had announced throughout the city the presence of Śrīla Prabhupada and his foreign disciples. The devotees sensed they were being treated like entertainers, expected to perform as if under contract, but without salary. On the day of the procession, Prabhupada rode in his silver chariot, the kind customarily used in extravagant wedding processions. The chariot was pulled by a pair of white horses, wearing silver crowns and decorative blankets. The leading float in the parade bore a 6-foot statue of Lord Chaitanya in yellow neem wood. Next followed a file of decorated elephants. One elephant carried a banner reading Hare Nama Eva Kevalam, one carried actors dressed as Lord Rama and Sita, another carried 2 actors dressed as Radha and Krishna, who waved to the crowds, and another a picture of Lord Chaitanya and his associates performing Sankirtana. Next came a decorated flatbed truck with children portraying Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda, chanting and dancing. Then followed a series of professional kirtana groups and Prabhupada's foreign disciples dancing and performing kirtana. Behind the devotees, Śrīla Prabhupada rode in his chariot. On either side of the chariot walked a devotee fanning Prabhupada with a camera whisk, while Prabhupada sat with his right hand in his bead bag, his left hand on his cane. He was dressed in silk, with pearl buttons on his kurta. A wide patch of sandalwood paste covered his forehead. He didn't wave or smile or turn to see the crowds, but sat calmly, chanting Hare Krishna on his beads. Following Prabhupada's chariot was a Sahnai group, several more kirtana parties, and finally another statue of Lord Chaitanya, carried by 8 men. The festival committee said 300,000 attended, double what they would have had without Prabhupada and his foreign disciples. The procession was over, however, and as the star attraction, Prabhupada had made his appearance and drawn a large crowd, and now nothing more was required. He felt tired. He and his disciples were taken to a nearby dharmasala and served a feast. Prabhupada remained grave and as soon as possible returned to his quarters and his regular schedule. A student at the University of Benares who had met Prabhupada at the Allahabad Mela stopped by to visit. The boy's father had given him a biography of Lord Chaitanya as a gift for Prabhupada, and when the boy showed Prabhupada a picture of his father, Prabhupada said, "Yes, your father is a devotee. So why don't you also take initiation?" The boy was hesitant. As he walked with Prabhupada in the garden, Prabhupada said, "You have got the seed of devotional service from your father, so you must now cultivate." "But how can I shave my head?" the boy inquired. "I am a university student." "No, it is a custom. You should shave once, and then you can keep short hair." "But how can I wear tilaka? They will laugh at me." Prabhupada said the boy should not fear criticism. He should become a soldier of Krishna. Just as the government honors its valiant soldiers, Krishna rewards a devotee who accepts difficulties and criticism on his behalf. "What about Guru Dakshina?" the boy asked. "Guru Dakshina is just a formality," Prabhupada said. "It was a custom in olden days that when someone gets initiation, he goes to the various homes. It is a sign that you have become a servant of your guru, you are prepared to beg alms for your guru. It is whatever you give." The boy returned home and told his father. The next day was an auspicious day, his father said, the appearance day of Lord Nityananda. A good day to receive spiritual initiation. So the next day, On Nityananda Trodasi, Śrīla Prabhupāda initiated the boy, giving him the name Niranjana Dāsa. When Prabhupada asked Niranjana if he had any questions, Niranjana said he wanted to know his eternal relationship with Krishna. Was it as servant, as friend, as parent? Prabhupada replied that servitude was the common ground in all transcendental relationships with Lord Krishna. By chanting Hare Krishna, Niranjana would become more and more purified and realize more and more his relationship with Krishna. Niranjana asked how he would understand his relationship. "No, don't jump," Prabhupada said. "You have some shraddha, faith, from your father, and now you are associating with devotees and chanting. Gradually you will realize." Niranjana agreed to be patient. Prabhupada asked Niranjana to arrange a lecture for him on campus, and Niranjana, with the help of his uncle, a philosophy professor, got Prabhupada a speaking engagement for his last morning in Benares. On the day Prabhupada was to leave, he met with John Greaser, the American photographer traveling with him and his party since Surat. John, who had shaved his mustache and thought a lot about his future, came to say goodbye, until Bombay, where they would meet again in a few weeks. John found Prabhupada in the courtyard, enjoying the sunshine and eating gur, date sugar, from a clay pot. Prabhupada asked that the pot be broken and distributed to John and the other devotees present, and while John sat licking gur from a piece of clay pot, Prabhupada talked about his boyhood in Calcutta. John, Prabhupada was talking in his accented, rhythmic English about his boyhood days in Calcutta, and he described a gracious city, before the crowding and squalor of today. As a schoolboy he had seen splendid Victorian buildings of white marble, surrounded by stately lawns and trees. Suddenly Prabhupada looked over at me and laughed. "So, John," he said, "I think Krishna has captured you." I agreed I had known it for quite a while, but now Śrīla Prabhupada confirmed it. When Prabhupada was leaving Benares to return to Gorakhpur, many of his disciples went to the wrong train station. While Prabhupada and a few followers waited at the correct train station, Kausalya asked him, "How did you like it here in Benares, Śrīla Prabhupada?" "It is all right," he said, indifferently. "Did you have a nice rest?" she asked, trying to think of some positive aspect of the visit. "Rest I can have any time," said Prabhupada. "But I like to be with my devotees." Surrounded by luggage, Prabhupada sat on the bench, while Tamala Krishna and Syamasundara ran from the ticket office to the train and back. The train would leave soon. But where were the other devotees? Prabhupada watched as his spiritual sons argued with the conductor, telling him the train couldn't go until the other devotees arrived. "They do not know what they are doing," Prabhupada said, and he smiled. Gorakhpur, February 10, 1971. On hearing that Prabhupada wanted to preach in Gorakhpur, Hanuman Prasad Podar, eminent head of the Gita Press Publishing Company, offered one of his properties, a two-story house, his former residence, known as Krishna Niketan. Mr. Podar, who was bedridden in another house in Gorakhpur, had first met Prabhupada in 1962, and he appreciated Prabhupada's mission. When Prabhupada received permission to use the Krishna Niketan, he acted quickly. It was not proper, he said, that the deities of Radha and Krishna he had brought from Calcutta had been packed away in a trunk after the Urdhva Kumbh Mela. They had already been worshipped, so their worship should not be stopped. "The deities have to be installed tomorrow," he said, and he put Kausalya and Nanda Kumara in charge of the preparations. Seeing that Nanda Kumara and Kausalya needed more help, Prabhupada called for all his disciples, and soon 20 American devotees were scurrying about, preparing for the next day's festival. Prabhupada directed the devotees in cleaning the temple room from ceiling to floor and in building the altar. He asked Himavati to donate her fanciest sari, which he hung like a curtain before the table that was to be the deity's altar. The altar needed a backdrop, he said, and while Kausalya stood on the table he handed her pieces of colored fabric to arrange against the wall. The backdrop completed, Prabhupada took a rug a devotee had bought in Allahabad and placed it over the table altar. That night Prabhupada surveyed the temple room. "Oh, it is very nice," he said. He retired to his room, and 2 devotees stayed up all night sewing clothes for Radha and Krishna. The next morning the deities were placed on the altar, and the devotees resumed their worship, offering them prasadam and arati 6 times a day. The devotees were living in an ISKCON temple atmosphere for the first time since they had arrived in India, and their lives became regulated and secure. The weather warmed, and the devotees, many of whom had exhausted their health in Allahabad, felt relief. The Gorakhpur temple was situated on several acres of agricultural land outside the city. It was a peaceful place. During the day Prabhupada would rest, as the sunshine came through the window and warmed his body. In the evenings guests would come for Kirtana and Prabhupada's lecture. Speaking on the 6th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, Prabhupada referred repeatedly to Śrīla Swami's commentary, from the 14th century. Śrīla Swami said that simply by chanting, without any regulative principles, one becomes liberated. So how is that? Śrīla Swami replies, also, that there are regulative principles. The idea is that chanting of the holy name is so powerful that it can immediately liberate the chanter. But because we are prone to fall down again, therefore there are regulative principles. Morning, noon, and evening, we should daily chant Hare Krishna mantra with devotion and faith. By doing this, one can avoid volumes of miserable conditions of life, simply by chanting. So one should be so much careful and faithful. You should know that as soon as you are chanting, Krishna is dancing on your tongue. Therefore, how much careful and respectful we should be. Each night Prabhupada would take the commentaries of Śrīla Swami as his text. So Śrīla Swami gives this example, that without knowing that there is a very nice medicine a man takes so many thousands of medicines. Similarly, the great stalwart leaders of religious principles, without knowing this Hare Krishna mantra, take so many troublesome ritualistic ceremonies. Actually, there is no need. The whole thing is, Śrīla Swami is giving the stress very strongly, that you can simply chant Hare Krishna mantra without understanding any ritualistic ceremonies. Śrīla Swami's commentary was filled with quotations from various scriptures about the supreme benefit of chanting the holy names of Krishna. Then Śrīla Swami says, Akhilas Astitam. That means that any endeavor for pushing on Krishna's glories, that is as good as chanting the holy name. When you go out for canvassing, for pushing on this movement, people might think that you are not chanting. But suppose you are canvassing for a life member, that topic is also as good as chanting Hare Krishna mantra, because it is Akhilas Astitam. One's life must be dedicated simply for Krishna's service. Speaking before his Indian audiences, Śrīla Prabhupada also told about his preaching in the West. One evening he gave a personal history, describing how his spiritual master, on their first meeting, had immediately told him to preach Lord Chaitanya's message to the English-speaking world. At that time I argued with him that we are a dependent nation, and who is going to hear about our message? So he defeated my argument. Yes. He was a learned scholar. So what I was? I was a tiny boy. So I agreed that I was defeated. Prabhupada laughed softly. Prabhupada told about his business years in Allahabad and how he again met his spiritual master and became initiated. He told of starting back to Godhead in 1944, of taking sannyasa, and of finally traveling to America in 1965. He mentioned his struggles in New York City and how the first boys had joined him when he started his movement in a storefront on 2nd Avenue. So practically we began work from 1968. In 1966 I started, but in 67 I became very much sick, so I came back to India. And again I went there in 1968. Practically this propaganda work began vigorously from 1968. From 68, 69, 70, and this is 71. So 3-4 years, all these branches have grown up, and now practically throughout the whole continent of Europe and throughout America they know what is Hare Krishna movement, due to our propaganda. Early each morning before sunrise, Prabhupada would sit in the temple room before his disciples and lecture from Srimad Bhagavatam. And each morning the lights would go out, leaving everyone in darkness. It was a typical Indian power failure, and Prabhupada would stop lecturing while a devotee lit 2 candles by his Vyasashana and 2 candles on the altar. Long shadows would mix with the luminous gold of the Radha Krishna deities, and Prabhupada, wearing spectacles and holding open the Srimad Bhagavatam in his hand, would appear wonderfully mysterious. One morning Śrīla Prabhupada sang a new song, Jaya Radha Madhava. I will teach you this song, he said. Reciting the first line, he had the devotees repeat it again and again. One line at a time, he went through the song. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Janavalabha Giri Varadari Yasoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjani Yamuna Tiravanakari. They should know it, he told them, by the next morning. Only a few devotees managed to memorize the song, so the next morning Prabhupada went through it again, line by line. During the evening lecture he explained the meaning of the song. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Krishna is enjoying in Vrindavana. That is the real picture of God, simply enjoying. The Vrindavana Lila of Krishna is the perfect presentation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he is simply enjoying. All the inhabitants of Vrindavana, the Gopis, the cowherd boys, Maharaja Nanda, Yasoda, everyone is simply anxious how to make Krishna happy. They have no other business. The residents of Vrindavana have no other business than to satisfy Krishna, and Krishna has no other business. Yasodanandana Braja Janaranjani Yamuna Tiravanakari. He is acting as the little son of Yasoda. And his only business is how to please the residents of Vrindavana. Yasodanandana Braja Janaranjani Yamuna Tiravanakari. He is wandering in the forest of Vrindavana on the bank of the Yamuna. This is the actual picture of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. But Brahma, Indra, big demigods, they are also bewildered. They are sometimes mistaken how this cowherd boy can be the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Just like some of us think like that. But those who are thinking like that, for them also there is manifestation of Krishna's supremacy. Gopi Janarvallabhagiri Varadari. Although he is engaged in pleasing the residents of Vraya, when there is need he can lift up the Govardhana hill at the age of 7 years. Or he can kill the Patana at the age of 3 months. So many demons used to visit daily. Krishna used to go with the calves and cows, with his friends in the forest, and every day Kamsa used to send a demon to kill him. Agasura, Bakasura, Dhanukasura, so many. So also, Krishna is playing just like a cowherd boy. His supreme mercy as the Supreme Personality of Godhead is never absent there. That is God. God is not created by meditation. God is God. God is never manufactured. We should know this. On the third morning after introducing Jaya Radhamadhava, Prabhupada again sang it with the devotees responding. Then he began to explain it further. Radhamadhava, he said, have their eternal loving pastimes in the groves of Vrindavana. He stopped speaking. His closed eyes flooded with tears, and he began gently rocking his head. His body trembled. Several minutes passed, and everyone in the room remained completely silent. Finally, he returned to external consciousness and said, now, just chant Hare Krishna. After this, the Radha Krishna deities of Gorakhpur became known as Sri Sri Radhamadhava. Kausalya would regularly wash the temple floor while Prabhupada gave his Srimad Bhagavatam lecture. One morning Prabhupada interrupted his lecture. Just see this girl, he said. Kausalya was down at the other end of the room, scrubbing. This is first-class service. The next day Prabhupada called Kausalya forward. Every morning you are washing the floor so nicely, he said, but this morning you are washing the floor like a crow takes a bath. Prabhupada shook his hand, as if flicking water about. You do not know how to wash the floor. I am going to show you. Prabhupada came down from his Vyasasana and walked to the other end of the room, followed by all the devotees. Where's your bucket? Kausalya brought over her bucket. Prabhupada asked for a rag. She gave him hers. He then crouched down and started scrubbing. This is how you wash the floor, he said, dash with lots of water. And you do it a section at a time. It should be done in 2 stages, first with a wet rag, and then with a wrung rag. The devotees stood in amazement, watching. Several times Prabhupada repeated the procedure, washing a section of the floor and then drying it, careful not to touch the clean area with his feet. See? He said. That is expert. When Tamala Krishna requested Prabhupada to move on to Bombay and bigger preaching, Prabhupada replied, let us see if Krishna wants us to have this place. Hamsaduta also became restless to preach, and Prabhupada sent him with a group of brahmacharis to Aligarh and Agra. Little appeared to be happening in Gorakhpur, but Prabhupada had plans. He was still negotiating with the university authorities for land for constructing a temple. If we are successful in our attempt, it will be unique in all the world and soon more and more college campuses will follow, and if we can establish a seat of Krishna consciousness then students may take their doctorate degree in Krishna consciousness and go out and preach all over the world. Prabhupada had 3 goals: to reach the Gorakhpur University students, to introduce Kirtana into the factories, and to introduce Kirtana into the homes. The main obstacle was lack of commitment from the local people. Many were willing to attend his evening lectures, but to actually surrender time, money, and energy in the service of Krishna was more difficult. At least the Radha Krishna temple was lively, and Prabhupada hoped the directors of Gita Press would turn the Krishna Niketan building over to ISKCON permanently. Prabhupada continued lecturing, morning and evening. For 3 consecutive evenings he spoke on a single verse of Chaitanya Charitamrita, defeating the Mayavada arguments that the absolute truth is ultimately impersonal Brahman. The Mayavadi philosophers say that the absolute is impersonal and that there is no different energy. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's challenge is that the absolute truth has got multi-energies. Suppose someone has a big business, a big factory. So if the proprietor says, I am all-pervading over this factory, that is correct. Take, for example, Birla. They say, Birla's factory. Birla's name is there. Although Birla is a person and he is not personally present in that factory, everyone says, Birla's factory. That means Birla's money, Birla's energy, is there. If there is any loss in that factory, the suffering goes to Birla. Or if there is any gain in the factory, the profit goes to Birla. Therefore Birla's energy is there in the factory. Similarly, the whole creation is a manifestation of Krishna. Everything there is Krishna, his energy. He is represented by his energy. That is called simultaneously one and different, Akantaya Debheda Tattva. Discussing preaching in America, Prabhupada said the Western world was 99% in the modes of ignorance and passion. Although America was the richest nation on earth, its youth were becoming hippies, much to the dismay of parents and government leaders. So despite their wealth, they were unhappy. They were ripe, however, for understanding spiritual knowledge. This is the causeless mercy of Lord Chaitanya. Now you can see that these boys, when they are chanting, how they are in ecstasy. They are immediately on the transcendental platform. Not only here, everywhere they are chanting, in every temple. The advantage of these boys and girls is that they have no hodgepodge in their head. They directly accept Krishna as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and they directly accept the instruction of Lord Chaitanya. Therefore they are making advancement. Their fortune is that their brain is not congested with hodgepodge ideas. They have given up all other occupations and accepted Krishna as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So in India we can also do that. What is the difficulty? We must do this. Just accept this, Krishna's tu Bhagavansvayam, and surrender unto him. Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Bhag. January 3, 2028, Prabhupada celebrated the appearance day of Śrīla Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati in Gorakhpur. At the morning gathering he said, "We should honor this day and very respectfully pray to Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Goswami that we are engaged in your service, so give us strength. Give us intelligence. We are being guided by your servant. So in this way we have to pray. And I think in the evening we shall distribute prasadam. There will be so many guests coming, so they can be distributed prasadam." Prabhupada said life members and other friends should be invited for the flower offering at noon. One of the devotees asked about the feast. Prabhupada, feasting means puri and halava and a vegetable and chutney. That's all, 4 things. Make it simple. Tamala Krishna, Prabhupada? You want us to offer a feast to your Guru Maharaja at noontime? A special plate of feast, Prabhupada, not a special plate. The process is that whatever we offer to the deity, that is offered to Guru. And Guru offers to his Guru. In this way, it goes to Krishna. We don't directly offer to Radha Krishna. No. We have no right. Nor does Krishna accept in that way. The pictures of the Acharyas, why are they there? Actually you have to offer the plate to your Guru, and he will offer to his Guru, he offers to his Guru, his Guru. In this way, it will go to Krishna. That is the process. You cannot directly approach Krishna or predecessor Acharyas. That is not possible. One day Prabhupada visited Hanuman Prasad Podar. Mr. Podar had been gravely ill for some time, but he was able to sit up and speak briefly with Prabhupada. As the pioneer of the Kalyana magazine, which printed installments of the Mahabharata and other Vedic classics, Hanuman Prasad Podar was a world-famous patron of Indian religious thought. His inexpensive Hindi Bhagavad Gita translation had been distributed by the millions, so that even a poor man could have a copy of Bhagavad Gita. Mr. Podar had been a friend to Prabhupada when in 1962 Prabhupada had come to him in Gorakhpur and shown him his manuscript for the first volume of the Srimad Bhagavatam. Appreciating the importance of the work, Mr. Podar, by his word of approval, had helped Prabhupada get a donation for its printing from the Delhi industrialist Mr. Dalmia. Now, almost 10 years later, Prabhupada was showing Mr. Podar his recently published books Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Teachings of Lord Chaitanya, The Nectar of Devotion, and his magazine Back to Godhead. Mr. Podar was impressed, and he and Prabhupada exchanged their sincere appreciation of each other's work. Mr. Suryakant Phagla, Hanuman Prasad Podar was my grandfather. He was very much ill at the time Prabhupada came here to meet him in his bedroom upstairs. There are certain things which cannot be explained, but they were talking in the language of their eyes. My grandfather expressed some gratitude, some affection, some regard by his eyes, and Prabhupada's reply was also in the same way. The appreciation from both sides could easily be seen and appreciated by the persons who were present. A lot of Prabhupada's disciples were there, and everyone was almost in tears when those two saints, great people, met and talked to each other. They were talking about the spiritual world, and they were praising each other for their deeds. My grandfather also was saying that what Prabhupada has done, it is unforgettable for anyone of the world. Because to take our Indian culture to Western countries, the credit entirely goes to our beloved Prabhupada. And he was the only person who took Radha Krishna and the holy name outside, in such a way that nobody else could and will be able to in the future. Since Mr. Podar was ill and weak, Prabhupada left after about half an hour. Prabhupada had spent 2 weeks in Gorakhpur, and now he was eager to go to Bombay. Leaving 2 disciples behind to attend to the deity worship and continue preaching in Gorakhpur, he left. ISKCON's Bombay headquarters was a 4-room flat on the 7th floor of the Akash Ganga building. Rent was nearly 3,000 rupees a month, and the devotees had no guaranteed monthly income. Yet because the building was in a vital, prestigious location, Prabhupada had taken the risk. Such a headquarters would be a necessary base for the preaching he wanted to do in Bombay, and his next preaching would be a grand 11-day Pandal program. If you are going to hunt, Prabhupada said, then you should hunt for a rhinoceros. In that way, if you don't succeed, everyone will simply say, oh, it couldn't be done anyway. But if you do succeed, then everyone will be surprised. Everyone will be amazed. As Prabhupada revealed his plans for a gigantic Pandal festival, the devotees became keenly aware that Prabhupada's inspiration was motivating all their preaching. Without him they could never attempt anything so bold and ambitious as a giant Pandal festival in Bombay. Often the American and European disciples had been billed along with him, as if of equal importance, but the devotees saw themselves as only foolish servants trying to help the genuine pure devotee of the Lord. Although Prabhupada credited his disciples knew that Prabhupada was Krishna's empowered representative. He was their authority and personal link to Krishna. His words and actions evinced full transcendental potency. As Krishna was unlimited, Śrīla Prabhupada, Krishna's dearmost friend, was entitled to demand unlimited service on Krishna's behalf. In the service of Krishna, no project was impossible. Impossible, Prabhupada said, was a word in a fool's dictionary. But as Prabhupada unfolded his plans for the Pandal festival, the devotees doubted, how could they ever raise the money? How could they erect such a huge tent? Where would they get so much food? And who would cook it? Prabhupada seemed amused at their doubts. You are all Americans, he said. So what is the use of being American unless you do something wonderful? A Bombay Pandal, Prabhupada said, would be the perfect way to link America's ingenuity with India's spirituality. He gave the example of a blind man and a lame man. Although separately they are helpless, by cooperating, the blind man carrying the lame man on his shoulders, and the lame man giving directions, the two can work successfully. America, because of materialism and ignorance of God, was blind. And India, because of foreign invasions, poverty, and misinterpretations of Vedic knowledge, was lame. America had technological advancement and wealth, and India had spiritual knowledge. The job of the Krishna consciousness movement was to combine the two strengths and uplift the world. And one practical application would be the Bombay Pandal festival. Prabhupada divided the work, assigning Swami to publicity, Tamala Krishna to the Pandal arrangements, Guru Raja to fundraising, and Madhudvisa to the scheduled programs on stage. Catching Prabhupada's spirit of shooting the rhinoceros, Swami organized a massive publicity campaign, with giant posters and banners strung across the streets, announcing His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada will speak in English language about the science of God. Prasadam distribution and bhajan singing will be led by his American and European bhaktas. Hare Krishna Festival at Cross Maidan, March 25 to April 4. Guru Raja, Śrīla Prabhupada took Bombay by storm. The whole city was alive with excitement about the Hare Krishna Festival. We had banners at all the major intersections in Bombay. We had posters up on all the walls, many posters on every wall, and we had very big advertisements in the newspaper, with a beautiful picture of Śrīla Prabhupada superimposed over a globe, and the words Bhagavad Dharma Discourses, a Hare Krishna Festival. World preacher of Bhakti cult, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami. Day by day the momentum grew more and more, and every day something new was happening. Finally, in the last 2 days, we got a huge billboard at Victoria train station, the busiest intersection of downtown Bombay. By then everyone knew so much about the festival and where it was going to be, and everything that all this billboard said was Hare Krishna in huge letters. By then everyone knew, so just these 2 huge words Hare Krishna was enough. Then Swami had arranged for a big helium-filled balloon that was attached to a very long rope at the Cross Maidan site. That balloon just hovered over the city, and there was a streamer attached to the balloon, saying Hare Krishna Festival. It was real American ingenuity, flair, and dynamism. Inspired by Swami's lead and taking up a spirit of competition, the other devotees worked at their projects with great enthusiasm. When Prabhupada called a meeting of the local ISKCON life members and supporters, the turnout was disappointing, only about a dozen. And even those, on hearing the proportions of Prabhupada's plan, became hesitant. The festival would cost more than 100,000 rupees. Although some life members doubted whether the devotees could actually execute such a large production, a handful of stalwarts, Sadhujawat Lal, Chanjulal Bal, Kartikeya Mahadevya, Kailash Saksarya, Ramchand Shaburya, G.D. Samani, and others, vowed they would do their best to help raise the funds. Prabhupada remained actively involved, and he warned his disciples to be wary of cheaters during their business transactions. Every night the devotees would report to him, and he would ask about many details. He wanted the best location, the best work, and the best price. He wanted to know everything. What about the cooking area? Are all the devotees working to their full capacity? Is the mailing list complete? Have the invitations been sent? What about the latrines? What was the cost for the sound system? He scrutinized every detail with sharp, critical intelligence. Guru Raja's fundraising work was going well. He had donations solicited from businessmen and had printed a souvenir pamphlet. But he was feeling a strain, and he came to Prabhupada for solace. "Can we use force in Krishna consciousness?" he asked. Prabhupada frowned. "No. We cannot use force. But what if we see one of the workers is lazy on the job and not doing what he is supposed to?" "No," Prabhupada replied. "We can never use force." "Well, what about in making life members?" "Force we cannot use," Prabhupada repeated. "But we can trick them." He told a story about a boy who didn't want to do arithmetic. As soon as the teacher wrote 1 + 1 on the board, the boy would buck. So the teacher drew a picture of a cow on the board and asked the boy, "If a man has 1 cow and then he buys another cow, how many cows will he have?" The boy answered, 2. Thus the teacher began teaching him arithmetic, even though he was unwilling to learn. "So people may be averse to serving Krishna," Prabhupada explained, "but we can trick them and get them to serve without their knowing it. But we can never use force. These people are all businessmen. They are always calculating profit and loss. But they are also pious, and they want to go to Krishna. So you have to convince them that by giving this money they will gain so much by coming closer to Krishna. And that is the truth. When they are convinced, then they will give." Prabhupada had ordered from Jaipur 2 sets of large white marble deities, paid for by a donation from R.D. Birla. One set was to be installed in the Bombay temple and the other worshipped at the Pandal and later sent to one of the temples in the west. But the devotees were anxious that the deities be finished and shipped on time. And there were other sources of anxiety, right up until the very day of the festival. Pandal construction, prasadam distribution, seating arrangements, sound systems, whether these things would be ready on time and whether there would be enough money remained uncertain. But under Prabhupada's direction the devotees worked steadily, with firm faith in Krishna. And all turned out successful, with 10,000 people attending the first day and 20,000 that night. The devotees, including those just arrived from the west, numbered about 100, and the large stage easily accommodated them, with ample space for dancing kirtanas. On stage, within a gorgeous, golden-domed altar, surrounded by profuse flower arrangements, stood Radha and Krishna. Prabhupada's large red Vyasashana, covered by a canopy, stood at stage center. Also on stage was a display of Prabhupada's books. The tall and spacious pandal, built to hold more than 30,000, was lined with fluorescent bulbs, and the stage glowed with colorful flashing lights. The program was kirtana, prasadam, a lecture, and slides, more kirtana, and more prasadam. And the Bombayites, devotees at heart, despite their sophistication and westernization, loved these very things, Radha and Krishna, kirtana, and prasadam. And that all this was being presented by Westerners made the pandal especially attractive. The cooks prepared prasadam at the pandal site, cooking over a hard coal fire and using big paddles to stir khichari and halava in woks 8 feet across. Each night the devotees would serve thousands of plates. Prabhupada's appearance in the evening was always the high point. He would sit on his Vyasashana, little Sarasvati would walk out and garland him, and the crowd would cheer. He would wait for the crowd to quieten, which never happened. So he would just begin speaking, his voice ringing over the powerful sound system. He titled his first lecture Modern Civilization is a Failure, and the Only Hope is Krishna Consciousness. Prabhupada sat, eyes half closed in concentration, addressing the largest audience that had ever assembled to hear him. His speaking was particularly forceful, as he glorified Krishna and criticized the enemies of Krishna. He spoke against governments that were not Krishna conscious and against gurus who neglected the worship of Krishna. He stressed the necessity of teaching Krishna's message to the whole world, while his godbrothers from the Bombay Gaudiya Math sat in the audience, listening respectfully. And you are practically seeing that all over the world these Bhagavad Gita principles, Krishna, the Supreme Lord, is being accepted. All these boys and girls who are dancing in Krishna consciousness, 4 years ago, 4 years back, they never heard of Krishna. Of course, some of them knew Bhagavad Gita, because Bhagavad Gita is very widely read. But because Bhagavad Gita was not properly presented, although for the last 100 or 200 or more than that years Bhagavad Gita is widely read all over the world, there was not a single Krishna Bhakta. But since Bhagavad Gita is being presented as it is, within 4 years there are hundreds and thousands of Krishna Bhaktas. That is our point, that you present the thing as it is, without any adulteration. So it is our mission. It is India's culture. People are hankering after this culture, Krishna culture. So you should prepare yourself to present Bhagavad Gita as it is. Then India will conquer all over the world by this Krishna culture. Rest assured. But we are hankering after help from others. Our government man go there in America, please give us wheat. Please give us money. Please give us soldiers. Simply begging business. But here is a thing which you can give to them. Simply begging does not glorify your country. Guru Raja, Prabhupada was preaching forcefully to the people of Bombay, and every evening the pandal was packed with at least 20,000 people. Śrīla Prabhupada would preach so strongly, emphasizing following religious principles. He knew that these people are Hindus but they are not following these principles. Prabhupada was speaking so powerfully that I knew that what he was saying would be hard for many of the audience to accept. We have something to give to the whole world. That is Krishna consciousness. Why you neglect this treasure of Vedic knowledge? And the summarized knowledge is Bhagavad Gita. So if we simply try to understand Bhagavad Gita as it is, we understand immediately the science of God. And because we are all parts and parcels of God, we are actually hankering after uniting with God. That is our seeking. Anandamayo by asat. God is Anandamaya, by nature, full of pleasure, and we, being part and parcel of God, or Krishna, we are also Anandamaya. But we are seeking Ananda, pleasure, in a different atmosphere, in the material atmosphere. Therefore we are being baffled. The only remedy is that you take to Krishna consciousness and you'll be happy. So it is the duty of every Indian to understand this science. Guru Raja, at that time I was thinking that if Prabhupada had wanted to flatter the audience or compromise his philosophy, he could have attracted millions of followers. But because he was preaching so boldly and forcefully without compromise, many of the audience did not like it, because it was a challenge to their sense gratification and to their sentiment. This is a science. It is not a dogmatic, bluffing thing. It is a science, and spoken by the Lord himself, and understood by all the Ācāryas. Krishna says, Ācārya-pashanam, we have to understand things through the Ācāryas. Ācāryavan Puruso Veda, one who is not following the footsteps of the Ācāryas, he cannot understand anything. Krishna also says, Tadvainanyardam. That is said in the Kathopanishad, Tadvainanyardam Sagaram evam higaket. Krishna says, Tadvidi pranapatena pariprasnina savaya. So everywhere the same instruction is there. You approach a person who is coming in disciplic succession, evam parampara praptam, and try to learn Bhagavad Gita as it is. Your life will be sublime. Your life will be successful. That is our mission. Guru Raja, the fact is that people were wild about Prabhupada and ISKCON. One night we showed slides of the Ratha Yatra in San Francisco, and the audience was going wild. In front of 10,000 people Prabhupada announced that we will hold Jagannath Ratha Yatra in Bombay, and everyone started to cheer and applaud. Day after day, the Pandal festival was a success. Bombay's most important citizens came and were impressed. White-shirted businessmen and their well-groomed wives joined in the chanting. For hundreds of thousands of Bombay citizens, coming to the Cross Maiden to attend an evening Pandal program was easy enough. Some were intent on listening to the lecture and inquiring deeply into devotional service, others came mostly to see the deity, take prasadam, or appreciate the kirtana. In any case, C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada and the Hare Krishna devotees were a refreshing addition to the life of the city. It was the biggest public event in Bombay. One evening Prabhupada conducted a Vedic marriage ceremony and an initiation before thousands of people. The marriage was arranged between Vidyavan, who was Swedish, and Padmavati Dasi, who was Australian. They completely enchanted the whole audience, she with her ornate red sari and Indian jewelry, including a nose ring, and he with his nice white dhoti and kurta and clean-shaven head. 6 brahmacharis were initiated at that time also. Guru Raja, the audience was impressed. First of all they were amazed just to see foreign devotees, foreign sadhus. Then, on top of that, to see them being initiated, and even more than that, being married in front of 10,000 people, it was overwhelming. So during the ceremony, as Śrīla Prabhupada made the boy and girl husband and wife, He mentioned that she was from Australia and he was from Sweden. Then Srila Prabhupada said, "This is the real United Nations," and everyone burst into applause. It was the most glamorous, wonderful program. The final night of the festival, the devotees carried the deities of Radha and Krishna in a palanquin to the seaside. Prabhupada spoke and held kirtana before a crowd of 25,000. The next day, the Indian Express reported, "Fitting finale to Hare Krishna festival." It was a grand, fitting finale to the 11-day Hare Krishna festival which attracted thousands of devotees at Cross Maidan in South Bombay. The decorated murtis of Radha and Krishna were taken in procession on a regal ratha from the venue through Durgaum Road to Chowpatty in the evening. Dozens of Nama Sankirtana mandalas from all over the city spearheaded the procession with loud and ecstatic chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, followed by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada in an elegant horse-drawn coach chanting. Crowds chanted Hare Krishna on the roadsides as the ratha was pulled by devotees along the route. At Chowpatty the 4-foot-tall deities, splendidly dressed and decorated with jewels and garlands, were displayed on their magnificent Simhasana, throne, donated to the Hare Krishna movement by Madhav Baug and Mumba Devi temples. During the celebrations Prabhupada spoke from the Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam daily, morning and evening. More than 30 of his foreign disciples conducted kirtana, erotica, and film shows in the specially erected pandals. Prabhupada will deliver his final public message to the citizens before leaving in a few weeks on a preaching tour of the major cities of Russia. Bombayites would not soon forget the Hare Krishna festival, and a letter from Prabhupada to the ISKCON Life members pledged that it had been only the beginning. By the grace of their lordships Sri Radha and Krishna, our recent festival and Cross Maidan exhibition ground has been counted a grand success, and quite noticeably the spirit of bhakti has been actively revived in Bombay. My blessings go especially to all of you who have joined with us in service. As you may know, my plan is to establish in this most auspicious city a unique international Krishna conscious training center, where hundreds of persons from abroad may be educated in the Vedic way of life, while at the same time Indian boys and girls may be trained up for prayer, preaching, work in foreign countries. We will construct classrooms, workrooms, dormitories, kitchen for large-scale public prasad distribution, a lecture hall, library, and a beautiful temple for the glorification of Radha and Krishna. We are on the threshold of bringing this important project to fruition, and we are very excited to inform you the progress made in this respect. You will agree with me that your active participation and your direct involvement in this is most essential, and hence I appeal to you to spare your valuable time for Krishna and make it a point, in spite of your extremely busy life, to extend your unstinted cooperation. It is proposed to hold a meeting on Monday, the 26th of April 1971. At 6:30 p.m., Akash Ganga, 7th floor, 89 Bulabhai Desai Road, Bombay 26, to discuss and to finalize plans to channel our united energies to achieve the goal. It will also be a great opportunity for like-minded Krishna devotees to meet, to have darshan of the deities, and to exchange views and suggestions to make rapid progress in spiritual life. I very much want to meet you again, so kindly make it a must to attend our meeting. There is a lot of ground to be covered to spread Krishna consciousness to millions and millions of our slumbering brothers and sisters. That so many were accepting ISKCON and the Sankirtana movement as bona fide testified to the purity of Srila Prabhupada's presentation of Lord Krishna's teachings. His teachings were not sectarian, they were meant for everyone all over the world. He was teaching love of Krishna, the universal principle for all humanity. In his lectures at the Pandal he had lamented that although India was known as the land of religion, where God consciousness had traditionally permeated society, India's leaders were becoming atheists and communists. Whether Indians, polluted by the madness for sense gratification and confused by a hodgepodge of pseudo-religious teachings, could still recognize and adopt the real thing remained to be seen. But at least in Bombay, the Pandal program had had a great effect, of that Prabhupada felt satisfied. The program had been the same program he had introduced everywhere, chanting, dancing, taking prasadam, worshipping the deity, hearing about Krishna. It was Lord Chaitanya's program, adapted slightly according to the particular circumstances, but Lord Chaitanya's program nonetheless. This Sankirtana was the only possible remedy for the disease of modern society. Yet people were reluctant to take the remedy. Prabhupada, therefore, had labeled the bottle. The medicine was unchanged, but he had labeled it attractively, a gala evening of entertainment, music, and refreshments, featuring the youth of America and Europe transformed into Vaisnavas. The labeling was simple, non-deceptive. Everyone in Bombay knew well that the Hare Krishna Pandal festival was a product of their own Vedic heritage. They were fully aware that the Hare Krishna leader was a great Ācārya in the ancient tradition. but it had come to them in such a spectacular and attractive way that they had become caught up in it. Madhudvisa, no one really thought Prabhupada was leaving India. In India, Prabhupada was the cutting edge of the whole movement. He was the force. Things were moving because of Prabhupada. In the Western world, Prabhupada would give the idea, and the devotees would expand on it. Prabhupada was the overseer, but he didn't have such an integral, active part in the West. But in India, Prabhupada was right in the thick of it. He was checking the accounts. He was so much involved in the Indian scene that R.S.I. Kumara, the Bombay treasurer, would have to go to Prabhupada every other day and show him the accounts. He was very much involved in everything. The whole movement in India depended on Prabhupada. Because of this, no one thought that Prabhupada would really leave